One chapter. If you wake up staring at a strange ceiling, isn't it basically a rule that you're in another world? Not for me. I woke up in some moldy motel room. Ugh. My head felt like it was splitting open. Grabbing my forehead, I pushed myself up. The musty-smelling blanket slipped off my feet. So, let me see. Looks like I failed the exam again, got drunk alone, and passed out. And somehow crawled from my studio apartment all the way to this motel. Am I crazy? I cursed myself silently and headed to the bathroom. I wanted to check my condition and relieve myself. No need to look. I must look like a drunk, overworked exam taker. Then I saw my reflection and almost fell over. Ugh. Fuck. I spat out a curse reflexively, but couldn't believe the situation, gritting my teeth. With trembling hands, I brushed my hair back. I looked again into the mirror. The face staring back was still a stranger. A gaunt, delicate-looking kid. To avoid panicking, I took a deep breath. I desperately wanted a cigarette, even though I had quit. Only then did I realize even my voice sounded unfamiliar. Felt like I wanted to bite my own tongue. What the hell was going on? Barely holding my sanity, I dragged this unfamiliar body around the motel room searching. On the bed, I found a note that looked like a suicide letter and an empty pill bottle. Seems like this kid had tried to overdose on sleeping pills. Reading roughly, the letter said they were an orphan who dropped out, feeling frustrated and hopeless, and decided to leave this world. My mouth tasted bitter for no reason. Even though the body changed, still an orphan. I also found a cheap wallet on the dresser. After rifling through, I pulled out some bills and this body's ID card. Park Monday 0x1215, 3XXXXXX. The last digit is 3. Somehow looks rejuvenated. I let out a weak sound and studied the ID photo. Better than the face in the mirror earlier, but the expression was still gloomy. Still, despite the dark expression, the face was decent and youthful looking. Maybe 23 years old now. I thought younger. No, this wasn't the time for that kind of thinking. I forced myself to stay calm. Anyway, as I roughly pieced the situation together, I calmed down. It was time to find out where my original body was and plan next steps. Maybe this kid who tried to kill himself ended up inside my body. Grabbing the wallet, I opened the motel door and froze. Outside the window straight ahead, snow was falling. It was July before I passed out drunk. Goddamn. I swallowed hard, then hurried back into the motel room and grabbed the desk calendar. December 2002X. This was a calendar from 3 years ago. My vision spun. It didn't take long to calm down again. The bigger shock was not that I came to the past, but that my body had changed. I sat on the bed and sighed. No lucky lottery numbers coming to mind, either. Why me? Suddenly, a wild thought flashed through. Maybe it's not the past, but a different world. Crazy idea, but overwhelmed by this insane situation, it sounded plausible. I muttered quietly in a daze. I must have looked pretty out of it. Status window? Of course, nothing happened. Damn it. I pounded the bed in frustration. No way some idiot like me would get something like that. Name: Park Monday, Ryu Jianwo. Level 0. Title: None. Singing: C. Dance. Appearance: C. Charm. Trait: Infinite potential. Pop-up? I rolled off the bed. Ugh, my back hurt, but I thought. The status window info isn't what I expected. Now that the status window popped up, I could calm down as much as I wanted. Ignoring physics like this made it clear this wasn't a joke. Right now, I was out of the motel, sitting in a nearby PC bang. I was checking if anything else was different besides it being 3 years ago. I asked the counter to call my original number, but it said it didn't exist. I couldn't log into my college account, and the SNS account I made for assignments was gone. Basically, there was no me in this world. Not that I cared much. My parents died in a middle school accident, and all relatives cut contact by the time I entered university. I never had many connections, and whatever relationships I had vanished after years of studying for exams. Given the time wasted as an exam taker, it made sense to cut ties with this body. Your ham ramen order. Oh, thanks. I finished my cold evaluation, took the tray, and slurped the noodles while searching online. 3 years ago was when I was supposed to be serious about studying. I'd canceled my smartphone and cut internet, so these pages felt unfamiliar. Still, no discomfort. Just felt like 3 years ago. The trends then stood out. Games, movies, songs, idols. Idols, huh? I put down my chopsticks on the empty bowl and crossed my arms. That status window, no matter how I looked at it, was idol-specific. I didn't know why I came into this body, but was it related to that status window? Was the original owner, Park Mundy, wishing to become an idol? Or maybe because of what I did in university? No clue, but I should use whatever I can. Status window. Barely a whisper, and the translucent status window popped up again. Singing was C grade, appearance also C grade. The rest were blanks. Maybe because I hadn't tried. That thought flashed, but I postponed it. No way I wanted to dance or charm anyone right now. Then I remembered the karaoke sign I saw entering the PC bang. Oh, first off, from what I checked, C grade wasn't bad. I could sing fairly well. The tone was good, volume decent. Vocalization was clean, like solid basics. Definitely talented. Even more surprising was that this window popped up. Achievement unlocked. Level 01. Gain 1 point. Achievement. I asked myself, and another window popped up. Ongoing achievements. 10 attempts, 0 out of 10. 100 attempts, 0 out of 100. First experience, 0 to 1. 10 experiences, 0 out of 10. The scroll bar went on forever. This was grind. The numbers jumped outrageously as they increased. Half the list was blank or impossible to check. Losing interest, I closed the window. Still, since I got points, I might as well try using them like a game. I pulled up the status window. At the bottom, remaining points, 1 appeared. Allocate 1 point to singing. The status window changed. Name, Park Mundy, Ryu Jianwo. Level 1. Title, none. Singing, C+. Dance. Appearance, C. Charm. Trait, infinite potential. Singing immediately rose to C+. Was this really applied? I immediately picked the same song again and sang. Not bad. Definitely different. Easier to listen to, smoother sound. My throat seemed to have learned the method by itself. And the trait shown on the status window. Infinite potential, huh? Most people's results vary based on their natural talent. There's a limit to growth even with effort. But this status window said my effort was insanely efficient and that I had no growth limit. I confirmed that I was really improving. I stroked my chin, thinking, idol, was this a sign to pursue this new body's path? And at that moment, a pop-up jumped above the status window. Emergency. Status abnormality. Debut or die triggered. Red letters spilled down in a stream. Debut or die. If you fail to debut as an idol within the set period, you die. Time left. D. 365. What? Absurd as it sounded, a bad feeling crept in. Already being in someone else's body was insane enough, but who knew what else would happen? The strange pop-up disappeared as soon as I finished reading. Sure enough, a strange new status was added to the window. Name, Park Mundy, Ryu Jianwo. Level 1. Title, none. Singing, C+. Dance. Appearance, C. Charm. Trait, infinite potential. Status abnormality. Debut or die. Was this real? Fuck. I cursed and covered my face. Cold sweat broke out. I already knew the status window worked. I couldn't ignore this shitty warning either. Why the hell did this pop up? Because I thought about idols? I laughed, right. Read more on our source, bitterly. Then this thought came. Maybe I'm getting punished for all that shady data dealing? Yeah, idols. Actually, it was a familiar field because of personal reasons. Back in college, I used to take pictures for idols on their behalf and made decent living. I even did some greedy stuff. Seen all sorts of crazy things and heard every rumor. Plus, environment makes the man. I got over-obsessed with this field at some point. I even voluntarily learned a lot about it and became somewhat knowledgeable. I wiped the cold sweat from my face, crossed my arms, and stared at the status window. I didn't understand everything. It was ridiculous and annoying. But I wasn't about to die, so I calmed down. Yeah, I was already a failure in life, but this was a chance for a fresh start, and under pretty favorable conditions. Also, to trace why I entered this body, I needed to use and check this unrealistic status window more. My self-rationalization complete, I cracked a twisted smile. Around this time, there was a hugely popular idol survival show, right? 2-chapter. Idol Corporation. This was a survival variety series that was all the rage around this time. After the audition format where tens or hundreds of idol hopefuls were gathered and eliminated by voting became popular, many programs copied that format. This Idol Corporation was one of those copycat shows, but it became especially famous for one reason. It got even more ruthless, capitalistically speaking. First, look at the slogan from Season 1. Your idol stocks grow as much as you invest. That's right. The more money you spend, the more votes you get, disguised as stocks. This program was now in its third season. For some reason, Season 2 had tanked hard and was treated like it never existed. With this season coming back under the ambitious subtitle Relisting. Because of that, many people mocked Season 3, calling it a hopeless overreach that would fail. How about me? I was too busy studying for exams to think about it. Anyway, contrary to expectations, Season 3 became a sensational hit. Despite endless controversies and criticisms, it dominated the buzz and ratings, producing a male idol who sold 80,000 digital downloads and 600,000 physical copies on the first week. So, I decided to try out for this show. Today, I went out for the first step. Yes, all done. I didn't cut much on the sides, just like you asked. Thank you. Finally, I looked in the beauty salon mirror and thought I looked more like myself. Maybe eating and sleeping well these past few days helped because the sunken, gloomy look had faded a lot. I could sweep away my unruly bangs and show my forehead. Just then, the lady getting a perm next to me offered some lip service. Oh my, it suits you so well. Young man, you look so sharp now. I thanked her and paid cash at the counter. Good thing I checked my bank account, and there was some money. It looked like it was insurance money from my parents I hadn't used yet, but sorry, I was going to spend some. Maybe I'll repay it later and donate it to a child welfare organization. It felt a bit bitter. I had done some digging while registering my residence and getting a new phone. It seemed that Park Mundy's suicide wasn't impulsive. He had moved out, was behind on rent, so hardly got a deposit back, and had already canceled his phone. On his own birthday, no less. He must have really wanted to die. Well, I could understand that. I was like that too. Hope you're in a better place. I silently paid respects and ended my thoughts. Then I opened the salon door. The near-noon sunlight stabbed my eyes. There was still much to do to reach my outing's goal. Let's make sure. I already knew the missions, debut members, even the twist theme song of this program. Of course, my details were a bit rusty from studying for exams, but there was no better gateway to success. If I passed the second round, even a small agency might pick me up. The competition was that big. But the crucial problem was that the open audition for this season's participants was already over. However, I had a small hint. I planned to use it as far as possible. My goal was to become a participant in that survival show whose recruitment was already finished. Within a week. Not at the broadcasting station, but at a nearby karaoke. So Azusa? Oh, Idol Corporation? The writer there is totally crazy. This nonsense was something some guy giggled about at a photo club after-party. He claimed to have heard rumors from relatives working at a broadcasting station, but I didn't like the guy much. They say they recruit participants from karaoke places. Near the station, around Songexdong, they go around karaoke rooms, find civilians, then get yelled at by the PD. Totally unqualified, acting like a fool. Isn't that nuts? He kept rambling wildly about recruitment. It was common to hear nonsense at drinking parties, but rarely did anyone talk so boringly at group after-parties. Who invited this jerk? Let's never invite him again. Yeah. People exchanged reluctant glances. Of course, I didn't believe this crap. I was just focusing on free drinks. But surprisingly, someone backed up the story. The civilian they recruited was Lee Goyun. Huh. Lee Goyun was a female idol who debuted in Season 1. She was popular for her innocent looks, cheerful personality, and quirky dialect. People uttered impressed sounds. Wow, that's the debuted one, right? Yeah. Oh, how did you know? She was a senior from the journalism department graduating soon, and spoke calmly. That idiot girl is my sister. At that, the loudmouth's words faltered. People showered him with disdainful curiosity. Haha, that's not what I meant. But she's never been yelled at by the PD. She actually gets paid more. The guy shut up and sat quietly after that. I was glad. It let me enjoy my drinks comfortably. I think I drank soju and beer while listening to that senior tell the recruitment story. Anyway, it was a pretty interesting story, so it stuck in my memory. When the survival participant recruitment audition had fewer suitable people than spots, they'd check around karaoke rooms near the broadcasting station about a week after the audition ended. Isn't it easier to recruit from street karaoke? Easier to approach. They avoid that since there are many aspiring singers there already. They want fresh characters, not typical trainees. They weren't necessarily looking for debut-worthy participants, but random civilians to spice up the broadcast. Nowadays, idol hopefuls get strict training not to talk carelessly. So these civilians might be sacrificed just for entertainment. But that's not the important part. What mattered was the high probability slash that this writer still used that method in Season 3. Hard to let go of a success. Maybe Season 2's failure made the preliminary pool worse, so they might be even more desperate. So objectively, this Park Mundy body was thin but had a decent face and height. And his singing was decent, so there was a chance to try poking around if I met someone. And I have to level up. I had to achieve practice achievements and invest in stats. I needed something outstanding to beg for a spot. I grabbed the mic and chose a song. Then I glanced back at the karaoke room door I came through. The door was made of clear glass. They probably wanted to create a bright and open vibe targeting teens and 20-somethings, but it also made it easy to be seen from outside. That was why I chose this karaoke. The person I was waiting for was a writer working on the show. If you had to check civilians during a busy program prep, it was likely they'd start near the broadcasting station where it was easier. So this karaoke was the best choice. Without hesitation, I reserved 10 songs in advance, pressed the jump to the chorus button, and started singing. Achievement unlocked. 10 attempts. Level 1-2. Gain 1 point. Soon after, I achieved an achievement, singing 10 songs. Of course, the easiest one, so it was quick. Again, I invested the point in singing. So C+ became B-. Singing the same song again as a test felt like my bass had improved. My tone deepened and volume increased. Maybe this was how growth worked when changing grades alphabetically. At this rate, I could raise my stats ridiculously fast in the beginning, but for now, there was something else to focus on. I'm this kind of person. I got caught immediately. Judging by the timing, I started a little early, but it was an unexpected bonus. I took the business card offered by a woman wearing glasses. She looked tired but forced a bright voice. She seemed to want to make a good impression, and as expected, she succeeded in piquing my interest. The name on the card was the one I expected. Ryu Siren. That senior from the journalism department was named Ryu Siren. Just by looking, they must be sisters. What's your name? Park Mundy. That's a unique name. Really think about it. You seem to have star quality. Our program really finds people with star quality. Thank you. I didn't respond enthusiastically. If I seemed too interested, it might look like I was scheming. Usually, they catch everyone from the preliminary profiles, but maybe they want to weed out those obviously hunting spots. It seemed like a good approach because the woman spoke more. You have a good face and can sing well. If you just get on our program, you'll do really well. Want to shoot a test video today? She sounded like she wanted to wrap up the verification at once, pushing a bit. Yeah, call your parents. They'll be happy to know their son's invited to the station. I don't have parents. The moment I said that, a small spark flashed in the writer's eyes. She probably saw it as a sensational story. After all, sob stories are essential in survival shows. Even if they get criticized for squeezing emotions, it works. Maybe it was too good to lose. But the writer quickly hit it and spoke more gently, seeming sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. It's fine. Just think of it as visiting the station casually. It's not something you get to experience every day. I was about to agree. I hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. The woman's face visibly brightened. Oh, good decision. The station's just right over there. And so I achieved my first goal. It was smoother than I expected. Free chapter. I was practically dragged by the writer to the broadcasting station, but nothing special happened. Just a light interview in front of the camera. They didn't even ask me to dance, not even formally. No advice about going to a dance academy either. That showed they had a clear role in mind for me. Well, none of that really mattered. The important thing was that my name was on the participant list. But there was an unexpected factor. The first recording date was much sooner than I expected. In 10 days. Yes, Park Mundy, you just barely made it at the end. Usually, these spots don't open up so easily. You're really lucky you're solid, so you got the spot. They sugarcoated the fact I was a last-minute fill-in pretty well. Though caught off guard, I thought indifferently. Polishing words doesn't cost anything, so they could be as nice as they want. Of course, if I turned out useless once things started, they'd flip and act like it never happened. Few fields cut people off as fast as this one. Besides, expecting someone to prepare their performance and evaluation song alone within 10 days, without any advice, that's no reasonable request. They spoke as if it were no big deal, but if I had an agency, they might have complained. They'd probably circle asterisk operator. Enka liota ghd circle asterisk operator. Read the full story, slap a rough instrumental track on, and have me get bashed on. If it wasn't too bad, it'd just get edited out. But I expected that. Yes. Thank you. I nodded as if oblivious, but probably a little nervous about the looming recording date. The writer's satisfied expression flashed briefly. We appreciate you will contact you with details. It was a dismissal. I left the station without hesitation, planning my next 10 days. With so little prep time, I'd probably have to resort to extreme methods. After a hectic 10 days, the first recording day arrived. As expected with survival programs, it began with individual participant evaluations. The first round. Anyone who's watched an idle survival program knows impressions formed here often last until the end. So if you're an unremarkable contestant, mediocre performances are the worst. Better to fail spectacularly and become a joke, so the edit can spin a growth story. But if you fail to stand out and get fully cut, you're done for. Not that anyone aims to be a public punching bag, of course. Remember your number? You'll be called by it. Enter the corridor when guided. They even filmed contestants walking one by one down a set corridor, a force shot for teasers. That 40-second clip took over 2 hours to shoot. Because there were 77 contestants. They're all just kids. Glancing around the waiting area, a set. Floor that was barely a waiting room. I lost some motivation. Even with a status window and time slip, wanting to become an idol among these kids suddenly felt embarrassingly hopeless. Hi there. One of the kids who was chatting all around approached me. I wasn't sure if he was just excited or trying to be friendly. What mattered was he looked like a middle schooler. At my age, socializing with a middle schooler for networking. Huh? Did you apply alone? Yes. Me too. How old are you? 20. Lying about being 9 years younger made my mouth itch, but it felt surprisingly good. Do you have an agency? No. Oh, right. Usually, Azusa contestants come from agencies. I was going to ask which agency you're from. I never had one. Oh, I see. The middle schooler instantly lost interest. He wrapped up and went off to talk to someone else. He seemed sharp enough to survive in this world. Of course, he'd better hide that attitude from the cameras. That was his problem. Anyway, middle schoolers are already like that. This was a harsh battlefield. At times, I doubted if I'd made a ridiculous decision caught in this unreal situation. But the water was spilled. Time to move to our set. The main broadcast recording finally began. I followed the flock of middle and high schoolers like a meerkat, waiting near the main stage where the first evaluation was to take place. I was called. Somewhere in the early to middle part of the lineup. Contestant Lee Sejin B is ranked 15th. Please take your seat. Thank you. One contestant, from the same agency group as others, bowed. Among the 4 judged together, she was the best catch. But the production team wasn't comfortable. It's extreme. Writer Ryu Seirin frowned while turning her pen. Season 3 had less investment than previous ones. Naturally, since Season 2 failed, and this was barely restarted. They bit their teeth preparing the broadcast to erase Season 2's shadow, even putting on the ridiculous relisting subtitle. But some things showed despite connections and planning. One was the talent pool. Many decent trainees were pulled away by other audition shows. To fill 77 spots, they put in some plausible-looking faces, but a lot of fluff. Too many underperformers made it hard to keep the show interesting even with editing. It was nearly impossible for Korean audition programs to promote talentless people. Trying to cover up zero skills led to backlash at the slightest slip. The backlash wasn't hateful hype, but centered around words like boring and deception. They'd filled the debut-worthy first tier, but without dark horses, it was tough to run the program. Like this one coming up. The next contestant was a rookie brought in just 10 days before first broadcast, after another participant got disqualified for drunk driving. They didn't expect much. What's the name? They'll say when judging. She had decent voice and a good mask, plus a story that could be used in a pinch. That urgency pushed her rating above the lowered bar. Still, combined, She was just better than other fillers. Well, can use her for comparison. The judges flipped through her paperwork, which showed no special circumstances except family history, and chatted dispassionately. So she thought, yeah, better to fail spectacularly and get attention. If mediocre people kept appearing, viewers would get bored, but a few offbeat failures could enrich the program's flavor. Mockery was still attention. As a civilian who prepared a solo stage in 10 days, the chance of a laughably bad performance was high. She glanced weakly at the stage. Next contestant, please enter the stage. The civilian participant was just stepping up. Luckily, she looked better than before, so the styling was on point. The problem was the dull, gloomy vibe. Last time, I thought it was family drama, but even in front of all these cameras, she looked like that? The writer, who had seen countless shoots while doing proxy filming, was puzzled. Not the type to show nervousness? Didn't matter much. They could capture an arrogant loser image. The writer racked her brain. Meanwhile, Park Mundy was listening to the MC. Yes, contestant, please introduce yourself. Park. Mundy, please take care of me. He bowed. From the judges came small chuckles and scoffs. Is that all? A male judge holding the mic asked with a half-joking, slightly negative tone. It implied, aren't you going to say more? But Park Mundy nodded seriously. Yes, I have no experience to introduce. Laughter erupted from the judges. Oh, what a unique guy. Interesting. Some whispered to each other, though within microphone range. Ah, the application really shows nothing. Right. It was about time for Why Are You Here? Remarks. But maybe they thought the stage would be more impressive, so the judges held back their smiles. The writers thought, maybe they'd get some usable shots. Then let's see the stage. Yes. With malicious curiosity, the participant took the mic handed by staff. Not long after, the instrumental began, and everyone was startled. That song came out here? For chapter. A few judges started whispering among themselves. T. Holick. A few years ago, the mega male idol T. Holick, who had won the grand prize 3 years in a row, went on hiatus. It was due to the unavoidable shortage of members caused by military enlistment. So instead, the agency pushed the solo activities of their youngest main vocalist, who hadn't yet received his military draft notice. It was a mini-album led by a title track with a powerful chorus. However, time revealed that the true value of this album wasn't in the title track, but in the coupling track. Surprisingly, it climbed back up the charts, reaching number 3. The wave started from a recommendation post on the SNS of a major female solo singer and grew into small ripples through several variety shows. That coupling track was Party I&Me, a smooth, easy-listening song with a rich band sound and stylish synths. It was played at numerous college festivals that year and eventually secured a spot in the annual Top 100. And now, what was playing on the set was clearly its intro. The iconic intro with that distinctive accordion-style chorus melody. Of course, it was a classic, a song that made an impression if sung well, which made this all the more strange. Can you really choose this without knowing what it is? This song had a very awkward position. It wasn't a representative hit from a famous idol's prime, nor was it a popular song from a veteran artist. Therefore, whether it was an idol survival show or a singer survival show, it wasn't a song you would immediately think of and pick for the first evaluation, because it subtly missed both categories. Especially now, several years after the song had been popular. They hadn't specified a song expecting something obvious, and yet this unexpected variable came up. Of course, the production team had access to the tracks submitted by the contestants beforehand. But with as many as 77 contestants, they didn't see the value in spending extra time on a filler contestant and just skimmed over it, which turned out to be a mistake. It's hard to do comparison editing with such an ambiguous song. The writer tapped her pen down in frustration. The judges who had been surprised by the song choice now waited for the intro to finish with a somewhat lax attitude. Then Park Mundy opened his mouth. I remember the me that I knew, beyond the shining, dazzling season, even in the weary, weak times, at the endless day's end. Something that embraces my broken self? Oh, only me. Yeah, it's me. Good. From the first verse, starting on an offbeat and flowing like a murmured chant, it was clean. Because it sounded comfortable to the ear, many people unfamiliar with the song might miss this, but usually when singing this song, it was easy to miss the subtle rhythm. It tended to sound somewhat amateurish. But this contestant hit every small melodic nuance with exact rhythm. Dan, da dan dash, tan, dan, don dash, da dan. One judge, who was unconsciously tapping the table, was startled. It matched perfectly. When that happens, even general viewers who don't know the intricacies of divided beats get the impression that it's well sung, because it fits exactly with the accompaniment. Moreover, the vocal technique is good. The vocal tone stood out, not just loud, but with a pleasant, three-dimensional timbre. Was it like this even at karaoke? The writer recalled the song she heard when they first met, but it didn't seem this good. If he had sung like this, they would have gotten a better interview during casting. And a better song choice too. So he improved this much in just 10 days? Ignoring the startled writer, the song moved past the verse and into the pre-chorus. So I must celebrate myself. Never forget again. Now, remember. Until now. Even as the notes rose in a smooth escalator-like fashion, not once did a note go flat. There was no unnatural breathing. By now, the writer noticed other things, like the surprised expressions on the judges' faces. Always living through today. An amazing miracle. Don't forget, don't erase it. So celebrate. Celebrate now. That's the party in me. Like every day is a party, well, let's party. The high notes stretched out smoothly. They didn't sound strained at all. It was clean and effortless, as if there was still about an octave left. It was perfectly suited for a song that should sound more like speaking gently rather than shouting wildly. By now, the writer almost wanted to chuckle. Good. This is great. Definitely main vocalist material. We were short on vocalists anyway. Wow, isn't this great? My judgment is really sharp. Just walking down the street, this kind of talent just shows up. The second verse came again. Park Mundy handled the complexity of the rhythm changing, while the melody stayed the same as in the first verse naturally. Passing the bridge, and even the key change at the final chorus, his voice soared effortlessly. The high notes tingled the back of the neck pleasantly. It was a wonderful climax, neither excessive nor half-hearted. Then the song returned to the first verse's opening line, as if speaking again, and ended. I remember the me that I knew. The contestant sang with good tone until the very last note. As soon as the music stopped, Park Mundy bowed, then added a somewhat vacant remark. Thank you for listening. A short silence followed. The writer gripped her pen. Yeah, don't cut him, keep him. As she repositioned Park Mundy, the judges excitedly grabbed their microphones. Wow, Mundy. Yes. You know you did well, right? I practiced hard to sing well. Then another judge quickly interrupted. No, this kind of thing is just talent. You have it. It was a choreographer famous for being blunt. He smiled with his eyes narrowed, clearly pleased. Though they might exaggerate a bit for the broadcast, they weren't the slash type to say things they didn't mean. Park Mundy silently cheered inside and bowed his head. Praise from the judges continued pouring in. Especially Moody, the female solo singer who appeared as the vocal coach, glowed with admiration. First, your tone is really refreshing. And your vocal technique is good, so it comes through even more. Right? It really feels like she's talking right next to your ear. Exactly. Voices of agreement came flooding in. Moody nodded and quickly continued. Also, your voice doesn't seem tied to any genre, which is super important for idols. No bad habits or vocal quirks, and your future looks really promising. Seriously. Thank you. Mundy, you haven't been signed to an agency before, right? You said you don't have experience, and looking at this, there really isn't much history. Yes. Not yet. Then a young male judge cut in. He was a member of a famous male idol group that recently lost 2 members during contract renewal season. So, you've never had special lessons? No, not at all. No academy either. Park Mundy silently shook his head. The judge who asked looked impressed with a hint of suspicion. Then Moody smiled brightly and spoke again. Yeah, sometimes it's better to wait for a real star than sign with just any agency. You'll definitely get offers from good places. Thank you for the kind words. The writer suddenly remembered Moody's agency was preparing to launch a male idol group. Come to think of it, she had shares in her agency. She then looked at the contestant, still politely nodding but not exactly impressed. Looking again at the judge's almost unanimous praise, she felt a strange sensation, like something had slipped by, unnoticed. Surely discovering a talented contestant benefits the broadcast, but it felt uncomfortable. The writer rested her chin on her hand, then glanced at the handheld microphone Park Mundy was holding, suddenly struck by a thought. He didn't properly learn to dance after all. Of course, Park Mundy had done some choreographed moves. But since this song wasn't made for active promotions, those moves were only rhythmic gestures. When actual dancers performed real choreography nearby, Park Mundy's moves were simply hand reaches and a few leg steps timed to the beat. However, the original stage with dancers lingered in people's minds as an afterimage. Seeing those weak hand and foot movements, people naturally filled in dancers around him and assumed that's how the original stage was, letting it slide. Especially when the singing was unbelievably good. And since this was a conceptual track by a top-tier idol, he could get away with relying almost entirely on vocal skill and avoid questions like, "Mundy, are you really aiming to be an idol?" In the end, this was the best choice available for Park Mundy's situation. This feels less like talent and more like experience. The writer gave Park Mundy a skeptical look. As if reading her mind, one judge who had quietly watched the glowing praise of others picked up the microphone. It was Youngren from the female idol group Saint You, who had achieved a resurgence with a fancam showing her smiling acrobatics in the monsoon rain during her unknown days. There was barely any choreography difficulty on that stage. Can we really judge your dancing properly? The writer wanted to applaud. Done. After obsessively practicing this song for days and leveling up, it paid off. I poured all my points into singing, and now my status window shows my singing stat as a dash. It was the obvious choice. In Korea, being a singer who can't sing meant you were out, idol or not. Being bad at dancing could be covered up by practice, but being a bad singer was obvious even if you used pre-recorded vocals. Also, among idol hopefuls, there were usually fewer main vocalist candidates than main dancer candidates. So once you secured the main vocalist position early, the chances of making the debut group increased. Next was the method of selecting evaluation songs. Judging by the noticeably low negative feedback, my approach seemed right. I excluded all songs that might provoke criticism expected from the judges based on my weaknesses. Why is your dancing like that? Deleted songs with serious choreography. You don't dance at all? Deleted ballads. Your singing is good, but it doesn't feel like an idol song. Deleted everything except idol songs. Was it too much for you to handle alone? Deleted songs sung by 3 or more people since I can't rearrange. You're obviously being compared to the original singer. Deleted all songs released within the last 3 years. From the remaining songs, I picked the one with the best chart record. Looking back, it was a good strategy. I thought I might just slip by unnoticed, but there was at least one person who didn't get swept up by the atmosphere. I caught the eye of the judge holding the mic. I knew him. He was the first idol to show me that making idols is profitable. Thanks to him, I covered my second semester tuition. He probably got the hard-working image from that monsoon rain acrobatic fancam, so it was a win-win. But this time, it didn't seem like a mutually beneficial meeting. I understand you haven't had training, but since this is the first evaluation, shouldn't we at least check your basic condition? If you're on the audition show, you'd probably have prepared at least one song. Saying, "I didn't prepare anything," here would be crazy. Better to just shut up. Yes. Then, can I try this song? A staff member quickly gestured from near the stage. I stepped forward and named the song I had prepared. The camera followed, even catching the staff's startled reaction. Looks like I'll avoid getting cut out. My effort paid off. Then a lively accompaniment filled the set. 5 chapter. The intro everyone knows well quickly passed by, then a lively vocal struck my ears. I struck the iconic starting pose I remembered. One judge spit out the water he was drinking. Ah, me too. I like you. My heart is beating. The feeling is like popcorn. Pop, pop. The bursting beat rumbled loudly. This feeling overflowing in my chest. Only Youngren seriously nodded her head to the simple footwork I did. She was the only pro here. Soon, the part that half of my peers could dance came up. Pop, pop. You're my popcorn. Oh yeah. My heart. Con. Control it. The chorus of Popcon by Malangalcum, released 10 years ago, hammered at the eardrums with vigor. Known as a banned song for the college entrance exam listening test, its silly lyrics and insanely addictive tune wrecked many students' exams that year. By the way, I took that exam too. No money to retake it, though. Pop, pop. Bursting popcorn, ooh. It was also famous for the many cover dances posted online, proving how easy the choreography was. To be blunt, even lower elementary students could learn and perform it. If this song had come out during its peak 10 years ago, I would have gotten a lot of flack. But now, thanks to nostalgic bias, I thought it might pass as a joke, so I picked it. Of course, I was seriously dancing with a straight face. If I laughed openly at a joke like this as a contestant, I'd come off badly. I had to give the impression that I had prepared diligently, within the limits of what I could do. And actually, I did practice hard. I leveled up while practicing this song, achieving the achievements, first movement, and 10 movements. Seeing the judges clapping and laughing, I felt like I'd made a small mistake, but whatever. They can judge as they see fit. After finishing the last move of the first verse, I stopped dancing. I caught my breath and bowed my head. The applause that came was somewhat more focused. Thank you. Youngren grabbed the mic first, but the choreographer cut in. His eyes were bloodshot from laughing so hard. Looked like he was about to cry from laughter. Wow, damn. I never dreamed this would come out. Mundy, weren't you 10 years old when Popcorn came out? Did you prepare it for a talent show back then? No, but I'm a fan of Melangdalcom Sr., so I prepared it. Huh. For reference, Melangdalcom's most recent album release was 4 years ago. Their prime was so far past that it'd be odd for a 20-year-old to say they were a fan. Even a male idol wouldn't get flack for that. As expected, the choreographer burst out laughing again after asking. Nearby, Moody murmured approvingly. Ah, so cute. You worked hard, at least. The male idol judge chimed in. His suspicion from earlier when I said I had no experience was completely gone. Only then did Youngren open her mouth. But that doesn't mean you did well. I knew it. This was the kind of situation where close-ups and sound effects would be edited in, and the line would probably appear as a big red subtitle, like a dramatic reveal. I guessed the editing angles and waited for the rest of the judges' comments. You clearly lack skill in moving your body. Even if you get good feedback now, the upcoming missions will be tough. I'm prepared for that. Not me, but my status window. Ignoring the trailing remark, Youngren nodded heavily. All right. Then she softened her expression and added, anyway, your effort shows. Good job. Thank you. I think I said thank you about 10 times today. I wonder if I'll keep up this frequency. By then, the judges were quietly exchanging opinions without mics, out of my hearing range. At this point, another cruel element of this show appeared. They ranked all contestants from 1st to 77th even after the first evaluation, and assigned seats accordingly, using the preliminary ranking announced immediately after judging. And if the next contestant performed better, lower-ranked contestants had to give up their seats. Scenes of lower ranks being pushed down step by step until the last place crying is a trademark of this show. Fortunately, I didn't think I'd end up that badly. My rank was maybe around 24th. Park Mundy's rank is 17th. They probably exaggerated to film the moment, pushing me up to about 5th, so the real rank was close to my guess. Looks like I climbed a few steps thanks to the mood. If the judges sober up later, I might have to hurriedly give up my seat to middle and high school students. Though I felt a bit sour, I bowed respectfully and smiled awkwardly. Thank you. I'll teach you strictly, so raise your rank next time. The choreographer smiled slyly. If my skills didn't improve, he'd probably flip quickly. But I had the status window. I hope they capture the moment the choreographer gets impressed. I bowed again and headed toward the set with the seats. The seats with ranks got bigger, fancier, and softer the higher they were. The difference was vulgar in its clarity. The 17th seat I took looked like a leather chair a company executive would use. As I sat down, a contestant sitting around 15th greeted me. He looked friendly and seemed about my age. Hello? Hello. You sang really well. Thank you. I think you did well too. Huh? I wasn't sure since I hadn't watched closely, but judging by the rank, I figured that was a compliment, and it seemed to work. He laughed loudly and pointed at his name tag on his chest. I'm Lee Sejan. I almost sighed aloud. I answered with the most shameless face I could muster. I'm Park Mundy. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. We naturally ended the conversation and looked ahead. Just then, the next contestant came in, but I was still thinking about the name I just heard. Lee Sejan, a name that debuted through this show. A sort of guaranteed victory network. But there was a problem. That guy would get caught for drug distribution next year. I'd definitely seen that name on the 9 o'clock news near my one-room apartment soup restaurant. Idol Corporation alum Lee Sejan arrested on drug distribution charges. Better not talk to him from now on. Cutting ties is all about timing. Now, let me take a quick look at my status window in the meantime. Name, Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwo. Level 5. Title, None. Singing, Dance, D. Appearance, C+. Charm, C. Trait, Infinite Potential. Status Abnormality, Debut or Die. Remaining points, 1. First, I gained points from leveling up on stage. I think it was thanks to the first stage achievement. And the dance and charm stats seemed to have just appeared from the stage performance. They were inactive during practice, but maybe they only activate once officially recognized? Not sure of the exact criteria. Anyway, I vaguely felt this while practicing. Charm is okay-ish, but dance, Park Mundi really wasn't very talented. AD in dance seems about average. I'll need to invest points in dance a couple of times before I can do anything. On the other hand, the appearance stat showed a new possibility. Even without investing points, just caring about my real appearance had raised the rating. Separate from the status window's level-up effects, this meant I could raise stats on my own. Pretty positive. Finally, a strange pop-up appeared. Right next to the status window. Successful stage. Impressed the majority. Draw normal trait click. Another weird one came up. Still, seeing words like success and impressed gave a strong sense it was a reward. Pretending to scratch my head, I clicked the draw. Something quite interesting appeared. A gray slot machine image. The lever was already pulled, and the slots were spinning fast. But the speed slowed down gradually. Soon I could sneak a peek at the slot contents. A few slots were brass-colored, most were gray. Strong heart. Embarrassment, eraser. Crocodile tears. Sleep like a dead person. Look at me. Well, it's good to guess what the trade is right away, but isn't the name kind of lame? I looked at the slot machine with lowered expectations. Anyway, it seemed like it was about to stop. Ding ding ding. Confetti burst out of the slot machine. The stopped slot was brass-colored. Trait. Sleep like a dead person D. Acquired. When activated, you don't feel tired even if you don't sleep. Experience gain bonus plus 30% from 0:01 to 4 o'clock. Lasts 1 week, single use. Surprisingly, it seemed like a very useful trait. The name, not so much. Anyway, as promised, it really was a draw. Luck and RNG elements, a must-have in bad games. How fun. I checked the trait section at the bottom of the status window. Sleep like a dead person, inactive, was added. I need to figure out the best time to use it. Kong Minjo contestant is 56. The evaluation kept moving quickly. Except for the suspicious junkie next to me, no debut members had come out yet. I watched the next contestant enter. A slender figure with long limbs stepped onto the stage. Since he was alone, it seemed he had no ties with other trainees. Murmurs spread among contestants seated by rank. But not just because this contestant came alone. Wow, awesome. The new contestant was very handsome. I even heard a judge openly admiring him from below. He looks like a flower deer. Even I thought his looks were enough to not worry about debuting. Like he didn't even need to be on the survival show. Surely he would do something after this show. But seeing the name tag on his chest, I didn't recognize the name. Cian Ahayan. If he can't debut with that face, maybe he really lacks skill. He's better looking than most active idols who sold fancam data. Judging by his status window, all stats but appearance must be around F to D. I wish I could see other people's status windows to be sure. Surprisingly, as soon as I thought that, a window popped up next to the contestant. So I could see others too. Name, Cian Ahayan. Singing, B.A. Dance, A.X. Appearance, A+, S+. Charm, B, A+. Trait, grit, inactive. Status abnormality, low self-esteem. It was a flashy status window. I figured he'd easily rank in the top 10 this round. The parentheses must be max growth stats. If so, he had a bright future. But the last item caught my eye. Status abnormality, low self-esteem. With that face, I'd rather expect arrogance to pop up. Anyway, being able to check others was a huge advantage. If needed, I could just cozy up to an entertainment company and not starve. While I was looking over the stats, the MC's voice was heard. All right, contestant, please introduce yourself. Cian Ahayan took the mic. His hand holding the mic was trembling. Hello. It wasn't a stutter from nervousness. His speech was awkward enough to feel unnatural. He clearly showed symptoms of a pronounced stuttering disorder. Moreover, he seemed very conscious of his speech disability. His anxiety and embarrassment were painfully obvious. So that explained it. I immediately understood seeing a high-end status window. Still, with that kind of appearance and skill, he could have spun the stutter into a narrative. Why hadn't he debuted? Surely, the low self-esteem, status abnormality was the problem. Could I learn more details? Low self-esteem. Despises oneself. All stats lowered by 2 grades. Suddenly, another pop-up appeared. I hadn't expected to be able to check details just by thinking. Really useful, huh? I should check my own status abnormality too, maybe to see how much time I have left. I teased myself, but I was actually a bit surprised by how harsh the status abnormality was. If this were a game, I'd quit. Since it's life's game with no reset, it must be frustrating over there too. Ahayan, is it hard for you to speak? I, when I was young, had an accident. On stage, the story selling began. More precisely, Cian Ahayan seemed to try to explain his condition, and the production team was trying to turn it into a sob story. Fake reactions burst from the contestants around me. One guy with a pitying, sorrowful expression was definitely going to be used for reaction shots. He was even mouthing, "Oh no, you can't approach such sensitive topics that way." Even a slight editing slip would trigger people saying, that kind of reaction is violence. I just looked ahead with an expression of, I see. The judges exchanged some obvious pleasantries and cautiously asked for the performance. Then, Ahayan, can we see your stage? Yes. The following performance wasn't bad. Overall, it was acceptable. Meaning, if the status window was accurate, he messed up worse than his real skills. Cian Ahayan is ranked 18th. Without mental strength and strategy, this happens. His rank was even lower than mine with that status window. Still, either because they didn't want to say bad things or genuinely thought, well, the feedback was good. Good job. We look forward to your future. The judges gave warm remarks, some even giving thumbs up. But Cian Ahayan's face was dark as he bowed deeply. He tried hard to hide his expression, then left the stage and followed the MC to my seat. It felt like I should say hello. Cian Ahayan glanced at my seat, but didn't speak. It'd be bad if it looked like I was ignoring him. But I was too lazy to open my mouth, so I just nodded sideways. Cian Ahayan jumped in surprise and kept shaking his head. The next 5 contestants to be evaluated are Choi Jin-soo, Hong Sung. I quietly counted the remaining contestants and sighed softly. There was still a lot left. 6th chapter. I'm tired. My eyes felt dry and gritty. These ignorant fools kept all 77 contestants from leaving the set until they finished judging. Even during the break, they only split us into groups and let us use the restroom. It was probably too much trouble to manage dozens of energetic kids, but my patience was running dangerously low. From my position, having checked the status window and sized everything up, all the stages were unbearably boring. I'd grown tired of watching active idols perform at events, so trainee stages were hardly impressive. Of course, a few stood out once or twice. I glanced at the 2 people sitting in the overly flashy sofa up top. They were currently ranked 1st and 2nd, both from the same famous agency and definitely talented. Their status windows were dazzling. Both would debut, and one was ranked 1st. If I wanted a higher chance of debuting, I'd have to latch onto those guys. But at this age, the thought of engaging in adolescent pecking orders from 10 years ago felt so distant. I decided to reconsider when the team missions came. Thankfully, the judging was almost over. Ryu Chong-woo contestant. 9th place. They pushed him in. The last contestant squeezed into the already packed upper ranks. That meant my rank dropped to 22nd. Not bad at all. I think I overtook about 7 contestants who were objectively better than me. I'd have to manage my overrated status carefully going forward. Thank you. A cheerful-looking former national archer smiled as he left the stage. I remembered he won a gold medal in the Olympic team event, but not much else. All I could recall was that he made the debut group. Anyway, he wouldn't have to serve in the military, so the agency must have liked him. Wait a second. Do I have to go to the military? Back in my old body, I got a level 4 exemption and did social service. Just as the terrifying thought I'd never considered was about to flood my mind, the filming ended. Cut. Good work. Contestants, please move immediately. Yep. Scattered applause and responses came from everywhere. Even while moving per staff instructions, my head felt dizzy. Right after this shoot, I'd have to check if Park Monday was going to be drafted. Collect your ranking sheets and board. The dorm was a 10-minute walk from the set. It was newly built on the broadcast station's hill after season 1's big success. But of course, transport was used, and for obvious reasons. They wanted to shoot scenes. Transportation differed by ranking. Contestants, those ranked 10th or better, please come this way. Whoa, limousine. Wow, so nice. Awesome. Behind the top-ranking contestants who climbed into the black limousines with thumbs up to the cameras, lower-ranked contestants could be seen. Ranks 51 through 77 walked. They all tried to act cheerful and humorous, but many faces betrayed their struggle to hold back tears. Cameras relentlessly followed those contestants. They were experts at drawing out misfortune in sensational ways. Honestly, it was a bit sickening. Oh, lucky you. From 11th to 25th place, premium buses waited. Lee Se-jin boarded the bus first with a bright smile. Wanting to avoid sitting together, I waited a bit before boarding as well. Suddenly, someone rushed and hurriedly got on behind me, then hesitated and quietly sat beside me. It was Seon Ah-hyun. Why you? Whatever. Better he doesn't speak. The silence was nice. The dorm arrived in no time. Like last season, different floors were assigned based on ranking. This caste-like system would continue until the team mission. Ranks 11 to 25 got spacious 5-person rooms. Since rooms were divided by 5s, I was separated from Lee Se-jin, ranked 20th, lucky me. Wow, this bed's mine. As soon as we entered the bedroom with 2 bunk beds and a single bed, one guy deliberately jumped onto the single bed. Guess he wanted to look lively and cheerful on camera. I took the lower bunk. Then, again, Seon Ah-hyun hurriedly put his stuff on the upper bunk above me. When I looked at him, he lowered his head. Felt like he was dragging a lackey. Even when changing into the training clothes given to us and gathering, he followed me closely. Seems like he was uncomfortable around the tough celebrity hopefuls and preferred the relatively quiet, ordinary guy. He didn't seem like someone who'd cause trouble by getting tangled up, so I just left him be. But even a small argument could make me look bad personality-wise, so I wouldn't get too close or pick him for the same team. Everyone, from now on you'll enter full training, called customized mobile classes. The MC introduced the system we all already knew in an exaggerated tone. Based on the scores from the judges, your vocal and dance grades have been decided. Yes, each class is divided into high, medium, and low levels. Through customized training, you'll improve your skills. This part was like other editions. The problem came next. And your class can change in real time anytime. Everything depends on your effort and diligence. For example, if you suddenly improve enough during intermediate vocal training, you move up to advanced vocal the next session. Of course, if you fail, you drop immediately. After 10 days of this, your final grade is determined by the theme song's individual evaluation. They plan to mercilessly burn the kids' mentality to get good footage. This badge goes to contestant Park Monday. Yes, as expected, I got advanced vocal and low dance. It felt a bit embarrassing to wear a shiny gold vocal badge and a dull bronze dance badge on my shoulders. The badges were so over the top, they looked cheap. For reference, some didn't get any badges at all. Online, those cases were called trash class. Those without badges are out of grade. They'll attend the low class, but also get special training at night. Honestly, if you did it seriously, it was easier to get camera time than just being in low class. Good for storylines too. But being in their shoes would probably bring different thoughts. The trembling former child actor was a good example. He said he starred in a thriller that 10 million people saw 10 years ago, but had a miserable life since. That contestant had dance out of grade and vocal low. Status window showed F and D levels. He was probably here aiming to reboot his TV career, not to be an idol. The strange thing was, his name was also Lee Se-jin. I never expected a namesake. Of course, the debuted one was a different person. Why did I think that other one was the debuted Lee Se-jin? He looked like a disposable pawn for early hype. I couldn't hold back my bad mood and showed it openly. The PD's going to love this. When all the badges were handed out, the giant screen lit up. Now, the song you'll practice is revealed. For the next 10 days, You'll do your best to master this song and perform it for the shareholders of Idol Corporation. This would be the song stuck in everyone's heads at every place until next year. Even I, a media-cut public exam student, remembered the chorus dance moves. It wasn't as intense as Popcorn, but still had doable choreography. This song for this re-listing season, Shining Star. A catchy beat started along with lyrics that were cheesy, but just bearable. Standing on the stage. You still don't know. The starlight inside me stirring. I'll approach you like a flash. Dancers appeared on screen performing choreography. Gasps and mysterious groans spread around. Then I realized the chorus's difficulty was a fake. They made just that part easy to follow for the public, but the intro was a mess of complicated moves. I couldn't even imagine memorizing it as the first verse flew by. Then the chorus exploded. Shining on stage today. It's me. Yeah, the shining star you made. It's me. Finally awakened and shining. Watch closely this moment. I'm shining the brightest. Even watching the choreography in detail, it looked like they might fall trying to do it. I made up my mind right away. Status window. Just don't sleep. Sleep like a dead person activated. Calories. I had to carefully calculate calories. What I mean is, I had to realize in advance how much calories I'd burn being active without sleep. On the first night, I almost got irritated from hunger. WW want some? Then Sienna Hyen gave me a chocolate bar. I thanked him and ended up talking casually. Turns out he's the same age as Park Mundy. Talking casually with a sharp youngster really made me feel young again. From the next day on, I stuffed myself with 3 meals and drinks as much as possible. The meals tasted like army food, but the lack of quantity limits was a relief. By the 8th day, I memorized the choreography, start to finish. Being able to use the night without fatigue was definitely effective, and I leveled up several times. Name, Park Mundy, Ryu Jianwo. Level, 7. Title, None. Singing, Dance, D. Appearance, C+. Charm, C. Trait, Infinite Potential, Sleep like a dead person, D. Status Abnormality, Debut or Die. Remaining points, 3. Luckily, achievements came up to 500 counts and hundreds, but I deliberately held off distributing points. It wouldn't have much impact even if I did now. 5 people promoted today. Already 5 have advanced from low to intermediate dance. Few people dramatically improve skills with just a few days of training, so most probably failed the first evaluation and are now finding their real level. Being included in that group just meant getting swept along. Then promotion loses meaning. The increase in skill needed to be shown more dramatically. Luckily, I had enough footage. I got scolded by the choreographer from day one. Again, bend your left knee. Why are you swinging your arms? Raise them. Right at the start of class, the choreographer unleashed merciless criticism in all directions. Thanks to that, the atmosphere got heavier like a funeral. Near the end of class, he singled me out. Mundy. Yes. If you keep dancing like this, you're doomed in the next evaluation. I wasn't the worst in this class. After all, it was a low class. At best, I was about average. A regular person trying hard, but not hopelessly clumsy. But my rank was the highest among them. So it was about expectations. Sure enough, the familiar lines from last season came. No, I think I made a mistake with your ranking. You didn't deserve that rank from the start. That was true. He probably knew, but said it for show. Let's do it properly, okay? Get it together. Yes. Except in rare cases of lucky talent. No one suddenly gains fundamental skills after a few days of training. But I just nodded as if resolved. Empty criticism and advice left no impression. But it was important to appear hurt from others' view. I wanted to keep this stimulating material alive, at least for filming. So I had to wait. Good work. Yeah, don't give up. The choreographer nodded at the panting, sweat-soaked contestants' greetings. After checking the crew packing up the cameras, he looked at his phone and left. The morning dance class ended there. Now, after lunch, was vocal class. Lunch was bulgogi and seaweed soup. I ate as much as I could. After a quick shower, I moved alone to the advanced vocal class. I should confess something. I'm just coasting through vocals. 7 chapter. The vocal advanced trainer was Moody, one of the judges. She had given me a generous score in my first evaluation and had also been offering encouraging words broadly to the other contestants. Because of that, her training style tended to soothe with positive feedback. Of course, that didn't mean she never got angry. One Gil, it's not like that. Uh, uh. The contestant who had been messing up the rhythm for 5 days hung his head low. It looked less like self-blame and more like trying to hide his irritation, but frankly, it didn't matter. What mattered was that even that kindly coach was struggling to hide her frustration because of the frequent mistakes. And here was the culprit. "Monday, can you come up here for a moment?" "Yes." When the trainer called me out, I walked forward as the electric piano started playing the accompaniment. I smoothly performed the pre-chorus part in time with the music, as if I were used to it, like a shooting star drawing the future. As the trainer nodded at my clean tone and precise timing, the contestant who had been messing up fidgeted anxiously. That's right. The real problem was that I had sung this theme song too well from the start. It was inevitable that those who already knew the song and those who didn't would start from very different points. Besides, I hadn't just heard a demo. I had listened to the finished track. So just singing from memory was good enough. Moreover, my voice happened to fit the song perfectly. The trainer seemed pleased that my singing style felt fresh and untainted. Even now, some of the others were whispering as they watched Moody look pleased. "That one's really good." Yeah, no kidding. In this advanced level class, where standards were already high, having a contestant who fit the ideal so well and was just a regular person must have been tough on the others, especially those whose only strength was vocals. From my first evaluation, there were only 2 contestants this season who had A-grade vocals. Both of them had dance skills rated C or lower, including me. Everyone's conditions were pretty much on par, and the contestant currently struggling and breaking down, named Choi Won-gil, was one of those 2 A-grade vocalists. Interestingly, the middle schooler who tried to size me up before filming was this guy. Actually, he was a high school freshman. Anyway, considering his inflated ego at that age, it was understandable he was getting upset hearing these critiques from the trainer for days on end, especially since he was being compared to someone he had ignored the moment they met. That's right. As soon as I finished the pre-chorus part I'd been singing, the trainer flicked the keyboard keys with a satisfied sound. Despite the crisp tone, Choi Won-gil didn't lift his head. "Won-gil, do you understand how you should be singing this?" Judging by his stats, he shouldn't be making this many mistakes. After I cleared the full song on the first day, he kept picking fights, and it looked like his mental state finally broke. Let me see. On the first day, it seemed he started off something like this. "Wow, Hyung, glad your singing got praised. You should move up from lower dance levels soon. You have a bit of an amateur vibe, so it fits the song purely." He threw out ambiguous comments that subtly got under people's skin. If the other person got mad, he'd turn it around to make them look bad. And all of this was said after the microphones were off. But that wasn't enough to keep him from losing his temper eventually. "You're really lucky. I envy you. That's the most important thing in the entertainment world. I wish you could dance. With luck too, it'd be nice. But still, fighting. I think there's always someone luckier than those who work hard. Most people here are desperate, risking their lives. Yet somehow you got good reviews, even though you just happened to join." He got to this level. By now, he was blatantly provoking people, and it was getting awkward to just ignore him. But he couldn't pretend he didn't know either, so there was no way out. "You don't know, but this side is a matter of life and death too. Calm down, don't be too nervous, try again." Yes, Choi Won-gil forced himself to start singing again, and made another mistake. Poor guy. That day too, until the vocal class ended, I got praise from the trainer and sharp glances from several contestants, including Choi Won-gil. It had been tiring to sense this hierarchy after so long, but not bad. If he was truly worthless, no one would bother competing with him like this. And with both classes in this state, achievements from steady practice piled up, and the final day of training arrived. On the last morning, the advanced vocal class participants recorded their vocal tracks. Since it would just be group backing vocals and names wouldn't be specified, it probably didn't mean much. Let's focus on the afternoon instead. It was time for the awaited grading evaluation. The set lights came on. "How has everyone been?" "Oh, it's been tough. I was just exhausted, so I slept." "Soundly. Working hard on guidance. Right? I hope today will be rewarding." The judges sat around chairs, exchanging casual greetings. They had already greeted each other in the waiting room that morning, but this was staged conversation for the broadcast opening scene. The set where they sat was designed like a multi-person interview room. It was a reused set from the season before last, equipped with special effects. The judges had been asked beforehand to show as much reaction as possible, so they spoke casually, pretending not to know the situation. This really feels like something important, like a serious interview. It is an important interview, a grading interview. Is it the interview to join Idol Corporation? Before the judges could finish speaking, the desk in front of their chairs lit up. Wow! The desk flashed with the fancy cursive words, "Shine your star." As the season's catchphrase appeared grandly, the judges began clapping like they usually did in other seasons. But surprisingly, the wall started moving. Whoa, what's this? Along with the judges' practiced reactions, the walls of the interview set descended to the floor. Then the walls disappeared, revealing the entire open set. Behind the judges, who looked around curiously, the MC's booming voice echoed. The relisted, renewed Idol Corporation. The first stage is the full public evaluation. Wow! Behind the judges stood outdoor theater-style audience seats, and the front rows were packed with contestants. The contestants, who had thought those were just temporary waiting seats, looked shocked. The contrast with the professional MC was striking. The 77 contestants practicing the same song will evaluate each other as the audience. Actually, even in the first evaluation, contestants could see each other's performances. But nobody expected they would be openly evaluated by each other as an audience after practicing the same song over the same period, so their faces hardened. Until last season, evaluations had been done individually inside practice rooms. The grading evaluation will proceed in order of ranking, but in reverse. Contestant Chu Song-gu, please come to the stage. The called contestant staggered toward the stage like he was half dead. Sympathetic looks and whispers poured in, but Park Mundy kept his mouth shut. Like with Sian Ahyun's first ranking evaluation, Park Mundy was wary that sympathy might look deceptive depending on the editing. It was a feeling honed from regularly searching idol communities to price out filming data. Yes, thank you for your effort. Thank you. Unsurprisingly, the contestant ranked 77th missed most of the first verse and completely botched the evaluation. In the chilly, anxious atmosphere, the next and the next contestants also half-failed their stages. After sending off about 5 or 6 like that, even the judges couldn't hide their discomfort. It was a cruel and brutal lineup. But the producers had nothing to lose. If they're going to fail anyway, might as well get some provocative cuts to justify the pay. They were thrown away as sacrificial pawns. And it was also to highlight for sure those with mental strength to grit their teeth and finish their stages even when at risk of breaking down, or those who showed meaningful growth even in this short period. Among the terribly skilled contestants, those who were notably handsome or had some prior recognition weren't drawing attention because of their skill, so it didn't matter. Interestingly, there were contestants who fit both categories. Contestant Lee Sejin, you must have had a hard time. Well done. Huff, thank you. Lee Sejin, a former child actor, barely caught her breath with her flushed face, but at least finished the song without missing parts. Saying she handled the stage was far from accurate. It was awkward. But compared to contestants ranked similarly who messed up before and after, she looked relatively better. Park Mundy briefly wondered, is that the debuting Lee Sejin? Since it wasn't certain, he decided to just add her to the watch list. Better keep druggies at a distance. Then the boring mid-tier evaluations continued. The contestants' skills gradually improved, and some stood out. Occasionally. But listening to the same song over 40 times was even harder not to get tired of. After the initial terrible atmosphere settled, everyone roughly managed their skills, so the judges regained peace and began feeling bored. Not bad. When that boredom peaked, it was Park Mundy's turn. Sian Ahyun raised a pale fist at Park Mundy, NVLGHD, exclusive on NVLGHD, with a determined expression. He had just finished his evaluation and had managed to handle the song fairly well. Fighting. Yeah, why was he suddenly acting friendly? Park Mundy was puzzled but returned the greeting dutifully. A small social victory in reading the situation. He trudged up to the stage. The slight flush of excitement in his head was unfamiliar. Rank 22, Park Mundy. Yes. The judges looked generally indifferent. Good singer, bad dancer. The choreographer, who had lost hope for Park Mundy's dancing after the repetitive days, was almost annoyed. Getting kind of annoying. Let's begin the grading evaluation. The tiresome intro music started. Park Mundy began the first move, a big motion pulling both arms and turning his body. The choreographer was the first to feel something off. The lines are different. Until just 2 days ago in the last face-to-face class, Park Mundy had no sense of dance lines. The points of connection and release, the feeling of applying and releasing force. If that was the standard that separated rhythmic movement from dance, Park Mundy's moves had been rhythmic. But now, why is he dancing well? 8th chapter. Strictly speaking, Park Mundy's dancing wasn't exactly awe-inspiring. It was just the kind of movement that wouldn't stand out awkwardly in a group dance. But in other words, it had enough visual appeal to blend in smoothly with the group. Even if this was the debut song, he seemed unlikely to fall behind the others. It was an unbelievable improvement. The choreographer, excited by the unexpected situation, quickly regained composure. There's no way he suddenly gained talent that didn't exist 2 days ago. So if he'd been clever, he would have tried to hit the impact of just the very beginning introduction. Soon enough, he'd go back to just rhythmic moves. But he didn't revert. Park Mundy maintained that initial level and carried it through to the chorus. Actually, his control over tempo and intensity got better in the chorus. Unlike most lower-level class participants, he didn't flail his limbs. He didn't roughly move his joints. Instead, he definitely hit his angles. Today, the one shining on stage is me. Plus, he honestly sang every part without missing or skipping a single note. Though lacking in technical flair, his pitch never wavered or went flat, producing a clean and resonant sound. Next to the choreographer, Judge Moody tapped her pen lightly in a lively rhythm. It seemed an unconscious gesture, meaning she was genuinely pleased. Even without deep knowledge of vocals, to his ears, Park Mundy was the best singer among all contestants so far. Watch carefully at this moment. I'm the one shining the most. No, it was an excellent level. His clean tone punched sharply into the ears. How much effort must an amateur have put in to keep up with that dance while singing steadily? The choreographer unconsciously thought sympathetically. He clearly distinguished and treated differently those who were good, promising, and full of potential from those who weren't. And now, in the choreographer's mind, Park Mundy's ranking, once low due to apparent lack of talent, was being reconsidered. His strength is singing, so maybe he focused so hard on singing steadily during choreography that he barely had time to learn the dance properly. Still, the sense of mismatch didn't completely disappear. It's hard to suddenly get good at dancing in just 2 days without a trigger. Meanwhile, Park Mundy managed to finish the second verse maintaining tempo and strength till the end. The judges' seats were silent. Aside from surprise, he felt a sudden surge of positive emotion in his mind. It was admiration. Huff, huff, thank you. Right after the song ended, Park Mundy was breathing hard, his face flushed bright red as if he'd squeezed out all his strength. Instead of the shamelessness he showed during the first evaluation when he boldly chose the song and didn't change expression, his face now was full of earnest heat. It was the kind of face that made onlookers think he really tried. That contrast somehow stirred emotions. Next to the choreographer, Moody looked ready to pour out a flood of praise at any moment. The choreographer guessed other judges were likely the same, though maybe to a lesser degree. But no one could present this impact on camera better than himself, who had pushed him so hard in dance classes for 2 weeks. So the choreographer deliberately ignored the production staff's unspoken cue to give the first evaluation to Youngren. He stepped up to the mic first. Mundy. Who yes. Well done. The praise was simple but certain. Instead of replying, Park Mundy smiled. It was a rare, mischievous smile, unlike the expressionless participant he'd been for 2 weeks. After all, a good reversal wins. This formula never failed in Idol audition shows. Despite his heart pounding as if it might burst, he felt a comforting sense of relief. The judges were giving positive reactions. My goodness, so admirable. Mr. Mundy, there's nothing to fault today. Well done. He felt one step further away from sudden death. Definitely. Investing all 3 points I saved up during filming into dance was the right move. Now his dance stat was C. Honestly, the level up felt more significant than when improving his vocals. He had the sensation of his body suddenly catching up with what his mind already knew. The feeling of muscles he couldn't use suddenly becoming available was vivid throughout his body. It was almost pleasurable. At this rate, he might not reach the advanced class, but would be on par with intermediate class participants. Especially since he'd memorized choreography nonstop for the first week without sleep, his mastery was nearly automatic. Limited to this song, he might even surpass many intermediate-level dancers. He exploded all at once without a gradual process. If the edit didn't butcher it, he would definitely pass the first elimination. He was steadily progressing toward survival. And the expected question came. But Monday, what exactly did you do these past 2 days? At the choreographer's question, Judge Moody's lip silently mouthed, "Why?" As if to answer, the choreographer added an explanation. "Suddenly the dance is good? In the 2 days we didn't see him." Well, I caught my breath and deliberately shook my head a little awkwardly. I probably looked embarrassed. I asked a friend who's good. A friend who's good? Sienna Hyen. In other words, it was a smokescreen. Since I couldn't say I'd leveled up through the status window, I tried to gloss over it emotionally. It just so happened my roommate was Sienna Hyen, an advanced dance class participant. It wasn't unheard of to get a real boost from practical advice from peers, so I tried painting the picture. "Hey, is now a good time? Are you talking to me?" "Yeah. Sorry, but if possible, could you teach me this move?" Sure. Okay. Yeah." Besides, Ahian was surprisingly enthusiastic after realizing I'd just gotten lucky. He taught me passionately, almost apologizing if I didn't improve. For nearly 2 hours, he broke down every move and explained it energetically, which caught me off guard. I'd been trying just to fake it till I made it. Anyway, the image of an ordinary contestant helping a struggling newbie couldn't hurt Ahian either. Not bad. Wanting to reinforce the situation a bit, I added some pointless remarks. "Ahian is really kind." "Hey, does that mean I'm not kind?" The choreographer immediately jabbed back, but was smiling, clearly joking. It seemed to have gone over well. A warm atmosphere settled among the judges. "Do you remember what I said in the first evaluation?" Youngren of St. Yu asked softly. It wasn't really a question, but a way to start speaking. "You had no skill in dancing, so missions would be tough for you." Youngren smiled faintly. "I think I was wrong. Mr. Park Mundy seems to overcome it well." "Thank you. You did well today. Next time, try to move more freely." "I'll try to do that." Though, that alone wouldn't suddenly make me relaxed. It was the kind of response expected on audition shows. Kind of fun. Anyway, it was a success. Receiving praise from the judges, I roughly guessed my rating. It would be gold. Like other Idol audition programs, on Idol Corporation the theme song was the first content released to the public. Naturally, the theme song parts went mainly to the better performers. The grade was the standard that separated the good performers. From the badge dividing classes, you could guess roughly gold, silver, and bronze as high, mid, and low tiers. But those who don't meet the bronze conditions are eliminated. That announcement was repeated every season, but had never actually INCVL-GT. Only on INCVL-GT happened, so no one worried. Above these 3 grades was one more. With a renewed Idol Corporation, who will earn the Platinum grade, representing this relaunch season? That was the Platinum grade. On the internet, memes compared it to everything from pyramid schemes to checking on contestants' parents. The production team's naming sensibility was a relief in that it didn't go all the way to Diamond. Regardless of my thoughts, all the other contestants sat tensely, waiting for the MC's announcement. Each contestant had a fancy metal box before them containing a badge representing their grade. Since I already guessed my grade, I had no particular feelings. Silver was from 26th place. Onward, and just looking at my status screen stats, I was definitely inside the top 25. But I didn't have the stats to make the top 10 platinum. So gold it was. "Contestants, please open your grade boxes." Trying not to show boredom, I composed my expression and flicked open the box. And froze. Inside the box gleamed a platinum-colored badge with holographic shine. The platinum grade badge. While I was frozen, Sienna Hyen, holding up his gold badge beside me, peeked over and was startled. Wow. What? Holy crap. No way. Lee Sejin, holding a gold badge and ranked 20th previously, shouted after seeing my box. Then slapped my back and yelled, "You're amazing. Platinum." I had no idea since when we'd gotten so friendly. We'd barely greeted each other in passing. and that only because she'd initiated it, and I reluctantly responded. I took a deep breath and picked up the badge from the box. Other contestants probably thought I was moved, but my mind was a mess. Why platinum? I knew that every season 2 or 3 contestants got platinum, not based on absolute skill, but on growth. But I didn't think I was that much of a case. Then I realized, it's the grading evaluation order. That's why fewer people shot up from the mid-lower ranks, making me stand out more. My dance, well rehearsed through previewing and all-nighters, was definitely better than peers' status screens, which helped. I rolled the badge around in my hand. I was certain I'd made an impression, but the aftertaste felt weird. This could turn out badly. If I messed up even a bit in the next evaluation, who knew what kind of editing I'd get? A contestant had been brutally edited on a similar route in the first season. Actually, I didn't even have to wait for the next evaluation. Getting platinum now meant any minor editing misstep would bring heavy backlash. If Choi Won-gil, glaring at me right now, gave an interview saying something like, "Honestly, I wasn't fully convinced," that'd be juicy material. Showing dislike here would be madness. No choice. I slowly pinned the badge on. Turning my head, I saw other contestants with platinum badges. As expected, the top 2 from the first evaluation were both platinum. Most who had sat on the sofa also got platinum again. It looked like the top 10 group had clawed their way through some gold rank contestants. I was the only one in the 20s range. Damn, getting concentrated fire. No, think positively. It's actually a good thing. I'll get a lot of screen time. Until the official cam footage comes out, it's all a battle for screen time. At least I'll dodge early elimination, steadily moving toward my goal of debuting within a year. Just don't become a hated jerk here. I vowed firmly to reduce any more chances for criticism. Level up like crazy, throw everything. Into dance and vocals. Contestants with platinum grades, please come up on stage. And for now, better avoid standing near contestants with A-level dance stats during the theme song stage. There's no point comparing myself to them. 9 Chapter. The theme song stage was set up in a fan shape centered around the platinum grade group. Naturally, the higher the grade, the closer to the front and center the contestants stood. Other than that, the only special privilege for grades was that some parts were exclusive to the platinum group. However, since a single camera shot could change early rankings, everyone was clearly paying close attention to their grades. Moreover, since the producers and trainers acted as if the grades were hugely important, it was easy for the still young contestants to get swept up. What I mean is, the number of contestants who started talking to me as soon as I got the platinum badge multiplied 5-fold. I felt a bit cynical about this blatant social hierarchy, something I hadn't even experienced in high school. To create this atmosphere, I wondered what these wonderful-minded producers might do next. Fortunately, even the ruthless producers had some sense of directing. Among the platinum group, participants with dance rated A or higher were placed strategically in the front and along the flow during the dance break. Those with relatively weaker dance skills were cleverly pushed toward the back. Naturally, I was in that latter group. My choreography path during the dance break was even slightly behind the gold group. Sienna Hyen and Lee Sejin, both gold, stood right beside me. Speaking of which, former child actress Lee Sejin had gotten silver. Judging by the public's flow, I was suspicious she might be the real debuting one. Don't you think it's a bit disappointing? So I pretty much brushed off Lee Sejin's gold attempts to act friendly. I unconsciously lowered my guard a bit since she was slightly removed from suspicion. Not really. I answered calmly, probably referring to the fact that my stage position wasn't great for a platinum grade. Wow, I'd feel pretty disappointed. Well, you have a reason to. Huh? Why do you think so? Because you dance well. Lee Sejin's dance was rated A-. Her vocals were C+, but if she hadn't missed a high note, she might have gotten platinum instead of me. Thanks. Anyway, Lee Sejin seemed pleased and smiled brightly. Then suddenly, another voice cut in. Can't dance, huh? It was a platinum-grade contestant standing right at the very front center. His blank expression showed no malice. The problem was, this guy had placed first in the initial ranking evaluation. And, as far as I knew, he was also the final first place. His name was Cha Eugene. He was famous enough that I'd even seen him on the TV at the cheap Gashawon diner I used to frequent. But he was weirder than expected. The mic was on and cameras rolling, and yet he asked that question like that? So that's how he managed to get first place with such a blunt personality. Of course, his status window stats and evaluations clearly showed he was noticeably good. Still, the broadcast editing was probably favorable toward him. I was determined not to get tangled in that kind of story, so I smiled wryly on purpose. Haven't you seen my evaluation? That made his expression falter. Surprisingly, he seemed to have a conscience in moments like this. We have to prepare our own stages, so we don't really watch. Then watch next time and judge. Got it. Cha Eugene nodded and turned his gaze forward. Lee Sejin laughed at the absurdity. Maybe because he's from abroad, his way of speaking is unique? Right. Lee Sejin probably noticed the cameras, because the conversation didn't go further. Instead, I looked toward the staff outside the stage. It seemed things were finally getting organized over there. Rehearsal starting. A staff member shouted. So the setup was definitely done. I sighed. Waiting while carrying equipment on the street was tough enough, but now I actually had to do this. It was 6 a.m., and the main stage recording was at 4 p.m. It was going to be a hard march. Now it was 8 p.m. The main shoot was finished. Good work, everyone. Just as expected, there was no shortage of hardship. Ugh. Oh, I'm dead. Contestants nearby collapsed to the floor, exhausted and drenched in sweat. I wasn't any different, but there was no room to sit because others had already fallen. It was a funny sight. I'm completely drained. We had rehearsed until worn out all morning. Only then did we get a short break and lunch. The meal wasn't sponsored yet, apparently, as it was just foil-wrapped kimbap. After eating roughly, the stylist crew entered the set. There's literally nowhere to put things. Please tilt your head this way. We'll be quick. They grumbled about the poor conditions in the open waiting area, but mechanically did makeup and hair for the contestants. Honestly, there wasn't much dramatic change, but at least it was acceptable for broadcast. After that, we changed into the broadcast uniforms. At that moment, a camera approached me. Do you like the outfit? Yes. Who would say no here? What do you like about it? The design blends uniform and school clothes, so I think it can fit various concepts. With 77 people wearing the same clothes, it felt a bit creepy, like we were back in high school. Before I could finish, other contestants rushed in. I like that you can match various accessories. I like how it goes well with the badge too. Since I'd only get a shot or two passing by, everyone was ridiculously passionate. And then the main shooting. Honestly, I had no idea how they would edit this. Let's go again. Ugh. After dancing in scorching heat about 30 times like I was going to get heat stroke, there was no room to care. I think I heard praise, criticism, and motivational lines, but my mind was mushy. Honestly, memories were hazy. Out of 30 takes, I didn't know which clips the producers would use. I tried to focus and listen to the producer. Everyone, thank you so much. The main PD appeared quietly near the end of the main stage, sounding like he was giving an empty speech, but thankfully dropped some useful info after a few words. And this stage will be aired on next Friday's Music Bomb. You'll start shooting again the next day. Until then, rest well, and never forget that this is an incredible opportunity for you. You have to seize it. Someone might think participants can catch their chance if they just work hard. Participants eagerly responded to the PD's words about how the opportunity was shaped by the production's will. Let's work hard, give it our all. Yes. See you next week. Good job. Thank you for your hard work. Everyone cheered and clapped, squeezing out their last energy. I clapped too, though my hands trembled. Until Music Bomb monitoring next week, I'd better build up stamina. A week passed quickly. My plan to build stamina was half successful. Right after the first shoot, I suddenly got a fever and spent 3 days in bed taking medicine. Park Mundy's body couldn't handle weeks of intense work. Anyway, after shaking it off in 3 days, I started eating more aggressively and combined dance practice with strength training. I was even holding dumbbells while watching Music Bomb, so I guess I was putting in a decent effort. So let's say half the plan succeeded. Siwan, did you enjoy Solway's stage? Now back with exciting EDM? Of course. Siwan's so pumped, his heart feels clear. Are you kidding now? Woo. Woo. An idol duo cheerfully hosted on screen. They seemed to be reading the teleprompter diligently, but delivered the cringeworthy script with surprising skill. Despite their busy schedules, they were doing their best. Siwan, now, shall we introduce the next big stage? Yes. Did you hear the news, Yunji? What news? The news our shareholders have been eagerly waiting for. Idol Corporation has been relisted. Wow, it was about to start. I put down my dumbbells and pulled up the page I'd already opened on my smartphone. It was a viewer chat board made by a giant portal site, best for catching general internet reactions. Luckily, since it wasn't the comeback week of a major singer, the page was filled with Idol Corporation talk. Music bomb talk. They said relisting LOL, is this for real? Going overboard as usual. Wow, high expectations season 3. No, it's relisting, no delisting. What? Why is this all of a sudden happening here? Ajussa is making a new season, LOL. Oh, who else came just to read boring comments? As expected, the comments were full of mixed mockery. Every refresh brought a fresh wave of ridicule. It seemed more newcomers were flooding in than regular Music Bomb viewers. Summarizing those reactions, Season 3 was considered a doomed, reckless gamble. Season 2 was so grand and flashy it self-destructed, causing the whole series to be seen as a failed program. Unsurprisingly, there were also mock comments quoting Season 2. Will the guys blow up this time? Will the whole Korea go crazy? LOL. Korea doesn't allow gay marriage, so it can't surpass Season 2 happy face. F***CK LOL. Season 2's main reason for self-destruction was taking in mixed-gender participants and running a co-ed idol audition. Looking back, it was a bizarre idea. I wonder what the producers were thinking. If they'd made Season 2 a male-only version, or at least done a female-only version again, it wouldn't have turned out like that. What happened was, who knows, maybe another contestant will get pregnant before marriage and become a legendary scandal in the idol audition world. 2 seasons in a row with scandals. Now I'm laughing, but back then it was traumatizing. What the hell were these crazy bastards doing on audition shows, pissing off innocent viewers? Whoa, sudden rage. Obsessed with variety shows, crazy. No, it's not variety, it's a money-grabbing audition. And remember when Ajussa desperately tried to spin it as a grand romance? Still gives me chills. Yes, there was a premarital pregnancy scandal. In this scene where even dating is fatal, premarital pregnancy. Among contestants. What made it worse was that the 2 contestants involved were the popular ones driving Season 2. The producers figured, since it was a co-ed group, instead of immediate expulsion, it was better to milk the hype and quietly remove them. So they desperately edited their remaining airtime into a romance reality story. But that wasn't the end. 2-timing premarital pregnancy? That guy was crazy beyond words. Ajussa is legendary. Or should I say doomed? Among the contestants involved, the male was actually dating another female contestant too. That female contestant intended to tolerate it for her career, but went wild after seeing the pink-tone broadcast segments and tipped off the media with messenger chats. What followed was a mess. Trending searches, entertainment news pages, and social media all got wrecked. Just remember, Ajussa Season 2 never made it to the final and ended early. And since such a huge scandal is still deeply engraved in viewers' minds, no matter what they do early on, ridicule is unavoidable. I snapped out of the flashback and refocused on the screen, contrasting the chaotic comment section. The Music Bomb MCs were still smiling brightly. Idol stocks waiting for shareholder investment. Shine your star. And here came the famous catchphrase. Invest now in the idols about Inc. via LGT. Only on Inc. via LGT to soar. At that moment, the comment flood tripled. Soar, stocks, fantasy skyrocketing. Up left arrow soar, up right arrow. This was also once a popular internet meme, often used sarcastically when a contestant expected to do well ended up ruined by bad editing. Among this near spam of comments, a few lamentations passed by. Wow, they're still using that. Who wrote this slogan? Seriously out of touch. Looks like an old dude trying to be hip and failing. Don't make Siwen say lines like that, you crazy broadcasters. I chuckled. Well, at least they're watching. They watch just to curse. Much better than indifference. This early viewer base would definitely help with word of mouth. We've already seen Season 3 become a huge success. Most of them, by the finals, would be crying while holding shares in anyone's stock, to put it Ajussa style. But it wouldn't be like that from the very first stage. I was really curious what reactions would come next. As soon as the MC finished speaking, the TV screen showed the stage. Youngren stood there. A pinpoint spotlight cast dramatic shadows on her sharply outlined face. Hmm. Originally, Idol Corporation was a black comedy with memes and B-grade humor, but it had gotten so memed and harshly criticized that it seemed to try a bit of image makeover. Going solemn now. Shareholders, do you remember the previous delisting? Huh. My prediction was shattered the moment Youngren spoke. We are truly sorry for turning your shares into worthless scraps of paper. A large caption appeared in front of Youngren's loud, ringing voice. This is an apology from the production team. Youngren is innocent. We are still receiving compensation claims on our website. Are they sane? 10 chapter. During the entire first shoot, no one even mentioned last season, so I never dreamed they'd suddenly explode like this here. The comment section was flooded with messages like, Youngren calmly continued without changing her expression. To prevent the same disaster from happening again, the entire production team will now give all decision-making rights entirely to the shareholders. With each sentence Youngren spoke, a powerful beam of stage light lit up one by one. Members? Shareholders, please choose. Number of people? Shareholders, please decide. Would you prefer this kind of team? Shareholders, please form it. Or, the lights started flickering like stage effects. Is there a member you really dislike? Then just kick them out. The production team must be crazy. One appropriate comment caught my eye. Meanwhile, under the flashing lights, Youngren delivered the closing line seriously. The fate of our company rests on you shareholders. Idol Corporation is now relisting and launching. The camera panned upward. On the enormous stage, shaped like a giant star, lights flashed and shimmered like the Milky Way. And standing right in the center, illuminated by spotlights, were 10 backs of participants, the platinum-grade contestants. The camera circled around them vertically and zoomed in. The stage was so huge that even then, all 10 contestants barely filled the frame. As the camera stopped, the prelude music started. One by one, the contestants turned their backs and the camera captured their moves. It was a solo part reserved for platinum grade, but honestly, each got less than a second, making it feel a bit awkward. Might as well have picked a center like the original. Watching my cut flash by, I felt strange. The moves were right, but since it was Park Mundy's face, it looked unfamiliar. Maybe that actually makes it less cringy. After the prelude ended and the song started, gold-grade contestants appeared around the platinum group. Editing made it look natural. By the time the pre-chorus began, the lights changed and silver-grade contestants appeared on both sides, and at the start of the chorus, bronze-grade appeared behind. Then came the group chorus. Oh, it looked solid, thanks to cutting out moments where the choreography didn't fit perfectly. The moves looked synchronized. The comments section even showed some rare positive reactions, though most seemed embarrassed that they themselves were being favorable. Why is the singing good? Debut or die, but the theme song is always a god-tier song. Such a waste of a song. Give it to someone else. Of course, every time there was a close-up, commenters didn't forget to critique the participants. The skin looks kinda uncomfortable. Who saw that moment where they hit their own neck? So funny. If you're ugly, your skills must be trash too. Please stop generalizing. Squid ears hurt. Sorry, the skills are good but they look bad, so it seems like they're not. This bastard seriously. But there were moments of admiration too. Wow, just got handsome. Wow, why did they even come here? How did they get recruited? If I looked like that, I wouldn't be here. Basically, these were reactions that appeared when contestants with appearance stats of B or above got close-ups. Oh, a close-up of Sienna Hyan just went by? The camera definitely favors the good-looking ones. Wait, Via LGT. Only on Via LGT compared the close-ups of contestants and the comments. Did I mess up? It would be bad if the buzz numbers were too far apart at the start. Whether singing or dancing, damn, I should have at least gotten an A in appearance first. If the appearance was top-notch, just one close-up on the theme song stage would have sparked buzz. Even if only a few home fans attached themselves, photos would have been taken at the production presentation, and there would be quite a few SNS posts. If I had secured a fanbase here, I probably would have avoided early elimination. Then I could have shown growth in skills through the status window later, right? I had dropped that strategy thinking the season initially mocked us, but then surged in popularity after airing. I had overlooked that mockery is also a form of attention. Feeling a chill in my chest, I looked back at the stage screen. It was already the ending. A few close-ups passed during the ending as well. The most noticeable was the child actor Lee Se-jin. The camera lingered on her for several seconds, showing the production team's desperate will to generate pre-air buzz. Now that I think about it, the debut members I knew mostly had appearance stats of B or higher when their faces were matched on set. If editing was also revolving mainly around contestants with high appearance stats, I was in trouble. Park Mundy was decent looking, but not a standout handsome guy. Just as I was losing confidence and reconsidering strategy, the screen suddenly switched. It was a commercial break, but a familiar voice could be heard. Idol Corporation, relisting. The first commercial appears here? Well, since the shoot had ended over a week ago, they probably had enough time to edit. I focused on the commercial, hoping for hints on the editing direction. I hope a lot of talented friends appear. I have high expectations. Wait, Bleep is here too? The participants better be nervous. It was a cut of the judges laughing and chatting. They seemed to be saying all the typical lines featured in trailers. And short clips of praised participants' stages flashed quickly. It's an amazing, truly amazing stage. This is innate talent. Wow. Where have they been until now to appear just now? Oh, my ranking evaluation went by too. That eased my worries about the full edit. My shoulders relaxed a bit. I guess I had been overreacting to my first mass media exposure. No matter how fierce the early race is, usually the formation is set by episode 4, so no need to be anxious. Just calmly improve the strategy. Unlike me regaining peace of mind, the next screen showed judges with stern expressions launching harsh criticisms without warning. This right now can't even be called a stage. You know that's an excuse, right? It's just a lack of preparation. Aren't you ashamed? Then overlapped were the contestants' stern faces and lip-biting expressions. Judging by the background, it seemed they were even using tired expressions from practice struggles. Then a cut was edited like a sudden incident. Bleep, sir? Bleep, sir, wait. Hey. Participant suddenly leaves the scene. A close-up of the crying child actor Lee Se-jin appeared. What's the story behind this? The screen darkened and the Idol Corporation logo appeared majestically. The logo abruptly turned off at the climax of the distorted theme song, and the MC's voice was heard. The renewed Idol Corporation relisting. Its first hurdle is Bleep, evaluation. Ugh. The preview ended with participants covering their mouths in shock. I lowered my head and saw the comments flooding in nonstop. No wonder. That night, internet entertainment news comment sections flipped upside down. After finishing my workout and heating dinner, I logged onto a portal site. The main article headlines were like these. Idol Corporation apologizes profusely to shareholders. What's the new product? Male idols. Unveiled relisting. Idol Corporation, first stage of Shining Star revealed. Please invest, shareholders. Idol Corporation new season's 77 participant stages. The headlines seemed fairly neutral, but clicking the articles revealed public opinion. Entertainment news comments had been closed for a while, so I looked at the emoticons allowed for expression. The absurd reaction exceeded 12,000. There was no angry option, so it was obvious people had used this instead, meaning public opinion was running wild. Columns poured out too. Idol Corporation the vulgarity claiming freedom. By me. Kids turned into stocks. I clicked one. It's not even please pick me anymore. On this program shouting by my idol stocks. Participants are no longer treated humanely. The sadistic program handing over life and death control to the public. No need to read more. Most internet communities and SNS were full of complaints about the program. These bastards never repent. Since season 1, they've shoved everything in and sold voting rights as stocks, and they're back without dying. Do they really love the taste of money from selling kids? But the producers must be celebrating. At least the participants aren't being insulted. The mistake of season 2 was that the popular content participant failed. But this season, the producer's image was weighed down by the sadistic nature of the program that drew attention. Whether the program is openly brutal or a bit pretentious, survival shows are always tough. Maybe it's better for participants to at least catch some attention. Thanks to the buzz, posts like this appeared. This is the summary of the Azusa 3 Platinum grade. Took stage captures of the music bomb. It's sad to see decent skilled kids end up here, so please refrain from hate comments. Mostly reactions focused on handsome or expressive participants, but I noticed a few comments mentioning Park Mundy. which felt strange. Mostly they said he was cute or popular these days. I replayed Park Mundy's stage because he's cute, but the camera barely caught him still. Since I saw the preview and his ranking evaluation, I'm thinking about watching it. It felt strange. It was the first time in my life I'd seen people openly show interest in me. Even when I sold data in college, I found it amazing that strangers would invest time and money just because they liked someone. Maybe it's because I lived a life without time or money. But now that I'm the one involved, it feels even stranger. But it's not a bad feeling. What should I do next? Suddenly I wanted to move. After skimming through the participant reactions collectively, I organized the priority order for stat allocation going forward. At that moment, the beginning of fame. 1,000 people remembered your existence. General trait, draw click. So these notifications pop up too. I read the pop-up again with fresh interest. The draw reminded me of the previous pop-up related to the stage. I clicked it immediately, and a slot machine appeared. This time, the gray boxes were mixed with occasional brass-colored ones. I hoped traits that would quickly boost appearance or charm would come up. I waited for the slots to stop with more expectation than before. And just as the slots were about to stop, suddenly another pop-up appeared. Slot machine, great success. Drawing a hero trait. 11 chapter. Suddenly, light exploded from the slot machine, and the movement stopped on a silver box that hadn't existed before. Seeing the words, great success, gave me a good feeling. Maybe this time an even better trait would come out. Hopefully something useful for the stage. Trait. Now that I hear it, that's true. C. Acquired. It emotionally stirs the listener. Activation chance 35%, base active status. How am I supposed to take this trait that sounds like it only fits a hype man? Is this some hint to sway internet public opinion? No, since it specifically says listener, that's probably not it. Let me think a moment. Calming my mind, I realized it was actually a pretty good trait. Because survival show participants often speak directly to viewers during introductions or ranking announcements, it's advantageous to emotionally affect the audience rather than have them pass by indifferently. That makes it a useful trait. Also, the phrase listener suggests it might apply to singing as well. In that case, it would definitely be beneficial, since it would help create immersion on stage. Good. It's definitely better than nothing. I quickly gathered my thoughts and checked the status window. Name, Park Mundy, Ryu Jianwo. Level, 8. Title, none. Singing, dance, C. Appearance, C+. Charm, C. Traits, infinite potential. Now that I hear it, that's true. C. Status, abnormality, debut or die. Remaining points, 1. Thanks to the first broadcast of my debut stage, I earned the first experience achievement and got 1 point. I only needed 3 more sessions to reach the 500 song practice achievement. I planned to level up today to get 1 more point, then immediately distribute the points I had. Priority was clear. Let's invest in appearance. It was time to cross the B rank threshold. Without hesitation, I manipulated the status window. I hope my mentions increase from the next content. I thought casually and started preparing for bed early. Filming resumed tomorrow morning, so I needed to save energy now. Judging by the schedule, tomorrow would be either the first team match or the self-introduction video shoot. The renewed Idol Corporation is back. Contestants, did you all get some rest? Yes, my prediction was right. Among the contestants who answered energetically to the MC's question, I looked around the filming site. There were signs scattered around the auditorium, the same place where we showed the theme song. Anyone who watched last season would predict the first team match was about to begin. A few contestants, including me, seemed already aware, exchanging glances. Whether we'd actually team up was uncertain, but it couldn't hurt. Maybe I should recruit someone too. Come to think of it, I hadn't become close enough to anyone. Better to just focus on the MC's words. Today's stage you'll prepare is team match. Oh, everyone reacted with the expected expression. Since it's the first team match, you all probably have someone you want to team up with. Starting like this meant the next sentence would begin with but. But, an idol must show teamwork with anyone they meet. In this evaluation, you can't form teams yourselves. In the first season, they edited us to look like we bullied each other after secretly forming teams, eliminating about 5 contestants. Well then, how do we form teams? First, please pick a ball from this box. Scary. Gold grade Lee Sejin whispered behind me. I was the only one around who could talk here since the production staff placed us like this. Felt like a reaction shot was wanted. With the camera rolling, I couldn't ignore it. I nodded lightly and followed the person ahead to draw a ball from the box. Number 12. Looks like teams were formed by number order or choosing by number. Contestant number 1, please raise your hand. Contestant Lee Hong-soo. A silver grade contestant clumsily raised his hand. The MC pointed to the signboard set up in the auditorium. Contestants can choose signs in order, so it was the latter. The MC smiled and gestured with his arm. Then, please reveal the signs. Beep. Lights turned on the signs, displaying letters. It was somewhat high-tech, but the content was more important. Each sign had the name of a famous agency. These are names of agencies leading K-pop worldwide. You can choose one of them, but each has a capacity of 14 people. The MC spread his arms wide. However, if the capacity is exceeded, higher-ranked people can push out lower-ranked participants and take their spot. Wow, the rules are brutal. Gold grade Lee Sejin spoke again, making a fuss. Wait, if I pick the same agency as you, can you push me out? I'm good, right? You're gold. I didn't understand why a higher-ranked guy would assume someone would push him out. Gold can get pushed out by platinum. Won't happen. Oh, that's a confident answer. Let's not get involved. For reference, there were 5 agency signs. At least 7 people wouldn't get to stand by a sign and would be left in the corner. Interviews complaining about this were already predictable. It's really scary. This is real survival now. Then contestant number 1, please move first. The first contestant stood by the sign of the famous male idol agency. My number was 12, pretty early. I probably didn't need to push anyone out. But not knowing my teammates in advance was quite troublesome. The team quality and editing direction and future outlook depended on who the first team match teammates were. Moreover, I didn't know a single contestant called by numbers up to 11, meaning no debut slots. I had to be smart. Next contestant, please move. After thinking it through, I headed to the agency sign most chosen by the higher-ranked contestants so far. All agencies had hit songs, so choosing songs wouldn't be a big problem if the right people were there. Teammates mattered more than agency. Better to have skilled people, so judging by the first 11, I decided. Go where there are more high ranks. Carrying my ball, I walked to one sign where 2 gold-grade contestants awkwardly welcomed me. They probably came to suggest we form a team. We only exchanged greetings, but they clearly wanted to appear friendly. You've been through a lot too. Oh, main vocalist. I took that reaction gratefully. Luckily, both had strengths in dancing. The problem came after. Next up, contestant Lee Sejin. The child actor Lee Sejin also chose this sign. She held number 15, approached with a stern face, and stood behind the sign. The 2 golds tried to welcome her, but she turned away quickly, leaving the attempt awkwardly failed. I heard a sheepish voice ahead. Since she was right behind me, I figured I should at least return the gesture. I turned to the child actor Lee Sejin and bowed my head. She nodded back, clearly sulking. Bad vibes, definitely. Could someone push this guy out? But then bronze grade participants joined after silver grades came in, making chances slim. Damn. Later, in the 30s, contestant Sean Ahayan holding number 33 approached with a nervous expression. More golds would be nice. He was cooperative by nature. I waved slightly, and Sean Ahayan smiled brightly and waved back enthusiastically. It was a bit awkward. The next impressive arrival was platinum grade Ryu Chongwo, a former national archery athlete, one of the debut members I knew. Nice to meet you. Chongwo smiled and lined up 13th. 1 spot left. Unfortunately, the debut first and second place I knew were already on other signs, including number 1's famous male idol agency. That agency was so popular it was the first to have to push out people. It included many debut or hot first-stage contestants, even pushing out silvers. Sorry. The pushed-out silver contestant nodded apologetically and approached our sign, looking pitiful. By the way, that guy was Choi Won-gil. He had lost his mind after fussing and messed up the rank evaluation, falling to silver. Maybe it was just me, but it seemed he avoided eye contact with me. Wow, now you have to push someone to get in. All 14 slots are filled. Yeah. The 2 golds who lined up first whispered. The team composition started to worry me. Even worse, the one who pushed his way in from the 60s was this guy. I will nominate the person to be kicked out. Bronze grade contestant Zhang Hyanjung. I'm really sorry. Gold grade Li Sijin had chosen this sign. She kept bowing repeatedly and was the first to push someone out and join this sign. Because she apologized so much and was cheerful, everyone just accepted it. Monday main vocalist, huh? Whoever fits will do it. Wow, cool, whoever fits will do it. If there were no cameras, fists would have flown. I stared at Li Sijin without a word, and he grinned, slapped my back, and then went to join the line. I felt wronged. Everyone, did you choose the sign you wanted? After assigning new signs to contestants pushed out and left over, the movement ended. Since Li Sijin, gold, joined my sign, nothing changed except one silver pushing out a bronze. The final contestant grade summary was Platinum 2, Gold 5, Silver 5, Bronze Ink VRLGHT. Don't copy, read here, 2. Overall, except for the first place team, it was the best distribution. The members seemed to realize this and looked quietly satisfied. Of course, it wouldn't end there. Now, you must want to pick a great song. Yes, with 14 people, they wouldn't shove them all into one team. They'd split into groups of 7. It was clear who to avoid, and as for who to work with, I turned my head, and coincidentally, our eyes met with Ryu Chongwo. Chongwo nodded slightly. Looks like he was also planning to form a high-ranked team. Good. Then I'll try to make it look as fair as possible. Before that, the contestant. Who picked the first sign? Please raise your hand. Contestants standing right behind signs raised their hands quickly. The MC smiled and said, Contestants who raised their hands, please press the button on top of your sign once. Huh? A button on the sign? Yeah, the rectangular one on top. Contestants murmured and searched the top of their signs, pressing buttons. Then the content on the signs flickered and changed. What's this? Is this a lottery number? The sign screens showed 7 numbers in 2 rows. My sign had the same. 4, 7, 12, 15, 33, 37, 62, 17, 24, 27, 38, 41, 59, 72. Can you see the numbers on the sign? Yes, I see them. If you buy a lottery ticket with those numbers. Haha, just kidding. Those numbers decide your team. Do you all remember the number on the ball you picked? You're now teams based on the numbers on your sign, and you'll compete one-on-one against the other team. The filming site erupted in noise. Hey, what's your number? I was number 5, huh? Whoa. Wow, what is this? Did we split up? My sign wasn't much different. The gold who pressed the button first cheered and hugged another gold right behind him. So they came here together. Then they shouted at me. Hyung, number 12, we're on the same team. Wow, awesome. Got the main vocalist. Someone grabbed my neck from behind, and I joined the golds hugging. Our team is good. It was gold grade Li Sijin. So he was number 62. Between the 3 of them fussing around, I tried to match the order of teammates. Left were numbers 15, 33, and 37. Number 33 was Sienna Hyan. Perfect timing. I turned to Sienna Hyan behind me and slipped out of the group. It was awkward. I almost got annoyed. Let's work well together. Sienna Hyan nodded vigorously. Good. Who were the remaining teammates? I hoped for platinum grade debut member Ryu Chongwo, who was number 37. Nope. Number 37 was Choi Won-gil, awkwardly standing here holding his ball. Chongwo was already gathering people over there and seemed to be starting a briefing. Damn. Number 15 was Damn, child actor Li Sijin. She was also looking at the 3 golds huddled together with a communication-refusing look. This was going to be hell for editing. My prediction was, whatever happens, the visible ranks looked overwhelmingly good. Maybe that's why Sienna Hyan added happily. T-teams, I think our teammates are good. Yeah, at least you think positively. 12th chapter. Hey, we're really lucky, aren't we? Lots of skilled people and lots of good-looking ones too. Gold grade Li Sijin grinned brightly. Everyone nodded shyly but truly agreed. It was the perfect moment to fake harmony, and thankfully, everyone seemed to have at least some sense. But, Sijin acronym, since we share the same name, how should we differentiate? Huh. Oh, that's a good idea. Right? Then since you're the actor, how about Bei Sijin? The first gold grade member who joined smirked and added. Hey, then you, since you're just big, be Big Sijin. Big Sijin? Hey, sounds good, I'm in. What do you think, Sijin Hyung? Child actor Lee Sejin bit her lip as if holding something back, and then said flatly, I just like my name. Oh, I see. The mood instantly cooled. Gold grade Lee Sejin quickly spoke up. Oh, that's fine. Then, Hyung, juniors, please call me Big Sejin from now on. Sounds good. Nice nickname. Claps broke out, smoothing the atmosphere. As they prepared for introductions, the MC took the mic again. Have all the contestants greeted each other? Please let us choose songs freely. One teammate muttered desperately, but it was hopeless. Well then, let's start the song selection draw. Wow, random song selection too. Everyone murmured tiredly. The MC waved his hand playfully. Ah, come on. We're drawing from the hit songs of the leading idols in the agencies you picked. Don't be disappointed. That seemed enough to slightly lift the mood. Now, the representative songs will spin on the signs ahead. When you want to stop, press the switch. The contestant who joined the sign first, please come forward. The team immediately shifted gears. Hyung, we trust you. Only God-tier songs save us. Ugh, looks like I have to show my skills again. The first contestant strutted toward the sign, cheered on. Ready, go. Wah. A teammate made a weird sound and immediately pressed the switch. Big Sejin, as I'd come to call him, muttered beside me. Hey, at least look before you press. The sign slowly spun, showing some song titles. Sangun/VTIC. Life/VTIC. Eternal Song /VTIC. VTIC, the current top-selling male idol. All good, please no. From the far end, Choi Won-gil whispered desperately. I quietly waited for the screen to stop. The screen stopped slowly. A New World /Malong Dalcom. A thick silence followed. All team members except me stared blankly at the sign like stunned kids. Oh, Oryunga? A teammate touching the sign muttered dumbfoundedly. The producers gave no signal. It was real. Are female idols included? Are there girl group songs too? Similar murmurs rose around, though not as strong as ours. The teammates muttered as if losing their minds. So, was it the Flower Fairy? Debut song, That was because A New World was a pure, dreamy song proclaiming the Flower Fairy concept. And it was a debut song, released before Malong Dalcom's bizarre cute concept that never hit #1 on broadcast charts. Thanks. Awesome. Cheers erupted around like a grate. Song was chosen. It was natural. There were plenty of masterpieces. The climax came here. Hyung. The next team picked Tix Sangun. That song had won the grand prize at the country's biggest music site awards 2 months ago. It was probably the hottest title track available now. No wonder they hugged and went crazy. The team, though lower ranked, seemed to feel like they'd already won. Meanwhile, our side fell silent. Everyone seemed stuck in shock. Me? I'm dodging this. I breathed a sigh of relief, realizing I'd chosen the agency's sign too casually. Tix Sangun, better not even do it. In that sense, my luck with the matchup couldn't be better. They probably haven't realized it yet. Watching the gloomy teammates gather, I thought it was actually for the best. If they felt the threat, they might cooperate more. I don't fit the key. I wanted to say they'd cooperate, but that was overestimating. Already, the guy acting like he'd given up started appearing. Won-gil, maybe try again. I've tried so many times, but I don't think it'll work. Choi Won-gil hung his head gloomily and said softly, well, it's originally a girl song, but changed to a male key, so it doesn't fit well. I think I could do the high parts though. He was looking my way as he spoke. He wants my part. I'd already proudly worn the main vocal badge, cheered on by the 3 golds. Maybe because of his low rank, Choi Won-gil didn't dare speak and just watched me put on the badge. Then, relieved to have a spot, he relaxed. I smirked. Should we? Big Sejin tapped my thigh. This is really... Hey, don't mess with the kid. You should help him perform his part. What are you doing? He naturally joked with people like it was nothing. Not a beginner's skill. Definitely not just a cheerful guy. I hid my suspicion and continued firmly. No, really, I don't mind swapping. If we do it, better do it early before learning choreography. Really? Yeah. I ended casually. Choi Won-gil looked doubtful but nodded quickly, afraid I might change my mind. Then I want to do the first verse chorus. Good. Then I'll take the bridge part. You said you want to swap parts. That's the one you can't do. Choi Won-gil reluctantly nodded. He was reluctant to give up his part. He argued to keep the chorus, but didn't want to lose his part. He hadn't been this unsettled before, but falling to silver seemed to trigger it. He was a bit off. Big Sejin glanced between me and Choi Won-gil, sighed softly, as if barely audible. Looks like in his plan, I was supposed to do the first verse chorus. Then he cheerfully continued, as if nothing happened. Okay, we'll keep the parts as is. One main position was left. The golds looked tense but pretended not to. Now just need to pick the main dancer. Before Big Sejin spoke, I raised my hand. I have a suggestion. If it's okay with everyone, I want to decide the arrangement direction before picking the main dancer. Arrangement. Although it was the most important topic, everyone had been unconsciously avoiding it. A New World was a pure girl idol slash song. And pure was a very hard concept to pull off. Many mistakenly think it's easy if you're just pretty. But that's really a misconception. It's a concept that's hard to make striking. To impress audiences with such a song on a survival stage, you'd have to be ridiculously talented or have exceptional charisma. Probably thinking that far, the arrangement opinions began like this. How about changing the lyrics to make it more powerful? Add stronger beats. Yeah, like A New World with ambition, just like that, boom. The first gold, let's just call him Gold 1, gave this idea. It was something any thoughtful survival contestant might suggest. Make it stronger. The problem was that giving an ambitious feeling to this song was almost impossible. The lyrics of A New World went like this. At some point I realized, I'm wandering in imperfect time. An unstoppable maze of time. Save me trapped inside. Fading little space, little flower. Waiting for the day I bloom again, hurry. Come find me. That was the first verse. If we wanted to make it ambitious, we'd have to rewrite it from the perspective of the speaker, which would mess up the song's story starting from the pre-chorus. The chorus asks the listener to come quickly. Dash 1 step, 2 steps. The sound of you coming rings in my ear. Don't hesitate. Reach out your hand. Now I'm heading to a new world. Come to me. Come to me. Bright paradise by your side. Come to me. Come to me. Melody of love for you continues. Then do we have to change come to me in the next lyric to come to you? If it's come to you. Gold 1 trailed off, scratching his head. He realized it wasn't just that problem. Then don't we have to change everything starting from save me? Right. Because the chorus focuses on the listener's actions, if we change it to the speaker approaching instead, the nuance of the following lyrics collapses. We'd have to rewrite the whole thing then. Yeah, but if we change too much, it might be unfair. Whether the other team or production would accept rewriting the whole song was another problem. Feeling the gravity, the teammates grew silent. Big Sejin quickly jumped in to change the subject. How about we talk to the teachers about arrangement and decide? Better to get feedback and learn choreography quickly. Mundi, what do you think? Yeah, sounds good. Let's do that. I agreed easily. I brought up arrangement to shock them. The more desperate the atmosphere, the less objection I'd get when suggesting changes. Though even without that, watching the choreography video would make everyone understand the situation. Okay, then let's play the choreography. Under Big Sejin's lead, the choreography video started, and everyone leaned toward the tablet screen. Probably no one remembered the choreography details well, even if they'd heard the chorus. But as expected, within 15 seconds of the video starting, everyone made a groaning sound. 13 chapter. Contemporary dance. From the very first choreography for To a New World, there were moves that combined ballet and modern dance. It was wistful and dreamy, but still not intense. It's pretty, but Gold 1, who had started speaking, trailed off. There was only so much they could do to fix the choreography. In other words, thanks to this choreography, the difficulty of rearranging the song had skyrocketed once again. But using it as is would probably seem unfitting for an audition program. So things felt even more hopeless. After being hit with repeated remarks following the lyrics, the team began to memorize the choreography in an atmosphere like a funeral home. Let's learn it as fast as possible. But rather than giving up, the bleak outlook seemed to spark a sense of urgency, and everyone kept quiet and practiced hard, making the practice surprisingly bearable. They seemed to realize that if they complained unnecessarily, their remarks might be broadcast as disparaging comments about the song. Convenient for me. I thought quietly as I silently continued practicing. Since I had no experience with any choreography anyway, struggling was no different, so I didn't feel much. Here, grab the arm, and spin it like this. Hmm. Oh, that was close. Then I waited for the right moment. The atmosphere was set, and now what mattered was creating a strong impression that the editors wouldn't want to cut out. How the rearrangement process appeared on the broadcast was important, too. The opportunity came 2 days later during the trainer's review session. You must have worried a lot after receiving your song. The choreographer's words made the team laugh awkwardly. They couldn't say they'd just put off worrying and jumped straight into learning the choreography. The choreographer didn't seem very pleased with the reaction, but let it slide. Let's see what you've got. Yes. Then my teammates and I flawlessly finished the first verse choreography. Phew. Those around me who were breathing heavily clearly showed relief that there were no mistakes. All right then. The choreographer nodded. Their expression was fairly neutral. You all memorized the moves. Who choreographed this? Some teammates who are more used to dancing. All did it together. Yes, we did it all together. Upon Gold 2's words, Big Sejan added more. While the 4 Gold team members mainly led the effort, in reality, Sianahayan did most of it. Turns out he majored in dance. Well, it wasn't entirely a solo effort, and the main dancer ended up being Big Sejan, so they seemed ready to gloss over the details. The choreographer just nodded. All right, you must have worked hard. But the choreographer cracked their neck loudly. No one stood out. Gold 2 took a sharp breath beside me. If someone saw, they might think a ghost had appeared. What do you want me to say? Just they're dancing. They do this move. They do that move. That kind of comment would only be praise at a school trip talent show, and you're here trying to make a living with this, aren't you? Every time words poured out, the team flinched. This isn't worth watching. They'd mechanically learned the choreography without interpreting the song, so it was a natural outcome. But the choreographer's words felt less like advice and more like verbal abuse. Some of you are outright below standard. They added the words while blatantly glancing at Lee Sejan, who hung her head. Honestly, I barely memorized the choreography myself and felt lucky they took the bullet for me. The feedback continued mercilessly, as if it was normal for someone to break down crying. The choreographer gestured sharply with their chin. You, Sianahayan. Yes, yes. You said you majored in modern dance. So why does your expression feel weaker than Mundy's? Sianahayan's face turned pale. I had a strong feeling that this remark wouldn't be edited out at all. This guy with hair loss. Was he deliberately filming me struggling to shock me by comparison? She's good at singing, though. Because this is an audition, your evaluations have been okay so far. But when you debut, who's going to care about your backstory and say, she did well enough? In an industry where storytelling works like nowhere else, he spoke coldly, as if it was a place judged strictly by skill alone. As always. Anyway, the blow to Sianahayan was huge, and his expression looked like he might sink at any moment. This is a bit troubling. He already had a strange status abnormality, and if he worsened and couldn't perform his part, it would be a problem. Anyway, right now, you're just an amateur who's practiced a little. Think about what you want to express in this song, and come back next time looking worth watching. Thank you. The team, instantly reduced to a ragged state, shuffled out of the evaluation room. Their faces looked completely drained. However, similar scenes unfolded during the vocal feedback. Hey, what do you want to do? Moody banged on the keyboard with frustration and sympathy. This time, she really wanted to give advice, so instead of personal attacks, she gave specific instructions. This song's concept is the flower. Fairy. It's a song you sing clearly and beautifully, but you're just singing the notes right. There's no sense of beauty or wistfulness at all. Aren't you ashamed to sing like that? Besides being inappropriate for an audition program, I wondered if anyone on the team hadn't thought about that honestly. They were mostly around high school age, but they probably couldn't say it was embarrassing, so this was the answer. Well, since it's an audition, we wanted to arrange it with a stronger feeling. But since the concept is so clear, it was hard to change it naturally in a stronger direction. If rearranging is difficult, you should have at least tried to bring out the original song more faithfully. Moody waved a hand with a pitying expression. Guys, first, you need to figure out the direction. Then the production staff stepped in, and an impromptu team discussion started. Cameras were stuck right in front, and the producers sat facing us, creating a dreadful atmosphere where no one could speak. But someone had to break the silence, so the team leader, Big Sejin, spoke first. We worked really hard for 2 days. Thanks to that, we learned the choreography quickly. If we immerse ourselves in the song with that momentum, I think we can make the stage quality good enough. It sounded like a prepared, natural encouragement. What a guy? Let's not give up. Let's try to capture the original song's feeling. It might be a little embarrassing, but if we do well naturally, it could feel like a soft and sweet hit from the seniors. And wouldn't that be fun? Like Mundy did. Exactly. If we're humorous and innocent, it would feel fresh. How about speeding up the beat and making it more exciting? In the end, they proposed to shamelessly overdo a pure girl idol song to the point where it'd feel like the silly, cute concept from the peak of Malangalkum's fame. This guy really prepared. At that moment, I realized he was waiting just like me. He deliberately left the trainer feedback untouched until now. If we'd immediately said to go pure like the original, some people would have resisted. Also blocking the possibility of Sienna Hyen, the major, becoming the main dancer by going with the original concept. They planned to film the meeting cut to get the leader's impactful moment. Not an amateur move. But too bad. Whatever big picture this guy drew, it wouldn't matter. My idea was better. I planted the seed. The idea is good, but wouldn't it risk looking like we're mocking the original song? It was a senior idol song. If we crossed the line and made it look ridiculous, who knew what kind of backlash we'd get? Of course, Big Sejin smiled and countered. So maybe this opposing view wasn't unexpected. If we do well, it won't look like that. Isn't Mundy Hyung going too far? Suddenly, Choi Won-gil burst in on the conversation. Won-gil. Big Sejin looked unusually flustered. It's funny. Usually the one receiving support, but now the one being attacked benefits. Sounds like Big Sejin's big plan is falling apart. Choi Won-gil unloaded his anger on Park Mundy with a gradual build-up. He seemed to forget the cameras were rolling. Well, do you have a good idea? You might be comfortable since the trainers think well of you, but you should consider the other team members' feelings. If you just oppose everything blindly. Oh, actually a valid point. Oh, of course I have one. My idea. Yes? I thought about it, and I think there's a way to keep the original song's vibe while making it more intense. Is there really such a thing? The sudden idealistic remark made the team go silent. While Won-gil looked momentarily awkward, Big Sejin scratched the back of his head sheepishly. This #NVIALite hashtag guy was no ordinary person. If it's real, of course it's good, but what is it? I smiled and said, mix in horror. Not just a flower fairy, but a flower fairy gone to America. After a brief silence with an exclamation mark hanging in the air, reactions erupted. Oh yeah, sounds good. Hey, if you add a horror concept to this choreography, it'd be really scary. Oh, from Gold One, who roughly waved his hands in the air like he'd just had a eureka moment, to Lee Sejin, who looked relieved it wasn't. Silliness. The reactions were mostly positive, just at different levels. Usually, idol hopefuls their age would want to do something cool rather than silly, so I expected horror to be more popular. Big Sejin let out a short exclamation and nodded. He changed direction quickly after seeing the public opinion. This might be a little embarrassing to say straight away, but Mundy, I like your idea. Wow, he threw out his own opinion and switched. As expected of a true leader, the atmosphere brightened instantly. Beyond the chatting teammates, I saw Moody's satisfied face. Since the camera caught Moody, they'd probably use that shot. I hoped it would be edited well. But there was one guy who spoiled the warm scene. Choi Won-gil was just barely not disqualified. When he came to his senses, he seemed worried about how his actions would be edited. He tried hard to join the vibe, but his pride was too big to apologize, so he barely made eye contact with me. If it were me, I'd have just gone with the flow and said I was sorry for what I said. This atmosphere practically forced him to accept it, so I didn't get why he was acting like that. Maybe he was young and didn't know how to behave socially. So who was the culprit? Sienna Hyen. Ghost. Let's do ghosts. There's a flower that's rumored to be haunted. What kind of horror movie is that? That's too serious. Ah, like the movie Black Swan, something creepy like that. Wow. If we choreograph like that, it'd be really scary. Sienna Hyen was sulking alone in the corner amidst this happy group project fantasy. Apparently, the choreographer's comments had crushed his spirit, and he hadn't recovered. For a moment, I hoped Big Sejin would step up to show a leader image, but there was no sign of that. Seems like they're leaving Seanahayan alone. Probably so he doesn't use his major as a buff to become main dancer. The rest were either clueless or socially awkward, so I was probably the only one who could speak up without stepping on anyone's toes. This was annoying. I felt drained at the thought of becoming an unexpected mental caretaker. Anyway, the stage quality was just shy of a step up. I had to say something. Contemporary dance. To a New World started with choreography blending ballet and modern dance. It was wistful and dreamy, but still not intense. It's pretty, but Gold 1, who began speaking, trailed off. There's only so much you can fix in choreography. In other words, this choreography made rearranging the song's difficulty spike once again. But using it as is probably wouldn't suit an audition program, making things even more hopeless. After being repeatedly hit with remarks following the lyrics, the team started memorizing choreography in an atmosphere like a funeral home. Let's learn it as fast as possible. But instead of giving up, the bleak outlook seemed to fuel a sense of urgency, so everyone silently practiced hard, making rehearsals surprisingly bearable. They seemed to realize that unnecessary complaints might be aired as disparaging remarks on the broadcast. Convenient for me, I thought quietly as I kept practicing silently. Since I lacked experience in any choreography, struggling was the same no matter what, so I wasn't particularly moved. Here, grab the arm, then spin it like this. Oh, that was close. Then I waited for the right moment. The mood was set. Now the important thing was a striking image worth keeping in editing. How the rearrangement process appeared on the broadcast was important, too. The opportunity came 2 days later during the trainer's review. You must have worried a lot after getting your song. The choreographer's words made the team laugh awkwardly. They couldn't admit they'd put off worrying and just learned the choreography. The choreographer seemed displeased with this reaction, but let it pass. Let's see what you've prepared. Yes. Then, including me, the team flawlessly completed the first verse choreography. Phew. The heavy breaths around me showed relief that there were no mistakes. All right. The choreographer nodded, expression neutral. You all memorized the moves. Who choreographed this? Some teammates more familiar with dancing. All did it together. Yes, we all did it together. At Gold 2's words, Big Sejin added more. Though the 4 Gold members mainly led, Seanahayan actually did most of it. Turns out he majored in dance. It wasn't entirely solo work, and the main dancer was Big Sejin, so they seemed ready to let it slide. The choreographer just nodded. All right, you must have worked hard. But the choreographer cracked their neck loudly. No one stood out. Gold 2 inhaled sharply beside me. Someone might have thought a ghost appeared. What do you want me to say? Just, they're dancing. They do this move, that move. That'd be praise at a school trip talent show, and you're here trying to make a living, right? Every time words poured out, the team flinched. This isn't worth watching. They mechanically learned choreography without interpreting the song, so it was a natural result. But the choreographer's words felt less like advice and more like verbal abuse. Some of you are outright below standard. They glanced blatantly at Lee Sejin, who hung her head. Honestly, I barely memorized choreography and felt lucky they took the hit for me. Feedback continued relentlessly, as if someone breaking down crying was expected. The choreographer gestured sharply. You, Seanahayan. Yes. You majored in modern dance. So why does your expression seem weaker than Mundy's? Seanahayan's face turned pale. I strongly suspected this comment wouldn't be edited out. This bald guy deliberately filmed me struggling to shock me by comparison, right? She's good at singing, though. Because this is an audition, your evaluations were okay so far. But when you debut, who'll care about your backstory and say she did well enough? He spoke coldly, as if the entertainment world was an industry judged only on skill despite storytelling working wonders. As always. Anyway, this dealt a heavy blow to Seanahayan. He looked like he might collapse. This is troubling. He already had a strange status abnormality. If it worsened and he couldn't perform, that'd be a problem. Right now, you're just an amateur who's practiced a bit. Think about what you want to express and come back next time worth watching. Thank you. The team, instantly reduced to rags, shuffled out of the evaluation room. They looked completely drained. But similar scenes unfolded during vocal feedback. Hey, what do you want to do? Moody banged the keyboard with frustration and sympathy. This time, she wanted to give advice, so instead of insults, she gave specific instructions. This song's concept is the flower fairy. It's sung clearly and beautifully, but you're just hitting the notes. There's no beauty or wistfulness at all. Aren't you ashamed? Besides being unsuitable for an audition, I wondered if anyone hadn't thought of that honestly. They were mostly teenagers, but no one would admit embarrassment, so this was the answer. Since it's an audition, we wanted a stronger arrangement, but since the concept is so clear, it's hard to naturally make it stronger. If rearranging is hard, you should have tried to bring out the original song more faithfully. Moody waved her hand sadly. Guys, first, you need to find the direction. The production team intervened, and a spontaneous discussion started. Cameras were stuck right in front. Producers sat across from us, creating a dreadful atmosphere. Someone had to speak, so team leader Big Sejan started. We worked really hard for 2 days. We learned choreography fast. If we keep that momentum and immerse in the song, I think we can make the stage quality good enough. It sounded like prepared encouragement. What a guy? Let's not give up. Let's try to capture the original song's feeling. It might be a bit embarrassing, but if we do well naturally, it could feel like a soft and sweet hit from seniors. Wouldn't that be fun? Like what Mundy did. Exactly. If we're humorous and innocent, it would feel fresh. How about speeding up the beat and making it more exciting? In the end, they proposed shamelessly overdoing a pure girl idol song like a silly cute concept from Millennium's Peak. This guy really prepared. At that moment, I realized he was waiting like me. He deliberately left the trainer feedback untouched until now. If we said to go pure original right away, some would resist. Also, blocking Sienna Hyen, the major, from becoming main dancer. They planned to film this meeting cut to get the leader's impact. Not amateurish. Too bad for him. My idea was better. I planted the seed. The idea is good, but wouldn't it look like we're mocking the original song? It was a senior idol song. If we crossed the line and looked ridiculous, who knew the backlash? Of course, Big Sejan smiled and countered. If we do well, it won't look like that. Isn't Mundy Hyung going too far? Suddenly, Choi Won-gil jumped into the conversation. Won-gil. Big Sejan looked flustered. Funny. Usually the one supported, now attacked, benefits. Sounds like Big Sejan's plan is falling apart. Choi Won-gil vented at Park Mundy with growing anger, forgetting cameras rolled. Do you have a good idea? You're comfortable since trainers like you. But think about other teammates' feelings. If you just oppose everything. Actually a fair point. Of course I have an idea. Mine. Yes? I think there's a way to keep the original vibe, but make it more intense. Is there really such a thing? The sudden idealistic remark stunned the team. While Won-gil looked awkward, Big Sejan scratched his head sheepishly. This guy wasn't ordinary. If true, good. But what is it? I smiled. Mix and horror. Not just a flower fairy, but an American flower fairy. After a brief, stunned silence, reactions burst out. Yeah? Sounds good. Hey, adding a horror concept to this choreography would be really scary. Oh. From Gold One, who roughly waved his hands with a eureka. To Lee Sejan, relieved it wasn't silliness, reactions were mostly positive. Idol hopefuls their age usually want something cool over silly, so I expected horror to be favored. Big Sejan nodded, quickly switching stance after seeing the reactions. It might be embarrassing to say this outright, but Mundy, I like your idea. Wow, switched from his own opinion. True leader. The mood brightened immediately. Beyond the chattering teammates, I saw Moody's pleased face. The camera caught Moody, so that shot would probably be used. I hoped it'd be well edited. But one guy spoiled the warm scene. Choi Won-gil barely avoided disqualification. When he sobered up, he seemed worried how editing would portray him. He tried to join the mood, but his pride stopped him from apologizing, avoiding eye contact. If it were me, I'd just apologize and move on. This atmosphere practically forced acceptance, so I didn't get his attitude. Maybe young and inexperienced socially. So who was the culprit? Sienna Hyen. Ghost. Let's do ghosts. There's a flower rumored to be haunted. What kind of horror movie is that? Too serious. Like the movie Black Swan, something creepy like that. Wow, that choreography would be really scary. Sienna Hyen. Sulked alone in the corner, stuck in this happy group fantasy. Apparently, the choreographer's words crushed his spirit. For a moment, I hoped Big Sejin would step up to show leadership, but no sign. They seemed to leave Cian Ahayan alone, probably so he wouldn't use his major as a buff to become main dancer. The rest were clueless or socially awkward, so I was probably the only one who could speak without overlapping anyone's role. This was annoying. I felt drained at having to be an unplanned mental caretaker. Anyway, stage quality was just shy of a level up. I had to say something. 14 chapter. After the most hectic yet hopeful discussion in the past 2 days ended, during a short break, I decided to talk to Cian Ahayan. Are you tired? No. Cian Ahayan shook his head nervously. He seemed to feel his own condition wasn't great and was anxious about getting scolded. Was this the right way to approach him? I tried to sound as gentle as possible. So, is it because the feedback during the choreography check earlier is bothering you? He immediately apologized. Sorry. I'll try my best. What a helpless guy. My heart swelled. You don't have to apologize to me. And please don't misunderstand this. I tried to gently convey that the choreographer had motivation issues and resorted to personal attacks to push them. The dance trainer wasn't saying those things because she thinks she's really better than you. She was probably trying to push you. To create a relaxed atmosphere, I sat down near him while speaking. She must have felt disappointed because she thought you could do better. She usually speaks strongly. Cian Ahayan didn't dare to say no, you're better, or anything like that. He probably knew my explanation sounded plausible. Do you really think I can do be better? Was he asking me? He probably wasn't calculating that I'd say the choreographer is the choreographer, and I don't think so. I crossed my arms and answered calmly. Why would I lie? Cian Ahayan swallowed hard and asked again in a slightly hopeful voice. Then, how can I do be better? Are you asking for my opinion? Why, yeah. He nodded earnestly. A rookie starting their career with an audition and wanting advice, huh? I hid my somewhat sour feelings and gave him honest advice based on his status window. I think you think too much unnecessarily. Cian Ahayan seemed shocked. You unnecessarily? I'm not saying your thoughts are useless. It's just that you seem to think about things you don't need to. How about emptying your mind a bit? I added a more concrete example. Just think about I will get this done. He looked thoughtful. Quite the paradox for someone just told to stop overthinking. But his next words were positive. All right. I'll try. His face showed determination, so it didn't seem empty. But he was burning with passion beyond expectations. His shoulders even tensed. He was muttering something too. Probably something like, I will get this done. Huh. Was I really this talented at giving advice? Just then, a status window popped up. Sounds about right, see? Triggered. Target, Cian Ahayan. Effect, trait activated due to successful persuasion. I see. That 35% chance had triggered. I hadn't thought this trait could be used like this, but in this program, it seemed pretty useful, assuming the 35% hit rate. To check the exact changes, I opened Cian Ahayan's status window. Name, Cian Ahayan. Singing, B. Dance, A-X. Appearance, A+, S+. Charm, B, A+. Trait, Grit, A. Status abnormality. Self-esteem deficiency inactive. His status abnormality was deactivated? The earlier pop-up said a trait had been activated. Could this be why? Let's check the trait. Grit. A1's mindset is self-made. Burns concentration to suppress negative states. When activated, cancels one status abnormality, highest priority. Isn't that an overpowered trait? If I had it, I'd have already deactivated the if you don't debut, you die, abnormality, and quit the audition. I was so frustrated my head wasn't working. After a while, when vocal practice resumed, I was able to calmly sort out the situation. Anyway, now Cian Ahayan could use his skills just like his status window said. Just then Moody praised Cian Ahayan's voice. Ahayan just hit a good note. Thank you. Even to my ears, it was better than during practice. Probably matching his B stat more and more. It was good that Cian Ahayan regained his focus and the stage quality improved. But he couldn't be allowed to run too far ahead alone. No matter how different our positions are, it'd be a problem if he takes all the buzz alone. I needed to create stage time to showcase myself. Something that contributed to stage quality, but also let me take all the impact. So, horror? If you guys do well, I think that direction's good too. What's the plan? I raised my hand following Moody's question and the excited teammates who were talking about the arrangement direction. I have a rearrangement idea for my part. Can I share it? Oh, Mundy, go ahead. This part. I pointed at the lyrics. The bridge. Next to me, Choi Wongul's jaw dropped. Thanks for the part, One Gil. I'll use it well. Season 3 of Idol Corporation was burning on the internet, fueled by jeers and criticism that it would fail. At this point, only the participants' profiles and first stage had been revealed. The production press conference hadn't happened yet, but the call for audience applications for the first team battle was already posted on the TNET broadcaster's website. Though it was due to shooting order, the overwhelming buzz made the audience application competition quite fierce. And here was someone who had confidently broken through that competition, 27:1, to attend. They won't notice me, right? Looking back, they didn't seem all that confident. In her backpack, swallowing nervously, she hid a compact smoke machine and a camera beneath a cardigan she used to conceal them. There was a reason she'd hidden the camera coming to the audience. When she saw the very first stage of this season, right now, she sensed something. This might actually work. This atmosphere, sure, they're getting criticized now, but once the show starts airing, that might turn into attention. If the participants are good, then the value of the photos she was taking would skyrocket. It was half a gamble, but the phrase risky stocks are gambles dominated her mind. Besides, if there's someone really good, it'd be great to settle early as a fan account. Her former idol was sullying her reputation in the tabloids, so she wanted to cleanse her account through this opportunity. So she had to take as many photos as possible today. She didn't know which participant would explode on which stage. She calmly waited for filming to begin. After a public broadcaster announcer turned actor MC said a few words of encouragement, filming started. This time, 2 teams cover songs by senior idols from the same agency. The winning team will receive huge benefits. Find out what those are on the broadcast. Everyone had signed a no-spoiler agreement. Still, because the internet overflowed with chatter, they tried to reveal as little as possible besides the stage. Idol Corporation Season 3, the long-awaited first team battle starts now. Shine your star. After explaining the voting method and checking the stage setup, the first stage began. The first stage was 2 teams covering a song from Choosy Entertainment, known for producing popular idol hits. A bit boring? It wasn't bad, but overall, the covers couldn't beat the original. She took a eng via LGHD few secret shots, but didn't expect much. The key was which team had participants talked about online. After the second team battle passed uneventfully, a team worth watching appeared. The match featuring Cha Yujin, who got the most camera time on right now. Whoa, Cha Yujin. The kids are good. Because many familiar participants were in this team, the early cheers were louder. Some were already holding banners. Above all, they performed well. Wow, they're really good. Their skills were good enough to believe they'd already debuted, and the arrangement was solid. They made an old song, which had been memed on the internet for its over-the-top sexy concept, into a stylish and cute rendition. Besides Cha Yujin, the team's rapper also stood out. Those 2 will make it. She diligently recorded data on those 2, carefully avoiding the security's gaze as it wandered. The next team, who faced off against this one, also had several well-known participants, making it interesting in a different way. This might be the last team to air. She thought a bit excitedly, but also with regret. The next stages would probably be boring. Since most of the promising participants were already packed into the previous team battle, the rest would be dull. Sure enough, the next stage was not fun. Perhaps made of leftover members not picked, one team was judged with an absolute standard. Honestly, it was clear why they hadn't been chosen. It was the worst stage so far. What the heck? My legs hurt. Some people at the back were slowly leaving. They were bored and tired and didn't want to watch backstage. In that noisy atmosphere, the MC shouted. The first team battle heating up. Next up, participants covering a song from Luti, the agency of the recently grand prize-winning global sensation group, VTIC. The MC didn't even mention Malangalkum. It was bait for the audience. But it worked. VTIC. The audience began murmuring. VTIC was the hottest male idol group right now. Hearing the participants would cover a song by an idol who sold 1.2 million albums in their debut week stopped even some people who were about to leave. With the mood slightly lifted, the MC cheerfully announced, Up first, the team on stage. October 31st. A team name that reminded her of an ice cream shop. It wasn't exactly catchy. Since many participants lacked their own sense of style, the team name passed without much reaction. Whatever. What VTIC song are they covering? The song covered is... Oh, this was the debut song of the Flower Fairy, right? The national girl group Millennials to a New World. People were taken aback. 15 chapter. After the most hectic yet hopeful discussion over the last 2 days ended, during a short break, I approached Cian Ahayan. Are you tired? No. He shook his head nervously, clearly worried about the feedback earlier. He seemed anxious about getting scolded. Was this the hashtag #NVIALite hashtag right way to approach? I tried to sound as gentle as possible. Is it because the choreography feedback earlier is bothering you? He immediately apologized. Sorry. I'll try my best. What a helpless guy. My heart swelled. You don't have to apologize to me. And don't misunderstand this. I tried to gently explain that the choreographer had motivation issues and resorted to personal attacks to push them. The dance trainer wasn't saying those things because she thinks she's better than you. She was probably trying to push you. To create a relaxed atmosphere, I sat down near him. She probably thought you could do better, so she was disappointed. She's usually harsh. Cian Ahayan didn't dare to say no, you're better, or anything like that. He probably knew my explanation sounded plausible. Do you really think I can do be better? Was he asking me? I crossed my arms calmly. Why would I lie? He swallowed hard and asked again with a hopeful voice. Then, how can I do be better? Are you asking my opinion? Why, yes. He nodded earnestly. A rookie starting their career wanting advice. I hid my frustration and gave him honest advice based on his status window. I think you think too much unnecessarily. He looked shocked. You unnecessarily? Not that your thoughts are useless, just that you think too much about things you don't need to. How about clearing your head? I added an example. Just think I will get this done. He seemed deep in thought, but eventually said, All right, I'll try. His face showed genuine determination. He even muttered something like, I will get this done. At that moment, a status window popped up. Sounds about right, see? Activated. Target, Cian Ahayan. Effect, trait triggered by successful persuasion. So that 35% chance trait triggered. I opened his status window to check. Name, Cian Ahayan. Singing, B.A. Dance, A.X. Appearance, A+, S+. Charm, B, A+. Trait, grit, A. Status, abnormality. Self-esteem deficiency, inactive. His abnormality was deactivated. Checking the trait. Grit, a mindset is self-made. Burns, concentration to suppress negative states. When activated, cancels one status abnormality, highest priority. An overpowered trait. If I had it, I'd have deactivated my debut or die abnormality and quit already. I calmed down after vocal practice resumed. Now, Cian Ahayan could perform to his stats. Moody praised his voice. Ahayan just hit a great note. Thank you. I could hear the improvement even in practice. Good that he got focused and the stage quality improved. But he couldn't run too far ahead alone. I need to secure my own spotlight. I needed stage time that both contributed and let me shine. So, horror? If you guys do well, I like that direction. What's the plan? I raised my hand and said, I have a rearrangement idea for my part. May I share? Oh, Mundy, go ahead. This part. I pointed at the lyrics. The bridge. Choi Wongle's jaw dropped next to me. Thanks for the part, One Gil. I'll use it well. Season 3 of Idol Corporation was ablaze online, fueled by ridicule and criticism predicting its failure. Only profiles and first stages were revealed. No press conference yet, but the call for audience applications for the first team battle was posted on TNET's website. Due to shooting order and huge buzz, audience competition was fierce. And here came someone who broke through that 27-to-1 competition ratio to attend. They won't notice me, right? She wasn't all that confident. She hid a compact smoke machine and a camera under her cardigan, carefully avoiding security's gaze. She had a reason to hide the camera. At the very first stage of this season, right now, she'd sensed something. This might actually work. This atmosphere, sure, people are criticizing now, but once the show airs, it might turn into attention. If the participants are good, then her photos would skyrocket in value. Half a gamble, But high-risk stocks are gambles ruled her mind. Besides, her former idol was tarnishing her reputation, so she wanted to cleanse her account. She had to take as many photos as possible. Didn't know which participant would explode. Calmly, she waited for filming to start. An MC who'd switched from public broadcaster announcer to actor gave a few words, then filming began. This time, 2 teams cover songs by senior idols from the same agency. The winning team gets huge benefits. Check the broadcast for details. All signed a no-spoiler agreement. Despite that, online chatter overflowed, so they tried to keep everything but the stage secret. Idol Corporation Season 3, the long-awaited first team battle starts now. Shine your star. After explaining voting and checking stage, the first performance started. 2 teams covered a song from Choosy Entertainment, known for popular idol hits. A bit boring? Not bad, but overall, covers couldn't beat the original. She took a few secret shots, but didn't expect much. The key was which team had talked about participants. After the second battle passed quietly, a team worth watching appeared. The match with Cha Yujin, who got the most camera time on right now. Whoa, Cha Yujin. The kids are good. Many familiar participants, loud early cheers, some holding banners. Above all, they performed well. Wow, they're really good. Their skills were good enough to believe they'd already debuted, and the arrangement was solid. They transformed an old, over-the-top sexy concept song, memed online, into a stylish and cute version. Besides Cha Yujin, their rapper stood out. Those 2 will make it. She carefully recorded data on them, avoiding security's wandering gaze. The next team also had well-known participants, interesting in a different way. That might air last. She thought excitedly, but also with regret. Next stages would be boring. Most promising participants packed in previous battle, rest would be dull. Sure enough, next stage wasn't fun. Likely leftover members, judged on absolute standard. Clearly why they weren't picked. Worst stage so far. What the heck? My legs hurt. Some at the back started leaving. Bored and tired, didn't want to watch backstage. Amid the noise, MC shouted. The first team battle heating up. Next, participants covering a song from Luti, agency of recently grand prize-winning global sensation group. VTIC. MC didn't mention Malangalkum. Audience bait. But it worked. VTIC. Audience murmured. VTIC was the hottest male idol group now. Hearing they'd cover a song from an idol who sold 1.2 million albums debut week stopped some leaving. With mood lifted, MC cheered. Up first, team on stage. October 31st. A team name like an ice cream shop. Not catchy. Participants often lacked style, so no reaction. Whatever, what VTIC song? The song covered is, oh, the debut song of the Flower Fairy, right? National girl group Malangalkums, To a New World. People were taken aback. 16 chapter. The opposing team didn't do badly. First of all, Ryu Chongu suited the song well, and objectively, their stage was above average compared to the other teams. But in the audience's minds, the comparison target wouldn't be the other teams. It would be VDIC. That was the issue with covering the latest hit song by the most successful male idol group. The original performance was imprinted in many people's minds in real time. Even if there was a part done better than Tix, it wouldn't be acknowledged easily. The internet was crawling with VTIC fans. Most of the time, opinions like can't be compared to VTIC would drown everything else out. Still, putting that all aside, our team had done better. Maybe the team members knew that too, because their faces were bright when they went back on stage to greet the audience before the vote. The MC introduced the teams in the order of performance. Our October 31st team. It was a spooky and fun stage, just like Halloween. That's what the team name was going for, right? Yes, it means we're the cuties of Halloween. And there's another meaning too. What would that be? Like the 31 flavors of ice cream. It means each of our team members has a unique and colorful charm. Big Sejin made a flower petal pose and looked around at the team members. As scripted, the others quickly struck their poses. I just placed a finger against my cheek. In real life, no one my age would do something like this unless they were drunk and trying to gross someone out. But what's dignity when survival is on the line? So cute. Thankfully, the reaction wasn't solemn. It was a huge relief that I had raised Park Mundy's appearance stat. At B level, it was just barely over the handsome threshold. Then it was the other team's turn for their introduction. Hello, It wasn't exactly awkward, but there was a clear difference in the level of cheers, and it was obvious the other team was tense. Nice to meet you. I'm Ryu Chongu. Kaya. The only dependable part was the loud cheer for Ryu Chongu, but sadly, that wouldn't be enough to win the match. Shareholders, please cast your votes. First, vote for the team you think did better. October 31st is number 1. Mountain Hermits is number 2. People across the room held up their fingers to show their team number. As the audience pressed the buttons on their remotes, the vote ended shortly after, and a new round of voting was announced. Next, please choose the one participant from each team who left the deepest impression on you. The MC emphasized once again. Just to repeat, this isn't one person across both teams. Pick one from each team, 2 in total. This was openly planting the seed of conflict. The producers must have wanted some spicy developments, because the reward for this intra-team individual vote was better than the team vote. And they didn't announce it until right before the stage rehearsal. Everyone, the reward for the individual battle within this team battle is an elimination immunity ticket. What? Rumor had it the other team had a meltdown over it. Luckily, our team didn't have such conflict points. Sienna Hyen was a pushover, Gold 1 and 2 didn't have the guts to speak up even if they had complaints. Lee Sejin was already struggling just to get through her own part, and once Choi Won-gil had been put in his place, he stopped talking nonsense. Big Sejin, of course, had taken the main dancer role for himself, so he wouldn't have had any complaints either. Now that I list it all out, it sounds less like we had good teamwork and more like everyone was too overwhelmed with NVLIGHT, their own issues to cause any fights. That's correct. But what shows up on camera will look like teamwork, so it doesn't matter. Anyway, in the vague atmosphere following the first vote, the individual vote also wrapped up. Thank you. With a short farewell, the participants stepped off the stage. I did too, of course. Strangely, I felt a bit regretful about leaving the stage. The filming didn't wrap up until late at night. Great job, everyone. I think we actually did pretty well. Even though we were told that the results of the individual match would be announced at the rankings ceremony, everyone quickly made peace with it. It was the same last season too, so they probably expected it. And honestly, we won the team match, so everyone felt more relaxed. That's right, we won the team match. The winner of the team match is October 31st, with a score of 82 to 401. Oh, and with a ridiculous score of 82 to 401 at that. When the results were announced, there were 5 seconds of utter shock and wild cheers. Except for Big Sejin, the rest of us were on the verge of tears. There was no need to say more. But we had to calm down quickly and compose ourselves. HRK, Dongyan, you did well. Good job. A member from the other team actually cried. Usually, it's hard to cry when someone else has already started, especially if it's from joy. So our members, who had been trying to maintain that vague sense of happiness out of awareness for the cameras and the other team, instantly entered a euphoric high once filming ended. Should we make a group chat? I mean, after going through all this together, we should at least have a group chat, right? Oh wow, I love that idea. I approve, dear leader. Led by Big Sejin, a group chat was made. Surprisingly, even Lee Sejin handed over her number without a word, probably carried along by the mood. Gasp. Yu Hyung. Wow, now all our team members can chat together. In the end, I also naturally exchanged numbers and joined the group messenger chat. I need to mute notifications. Monday, you did great today. Yeah, you too. Good job being the leader. Big Sejin spoke to me while packing up his things. Since everything ended well, and he was being polite, I decided to play along. Haha. I was a pretty good leader, right? Does this guy not know what humility is? Kidding, just kidding. Big Sejin smiled. I wished he'd stop when it was clearly not a joke. Let's meet up often. Keep in touch too. Okay. Big Sejin clearly wanted to include me in his crew, probably planning to ditch the other same agency participants because they're useless. But I didn't forget that this guy was still a suspect for being on drugs. I had no intention of risking it until the suspicion was fully cleared. I'll just brush it off and say my phone broke later. As I thought that, another voice cut in beside me. And me too. Let's keep in touch. You want to keep in touch? Sienna Hyen nodded vigorously. He'd be safer than Big Sejin, at least. I nodded back, and Sienna Hyen's face lit up. Big Sejin laughed and said, should the three of us make a separate group chat? A same-age line chat would be nice too. That's quite the stretch. But thanks to Sian Ahayan's quick agreement, another group messenger chat was created in an instant. A bad feeling passed over me. It was something I'd put off thinking about while focusing on the stage, but apparently, last season, a lot of votes ended up coming in based on the team pairings from the first match. Could it be I'm stuck with these guys as a set now? I don't know. Anyway, since we did well in the team match, I'll probably pass the first round. Everyone get home safe. See you again. The participants finished their goodbyes and left the set. I also walked out and got on the bus. Once I got back to the temporary one room, I needed to look up some reviews of the team match. Audience members usually signed confidentiality agreements not to leak performance details before the broadcast. But in reality, spoiler bans were rarely followed perfectly. So anonymous sites with no personal info flooded with reviews. They looked something like this. Fan review from Idol Company. Marshmallow Sweet was fucking awesome. LOL. Who the hell are these guys? They keep popping up. Trolls? Nope. Apparently they really crushed it. How can Marshmallow Sweet be awesome? What? Did they pop popcorn to the beat or something? It was unexpected. No matter what, I thought the team with Cha Yujin, the former number one, would get more mentions, but we actually seemed to be mentioned more. Of course, about half of them were probably just people jumping on the trend of making fun of Idol Corporation, not actual audience members. Still, it meant a lot of people remembered us. I picked out a few proper reviews to read. First team match, writing what I remember. And the ones who did Mellow Sweet's debut song were seriously good. They could debut as is. Great synergy and visuals. Only Lee Sejin was a bit clumsy, but even that got smoothed out by the mood. I wonder who came up with the idea. Oh right, their high notes were crazy too. Could totally be main vocal. Plus, since there's so much talk of fakery, here's proof. Take this. Blurry stage setup photo. So besides Lee Sejin, who else was there? You say they were awesome, but don't remember the members. Magic LOL. Next faker. It's not fake. Just look at the photo LOL. I matched names with the profile. Sian Ahayan was there. He was crazy good. If there had been a center system, he would have been it. But how exactly did they do well? I'm really curious. That debut song is so cringe. They made it into an occult theme. It was chilling. No, it was a robot concept. LL, ignore the trolls. They just stuck with the fairy concept. No, it was a werewolf concept. Nope, vampire. What the hell is the truth, you lunatics? It was fairies, okay. This thread's fucked. I checked other posts, and it was the same. People trolling and turning it into a joke halfway through. Most likely, there would only be vague rumors until the episode aired. Honestly, that was better. It would make people more curious. And the producers would surely check online reactions, so the high volume of discussion would likely help our screen time. That's enough checking reactions. Time to take care of the next priority. I reopened the pop-up that appeared right after the performance ended. Successful performance. You impressed the majority. Audience count, 582, new record. Impressed ratio, 81%, new record. Draw rare trait click. The explanation was longer than before. Apparently, better traits came with higher audience counts and impressed ratios. Both traits I'd gotten before had been useful, so this was a decent reward for a single stage. Well, if you don't debut in a year you die, then this much is fair for balance. Thinking about it that way suddenly pisses me off. Aside from that, I had leveled up once from achieving 500 dance practices during team match prep, but I delayed stat distribution. I wanted to invest based on what the next filming required. So I'll keep those on hold and go ahead with the trait draw. When I clicked the draw, the usual slot machine appeared. I was getting used to the look of it. The slots spun, and as usual, stopped on a brass-colored label. There were only a few silver ones, and they looked like the high ranks, so landing on brass was a bit disappointing. Can't always be lucky, I guess. But more important than the rank was the actual effect. I quickly composed myself and checked the new trait. Trait. Look at me. D acquired. People will pay slightly more attention to your actions. I was speechless. 17 chapter. Of course, getting attention in the entertainment industry is an important skill. A brief moment on stage could change a career entirely. But I couldn't shake the impression that this trait, both in name and effect, seemed tailor-made for an attention seeker. It didn't even state the exact increase rate. Just slightly more? Can a status window even use such vague wording? Maybe that's why it's a D-rank trait. But no miracle occurred where the status window responded to my complaint. In the end, I accepted reality. Yeah, a trait that draws attention, great. I really hope it helps with debut. VRRRT. The moment I dismissed the status window, my smartphone buzzed. I quickly checked, thinking it might be a message from the production team. But it wasn't. What the? It was a Messenger Talk notification. Lee Sejin, big. Monday, aren't you checking the group chat? LOL. Lee Sejin, big. Your unread silence is so cool it's cold, Monday. I should have muted my private messenger too, but I forgot. Since we'd be seeing each other regularly, ignoring a message I'd already opened would be like grabbing them by the collar. So I had no choice but to reply. Me. I don't check my phone often. Sorry. Lee Sejin, big no need to apologize. You're making it awkward, ha. Lee Sejin, big hurry, and check the group chat. Urgent request. Was there some important news? I opened the group messenger chat. Over 500 unread messages had piled up in the room with the first team match members. Of course, I had no intention of reading them all. I scrolled down and checked just the latest ones. The team members were sharing screenshots of fan reviews about our stage. One quote said, "Everyone in this team was so handsome," and the chat was filled with light banter and social niceties. Lee Sejin, big right, come to think of it, Monday must wash his face with broadcast water. He gets more handsome every time I see him, lol. Lee Sejin, big in honor of our brotherly bond. Share your dermatologist info. It's the level up boost, you bastard. But of course, I couldn't say that, so I just replied that I didn't go to any dermatologist. What kind of idiot uses the phrase urgent request just to ask for skincare tips? Was it just me? I suddenly felt very tired. At that moment, another buzz. See you, Nahayan. Monday, I hope you're doing well. Thank you for always treating me kindly during the first team match. I'll definitely repay you next time. More. A long, heartfelt message was posted in the group chat. Like a lie, suddenly no one posted anything else. A deathly silence. Out of basic human decency, I sent a short reply, then immediately turned off my mobile data. Next time we meet for filming, I need to make sure to say I couldn't see the messages because I don't have Wi-Fi at home. There were 5 days left until the next shoot, the production press conference. The production press conference, a promotional event held just before the first episode aired. With 77 contestants, there was almost nothing to do on an individual level. Basically, just saying it's me once and get some photos taken. Of course, the important part was getting photographed. It was already proven that the photos taken at this event could have a major impact on early voting results. Thanks to that, I used to take paid shoots myself. Since it wasn't about taking and selling photos randomly, but rather by commission, the pay had been pretty good. Anyway, if I were to describe how I felt standing at that production press conference, all these faces look familiar. The people peeking out from behind the press photographer's line with personal cameras were familiar. I felt like over half of them had sat next to me at some event at least once before. Let's analyze a bit. Let's see. About 1 in every 3 looked like data resellers. Aside from them, most were fans of existing idol groups. Probably half were here scouting for new idols, and half just came for fun. Maybe that's why no one seemed to be fixed on a single person. Most of the lenses subtly shifted to catch 3 or 4 contestants in a single shot, probably planning to crop them individually later. Still, there were more people than I expected. It seemed like there was a growing undercurrent of belief that this show would succeed by riding on its controversies. Too bad Park Monday's appearance stat won't go past B even if I spend my remaining points. Most likely, the perks of this event would go to those with appearance stats A and above, so I just have to give it my all during the It's Me performance. So looks really are everything, huh? I regretted not investing in appearance first. We'll start once the reporters are in position. As we lined up on the outdoor lawn, just like we rehearsed at dawn, a staff member called for a short break. While I was stretching my legs, someone suddenly spoke up. I saw your stage. Huh. It was Cha Yujin, standing diagonally ahead of me. If I remembered right, she would be the one to win this season. Why does she always start conversations like this? Then I remembered. She'd done the same thing last time. I think it was during the It's Me performance shoot. She suddenly asked if I couldn't dance, and I answered that she could decide after watching the performance. Could this be a continuation of that conversation? If contestants were talking about performances right now, it was probably about the first team match. If that's the case, then I couldn't deny it. I did well. Even I thought so. Still, it felt a little out of the blue. Was this a shonen manga or something? Was she developing a rivalry? Then, even more out of nowhere, Cha Yujin gave me a thumbs up. You were really great. Ah, thank you. Let's be on the same team next time. That'd be nice. Whatever she was thinking, it'd be a benefit to team up with her. So I just accepted it without questioning it. Even if it was just polite small talk, there was no need to dwell on it. That was the end of our conversation. Do you want this? Oh, thanks. Gasp. Ahyanim, what about mine? Wow. Big Sejin's turning into a sycophant now that he's not the leader anymore. Here. I chewed on the jelly that Sienna Hyan handed me and kept stretching. As the gold rank X team members chatted away, a staff member gave us the signal. Get ready. Soon the familiar intro of the song we'd heard endlessly during filming started playing. At any rate, this performance would end up on Wedub, so I had to avoid messing up the choreography. Right after we finished the It's Me stage and walked off, someone shouted, Mundy, were they really calling Park Mundy? I turned my head and checked. It was someone among the camera crowd. A woman in a hoodie started furiously snapping photos the moment I looked. Was she focusing only on me? When I instinctively raised my hand to cover my face, she shouted again, Mundy, do a heart. I never thought I'd hear those words in my life. But a chance is a chance, so I somehow made a finger heart and held it up. It felt pretty embarrassing. Cheek poke. Do the cheek poke too. Beside me, Sienna Hyan was slowly backing away. Looked like he'd already been hounded by cameras before the stage. I signaled with my eyes. You do it too. If at least one other guy did it with me, it wouldn't feel as awkward. He must have understood, because Sienna Hyan hesitated, then returned. And in that moment, Big Sejin pushed in. What are you two doing? Ah, photo time. Unbelievable. This guy knew exactly when to swoop in with a spoon. I wish he wouldn't put his arm on people's shoulders, but I held back for the camera's sake. And just like that, the three of us ended up taking a photo together with our arms around each other. So we're taking photos as a trio even before episode 1 airs. I had a bad feeling about this from the moment that group chat was created. It felt off, but the die was already cast since the first team match, so there was no point in avoiding it. Anyway, the woman finally stopped snapping photos, seemingly satisfied with the shot. Oh, she was someone who used to buy photo data from me. There were a lot of homas like that. Fans who couldn't attend events and bought raw photos to edit and upload like they'd taken them themselves. She was one of those clients. I remembered now. She once complained about the price, saying it was too high for resold data. Still, I never photographed people's private lives at airports or during arrivals and departures. If the data didn't sell, I'd even upload it for free on fan communities or Wedub. Well, I guess I can't really complain if people hate me for it. Even if the company turned a blind eye to that kind of selling for marketing purposes, it was still using someone's image without permission. Maybe that's why I'm now stuck in this debut or sudden death situation. Like karma, so I can finally feel what it's like to be the one being photographed. Park Mundy is seriously cute. Wow, I'm really not used to this. Come to think of it, the male idol that woman used to shoot had a drunk driving scandal at the end of last year. He was the main vocal, wasn't he? Looks like she's planning to switch to Park Mundy now. With mixed feelings, I wave my hand. Anyway, I hope she'd keep taking lots of pictures. This press conference footage was valuable. And it'd be even better if she uploads them before Friday. Because this Friday, Relist Idol Corporation would begin airing its first episode. TNET headquarters. The editing room tucked into a corner of the 9th floor was packed with sleepless staff. Ryu Siren, who had scouted Park Mundy, was one of them. Siren, your eyes are bloodshot. Go get some coffee. No time. Just hand it here. It was her 7th cup today. Everyone reviewing video footage looked completely exhausted. Ryu Siren's former senior let out a sigh. Editing the first episode is important. Yeah, it sets the tone for the whole program. What to show and what to cut. Right? You need a story to make it fun. People need to be able to enjoy it without thinking too much. Even audition shows were better with a story. And that story had to be easy to follow to keep viewers engaged. This was practically considered a rule now. Exactly. That's why you start building from episode 1 with episode 4 in mind. Yeah. Use the first hashtag #InkViaLight hashtag team match results as the episode's climax. Create a story flow and develop the contestants' characters. Of course, Ryu Siren and her senior didn't have the final say on that. What matters is what the main PD wants to do. She took her hands off the video for a moment. Taking a break? Thinking about pitching something? Editing ideas? Yeah. Sounds good. Didn't you pitch something back in season 1 too? Was it about Li Goyan? That civilian contestant? PD Zhang actually used your idea. Should I try it too? At her senior's words, Ryu Siren smirked inwardly. I only pulled that off because I timed it right. And now is exactly that kind of timing. Exhausted people often forgot about hierarchy out of camaraderie. This time there's no one we have to push either, so it's the perfect time to suggest things. Yup, just focus on ratings. Thanks to last season getting cut short due to controversy, there were barely any requests from major agencies this time. So what kind of story would make viewers feel catharsis when the team matches aired? Sure, it's important to highlight the popular kids, but you also need a villain. You're good at spotting that stuff, right? Her senior's playful tone carried a real point. Ryu Siren shrugged. Come on, like the production team creates that. It's just how people are. They want to keep liking the ones they already like, and keep hating the ones they already hate. Humph. Once lumped in as production staff, her senior went quiet. All we do is make it easier for the viewers to immerse themselves. Fair enough. Her senior backed down a bit. Ryu Siren clearly had a good sense for this. Changing the subject, he brought it up like it was obvious. So you picked the underdog this time? Because it gives you more material to work with in editing. Underdog effect. Like David defeating Goliath, it referred to the thrill of a weakling beating the strong. One of the most entertaining stories an audition show could offer. Of course, to make that story work, the editor had to do a lot of stitching. It had to be crafted carefully. You're pitching that group, right? You've been replaying their footage nonstop. Well, I'll see. Though she was vague, it was practically a yes. No matter how I look at it, these kids deserve it. As she thought back on the footage she'd watched over and over, Ryu Siren made up her mind. Fighting. She casually brushed off her senior's hollow cheer, then headed toward the main PD to start the conversation. Excuse me, PD Nim. And she was fairly sure. The main PD was probably already thinking the same thing. 18 chapter. Wow, I'm seriously nervous. Hope we get lots of screen time. The sweaty voices of teenagers echoed through the dorm's auditorium. Their energy is impressive. They'd all come to the set this late at night, dressed in uncomfortable uniforms and sitting on hard metal chairs for filming. Well, with cameras everywhere, it wasn't exactly easy to show discomfort. Even I was doing the same. I was currently enduring Gold 1, Gold 2, and Big Seijin, teasing me after getting bored of chatting amongst themselves. Mundi Hyungnim, how do you feel about episode 1 airing soon? They say you're ready to be a legend in the rankings evaluation? Amazing. Mr. Mundi, cut it out. The real legend is my life, for not being able to ignore this kind of idiotic banter. I wanted to down something, anything. There's a drink. Now that I looked, there was an ion drink placed under each seat. It was positioned just so the brand logo was visible. Guess they finally landed a PPL. I'd never heard of the brand, but who cared? I cracked mine open and chugged it, and nearly spat it back out. Now I understood why they got a product placement. It tasted like crap. Countdown coming up. Please follow along from 10. With the staff shout, the logo disappeared from the front projector screen and numbers appeared. 10, 9, 8. As the countdown ended, the theme song It's Me began to play, and cheers and applause erupted all around. And so, the long-awaited episode 1 was aired. The first episode had a special 2-hour slot. That meant the contestants sat on metal chairs for 120 minutes, unable to do anything except broadcast appropriate reactions. But I doubted anyone cared about that. Only one thing mattered. How much screen time did I get? Of course, most contestants were probably disappointed. And me? Well, let's review, along with the reactions I found online after the shoot ended. First, critical articles and top comments about Idol Company were blatantly shown on screen. Then captions appeared. So many controversies. How did the real filming of Relist Idol Corporation actually unfold? The viewers responded the same as always. They complained while continuing to watch. Wow, they just aired that raw? Classic cable channel standards LOL. Feels like spicy popcorn. Boring AF. Just show us the kids already. Thankfully, the opening passed quickly, and the first contestant appeared. I'm so nervous. Oh, Choi Won-gil. Right. The group evaluation with Choi Won-gil aired first. He got a decent amount of screen time, positioned as the classic youngest member. Pretty sure he wasn't the first one up, though. That first contestant didn't show up again later. Guess they're done for. It was like that throughout. The producers had clearly already filtered things internally. Some contestants didn't even get reaction cuts. Interestingly, several contestants who were in my previous group got a lot of screen time. Starting with Choi Won-gil, before the first half was even over, Big Sejin and Gold 1 and 2 had their evaluations broadcasted. It felt good. Being highlighted as a solid team before the team match was a strong start. Of course, what matters most is my own screen time. If my evaluation hadn't been completely cut, I should show up in episode 1. And thankfully, I did. Next contestant, please enter. My screen time began at the end of part 1. Seeing Park Mun-dee walk onto the stage on screen gave me a strange feeling. Like watching someone else reenact what I'd done. Behind me, Big Sejin and the Gold started slapping my back and shaking my shoulders. Didn't even give me a second to get into the mood. Hey, you're on. You see that? Yeah, that's me. If they shook me anymore, I wouldn't be able to see even with eyes wide open. Cut it out. Not that I could say that aloud, so I just played along and refocused on the screen. The conversation with the judges was starting. Yes, contestant. Please introduce yourself. My name is Park Mun-dee. Nice to meet you. As soon as Park Mun-dee's greeting ended, an interview cut was inserted. That meant effort had gone into the editing, a positive sign. Question: anything you'd like to say? Park Mun-dee. No, silence. Park Mun-dee. Nothing in particular. Ominous background music and cold sound effects were layered in as a bonus. Let's see. I think that was actually in response to a question about whether I had any complaints about team members. They really spliced it like this? I rescinded my positive judgment on the edit in 7 seconds flat. This is bad. The judges' reactions were exaggerated even more on screen. That's it. Yes, I don't have any credentials worth mentioning. Immediately after, another interview clip appeared. Park Mun-dee. Before joining this show, I had no prior experience in entertainment. Question: have you received any training? Park Mun-dee. I haven't. That's when I thought I was screwed. I had tried to phrase things in a way that would be hard to slice up, but they turned it all into blunt sound bites. Online reactions were brutal. His answers have zero effort. Is this guy playing a character? Looks totally unmotivated. Why even show up if you're just some rando? Either he's hilariously bad, or it's going to be cringe. Even the judges' muttered comments were all subtitled on screen. Oh wow, there's really nothing in his application. Seriously. Quick cuts showed other contestants watching stiffly or whispering. No idea where they pulled those from. The next line from the judge got special editing to sound sarcastic. Okay, let's see your performance. Yes. On screen, Park Mun-dee held the mic as the instrumental began. And the moment I sang the first note. Ding dong. It's the sound of our ice water purifier. A commercial played. Cable TV's specialty, mid-episode ads. Huh. Hyung, don't worry too much. Around me, exaggerated reactions and concerned whispers poured in. You okay? The guy who hasn't had a single shot is worried about me. Maybe they were just overly into the mood. Must be the cameras. I answered. Calmly. Hey, I got airtime. That's what counts. Total BS. Doesn't matter what you did. If they butcher the edit, you're done. But I let out a small smirk. They're not going to bury me completely. The ad being placed mid-performance meant it was okay to break the flow, which meant that what came after likely wouldn't annoy viewers. The short commercial ended quickly, and the music resumed. By now, internet reactions were boiling over. I wasn't even curious, and they're running ads LOL. Stop wasting airtime on kids who suck. No more random normies, please. I don't want to see arrogant nobodies who think they're great. But when Park Mun-dee started singing, the comments suddenly paused. I remember the me that I used to know. Wide-eyed judges and contestants suddenly raising their heads were edited together non-stop. What is this? Wait, he's good. LOL WTF, he's actually good. Honestly, I was just as surprised as the comments. He is good. With the editing, I came across like a hidden genius making a dramatic entrance into the audition. Even the awkward hand gestures, which barely counted as choreography, were cut just right to seem passable. The editing was much more favorable than I expected. I guess they were setting up a surprise by lowering expectations first. Like every day's a party, woo. During the high note in the latter half, a cut of Judge Moody covering her mouth was shown. That wasn't from my evaluation, was it? Maybe this was their way of balancing out the earlier sabotage. As I sat there feeling conflicted, online reactions flipped instantly. Damn, he's really good. I get it now. He wants to escape normie life. Total respect. That high note, though. His voice is insane. LOL, I'm shocked. First time someone sang Party in Me this well, in ages. Park Monday. I'm buying his stock. The producers even preserved the short silence after the song ended. Thank you for listening. With the close-up on other contestants' reactions and that pause, the scene felt overly dramatic. Then came the judges' explosive praise, highlighted one by one. They even slapped bold captions on the choreographer's line like it was a famous quote. You do know you did well, right? I just practiced hard so I could sing well. No, this kind of thing, you're just born with it. You've got talent. The only issue was that, thanks to how they edited it, my reaction to that praise came off extremely subdued. And I was pretty sure that was intentional. So you've never taken lessons before? No, not at all. Like, not even an academy. Nope. Judging by the online comments, the vibe was clear. LOL, yeah, doesn't sound like he practiced much. Monday, you sound so dead inside. He had soul when singing. Where'd it go now? But since people didn't seem to think I was being malicious, the comments now included jokes. I was starting to get a sense of it. They're painting me as the clueless, inferiorite, original source, laid-back normie with unexpected talent. I'd get some hate, but it wasn't a bad starting point. Actually, it was good. Unless the team match editing was completely bonkers, I'd probably cruise through round 2 with this early recognition. At this rate, they might even gloss over the dancing with some clever cuts. With that hopeful thought, the scene showing Judge Youngren requesting a dance finally aired. The online reactions around this part were uncertain. So he can't dance, huh? Oh man, they're making him dance. This is gonna be rough. I'm already cringing in advance. Yes, would this song be okay? But when Park Monday promptly requested a song and the staff reacted awkwardly, the comments flared up again. Wait, what? What did he request? Why is the staff waving their hand, LMAO? I can't even imagine what it could be. Then, as the ridiculously cheerful POPCON blasted out, both the editing and comments went off the rails. Captions full of exclamation marks, a judge spitting out water, and Park Monday dancing to POPCON with a serious face were rapidly cut together. It was absurd. Wahaha. Laughter erupted all around me from the contestants. Honestly, I wanted to die of embarrassment. I just wanted to look like I was trying, even if it was an easy song. But they made me look like some lunatic who's way too serious about popcorn. I was starting to worry they'd turn me into a meme, but I had to wait and see the score. LOL. What the hell, Monday's kinda cute. LOL. At least he takes the stage seriously, LOL. He's really going for it, LMAO. The reactions are good. They were even better than during the singing. Good God. 19 chapter. To be honest, I was pretty nervous until I turned on my smartphone to check the reaction to episode 1. I thought I might have gone and become too much of a laughingstock. But, surprisingly, the viewer's response was closer to goodwill than mockery. By the time the chorus of POPCON played, public opinion had completely shifted in a favorable direction. This is insanely fun. He's so cute he was really focused. Let's be honest, this is exactly why we came to the audition, LOL. Yeah, if you show up, you'd better work hard, looking good doing it. He's a different person than in the interview, LOL. So cute. People think this is cute. My strategy of picking a song was right. I expected them to let it slide because I'd at least tried, but this was an unexpected bonus. Isn't it the unwritten rule of audition shows that you despise the ones who can't do it? I was a bit confused at first, but then I understood the situation. It's because I sang well just before. Since I'd satisfied the traditional expectation that a singer must be able to sing, as long as my dancing wasn't embarrassingly bad, they were willing to forgive it. And on top of that, I'd even got some laughs, which amplified my character. That character bit was a little embarrassing, though. I deliberately chose only generic answers, and it still came out like this. Basically, I'd been avoiding giving them any excuse to pick on me. And to emphasize the main vocal position, I'd responded blandly to everything. In the interview, I hadn't mentioned any personal opinions, only objective statements that didn't conflict with social norms. But to turn that into soulless, of all things. Anyway, even if it's a detour, as long as I get to Seoul. Whether I take the KTX or a highway bus doesn't matter. The first stage is cleared. I definitely secured early recognition. This wasn't a hunch, but a visible result. A status window popped up while I was watching the broadcast. Start of Fame 2. 10,000 people have remembered your existence. Points +1. Call of Fame. 50,000 people have remembered your existence. Rare trait draw click. With just one broadcast, the unit leapt to 50,000. This is surreal. I decided to look at the rewards in the pop-up later, and instead opened the search bar and entered a keyword. Rebroadcast. Idol Corporation ratings. The results appeared immediately. Average rating, 3.7%. Peak momentary rating, 6.8%. My goodness, is this really the first episode of a failed cable variety series? It looked like I'd successfully stirred up some controversy. Objectively, those ratings weren't insanely high, but the fact that 100,000 people remembered Park Monday meant I'd left a strong impression, for better or worse. So now, let's take a closer look at the for and against ratings. Once I'd checked the overall flow of public opinion for the first episode, I immediately watched my evaluation clip. Pure 100% ordinary participants reversal. Park Monday. My hands and feet felt numb. I need to erase this from my mind quickly. I looked at the top comments first. What? Popcorn here? LOL, 7326/181. Inc via LGT, official version. Was half asleep watching, but now I'm wide awake. Monday, I'm buying until you blow up, 4522/294. Yeah, this main vocal spot goes to Park Monday, 2061/372. First, it was a good sign that the top comments were embarrassingly enthusiastic. It was a bit unfamiliar, but I appreciated it. However, the proportion of dislikes was considerably high, which posed a risk factor. Compared to other participants who had gotten favorable edits, say, Cha Yujin, it looked about 1.5 times worse. It meant a significant number of people who watched the broadcast had an aversion to Park Monday. It was probably because I'd come across as antisocial. So what's the most efficient way to appeal at this point? The negative image that had already formed couldn't be helped, but many idols had turned gimmicks like this into humor and charm. Even off the top of my head, well, every popular idol group had at least one member like that. So there's only one thing I need to do at the next shoot. I need to look approachable. I immediately thought of my next search term. Idol Corporation PR video. The next shoot was for the PR video. 3 days remained, so I needed to find as many meaningful examples as possible before then. The PR video shoot was done live. However, the process of preparing the PR video was filmed like a variety show. It served as filler content during the ranking announcement segment. Everyone, are you ready? Yes. The contestants answered enthusiastically to the MC's glitch line. I feel like I've seen this scene every shoot. Am I imagining it? In any case, the important thing was that the contestants had grown more desperate. I'm glad to see everyone doing well. So, do you know what we're doing today? PR videos. Self-introductions. That's right. Everyone must have watched the reaction to the first episode. They'd realized that if something wasn't broadcast live, it was as if it never happened. So no matter what you do, you'd better make that live PR video count. It wasn't exactly a fair competition. A live broadcast staged after the first episode had already determined recognition was almost a foregone conclusion. Yet every season someone managed to overturn the results with a PR video, so everyone prepared their videos desperately, without complaint. 77 amateurs going live of course brought all kinds of controversies, but nobody seemed to care. The contestants thought as long as it wasn't them, they'd be fine. The producers were happy because buzz volume went up. Tonight at 8 p.m., each of you will have your own live show on TNet's global YouTube channel. I'm really nervous. Sian Ahayan, standing nearby, muttered softly. He looked completely unfazed. What a fraud. Ah, wait. I think I misspoke. Your live broadcasts won't be just for you. The MC, enjoying the reaction, pumped his arms. The startled contestants let out cries. What do you think an entertainer's dream is? A dream? It's advertising, everyone. The MC spread his arms wide. You'll each choose a collaboration item to advertise and promote yourself together with that item. What? These jerks were really trying to take it easy. That so-called collaboration item sounded fancy, but it was just a product from T1, a subsidiary of TNet. They'd thrown anything at the wall hoping something stuck. Even if they scored 1 or 2 items and got some viral effect, fine. If not, whatever. This was one of the most capitalistic money grabs in the history of. Someone up top must have shoved this in at the last minute. They'd thought the series was dead and ignored it, but now that it was getting reactions, they wanted a piece of the action. Anyway, the MC's line sounded plausible. This item might feel like a burden you have to advertise, but remember, you can also use it as a prop to showcase your charm. The contestants seemed to accept this. They had no choice, really. So how do you get the prop you'll use? Running. Rock, paper, scissors. Karaoke. Examples from past seasons and similar shows came up here and there. The MC shook his head regretfully, then shouted the answer. It's a treasure hunt. Whoa. We've hidden treasure balls containing the items all over the dorm. For the next 15 minutes, find a treasure ball. Sienna Hyan muttered in mild amazement. This might actually be fun. Yeah, it was a setup that looked fun for viewers, but for the contestants, it was a perfect recipe for chaos. 77 people rifling through one building was sure to cause hurt feelings. Of course, the ranking announcement filler content was meant to relieve tension. It didn't seem like things would get too serious, but subtle insinuations could fly just as much as they liked. I can already picture the internet full of speculation and rumors. Oh, as befits an audition show, treasure balls have grades. Keep that in mind and examine the balls carefully. They probably just painted them gold, silver, and bronze. All right, get ready. Everyone tensed, ready to sprint. Start. Wah! With screams, 77 contestants charged into the dorm. I quietly slipped away and changed direction. I'll enter through the back door. There was no chance of finding anything if I went through the front with everyone. If I went around to the back and slipped in through the side door, I'd face less competition. Sienna Hyan and Gold One trailed behind me like sycophants, grinning like they'd sold their souls. Thanks, Mundy. This bus is comfy. You're a genius, Hyung. 2 followers I could handle, but still, it ticked me off. Gold 2 and Sienna Hyan were swept into the front door by the crowd. Timing is everything, I guess. Oh, Mundy, found one right away. As soon as I entered through the back door, I found a ball at the threshold. It was silver, just as expected. Sienna Hyan nodded at the translucent silver ball. They must have sorted grades as gold, silver, and bronze, right? Hey, let's use our own beautiful language. Gold, silver, bronze, how lovely. Ha patriot, huh? If they kept chatting, I'd just abandon them. Shouldn't we search faster? Others will arrive soon. Sure thing. Feels good knowing there's a realist like you, Mundy. I hurried on. They followed without further chatter. First, the storage room. You can think of it in reverse. Where would the staff hide something? Here. Sienna Hyan smiled and pulled a brass-colored ball from a camera stand's chalk holder. Hey, bronze, for real? Damn it. My hands are useless. Surprisingly, this was working. They were quick, so without complaint we split the area and ransacked the storage in no time. Oh, found another silver. Should we move on? Agreed. They judged the situation quickly. We moved on to the next area without delay. Where to? The dining hall first. There are cameras there. Mundy, your eyes are sharp. I'm the man who found the back door. It would be better if they didn't say stuff like that, but whatever. We wasted no time in the dining hall either. All 3 of us tacitly began searching around where cameras were likely installed. When I opened a utensil holder. Got one. Whoa, it's gold. I'd obtained a gold ball. Why am I the one who found the gold grade first? It can't be helped, Hyung. Mundy must be gold-handed. Yeah, you can't beat someone born with it. Others are coming. Once I heard feet pounding behind us, we quickly left the dining hall. Upstairs. Yes. We repeated the same search upstairs. It was efficient. Man, I'm glad the 3 of us are together. Definitely. Mundy, you have to agree, right? Yeah. To be honest, I'll admit it. I benefited from these too. Searching as a trio increased our efficiency. Their keen observation and mobility meant we searched and moved quickly. Their judgment was solid, too. They weren't stubborn jerks, so distribution went smoothly. So we found 4 gold, 2 silver, and 4 bronze, right? C and Ahayan quickly divided the palm-sized plastic balls. Gold one spoke carefully. Looks like it. Let's each keep one of each color. And since Mundy let us, give him a gold instead of a silver. How's that? I'm fine with that. It wrapped up neatly, but I didn't want to leave any room for bad editing. Having felt the power of editing once, it made me uneasy. Oh, then I won't take the brass one. You two can each have 2. Oh, thanks. Okay. As we gathered our balls, an announcement played through the dorm speakers. 200 seconds remaining. By the way, we were hiding in a warehouse next to the back door to avoid the other contestants flooding in. If we got robbed here, it would be ridiculous. Hyung, they're coming this way. Hey, let's bolt. We hurried out the back door and headed for the meeting point. Nice farming. Our teamwork's ruthless. Those idiots were so relaxed they started talking freely again. At the meeting point, contestants who'd already found 1 or 2 balls were opening them. No one was trying to snatch from others, at least not yet. They can see the cameras. Everywhere. Psychologically, it seemed they were reluctant to steal balls in plain view of cameras. Want to open ours? Sounds good. Yeah. Back at our spot, we began opening the balls. Since Cian Ahayan and Gold One had so many balls, they drew some envy from others. But having 2 high-grade ones was better. Getting a bunch of mediocre ones only makes choosing awkward. I opened my 2 gold balls and froze. 20 chapter. The 2 gold balls I'd obtained from the treasure hunt each contained a note. Guitar. Floral crown. Great. No luck. Guitar? I can't play. Floral crown? Maybe I could bluff with my appearance stat at an A grade. No. Even if I dumped all my remaining points into appearance, a crown wasn't a good choice. It had nothing to do with approachability. Both items were objectively high grade, but for me they were landmines. This is driving me crazy. I'd have to trade with Cian Ahayan or Gold One for one of the notes they hadn't picked. If that failed, I'd try any other contestant. Just as I was about to turn around, contestants flooded back into the meeting area. 20 seconds remaining. Whoa. Hey, wait. They sprinted back to the meeting point, probably to avoid having their balls snatched after hearing the announcement. Could I break through that crowd and ask for a trade in time? Just then, I spotted a familiar face. Cian Ahayan's face was as pale as paper. He was holding a bronze ball. With his personality, it was surprising he'd even managed a bronze ball. But judging by his expression, his draw must have been terrible. Then I saw the note already revealed in his bronze ball. Frozen food. Jackpot. I shoved through the crowd and approached Cian Ahayan. 5 seconds remaining. He looked flustered. 5. Can you play guitar? 4. Well, I see can strum a bit. Do you like flowers? 3. Why, yeah, sure. Then want to trade? 2. I counted that as a yes. 1. I handed over my 2 gold balls and swept up the bronze ball. Time's up. Treasure hunt ends. Cian Ahayan looked dazed. Amid cheers and groans around me, I gazed happily at the bronze ball in my hand. That was an excellent trade. I'd given up 2 gold balls for 1 bronze, and I wasn't about to get flack for it. Thursday, 7:50 p.m., just before the live PR of rebroadcast. Idol Corporation began. Related online communities and social media buzzed with every opinion imaginable. 77 people doing simultaneous live streams again this season. LOL, they really never learn after failing. Huh? LOL. These idiots are so shameless with PPL, openly shilling ads. So tacky. Kim Rabin is doing a live stream with that face. No words needed. That's God-tier content. Photo. I'd buy whatever Eugen advertises, even a massage chair. It's infuriating how these sheep fall for every marketing trick. They say all profits go to charity if you buy via the video link. Anyway, stans believe anything LOL next, sheep. I hope the contestants make it through without getting hurt. That's the best part LOL, what are you even saying? It was a chaotic stew of humanity expressing itself, but one thing was clear. Mentions of the contestants had multiplied. Viewers who'd grown fond of the contestants after episode 1 were eagerly awaiting the content. At exactly 8 p.m., the live icon appeared on the YouTube channel. It's up. Oh, I'm tuning in. I'm working late. Can someone live report viewer counts? Who's in first? It's Cha Yujin. She's way ahead of last place. 7 people at the bottom. So sad. One Gil has apple hair. Now come see everyone. Insane. Sian Ahayan put on a floral crown. He looks wild. Soon, self-promotional posts about every contestant flooded the comments. Everyone was shouting their own lines, drowning out the malicious comments. Then, who's doing a mukbang? What do you mean? No, they're seriously eating. What are you talking about in the intro video? No, really. Link. A few curious people clicked the link and joined. Hello. Park Mundi's face appeared on screen. He held a chicken foot. The other contestants' thumbnails felt worlds away from this. My fellow contestants couldn't see the live comments, but Park Mundi's stream chat was already blowing up. Why are you holding a chicken foot, Mundi? LOL Mundi strikes again. After popcorn, now boneless chicken feet appear. Wasn't this supposed to be an intro video? Suddenly chicken feet. For real? Is this supposed to be a punishment? LOL. I really want to interact. I want to ask so many questions LOL. Against the sea of comments, Park Mundi casually held the chicken foot and continued. So today's product is T1 Foods, genuine, grilled boneless chicken feet. Park Mundi sat at a table set up with a proper iron plate. The boneless chicken feet slash in his gloved hand looked tasty, but compared to the other contestants' thumbnails, it felt hugely out of place. First, I'll eat it and then review it. He took a hearty bite, chewed enthusiastically, swallowed, and then spoke again. The smoky flavor is great, and it's not too spicy, so I can keep eating. There's no off taste, so the aftertaste is clean. The texture is satisfyingly chewy. Is this guy a former mukbang YouTuber? Talk about your story, not the food. Mundi, talk to us. We should have known from how hard he went at the popcorn segment. LOL, this is hilarious. Our Mundi's just shy, he's a good kid. Viewers went wild over Park Mundi's genuine review. But before long, the mood shifted again. His mukbang was surprisingly watchable. He eats so neatly. He doesn't spill, just pops it in his mouth. His chewing is so cute. Even if he sat through a family meeting quietly and just ate, he'd score big. I want him to wrap chicken feet in perilla leaves, Mundi. LOL want to assign that as a mission. He really keeps it clean. It's nice watching someone eat well. And Park Mundi kept reviewing enthusiastically. He even pulled out a tuna mayo rice triangle, saying it went well with the chicken feet, and the comments exploded again. By then, posts appeared on SNS and forums. Equals. Contestant doing live mukbang.jpg. OMG Park Mundi is eating chicken feet. I thought he was a main vocal, but on YouTube, he's a mukbang star? Park Mundi's PR video is insane LOL. Equals. Viewer numbers skyrocketed. Park Mundi, who'd already ranked fairly high, moved into the top 5. Contestants couldn't see comments, but they could see viewer counts. Park Mundi blinked as he saw 5-figure viewers. You all are a lot. Thank you. I'll do my best. Mundi, talk about yourself now. Why? It's nice to watch you eat. Is he a rookie mukbang BJ? He eats well. He's an Idol audition contestant. He's the one who sings well LOL. But why is he eating? I have no idea LOL. We don't either LOL. I never dreamed he'd just eat non-stop without singing a note. Park Mundi continued reviewing the rice triangle in detail. Then the alarm on the clock in the corner of his desk went off. Time's up. 10 minutes are given for the PR live by default. Viewer counts and likes are converted into scores, and only the top 33 get an extra 5 minutes and special gifts. Park Mundi thought, these jerks even make me advertise without shame, but he bowed politely. This might be the end, so thank you in advance. Thank you. He bowed deeply, then paused as if thinking, and added, please watch rebroadcast. Idol Corporation Episode 2. That was the line the producers gave him, I bet. He's so honest he's cute. It's okay, Mundi, you're cute so that's enough. Right, his cuteness. He sings well and eats well, I'm happy. LOL, everyone's already melted. This is hilarious LOL. About 10 seconds after his sign-off, a ringtone sounded from the screen. I think the results are out. Park Mundi took out the clunky smartphone from under his desk. It looked like he'd received the results via text from production. Comments that already knew he'd made the top 33 focused on something else. That's a phone for seniors. So economical. So thrifty. He must have felt uncivilized not to use an Apple phone. Yet here he is using a budget phone. Somehow kind of endearing? LOL, everyone's gone crazy. Monday, I'll buy you an iPhone. Please debut already. Park Monday had chosen the cheapest phone to live within his budget, but it generated unexpected synergy. Anyway, Park Monday already guessed his high ranking, so the announcement came without tension. I ranked in the top 33, so I can continue streaming. Please support me for the next 5 minutes. I'll do my best. He bowed his head, picked up the chicken feet again, and took another hearty bite. Is he really asking us to support his mukbang? He's serious. That's what's so funny, lol. He could at least introduce himself in the extra time, lol. Come on, share TMI, favorite color, cat or dog person, even MBTI. Comments came at a staggering speed. Even if Park Monday tried to read them, he couldn't keep up. Then his smartphone rang again. It was production. What now? Oh, maybe it's about the special gift. Production's message. Special gift for contestants. Communication with viewers. From now on, viewer donations are enabled. Contestants can see donation pop-ups for amounts above 10,000 KRW. Please inform viewers. All donation amounts will be donated. The clause about donating all the money was to prevent controversy. But since the contestant receives the donation and the program donates it under its name, it felt sly. They figured they wouldn't spend their own money and could cover everything this way. Park Monday thought with mild disdain, but read the text aloud without protest. Donation? They set it at 10,001 to block trolling, I guess. They'll take all the donations and call it charity. Sleazy move. They'd just give it to the contestants and still get trashed as tacky. If you donate chicken money, does he do a chicken mukbang? This show's like a corner store, unbelievable. Most comments insulted production, but there were donations anyway. A donation alert blared instantly. That was so fast. Is it for chicken? LOL, someone asked why chicken feet, LOL. Thank you. User 123. Park Monday fought a sinking feeling as he read the donation messages on screen. 21 chapter. The first donation question was direct. Hashtag why on earth did you choose chicken feet? LOL. People murmured that it was an excellent question. Park Monday paused, then answered honestly. Actually my collaboration keyword wasn't chicken feet, but frozen food. Gross. Looking at chicken feet again, they're almost angelic. Why on earth would the producers include frozen food in an idol PR? They even have T1 sparkling water, but throw in things like dumplings, lol. Unable to see the comments, Park Monday continued calmly. Among the frozen food samples I received, the chicken feet tasted best. So I chose chicken feet. You tried all the samples? This contestant is the real deal. At this point, it's not just about working hard, lol. Well, since it's an ad, it's hard to say something's delicious if it isn't. He took another hearty bite of chicken feet, and more donations popped up in succession. Hashtag what other foods do you like besides chicken feet? Hashtag which contestant are you close with? Hashtag then why did you choose the rice triangle? LOL. I don't pick and choose, I eat anything. A close contestant. If I say it, it'll be a spoiler, so I'll skip that. They're so thorough, lol. He must have a close friend, right? I trust you, Monday. Happy face. Someone just said on the stream next door that seeing a high-end is close to you, lol. Okay, Monday, so you're close with a high-end? From his perspective, naming someone directly would be risky, so he'd fudge the answer. But the comments were already playing with that too. By the time he was carefully explaining why he'd chosen the rice triangle, more donations poured in. The tuna mayo is rich, so it pairs like a sauce with the chicken feet, ah. Hashtag Monday, please just sing a line. Hashtag don't just eat. Introduce yourself to, lol. Hashtag do you have any secrets to singing well? Singing. He set down the last chicken foot he was about to eat. Here we go. Has the idol persona awakened? He only came back to life once one chicken foot was left. Does that mean anything? No, Monday's singing is amazing. I watched his team performance, and it was so good. His broadcast was good, but how about live? Amid the murmuring comments, Park Monday began to sing. Standing on the stage, it's still unknown to me. It was the show's theme song, It's Me. He'd chosen it without much thought. It was already vetted and praised by his trainer, but to viewers it felt like solidifying his character. Park Monday, he's a pro. Could he be the most earnest contestant on the broadcast? Truly. Unpredictable, definitely not a criminal's mindset. I'm losing it. This is too funny, lol. People cracked jokes in the comments, but not all were jokes. He sings well. Why does chicken feet in one shot feel so sweet? It sounds good even without accompaniment. Well done, Mundy. Now sing another song. Despite all 77 contestants streaming live with budget equipment, Park Mundy's voice came through crisply, without mumbling or wavering. He carried the song confidently, no off notes, just a pleasant tone. It was as if everyone concentrated. The flow of comments slowed slightly, punctuated by occasional exclamations of admiration. Then, as he passed the last line before the chorus began. Now on the stage, Brian. The alarm on the desk clock rang loudly, 30 seconds until the end. The extra 5 minutes were up. Time's up. Park Mundy immediately stopped singing. He didn't want to risk controversy by dragging it out. But the abrupt stop was itself controversial. Hey, you cut off right there. Right before the chorus LOL. Ugh, frustrating. I'll sing it myself. Now on the stage, the one who shines is me. Don't you know that huge strategy is to make us watch episode 2? Mundy, you're sincere about this show. If you just left one chicken foot, you could have finished the verse, right? He could have at least continued for a line, poor Mundy. A delayed donation popped up. Hashtag your voice is so lovely. The gentle donation tone, so at odds with the rest of the comments, sent more comments flooding in. Thank you. I'll do my best. Now that I think about it, the remaining donation questions are. He quickly skimmed the questions again, self-introduction, and singing secrets, and thought, good thing time ran out. Actually, he'd been stalling with singing to defer answering those awkward questions. He had nothing to say for a self-introduction. He himself didn't fully know Park Mundy's background, and what little he did know was grim. And he couldn't talk about how the system window helped him sing. Who'd believe that? He made his decision and began to speak. Well, for a self-introduction. At that moment, the screen went black. The live has ended. Broadcast time was up. What the? Looks like it ended. They forced the broadcast off. The remaining viewers were confused, then burst into laughter when they realized what happened. Lol. We never got a single word of introduction. It felt like a sponsored eating show. That was huge fun for the first time in a while. No, seriously, Park Mundy is hilarious. Mystery comedy character. People left one-liners in the still active chat before leaving. Many lingered for a while, leaving comment after comment. They'd grown fond of him. They compared Park Mundy from episode 1 to his PR live and reveled in it. Mundy is so cute, with that face that looks totally unmotivated. He munches cutely and sings while even his cluelessness is adorable. Yum's good. His face is award-worthy. Just a bit more grooming and he'll be handsome. I'm making a fandom account today. Where do I vote? On the Idol Corporation website stock purchase page. 1 vote per day. Buying a collaboration bundle gives extra votes. They're really milking it. I gave a vote because Mundy's cute. Comments criticized the money-grubbing voting system, but soon the discussion circled back to Park Mundy's recent broadcast. He eats chicken feet so deliciously I ended up following the link and buying it. I just ordered delivery. Thanks, Mundy. Late-night chicken feet destroyed my diet. Then suddenly one comment appeared with a bizarre remark. But why does Mundy's eating feel so familiar? I feel like I've seen it somewhere. Really? Did he shoot a baby formula commercial when he was a kid? Heart pounding. LOL. Mundy said he has no entertainment experience. Oh, I found it. This is it. Spitting image, link. The link led to a chicken feet mukbang video. A big dog of unknown breed was eating raw chicken feet. The channel name, Discovering the Diet of a Pyrenean Shepherd. The black dog's ears perked up, then it wagged its tail with a dejected face where its fur had been shaved, eagerly chomping the chicken feet. Overlaid in my mind was Park Mundy's nonchalant, vigorous mukbang. Whoa. In that moment, Park Mundy's first nickname was born. Look at this. They're exactly the same. LOL. From now on, Park Mundy is Mundangdang, and no objections allowed. Capture of dog mukbang. Capture of Park Mundy live. An SNS post shared over 4,000 times showed side-by-side images of me in Park Mundy's guys biting boneless chicken feet and a large dog doing the same. I felt unsettled. Anyway, I'd successfully used approachability to offset the negative image. Mundangdang. At 29 years old, to end up with such an embarrassing nickname. I'd been told I was a good eater a few times in my life. Probably because after my parents died, I couldn't afford to be picky. I never imagined that eating a bit of chicken feet would earn me this reaction. Fourth place, of all things. Shortly after the live ended, the PR video was uploaded, and its view ranking was within my finger's reach. The numbers were still climbing. I might even overtake the former child actress Lee Se-jin in third place. I decided to go with the flow. Embarrassing or not, this is a good situation. With death by sudden failure on the line, I couldn't afford to be picky. Besides, I was more amazed than embarrassed. Actually, I was really grateful. Thanks to this, I'm one step farther from dying suddenly. I posted a brief thanks to everyone who shared my SNS post and began my next worry. Now the close problem was this. How would I be edited in episode 2, which would air soon? I was especially uneasy about receiving a platinum grade in the evaluation. If the editing is even a bit off, people will say they deserved it, but they gave it to Monday. I nervously opened the on-air window on my smartphone. At least episode 2 didn't waste time on reaction shots. I was relieved. I even earned a beer can because of it. Rebroadcast. Idol Corporation. Listening to Youngrin's voice in the opening, I slowly drank my beer and focused on the content. By the end of episode 2, the single can beside my phone had become 2 cans. I took my last swallow and thought, that was pretty good. The producers had taken care to edit my grade evaluation. They highlighted the judges praising my precise pitch and flawless choreography, stamping it as well done. They barely even spotlighted the platinum grade, just treated it like, of course someone at this level should get it. They didn't stir up any controversy. What was bothering me was that they didn't show any of the week I spent practicing without sleep. I understood they couldn't show everyone's struggles, but why include the scene of me asking Sienna Hyen for choreography and edit it to look like I mastered it at once? Oh, and they included that deadpan reaction interview when I got my grade. Putting it all together, I got it. The producers intended to keep pushing the unfazed, talent-level ordinary Park Mundy character from episode 1. Luckily, thanks to the PR Live internet, Opinion had already labeled me the chickenfoot dog. I figured they'd let it slide. I checked my SNS, and sure enough, people had pegged Park Mundy in episode 2 as the clever dog gimmick. Good, but I couldn't let my guard down. Editing wins everything. Should I lean more into the dog angle? Ring. My phone buzzed. It was Cha Se-jin. Not via messenger, but SMS. So meticulous. Mundy, we're planning to watch episode 3 together as a team. What do you think? Did I have to? I began drafting a reply. Sorry, I have something. Just as I was about to make an excuse, another message arrived. Don't tell me you're the only one not joining us. Lee Se-jin Hyung is coming too. They'd already decided. He'd spin this to production later, using a group watch as proof. With the editing direction already suspicious, I couldn't be the only one missing. I slowly revised my message. Sure, I'll be there. A reply came immediately. Hee. Knew you'd like it. Monday, see you then. I have a feeling this is going to be trouble. 22 chapter. I tried to build up my stamina by doing both workouts and practice until the day episode 3 aired. Fortunately, Park Mundy's talents weren't completely non-existent. Whatever I tried, he caught on quickly. The only downside was that I'd already filled almost all 500 practice achievements. I don't think I'll be able to rack up stats quickly through level-ups anymore. At least it was a relief that sometimes the fame or stage success event pop-ups granted stat rewards. Anyway, after a fairly diligent week, Friday finally came. Around 5 in the afternoon, I headed to the meeting place. It was an office del quite a ways from the outskirts subway station of Seoul, probably one of the former team members' place. Then, on the way out of the subway station, something surprising happened. Excuse me. Yes. Are you from Idol Corporation? That was how someone spoke to me. Technically, it was just a question, but her eyes were already shining with certainty. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. I had no mask on. If someone snapped a photo, I couldn't back out or lie. Yes, that's right. Oh, I knew it. The woman who'd spoken looked visibly thrilled. I really watched the show. Your singing is amazing. Could I get a photo with you? What should I do? I dressed nicely, thinking there might be fan photos, but unlike at the filming, I was barefaced now. I knew from taking photos myself that Idol's unedited selfies usually needed touch-ups. That's why whenever I filmed rehearsals, I'd quietly run a full filter before sharing. But in this situation, avoiding any trouble was more important. Sure. Should we use your camera app? Yes, yes, just a sec. She quickly opened a photo editing app and switched to selfie mode to take the picture together. Thankfully, she knew proper fan etiquette. Thank you so much. I'll definitely vote. No, buy stocks. Ah, thank you. Judging by how she didn't even remember Park Mundy's name, she probably wouldn't actually, but I thanked her anyway. Because of her, though, people started glancing my way. Passers-by were giving me curious looks, and it was getting a bit overwhelming. I bowed quickly and added, I have somewhere to be. Oh, right. Thanks for the photo. It felt like she was about to ask, what are you off to? So I hurried away. As soon as I got outside, I bought a mask at a convenience store. It might have been paranoia, but since someone already recognized me, I decided to be more careful on the way back. Still, I was surprised someone spotted me out on the street already. I knew Season 3 was doing well, but this was unexpected. By the latter half of the broadcast, it's going to be crazy. The place I was staying in was just a cheap room with poor security. If Park Mundy kept avoiding full cuts, I need to come up with another plan later. Lost in thought, I soon arrived at the meeting place. The office del was new, clean, and seemed secure. Whoever lived here was doing pretty well. Jealous. Oh, Mundy, you're quick. Come on in. Ah, hi. I rang the doorbell, and Lee Sejin and Sienna Hyen popped out. The living room's this way. Lee Sejin led the way as Sienna Hyen trailed behind. So this must be Lee Sejin's place. It made sense that the host would use their own home. I looked around the rather nice office-style interior and honestly admired it. Nice place, right? I wish it were mine. Did that mean it was rented? My brief question was answered by Sienna Hyen. Thanks. So, this was Sienna Hyen's home. Meanwhile, Lee Sejin was sprawled almost flat on the living room sofa, and Sienna Hyen sat properly in the corner. I watched this odd role reversal for a moment, then dismissed it. Whatever, just watch episode 3 and get out quick. On the 9th floor corner of the TNET building, the Idol Corporation production team was pulling another late night in the editing room. The PR video live prep has us backed up on editing. This is driving me nuts. With just hours until broadcast, they were only now wrapping up the final cut. Writer Ryu Seorin felt annoyed. I wish we'd outsourced the PR altogether. Even though they'd squeezed in advertising, the production budget barely budged, so they couldn't hire external help. As a result, the early career writer's schedule was a continuous round of all-nighters. What's more, the rough cut she reviewed while doing subtitles was completely different from what she expected. Why did they kill off those contestants and push others? Her suggestions hadn't been reflected at all. She ground her teeth in frustration, but she had no energy left. 2 nights without sleep had her vision yellowing. It's not like I have any real power here anyway. Still, it stung. She'd pitched those edits for the sake of the show's quality. I had some hope after seeing how they handled episodes 1 and 2. She sighed and left the editing room. With 1 hour to air, she planned to grab a quick rest in the on-duty room. Here we go. Ho ho ho. Please, our team this episode. Please. The former teammates gathered at Sienna Hyen's house, ordered delivery, and passed the time chatting about recent reactions to episodes 1 and 2. Mostly they just excitedly relayed friends' comments, with little substance. Mundy, wanna order chicken feet? That ridiculous question, asked with a grin, was the most memorable part. Anyway, time flew by, and soon it was broadcast time. Watching on the big screen is nice. I thought absently as I looked at the enormous wall-mounted TV taking up a quarter of the living room wall. It's starting. Those who'd been sprawled on the sofa or floor sat up properly, so I figured nothing would distract our monitoring. But I was wrong. Since this is the first team challenge, you all have someone you want to work with, right? As soon as the MC's words aired, interviews were slotted in. Cha Yujin, I'd pick Laven. Lee Sejin be me? Edited. Mundy's good too. Park Mundy. Shakes head in low voice. Hyungs are on screen. Lee Sejin's interview cut came out great. Hey, I said your name. Why? Didn't mind show? Every time one of them appeared in VII'd, original source, on screen, the whole room reacted. It was driving me nuts. Meanwhile, Lee Sejin was roaring with laughter. Being labeled Sejin, B, because there's another Sejin seemed to suit her. Park Mundy, did you really do that? Ha ha ha. No. As if. She'd rattled off 7 or 8 names hoping one would stick, and mine clearly did. I tried to focus back on the screen as the broadcast continued. Wow, our team looks good. The team selection scene was heartwarming. They showed the chosen pair hugging and spinning, giving the impression they were genuinely excited to work together. What surprised me was how they edited the opposing team with former archery national athlete Ryu Changwo. Lee Dojin. Oh well. Park Jong-seep. Why did it have to go like this? Choi Sang-jing. We're having fun? Edited, it didn't feel like that. Ryu Changwo. Oh dear. Forced laugh. Though their team had quickly recovered under Ryu Changwo's leadership, the broadcast made it look like their mood was completely shattered. Someone next to me made an awkward sound, unsure whether to laugh or critique. After showing the team formations, it moved to song selection. Gold 1 smashed the panel button with a yell, and they cut to him solo. Oh. He cringed painfully at his own cringe-worthy moment. Oh, Oryunga. Then the edit turned. Unserious. A comedic BGM clattered in as they cut to team member interviews. For reference, Haeljun is Gold 1, Kwon Heesung is Gold 2. Lee Sejin, did you see our faces? Like this. Kwon Heesung, what do we do? Heh. Sienna Hyen. Laughs, shrugging shoulders. Haeljun, I'm sorry. Sniff. Into a new world/mellow suite. The panel flashed playfully in the background. And then, somehow, Park Mundi's interview appeared. Park Mundi, I thought it was good. Thumbs up. A subtitle popped up. Fan love conquers all. The living room erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha. My sides hurt from laughing. Even Lee Sejin blushed red, trying to suppress her laughter. Is that really you, Mundi? Did you really say that? I said I liked the team. Oh really? Thanks. Lee Sejin giggled and flopped back onto the sofa. I simply grabbed a piece of chicken. Don't get dragged into it. The edit of choreography practice and trainer feedback felt similarly lighthearted. Let's match it like this. Okay, got it. In reality, those early rehearsals were pretty grim, but the edit made them look like enthusiastic beginners. The first tense music cue came when the choreographer's harsh critique played. No one stands out. What are you even doing? A stream of personal insults followed, words emphasized in massive subtitles. That's brutal even hearing it again. It was really scary, to be honest. Yeah, it looked that way. You too. When they showed the team's stunned faces, real concern mingled with the jokes in the living room. Thankfully, the cut of Sienna Hyen getting scolded focused on him rather than me, showing his shock. Then, at an unexpected moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Tired? Ah no. They broadcast the moment I spoke to a distracted Sienna Hyen. That was the conversation where I used the "it does make sense when you think about it" trait. The timing was off. It happened after the arrangement decision. Oh what? What's that? Sienna Hyen, flustered, dropped his chicken. I was puzzled too. That was set off camera by a corner cam. I didn't think they'd use it. Yet they did. And because the main camera wasn't rolling, it felt off the record, making the exchange seem more genuine. Titi, tell me you really think I can do well. Why would I lie? The moving edit made it feel like recruiting a comrade in a shonen manga. I was thrown off. I'm glad they edited me well, but considering how they'd built my character since episode 1, this was a sudden choice. Had they decided to replace the usual build-up? Meanwhile, on screen, Park Mundi delivered that line with dramatic BGM. Just think, I'll get this done. And the living room exploded in reaction. Ooh, I'll get this done. Mundi, you think like that normally? Wow, that's a quote. Let's ignore it. Amid the teasing that could have been either mockery or praise, the show cut to Sienna Hyen's brief interview. Sienna Hyen. Thank you so much. Sienna Hyen, I'll give it my all. That's what I thought. I have to make it happen. Sienna Hyen might be soft-spoken, but he's loyal. I immediately said, thank you. No. I'm the one who's grateful. Ah, how wholesome. Indeed. Sienna Hyen, having his lines stolen, looked even more embarrassed, just in time for the next cut. Moody's advice as the arrangement began. Everyone, let's nail down the direction first. Yes, that was the important part. 23 chapter. The arrangement meeting was led by Lee Sejin and got a fair amount of screen time. Kwon Heesung, we're lucky that Sejin Hyung is our leader. Haeljun, she's definitely someone with leadership. Since they even aired interviews with Gold 1 and Gold 2, it seemed the producers intended to push Lee Sejin's leader position. Thank you everyone. If you're grateful, talk about me in the next interview. Me too, of course. Meanwhile, one contestant watched the screen in silence, his expression tense in contrast to Lee Sejin's relaxed smile. I glanced at Choi Won-gil. Choi Won-gil, who had been unusually quiet all evening, now looked openly anxious. I wondered how the producers had edited any confrontation he might have had with me. From my perspective, as long as it didn't look like I was the one starting trouble, I didn't care much either way. But the edit went in an unexpected direction. They cut out Choi Won-gil's confrontation entirely. Idea's good, but might it come off like mocking the original song? They even removed Lee Sejin's rebuttal to my comment. Instead, they inserted a shot of her thoughtfully lifting her head. After thinking about it, there must be a way to preserve the original emotion while giving it intensity, and immediately cut to me offering that suggestion. Guess they figured Won-gil wasn't needed for the story. To maintain the dramatic flow of the arrangement, they simply erased the awkward dispute. Come to think of it, they glossed over the part swap at the start, too. Choi Won-gil seemed relieved, though I wasn't sure that was justified. In the end, he never got a proper on-camera cut. His interview wasn't even aired. He must have complained too much about his part and the arrangement for them to use any of it. But none of that mattered. What counted was how they edited me. On screen, Park Mundy was finishing with a faint smile. Let's mix in some horror. They cut to close-ups of each team member's shocked face. That's overkill. The edit made it look like I'd delivered the world's most brilliant idea. And then another interview popped up. Hail Jun Wow. Mundy's delivery of that line was perfect. Kwon Hee-sung. I knew that was the one. Lee Sejin. Now that's talent. Hearing child actor Lee Sejin's praise felt oddly bittersweet. Above all, I couldn't believe they even got her take in this. In the living room, everyone teased each other mercilessly about the cringeworthy interview. Lee Sejin, B, sat with her lips pressed tight, watching stoically. Then Lee Sejin, B's own interview aired, turning everything into an uproar of laughter. Lee Sejin, B, isn't Mundy hilarious? His expression was like a Tibetan fox, and then his idea just exploded. It was so funny. They cut together every reaction from Park Mundy in various situations against her words. Sienna Hyun's ranking evaluation. Sienna Hyun. I had an accident when I was young. What should we do? As sympathetic commentary passed by, they cut back to Park Mundy. Even I could see there was nothing but calm in my expression. Then the subtitle. Park Mundy nods. Oh, that's right. Did he really do that? Ahaha. Then the trainer's harsh critique scene. That kind of feedback belongs at a school trip talent show. While the team members bowed their heads and bit their lips, Park Mundy's serene face remained alone among them. Park Mundy. Calm. That's right. In every unsettling situation that shook the others, Park Mundy was the picture of composure. Whoa, huh? That face. It's too funny. Then I recognized my fatal flaw. Alone among overacting contestants, my calmness didn't read as composure, but almost as if I were mentally unwell. I shouldn't have blamed the producers. I laughed like crazy and ducked Lee Sejin's hand as she patted my back, feeling embarrassed for myself. After that, the broadcast briefly showed the arrangement process, carefully spoiler-free. Lee Sejin, B will do great. Park Mundy, fighting. I have no idea why I shouted fighting so flatly. Before long, the performance began. Even the teammates who had chatted away fell silent and focused on the screen. I looked at Park Mundy in full stage makeup and barely recognized myself. Oh dash. An eerie prelude played with the opening choreography, and the performance fully unfolded. Cutaways of shocked faces from other contestants were inserted whenever parts changed. My God, at least they seemed to have polished the editing so the stage didn't feel chopped up. In any case, the stage looked great. Especially Sienna Hyun, who moved like a fish in water. He almost stole the show from Lee Sejin as main dancer. His ranking's going to shoot up. Next most visible was Lee Sejin, and the rest handled their parts well. Surprisingly, Lee Sejin, used her expressions well enough it didn't look awkward. Choi Won-gil seemed to lose out. When he went center at the chorus, the cut favored Sienna Hyun. Because of the choreography, and I luckily got the bridge part aired properly. Can't you feel me? That one lyric triggered 2 or 3 reaction shots. It's almost like a round song now. Grateful, but also suspicious of their motives. Is this clueless talented guy gimmick coming back again? So when they inserted trainer reactions to the bridge, I watched the screen with suspicious eyes. Moody, that was originally Wongul's part. Jeek Taesong, really? Moody. Yeah, when Wongul said he couldn't do it, Mundy offered his chorus part and even reworked it himself. They actually aired that conversation. From the trainer's talk, it sounded like I'd kindly swapped parts to help Wongul. Well, it was true, at least in result. Moody even got her own interview. Moody, Mundy's unexpectedly warm-hearted. Moody, but his vocals are strong. Thank you. Better to have clueless but kind than clueless and infuriating. If I survive sudden death, I owe her a box of ginseng. The stage ended to the audience chanting encore. 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 They also aired the team's joyful group hug. We killed it. Honestly, even though it's my stage, I loved it. Agreed. Amid meaningless applause, the former teammates voiced their satisfaction in the living room. I talked mostly about my own part, but overall the team got a fairly balanced share of airtime. Thanks to that, the room stayed upbeat. I'm sure. Some of the eliminated contestants felt like they were at a funeral. For example, Ryu Chongwa's team afterward, you'd want a moment of silence. Here are a few selected subtitles. Did they pick the best song? But team members still not focused on practice. Leader Ryu Chongwa's lone struggle. The coup de grace was Chongwa's interview, looking utterly exhausted. Ryu Chongwa. I have to pull this off. Wow, they really sent him. I already knew it wasn't that bad, but watching it made me feel sorry. Even our guys, watching, politely remarked in concern. Man, what about those guys? Chongwa Hyung had it rough. But still, in short, the edit showed Chongwa, with little skill but many complaints, persevering with his team to complete the stage. Chongwa's got a good heart, though. Seeing it like this, he's a saint. Gold One's muttered aside perfectly summed up the edit's framing. In any case, the broadcast even showed us easily beating Chongwa's team. Score, a whopping 82 to 401. Wah! They gave us a clean, favorable cut. 4 individual votes. They ended with an edit that inspired sympathy for Chongwa. Ryu Chongwa. I think my shortcomings were great. Park Jong-seep. Honestly, you should win individual votes. Lee Dojin. The person who led the team must take responsibility. Our team didn't even mention individual votes, which felt tidy and good. Both on-site and on-air, our team achieved a clear victory. When episode 3 ended, former teammates collapsed onto the floor and sofas. Wow, I'm drained. I thought I was going to die from the tension. Scary. Even Sian Ahayan added his voice. They all looked completely spent. Lee Sejin lay back on the sofa and said, not to sound cliché, but great job, everyone. Watching the broadcast, you were all amazing. Sejin, you did the hard work. I'm glad it looked good. Gold 2's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Our reaction must have been perfect, right? And as if someone had granted their wish, it came true. The first measurable reaction appeared on WeTube. The stage video of October 31st, the team I was on, ranked 9th in real-time trending. The comments were insane. Dash, from the arrangement to stage presence, it was all killer. Dash, who knew this gem of a stage on a shabby network? Dash, this is the stock that's going to skyrocket, everyone. Dash what? Vampire? I'm on my way in the blood donor van. Dash, I've timestamped the names. 012 Sian Ahayan. 021 Lee Sejin B. More. Dash, please debut as October 31. Dash, watching the prep, they were all so sweet and friendly, right? The gap between that and performance is real. Right after the broadcast, similar recommendations and reaction posts flooded the trending page, some shared tens of thousands of times. Girl group debut song reinterpretation by October 31st. Participants turning mellow, sweet into art. Huge ranking changes for Mellow Sweet, Episode 2. Some viewers even discovered Idol Corporation through that stage video. Dash saw that vampire-themed stage. New season of Mellow Sweet. Dash thought it'd bomb, but stage quality is next level. Dash never liked idols before. How do I vote? Because of that, posts saying they loved that team as a whole popped up frequently. Dash, I hope they debut like this. Dash, I'm rotating votes for each member. Why aren't they a group already? A few fast-moving hardcore K-pop reaction channels jumped in, too. They posted side-by-side reactions comparing Mellow Sweet's original and October 31's arranged version. Wow, it's like one of a kind, right? That video, subtitled and reposted by reaction translation channels, kept drawing domestic and international views. During this, mentions of our team members across SNS and communities surged overwhelmingly. It was truly a tectonic shift. The icing on the cake was when Mellow Sweet themselves posted their reaction to the stage video on YouTube. October 31's viral stage. Mellow Sweet watches Into a New World reaction video. After their heyday and the end of group activities, the Mellow Sweet members lived as SNS celebrities, except one who became a successful actor. Two of them teamed up to launch a YouTube channel to ride the trend. They didn't miss this hot content related to them. Except for the actor busy with filming, the rest gathered and watched October 31's arranged stage together. Wow. Oh, there's a tricky part here. Yoon's part, Sienna Hyen, you're my new stock. Oh, they say the main vocalist is our fan. Park. Mundi Nim. Thank you. Their reaction started with the usual exclamations, then detailed commentary and praise for the participants. Dried flowers on the costumes. They each put their symbolic flower. Wow, so delicate. Of course, they all gasped when the bridge came. You raised the key like this? Was that originally Wongul's part? Wow, so cool. They really are our fans. And at the end, they choked up. Why am I crying? Why am I crying? You performed so well. We must have been really moved. The members fanned themselves as they spoke with tearful voices. When we debuted with our Flower Fairy concept, we got way more love for our ridiculous bee concept, right? But originally, our debut song was like this. Mellow Sweet had debuted as Flower Fairies, then exploded in popularity with a so-called absurd concept. At that time, a meme circulated online. From Flower Fairy to stuff with flowers on your head, LOL. That was from the day they wore hairpins symbolizing each member's flower on the POPCON stage. Someone compared that screenshot to their first album stage and joked in the comments. Actually, we did get more love for that absurd gap between our debut song and concept, but still, it felt a bit disappointing. Because that comment went viral, POPCON became even more of a sensation. They had fond feelings for the absurd cuteness that defined their prime, not bad memories. But that didn't mean they weren't a little hurt. No one likes low-key ridicule. They felt truly moved that the contestants approached their debut song so seriously. Thank you so much. Mellow Sweets. Pure concept meant so much. Yes, your reinterpretation was wonderful. The vampire theme. If we ever get a chance, we really want to try it. Their faithful yet fresh take on the original emotion had deepened their admiration. They finished in slightly trembling voices. It was an amazing stage. We'll buy all your stocks, too. October 31st, Fighting. Screenshots of that video spread across communities and SNS, sending October 31 stage video views surging again. And before episode 4 even aired, all the individual camera videos from the team challenge were released first. 24 chapter. It was about time. I closed the comment section on the October 31st stage video I'd been watching. First, to sum up the overall situation. It's blown up so insanely. Honestly, there was no other way to put it. From view counts to article comments, every metric easily exceeded those of the other teams in episode 3 by 3 to 6 times. Ryu Changwa's team saw a buzz spike for different reasons, and we even got some of that reflected back to us. In any case, as long as I didn't slip up here, it looked like we'd make it safely through to round 2. That made the next shoot all the more important. Having seen the power of editing firsthand, I knew I had to be even more careful. So, what could help me for the next shoot? I entered a new search term in the search bar. Park Mundi Individual Fancam. The first result was the official video, posted 1 day ago. I hadn't looked at it for a day, so I could get feedback objectively. The numbers were beyond my expectations. Views, 320K. Considering I wasn't a contestant known for dance, that was spectacular. Below, related videos of the other contestants showed view counts of 30K, 120K, 7K, 20K, 60K. Very few outperformed me. In fact, about half of them hadn't even passed 50K. By views alone, I'd easily rank within the top 12. Given that the stage had already been public, That was even more impressive. But substance matters more. I sorted the comments by top. Dash, watch his expressions in every part. He's a total genius idol. Born to be an idol, loudly crying face. Dash, Mundy's concept fit perfectly, amazing. Dash, from popcorn to chicken feet to horror. Park Mundy is literally divine. Dash, bridge part was pure ear candy. Thank you. Dash, Mundy fangirl for Mellow Sweet here. When the song choice came up, he was the only one visibly excited. LOL, so cute. The last comment was a bit off the mark, but since it was positive, I took it as praise. The rest were mostly compliments. Sorting by latest, a few insults appeared, but they quickly vanished under a flood of new English comments. Next, I searched social media for my name, Park Mundy, and Mundy. Immediately, my feed filled with posts and images. Dash, Mundy is so cute, individual fancam gif. Dash, how did he think of horror in the middle of his set? Loudly crying face. Our Mundy has skill, personality, and sense all in one idol. Loudly crying face. Dash, Park Mundy sings well, but I'm not sure he's that extraordinary, though he's my type, from the press conference pics. Dash, Mundy is Mundying, eat well, be happy, dog mukbang edit. The range of reactions was overwhelming. Face, voice, expression, shoulder movement. Even my nervous habit of touching the back of my neck. People found it cute. I rubbed the back of my neck with my hand. Embarrassing, but not unpleasant. I felt grateful and strangely motivated. Of course, the internet's opinion wasn't monolithic. I thought it over carefully. If someone altered the search term so Mundy didn't catch it. Without much hesitation, I entered Gamio, a simple transformation, flip mun, and represent day, with a lookalike syllable. Back when I sold data, this was a go-to trick, so it should work. As expected, the results poured in. Dash, Gamio's ugly as hell. Can't even dance popcorn parts. F******. Producers edit this crap. LOL, I hate him. Die. Dash, honestly. Since Idol Corporation has no decent main vocalists, they're pushing Gamio. That voice, so cleanly filtered, ugh. Dash, Gamio's fandom for Mellow Sweet is so fake. Dash, I want to see Gamio's chest. Next stage, he needs to show some skin. Dash, a normal person. LOL, Gamio probably scrubbed himself clean from some trash company's trainee life. My account could get exposed from watching him. So fake. A nonstop feed of vicious slurs. Even prepared, it was shocking. A few crossed lines into harassment, but presumably that's why they disguised the name. Interestingly, many of the troll accounts used Cha Yujin's photo as their profile. Perhaps they set it up to target the most popular contestant, but some may have been genuine. It created a strange tension. Fans of the Team Challenge grouping supporting us, while attacking members of other teams. But this is a traditional dynamic in audition shows, so it wasn't particularly surprising. I'd experienced it myself selling data. People buy both the data for their favorite contestant, InkVLGT, only on InkVLGT, and the data for the one they want to sabotage, then discard the latter. It seemed Cha Yujin and Park Mundy had ended up on opposite sides. A side effect of the Team Challenge going insanely well, I guess. In any case, it was tolerable. What really mattered was whether there was anything useful to glean from the hate comments. First, no need to worry about my singing. That's objectively verifiable on the show itself. What came up next was opinions on my character, that I was contrived, annoying, or that my face didn't fit my concept. That look for that concept. LOL. Did wanting a look demand the right face, too? I'd never liked that edit direction, but it stung a bit. Then I realized the feeling was unnecessary. A face can be fixed. The next shoot was the ranking announcement. Compared to episode 4's air date, filming was about a month earlier, so even if I changed my looks, it wouldn't seem odd. Status window. I poured points into my appearance stat without hesitation. After a moment's thought, I pulled out my phone, opened the group chat, and posted. Anyone know a good salon? If I was going to do this, I might as well do it right. From a few days before episode 5's air date, every online community was buzzing with ranking spoilers. Ranking spoiler from OJS. From someone on staff, blurry set photo. First, Cha Yujin. Second, Ryu Chongwo. Fifth, Kim Raebin. Sixth, Sian Ahayan. Child actor ISJ plummets outside top 10, practically bawling on set. It's fake. But I hope Lee Sejin collapses quickly. LOL, that washed-up kid actor crawling into an idol survival show. Huh. I got the PDF. Yeah, LOL posted LOL. Of course Cha Yujin's first. Lucky Ryu Chongwo. Must be edit magic. You idiots, it's rigged. Stop pretending you got tricked. Disgusting. Got proof. It's from last year's variety show. Behind the scenes pic, link. Whoa. Every time someone exposed it as a hoax, the thread got deleted. The producers poured everything into blocking spoilers, half by effort and half by luck. Thanks to that, just before episode 5 began, viewers sat before their screens desperate with anticipation. One woman seated at her desktop felt the same way. She clasped her hands in prayer. Please let Mundy rise. On her minimized tabs, she had the press conference fan cam of Park Mundy uploading. She was the fan who discovered him as a viewer in the team challenge, armed with a long lens camera. Through PR specials and the show itself, she jumped fandoms to him completely, even taking on the role of home base by posting pictures. Today was the big ranking announcement. She fretted. There's no way he fell, right? But if he ranks high now, it'll cement him as a frontrunner. Latecomers always get beaten down, and it's hard to break through a hardened concrete layer. That's why the first ranking announcement is crucial. Thinking that, she posted on her account via her phone. Full Moon Baby, uploaded Park Mundy press conference fancam. YouTube link. Hashtag Park Mundy, hashtag by Park Mundy stock, hashtag October 31 Park Mundy, hashtag Mondaying, hashtag Moonday. The moment she hit post, share count shot up. Nice. She watched proudly, then added a promo line. Please give our Mundy lots of support. D. Idol Corporation stock purchase link. With that, the final ad break nearly ended. 5 seconds later, the broadcast would begin. She fidgeted, eyes glued to the logo. Re-IPO? Idol Corporation. The screen shifted to a brief teaser to heighten excitement. Which 30th place and 20th place contestants? And who will snatch the final 49th spot? Quick cuts of contestants bowing their heads, biting lips, bursting into tears flashed by. The sensational edit was designed to build tension, but she barely registered it. She had just caught a glimpse of Mundy's cut. His hair styled in soft waves. BL blonde. She murmured, then clapped a hand to her mouth as the realization hit. Mundy's gone blonde. In reality, it was more golden brown than shocking platinum, but none of that mattered. It looked outrageously good and cute. Having hair that took dye well was another idol asset. How did Park Mundy end up with that, too? God must be insisting I become an idol. Her trembling hand refreshed the SNS timeline. Sure enough, similar exclamations poured in. Dash insane. Dash whoa blonde. Dash he must have lost his mind. Dash Mondaying is trying to kill me today, no doubt. Dash absolute perfection, loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Dash actually, the academic consensus is that he'd been dyeing his blonde hair black until now. Anyway, Mundy's fans couldn't stop swooning. Truthfully, the bold investment in my appearance stat played a big role, yet everyone credited the hair change as a complete transformation, and it stuck. That single shot was so good that their exuberance continued for quite a while. PR broadcast behind the scenes. After the minor behind-the-scenes segments, just before the ranking announcement, the PR shoot appeared on screen. Contestants stared in horror at the MC's announcement. For the next 15 minutes, you must find the treasure ball. What? This I wanted to see. She refocused, hoping they'd shed light on how I ended up choosing chicken feet. Yap. Yes. Goal. But for the longest time, the broadcast only showed contestants swarming around trying to grab the balls. What the no Mundy footage? Mundy's fans grumbled that the producers had no sense. Even some viewers complained similarly. Dash, no backstory on chicken feet guy. Dash, he just messed up and picked chicken feet, I guess. Dash LOL. Then the reaction flipped in an instant. Park Mundy quietly appeared alone in the empty dorm cafeteria. Dash, why is no one here? Dash, why's Mundy by himself? On screen, I motioned with my hand behind me at the back door. Then a head peered out. Lee Sejin, be nobody here, right? Park Mundy, yeah? Let's go right away. Hail June. Okay. Viewers were baffled. Dash, huh? Dash, how are they the only ones here? Dash, some perk or something? Even the subtitles stoked the confusion. How did these people get here? Dash, we want to know, LOL. Dash, tell us. The broadcast showed a quick cut of the three of us precisely searching the cafeteria. Behind us. Then, whoosh, the scene rewound. And click, AM 9:30 treasure hunt begins. The footage resumed at the moment contestants dashed off to find the treasure balls, but this time it included my motion direction. Going through the back door, Lee Sejin and Gold 1 followed naturally, and the distant camera angle made it look seamless. The three of us immediately began locating the balls where no one else was around. Dash LOL insane. Dash unbelievable. Dash that quick thinking. Dash genius idea. Dash Mundy's personality is annoying, but credit where it's due. He's talented, which makes him even more annoying. LOL nailed it. Whenever another contestant's footsteps approached, we swept the balls into our arms and slipped off to another spot. Viewers were impressed, and Mundy's fans loved it even more. Dash, as expected, our Mundangding is so smart. Dash, all three of them have the physique, so it moves fast. Go October 31st. Dash, why were they grabbing so many balls, and yet it was frozen food? LOL. Good point. Mundy's home base clicked like on the freshest posts and focused back on the broadcast. Then she saw the next scene. Having so smoothly collected the balls, I received only a bronze ball from Sienna Hyan and handed over every one of mine to him. 25 chapter. Sienna Hyan reflexively accepted the bowls that Park Mundy offered. Immediately after, his interview was cut in. Sienna Hyan. AC actually, I'm not very good at instant foods. Then, like a flashback, footage from a fixed camera was briefly aired. Sienna Hyan, head buried in the bed as if his stomach hurt, was faintly visible under the thin bathroom light. Park Mundy, you okay? Sienna Hyan. I'm fine. Park Mundy, wait a second. Park Mundy stepped outside the dorm, and a short while later reappeared with subtitles. Contestant Park Mundy returns with digestion pills. In fact, this had happened during the initial grading evaluation. At that time, Park Mundy had the sleep like a dead person trait active, so he wasn't sleepy even late at night and had plenty of time. Thanks to that, he had the leisure to repay Sienna Hyan's chocolate and answer the call of his conscience. By the time Park Mundy was preparing for the PR broadcast, he had completely forgotten about the incident. Unaware of this, Sienna Hyan spoke in the interview with an apologetic yet grateful expression. Sienna Hyan. I thought you might not be able to eat it, so I switched it out. Sienna Hyan. Thanks, Mundy. Park Mundy. Nods. Of course, Park Mundy's reaction shot was cut from an entirely unrelated interview. But to the audience, it looked heartwarming. I never saw that coming. Wow, Chicken Feet Guy is pure kindness itself. Was he actually just shy? I'm kind of into Mundy now, LOL. General viewers reacted like this, and fans were even more enthusiastic. Mundy doesn't play games, so he's easy to misunderstand, but he really looks after people. Our pupper really was a pupper. Mundy, you poor thing, he chose well, but still gave away all his own food. So it was Mundy who picked that platter. Mundy the sweetheart. Park Mundy's official fan page enjoyed the positive editing and reactions, but also felt a twinge of anxiety. What if someone uses this to campaign for his personality? Personality promotion could easily backfire, especially as the show progressed. If someone exposed even a minor immoral act from his school days, it could destroy him. Some contestants had even had their graduation photos posted already. Come to think of it, there's nothing known about Mundy. He'd been such a quiet student, maybe from abroad or the countryside. She imagined Park Mundy sitting alone on a pavilion by a rice paddy, wearing a straw hat and staring blankly ahead. So picturesque. During that time, the broadcast had been airing various contestants preparing their PR lives. Kim Rabin pulling out an electric piano to compose a jingle for Idol Corporation. Big Sejin promoting sneakers with a random play dance of Idol hits, and so on. There were plenty of entertaining scenes. Focusing on a few top contestants, they also briefly showed those who hadn't even brought a collaboration item. If you don't have a collab item, just promote our program. Relisting. Idol Corporation. Of course, most failed to make the top 33 and barely managed to keep the broadcast going for 10 minutes. With a dozen contestants doing similar stale content at once, it wasn't fun. They then briefly highlighted those with unusual collab items, including Park Mundy. The shot of him setting up the chicken feet came with just the right subtitle. Park Mundy, Chicken feed enthusiast, aka mukbang rising star. Cha Yujin. That was incredible. Cha Yujin's reaction, mouth agape, flew by in a short clip. Her timeline was once again flooded with cute comments, including her own posts. Monday is too cute, smashing chicken feet. The PR broadcast preparation wrapped up on a suitably heartwarming note, as if the live had gone perfectly. A few contestants accidentally revealed others' secrets or aired sensitive issues during filming, but those moments were swept under the rug, as if they never happened, even though two contestants had been roasted online and voluntarily withdrawn. Once the program hit its popularity stride, there was no need to replay contestants' controversies in the main broadcast. Most viewers, having anticipated this, shrugged NOVELIGHT off any drama after a mention or two and refocused on the show. Next came the highly anticipated team versus individual announcement. Everyone, do you remember the reward for the contestant who ranks first in individual votes during the first team battle? At the first ranking announcement, it's an automatic pass. The screen caught several contestants muttering, "Please let it be me." The MC then filled time with flashy banter before calling one winner from each team. Most contestants at least tried to feign congratulations. Wow, congratulations. Especially the team members of the controversial Ryu Changwoo. When his first place rank was announced, they put in extra effort to look unfazed. On screen, though, it came off as awkward. Congratulations. Yeah, thanks. You all worked hard, sorry. No, it's fine. They're trying so hard, it looks lame. Having grown used to this pattern, she actually felt averse to the editing. Hardcore survival show fans probably felt the same. Of course, the individual first place for Park Mundi's team, October 31st, was announced. First place for October 31st is, congratulations, contestant Cian Ahayan. Cian Ahayan jumped in surprise as his team members of October 31st surrounded him. Oh, I knew Ahayan would do it. Congratulations. You worked hard. Thank you. It was a suitably warm presentation. Thank goodness, she exhaled with relief, though with a hint of disappointment. I thought Monday might get it. She knew the actual benefits weren't significant and that it might only invite attacks, but still felt a pang of regret. Her SNS timeline showed similar sentiments. Congratulations, Ahayan. A bit disappointing, but I loved Monday's reaction. They showed Monday's blonde hair for so long. So happy. Everyone did well. It wouldn't have been weird if anyone won. Monday the pupper worked hard. If she'd searched more blatantly, she could have found reactions like, Monday did all the arrangement and mental care, and Ahayan just leeches off him destroying humanity. Probably just a malicious stand, though. Fortunately, the topic quickly shifted to Monday's new visuals when he offered his congratulations on camera. She immediately captured a close-up and uploaded it. Not sure who dyed his hair, but thank you for Monday's blonde. Screenshot. Meanwhile, the MC was dropping another cryptic hint. But what if someone who was originally set to fail ends up passing? Oh no. Everyone, the lowest ranking pass will be eliminated. She, watching engrossed, didn't care at all. Please don't call Monday yet. She anxiously wished he'd be called later. Then we'll announce the 47th place contestant. She planned to make a YouTube promotional video while the lower ranks were read, but her hand couldn't steady the mouse. Why am I so tense over this? Unable to bear it, she grabbed a soda and sat down just as the announcements entered the top 30 range, after another break and a dull PPL segment for a beverage. They didn't show Monday even once. She almost spit out her drink, though viewers wouldn't know why she hadn't touched it since. Around 31st place, a scene she cared about finally appeared. 31st places. Contestant Kwon Hee-sung. Among the October 31st members, Park Monday was the one she'd secretly nicknamed Gold 2. He stepped onto the stage to greet. Congratulations. He gave an awkward high five with a serious expression that was unbearably cute. Meanwhile, the MC cracked a lame joke. Is this the first October 31st team member advancing to the next round? That's why it's 31st place. Seems like it. Starting with Kwon Hee-sung, October 31st members trickled onto the stage. Choi Won-gil and Ha Il-jin, Gold 1, were announced in the low 20s, then there was a pause. Next came 13th place. Congratulations. 13th places. Contestant Lee Si-jin, Oh, there are two of you. Both Lee Sejins reflexively lifted their heads. One awkwardly smiled. The other froze back to her usual expression. Between the two, it's Lee Sejin B, also known as Big Sejin. She used to be our leader in October 31st. Huh. Big Sejin laughed and offered a handshake. The other Sejin reluctantly accepted. Big Sejin then climbed the stage amid cheers and recognition from various contestants. Wow, 13. That's exactly our team's number. What fate. She joked appropriately, then delivered a sincere thank you and words of encouragement before heading up. At least he made the top 12, she swallowed, waiting for the next announcement. Without any pre-existing fame before episode 1, this was already an incredible result for Monday. 11th place goes to Seo Hunkyul. Even up to 11th place, Mundi's name hadn't been called. At last, they were within single digits. 10th, 9th, 8th place goes to the contestant who performed soft and sweet in the first team battle. There it is, she exhaled. She was sure Mundi would be called next. Child actor Lee Sejin had overwhelming early recognition, and Sienna Hyen's metrics were too good from the last stage. She figured those two would be called after Mundi. This contestant showed surprising charm. After spending a good while showing the 3 remaining October 31st members, the MC continued. It's contestant Lee Sejin. Lee Sejin shot to her feet with a stiff expression. Sienna Hyen and Park Mundi, still seated, habitually offered congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you. Thanks. Lee Sejin faintly smiled and awkwardly accepted the greetings on camera, then let out a shout. Oh, online community reactions exploded. OMG. Lee Sejin. Didn't expect top 5. 8th place. Even with talk about her personality, I thought she'd maintain rank as an underdog. She had momentum. Other contestants must have surged ahead. Lee Sejin bowed her head deeply, leaving behind a short, powerful promise to do her best, then left the stage. She gripped her mouse. So what on earth is Mundi's rank? 26th chapter. This next contestant is one who drew attention for outstanding dance skills. It's not even Mundi in 7th place. She clenched both fists and screamed 1,000 silent screams in her mind. All the effort she'd put into begging people to buy stocks. I mean, vote, posting videos and messages on SNS paid off like a tidal wave. Then, after the announcement of 6th place came 5th. This contestant was noted for their refreshing ideas and unique talents, right? At last, the MC called Park Mundi's name. 5th place, contestant Park Mundi. The camera caught Park Mundi, who had been seated, springing to his feet. Crazy, this is insane. She couldn't contain her overflowing shriek and began typing on SNS. Equals. OMG Mundi in 5th place. Mundi, I knew you'd do great. You're a genius, thank you for being an idol, really. Equals. Then she deleted it without posting. Her sliver of reason reminded her that, as a now-name brand account, she shouldn't give any unnecessary ammunition. On stage, Park Mundi bowed once, letting his golden brown hair sway, then began to speak. I feel this rank is more than I deserve. I will show you my growth so as not to betray the expectations of the shareholders who bought in. Please support me. He bowed again. Though a Stock Expo speech more than an idle remark, his choice of words left that impression. As comments like, "Is Mundi our CEO now?" LOL swirled on SNS, the MC posed a pre-prepared question. Your chicken feet PR got a lot of attention. If you debut, what other mukbang would you like to do? Steamed pre-grilled large intestines. The MC burst out laughing at the precise product name. Is there a reason? It was the second most delicious thing I've tasted after the chicken feet. Laughter echoed here and there at Park Mundi's composed answer. The MC wrapped it humorously. Another PPL product. A contestant who really thinks of Idol Corporation 5th place. Contestant Park Mundi. Thank you. Park Mundi gave a faint smile, bowed again, and took his place corresponding to his rank. It was a sensibly edited remark, giving no room for needless controversy. Watching, she exhaled in relief. She'd worried about odd edits that might cast doubt on Mundi's attitude. They must have asked another contestant. Sure enough, Kim Rae-bin, announced in 4th place, received awkward editing. Conflicts with the 7th place contestant in the team battle had been highlighted, likely the cause. In any case, she watched the remaining announcements with a much lighter heart. Frankly, it didn't matter who else placed where. I guess I'd like Sienna Hyen to do well. And I hope Cha Yujin flops a bit. She was so furious at the malicious fans calling Mundy names on SNS that she almost wanted to sue. But Idol Corporation typically favors contestants from agencies, making it hard to quell public opinion with lawsuits. And Mundy's just a civilian contestant. She worried he might get hurt if he searched. Once he debuts, I'll send all the PDFs I can to his agency. She resolved firmly and continued watching. Sienna Hyen took third place. Thank you, Sniff. Sienna Hyen cried heavily as he gave his thanks. Emotional BGM played as a few October 31st teammates, eyes reddened, reacted. I never expected this. It's all thanks to the team, and to all of you who voted for me. I'm really grateful. The MC silently mouthed, not votes, but stocks. But Sienna Hyen, overwhelmed, didn't notice, and the cross-editing brought a small laugh amid the emotion. Sniffling, Sienna Hyen returned to his seat, and in the process, October 31st members, including Park Mundy, shared a warm interaction briefly highlighted. Proof the production team was aware of the hot online reaction. Then, as everyone expected, Cha Yujin and Ryu Changwoo were the final two nominees, and after a contest, Cha Yujin was announced first. I'm so happy. Ryu Changwoo would have been better. She found Cha Yujin's gleeful acceptance irritating but not foolish enough to leave a hateful comment. Decided to be happy for Park Mundy's 5th place. A contestant who'd drawn little attention was announced in 49th place, and the ranking ceremony ended without much fanfare. After a brief, warm scene of October 31st teasing Sienna Hyen and laughing, Park Mundy's screen time concluded. Too bad. As a fan like her, the supply felt insufficient. She wanted to see more. Hoping next time she could film his commute, she silently rooted for Park Mundy's continued success. Doubtless, filming for the next team battle began immediately after the ranking ceremony. Maybe Big Sejin or Sienna Hyen will be on his team this time. She mused, deeply wishing. Whoever it is, I hope Mundy can make a great stage without worry. My head is going to split. What situation is this now? Contestant Park Mundy has been chosen. The MC's excited voice and the contestants' surprised exclamations echoed everywhere. No way. Mundy Hyung. Even though they'd gone from 77 down to 49, the volume was still ear-splitting. Surprised? I was too. Why on earth did he pick me? Contestant Park Mundy will join contestant Kim Rabin's team. I'd expected that after the ranking announcement, they'd immediately film the second team battle. This team will be decided by drawing lots. The first contestant picks 7 teammates by answering quiz questions. I'd guess some rule like that would come up. But I never thought he'd pick me. Kim Rabin, a contestant from the same agency as Cha Yujin, currently in 4th place. To my knowledge, he'll go on to the final 2. We've never even greeted each other before. Please, contestant Park Mundy, move over. I trudged over and stood beside Kim Rabin. I couldn't bluntly ask why he'd chosen me. That might end up on the cutting room floor. So I just nodded politely, as if meeting a client. Nice to meet you. Yes, nice to meet you too. Fortunately, his stern impression belied a polite nod. So he really didn't have anything shady in mind. His handsome delinquent looks and 300-degree stare had led me to prejudge. So he must genuinely think I'm useful. Since he's a rapper, picking someone who wouldn't compete for main vocal parts made sense. If a low-ranked contestant had picked me first, I'd have thought the same. But there had originally been a contestant slated for main vocals on his old team, yet he bypassed them? So he was uncomfortable with that last teammate. I recalled the broadcast. After the individual first-place reward, the team's atmosphere had shattered. Though it didn't air, I heard someone even grabbed another by the collar. The fierce vibe was captured well on screen, leaving only Cha Yujin in a positive light. The original main vocalist had no real screen time, so it wouldn't be strange if they mutually cut ties. And if he chose me, the most proven vocalist among the remaining, that made sense. Still, being his first pick feels odd. But it wasn't something to dwell on now. I quickly organized my thoughts and assessed the situation. The next quiz named 5 words starting with Park. Park Museum, applause, bad. Park Hike Geos, marinated. Radish. Kim Rabin immediately raised his hand and answered correctly with solemn intensity. Wow. Contestant Kim Rabin, consecutive correct answers. This is too advantageous for a rapper, isn't it? With lively reactions from the contestants who'd caught on, Kim Rabin instantly pointed to the next pick. Contestant Cha Yujin, your turn. He claimed the first place spot even in this process. I would have too. Smart move. From the first team battle, he seemed worse at socializing than Lee Sejin, but editing and rumors must have lied. If this team forms as is, I don't know what it spells for me. It's going to feel so different from the first round. Good pick. Yeah. Cha Yujin darted over at once, greeting Kim Rabin, then gave me a thumbs up. We're on the same team. Yes, we are. You'll rock the stage. Thank you. Looking forward to it. How long do we have to keep this up? It's awkward. Funny how I'm the only one feeling it. Cha Yujin nods as if he's in on some secret. I could already predict future communications. Meanwhile, Kim Rabin kept choosing teammates at a brisk clip. His hit rate was impressive. Contestant Ryu Chongwo. Contestant Min Young-hoon. I began to feel uneasy. This lineup was excessively strong. All teammates were in the top 15. Just imagining what edits they'd make gave me a headache. Unless we perform at some god-tier level, there's no hope. To make things worse, among the first 7 chosen was Choi Won-gil, Seon Ah-hyun Hyung, Big Sejin, Lee Sejin Hyung. Starting with Seon Ah-hyun, he nearly reconstructed the original first-round team. Of course, I was excluded. Kim Rabin picked me first, so there was no choice. But even if he'd had a choice, I doubt he'd have picked me. Then Kim Rabin picked another October 30 first member. Lee Sejin, child actor Lee Sejin joins Kim Rabin's team. Lee Sejin approached with a less than pleasant expression. The unresolved tensions from October 31's first round had now joined Kim Rabin's team. Why pick her too? Was she the highest ranked among the remaining? I glanced around at those still unchosen, then caught sight of Choi Won-gil's team. Monday, when our eyes met, Big Sejin and Gold Won, two extended their hands with mournful expressions, like a comedy skit. A flustered Seon Ah-hyun waved his hand helplessly. What is this foreboding feeling, like I'm on the wrong line? My spine chilled. Seems like I need some supernatural assistance right now. Status window. 27 chapter. I summoned the achievement unlock pop-up that I had turned off. Call of Fame. 50,000 people have remembered your existence. Rare trait draw click. Since it appeared after episode 1 aired, it was already a pop-up from weeks ago. Unintentionally held on for a while. Actually, shortly after episode 3 aired, I'd even reached the 100,000 achievement, which gave me points as a reward. So my current status window looked like this. Name, Park Monday, Ryu Jianwo. Level, 12. Title, None. Singing, A. Dancing, C+. Appearance, B+. Charm, C. Traits, Infinite Potential. Now that you mention it, fair enough, C. Look at me. D. Status Abnormality, Debut or Die. Remaining points, 1. By the way, I'd already allocated the practice points earned during the team battle, 1 to singing and 1 to dancing, before the team stage began. You might think it was a waste not to put that last point into appearance to reach a rank. And with exactly 1 point left, of course it felt wasteful. But, unlike other stats, if appearance changes too drastically, people will suspect medical help. Especially when it's a shift in letter grade. Raising from C+ to B early on could be rationalized as professional styling during broadcast prep. But going from B to A immediately would leave no excuse. Even raising from B to B+ had only just been barely defensible via a month's time and a change in hairstyle. Well, I didn't want to reinforce the dog image anyway, so it worked out. I noticed that golden retrievers seemed to be trending in search rankings, so if it evoked that, all the better. Enough digression. Let's proceed with the trait draw from the pop-up. I hope something useful shows up. The familiar roulette machine spun and stopped on a brass-colored slot. The silver slots of higher rank again eluded me. Just as I thought. Too bad. The trait name flashed. Trait. Look at me. D acquired. People pay a little more attention to your actions. Why did that show up again? The pop-up didn't stop there and displayed a new line. Duplicate trait detected. Would you like to combine, look at me, D? This was like the common upgrade with duplicate item in mass-produced bad games. I had no idea where this system had come from or why it worked this way. First, I need to debut and avoid sudden death. Then I'll have to look into this. With no better option, I tried combining. Combination success. Center stage ambition, C acquired. People pay fairly close attention to your actions. When activated, charm stat rises by 1 tier. The name was terrible, but the effect was impressive. I'd welcome any stat boost. It felt like a second life for a limp trait. But charm stat, that was a curious stat to increase. In street terms, it was an ability to not be jinxed in front of cameras, but more simply, it was like star quality. Conveniently, the contestant with the highest charm stat was right next to me. And that's how teams are decided. Whoa! It sounded like team recruitment had finished as I heard the MC's cue. I responded with polite applause and sneakily checked Cha Yujin's status window. Name, Cha Yujin. Singing, C+, B+. Rap, B. Dancing, A+, S+. Appearance, AS. Charm, A+, EX. Trait, black hole. Even seeing it again, it was a terrifying status window. A triple A stats lineup made me think. So this is /n / the kind of person who becomes an idol. In particular, Cha Yujin's charm stat, both current and potential, was the highest among contestants, even above Judge Youngren, surpassing many active idols. And now one of my lowest stats was the charm I just boosted. I hoped to glean a hint during this team battle about which to raise first, dancing or charm. All right, everyone, you may greet your teammates. Once introductions are done, we'll present the second team battle. Whether the team battle would even go smoothly was questionable. Following the MC's words, I quietly surveyed the assembled teammates and thought, no matter how chaotic it gets, at least don't trip over your star quality. Nice to work with you. Ryu Chongwo, who had asserted himself over another contestant's tense power play to become leader, smiled and greeted the teammates. Everyone clapped, though the underlying tension was palpable. This will be spotted even without editing. The producers excelled at catching that sort of competitive psychology. Have you all introduced yourselves? Yes. What a heartwarming scene now. Let's announce the second team battle challenge. Wooha! Even as contestants clamored at the MC's words, this team maintained a dignified manner. It feels exactly like being in the same group with engineering students in liberal arts class. In any case, it wasn't a problem I could solve, so I focused on the MC. For the second team battle, Idol Corporation has consistently run a project. Do you know what it is? That's right. The Rediscovering Hidden Hits project. They were doing that again this season. You know, on the website, you voted for 50 songs, right? Yeah. I heard whispers around me. Other contestants already knew and gave the standard reaction. These are great songs that, for various reasons, never saw the light of day. Idol Corporation reinterprets them and presents them anew to the public. This year, our shareholders have selected several Idol hidden hits. Frankly, it meant they'd remake underappreciated but good songs as if they were their own. It saves on composition fees. What a creative economy. While marveling at the production team's cost-cutting prowess, someone suddenly spoke beside me. To my surprise, it was Lee Sejin. Is there a song you want to do? Though regret flickered across her face, it was still a question, so I answered. I'd like something catchy. I meant that I didn't want to tackle a song even less known than my own low recognition. And you? I'd like to do Bass. A good choice. Bass was the debut song title track of a popular idol during their unrecognized period, like Soft and Sweet by Malang Dalcom in the last team. I'd seen the stage. Its concept was strong and the melody catchy. That's a good song. It'd make a great stage. Right. Lee Sejin nodded in agreement. Just as I thought she might be engaging socially, Cha Yujin jumped in. I like that song too. Bass, hear the beating. Yes. Lee Sejin snapped her mouth shut with an uncomfortable expression. He does this every time. I wanted to ask why he even showed up if that was the case, but with cameras rolling, it was better not to stumble further. I decided to smooth it over. I see. It'd be great to do it now. Yes. Cha Yujin agreed cheerfully with no deeper thought. Clueless and out of context, but positive. I gave him credit for that. Finally, the MC announced the song selection method. On the table in front of you are 7 items. Indeed, A table sat at a distance from the contestants. These items belong to the original artists of our hidden hits. You will choose one item by deduction and intuition. Gasp. I'm terrible at this. The method is, oh, a classic, racing. Leaders, get ready. Racing. Because a strong athlete like Ryu Changwoo was a leader, this could favor him. Of course, it would only matter if you could identify the song from the item, but at least it was possible to approach like this. That pouch. Looks like it belongs to a woman. The baseball is from a baseball fan. Oh, a skull pencil. That's unique. Rustling whispers everywhere as contestants strategized. My team came to A. Quick consensus. Whichever item appears most valuable up close, bring that one. Okay. The logic being that someone who'd carry a high-value item was likely a successful celebrity. Sounds plausible. Probably a decision made for airtime as well as song choice. Ryu Changwoo nodded in agreement, and soon the MC called the leaders again. Leaders ready? Yes. Then go. The leaders charged forward and slapped the items on the table. They don't seem to have time to choose carefully. So this selection, too, felt like pure luck. Got it. But Ryu Changwoo snatched something and returned beaming. With a confident expression, he held out the item, a baseball. This is an autographed ball by player Ryu Wonbyum. Wow. Everyone's eyes widened. Ryu Wonbyum was a famous batter who had made it to the major leagues. Cha Yujin immediately asked, "How did you know?" "I watched some baseball. I recognized it right away." He tossed the ball lightly, and the team's tension relaxed temporarily in the vibe of his success, creating a comfortable atmosphere. But it didn't last long. The owner of this baseball is Lee Chanwoo, vocalist of the idol band Sun Island. The baseball belonged to a middle-aged man no one recognized. Who was that? No one on the team could answer Cha Yujin's innocent question. Meanwhile, Choi Wongel's team next to us was celebrating excitedly. "Hello, I'm Young Haim, currently a film actress." The pouch chosen by Big Sejin's team leader belonged to a famous actress. Perhaps because of the first team battle, there was a strange sense of déjà vu. I shrugged. Well, it happens. After all, the song itself was what mattered most. It was advantageous if a current celebrity appeared, securing airtime and preventing reactions like they even stole the precious hit of a poor unknown idol. But ultimately, a good song was overwhelmingly beneficial. The stage had to be good on an audition show. So once we confirmed the song I entrust to you all is Burning Like the Sun. Oh, what do we do with that? I know it. Other teammates exclaimed. Glad it's a song we know. Senpai, I'm paying close attention. Relief filled the team. They appeared energized by having a recognizable, good song. The original artist, seemingly delighted, introduced the song enthusiastically. Burning Like the Sun was released 7 years ago, but is still loved as a cheering song. Baseball fans may know the chorus from hearing it once. I know it well. It's a great song. When Ryu Changwoo responded kindly, the original artist beamed. Cha Yujin, eyes wide, asked, "What's the chorus?" "I don't know baseball." The original artist, as if waiting for that question, cleared his throat. Well, come on, rise up burning like the sun. That's it. Haha. Cha Yujin's clumsy phrasing made the team laugh warmly. The atmosphere with the original artist was positively heartwarming compared to before. The problem was the outlook wasn't good. Yes, I had a feeling that the next cut would show 2 days later and preview the team's collapse. Because that song was completely unsuitable for an idol survival show. 28 chapter. Honestly, I'll speak bluntly. If someone asked me whether Burning Like the Sun is a good song, I could answer that it's a good song. But if they asked whether it's a good song for an idol stage, I'd tell them to drop it immediately. Because this song has the typical 2000s rock band style lyrics and sound. You can trust me. Every time I went to film the idols I was coaching, I listened to this song. It's just a fun band track, something that doesn't fit a cheerleader's group choreography, and its selling point is the exhilarating ultra-high notes. In conclusion, the arrangement difficulty was absurdly high. I wish I had a composition-related trait. I really need it right now. Regardless of my hopeless mood, the conversation between the original composer and the contestants was full of optimism. The other team members only knew a line or two of the song's catchy chorus. We haven't promoted this song very long, so we haven't sung it that much. We'd love for you to do it really cool this time. We'll do our best to put on an awesome stage. By what miracle? No, stop stressing over it. As long as we don't get nailed in editing, this team performance should at least be average. Even like this, I think we could catch a small agency and debut quickly. Still, I thought the stage would at least turn out somewhat well. I felt strangely disappointed. I don't know why I cared about the stage when this wasn't something I chose to start in the first place. If people mock me for over-immersion, I'll have no comeback. Still, it was fun. All right, when we discuss, I'll pay a bit more attention. Maybe someone else will have a good idea. The original composer left the set soon after. They said they'd come back with the trainer in a few days to watch our practice for the midterm evaluation. Then the team gathered, and finally, the talk turned to stage concept. First, Ryu Changwoo put forward a sample answer, style concept. How about a cheer squad concept? It fits the song, and we can put in some difficult choreography. Cheerleading? I have some experience. Sounds okay to me. I'd be excited. A few, including Cha Yujin, responded positively. The nuance was basically fine. What do you think? Raybin, Mundi, Sejin. Ryu Changwoo quickly scanned the team's reactions and singled out the 3 who hadn't spoken, including me. With these things, it's better to wait and see before speaking rather than open your mouth first. So naturally, I glanced toward the other 2. Let's hear Sejin's opinion first. A cheer squad seems like it would look tacky. She hit the nail on the head. Since there hadn't been any malicious editing so far, Lee Sejin's uncooperative attitude hadn't really stood out on the broadcast. Even a quick search of Park Mundi shows that Sejin's fans believe she's a shy perfectionist. But because Ryu Changwoo is so good at being edited, this time Sejin might finally get edited to pieces. In any case, Ryu Changwoo didn't flinch. He calmly asked again, "Any other thoughts?" I didn't really have any, so I wasn't going to speak up. Okay, got it. Ryu Changwoo then turned back to Kim Raybin. Raybin, what do you think? I'm not very familiar with this song, so I need to listen first. Good. Let's play it then. He activated the smart pad we'd been given. The classic drum intro kicked in, followed by the electric, guitar-driven chorus melody. Everyone listened in silence until the end. Then Kim Raybin murmured first, her face pale. Finally, someone realized what a selection disaster this was. First, the lyrics were a nostalgic ode to youth that had been popular back in the day. In a flattering sense it's retro, in a bad sense it's just old. Of course, there was no distinctive concept like fairy of flowers or vampire, so it was awkward to attach any theme. And because it was originally made for a solo vocalist, the chorus octave was so high it'd tear your throat apart. What if we adjust the octave? The song's charm would vanish. Its appeal lies precisely in the boldness of those piercing high notes. The pitch is insanely high. Any other difficulties you noticed? Kim Raybin drew in a breath as if to speak, then caught sight of the camera and clamped her mouth shut. After last team performance aired and she got hammered in a character controversy, she's been watching her words. So yes, it's a good song, but it seems very hard to arrange. Really? If you say that, it must be truly difficult. Ryu Changwoo nodded in agreement. Despite Raybin's disastrous first team performance on air, she'd still led the arrangement and produced a proper track. She turned that generic late 2000s EDM track into a sleek EDM trap by keeping only the sampled beat. Then Mundi, how about you? Finally, it was my turn. I think there's something we need to decide before the arrangement. What is it? Part distribution. If there's no answer in song selection, then the focus shouldn't be on what we do well. It should be on not failing. I'll assert it. Right now, I'm the only one in the team who can handle the chorus properly. To pull it off, you'd need at least an A in singing ability, and I'm the only one here with that. But I can't sing the entire chorus by myself. So we need to start by splitting parts and practicing to avoid mistakes. Since no arrangement will make this a hit, let's postpone that. This isn't the time for big picture thinking. This is an emergency. Here's that explanation in as neutral a way as possible. It's a difficult song to sing, so I think we need to start practicing right away. Part distribution, of course that's important. Ryu Changwoo looked surprised. But surprisingly, Mundi, you said in the last team performance you wanted to decide the arrangement first. Excuse me. It wasn't even shown on broadcast. How does he know? Oh, I heard it from Senior Sejin. When did she become close enough to chat with Ryu Changhua? He really isn't an ordinary guy. Raybin, since you're the best at arrangement, what do you think of Mundi's idea? Yes, that's fine. I'll think over various options as we practice. Kim Raybin agreed without fuss, though she looked like someone who'd just found out a meteor was heading for Earth. Okay, we've heard everyone's opinions. Until a better idea comes up, we'll proceed by vote. Ryu Changhua didn't waste time and summarized quickly. Everyone in favor of practicing with the cheer squad concept, raise your hands. A majority raised their hands. I raised mine too for now. Ryu Changhua didn't single out Lee Sejin, who didn't raise her hand immediately, and moved on. Now, who's okay starting with part distribution? Luckily, that passed by majority as well. Even Sejin raised her hand, so it seems my explanation made sense. Sejin wavered just before making eye contact with me, then quickly dropped her hand and looked away. She wants to show she agrees with the plan, not with you personally. Why so petty? All right, let's start with part distribution. They proceeded step by step, but soon hit the anticipated snag. I don't think I can do this. Me neither. This is way too high. The chorus's high melody appears 4 times and makes up about half the song. But every member except Park Mundi either failed or ended up clutching their throats in embarrassment. One member with a fairly decent B+ singing skill fretted over pitch breaks and finally offered that suggestion. I think it'd be better to lower the key with an arrangement. And since we have 2 rappers, why not add a rap section? They want to start with arrangement. Damn it. Lowering the key is... Kim Raybin's expression darkened. Her unfavorable impression just got worse. But the tide had already turned. I think lowering it is right. I agree. Well, the team has to be able to handle it. How about lowering the key and arranging it to match? Raybin glanced around, then reluctantly nodded. Yes, let's do that. If she'd refused, she'd get trashed in editing again, so she clearly caved in. In the end, lower the key, add rap parts, and backing track to match the cheer squad concept all got tacked on in a haphazard arrangement. When clueless guys have loud voices, this is how smoothly things go to ruin. The stage was already tanked. I didn't object to any of it. I was outnumbered anyway. Even if my, oh, wait, that makes sense, trait activated. Without a proper alternative, I'd just look like a complainer. And if someone started accusing me of just wanting to sing it yourself, there'd be no end to it. I'm already shown as antisocial on camera. If I look selfish too, that'd be disastrous. So, I needed an outsider circle dasterisk operator inc via Eliota GHD circle dasterisk operator. Read the full story to honestly tell them this was awful. In the end, holding out is the answer. The midterm evaluation, which only covers the first verse, was in 3 days. If the judges have ears, someone will tell us it's bad. Until then, I'll try to come up with some alternative. Now let's make the choreography. But when Chai Yujin shouted that, the choreography she created that day was as bizarrely difficult as my solo piece. Thanks to that, I had to fight the urge to pour every remaining stat point into dancing. My stamina melted away over those 3 days. And finally, the midterm evaluation began. This team's ranking is flashy. Raybin sharpened her blade. You all did well in the ranking announcement. The judges started by mentioning our rank right away. The production team probably asked them to, but it still sets expectations. Oh, the demo track's out. Already? Yes. That was thanks to Kim Raybin working directly with the arranger. Impressive. I know, right? Your team's the only one doing not the original, but your own arrangement. You really are a team of talents. The judges already seemed pleased. However, after the performance, their reactions were lukewarm. The judges, exchanging shrugs, one by one took their mics. Honestly, your stage itself wasn't that bad, but it lacks charm, right? The choreography was well made. It had some wit, but the cheer squad concept, it should have fit the song, so why does it feel so dull? And the rap felt too random. You messed with the original a lot, but it feels worse than the original. The more their critiques piled up, the more specific the problems became. Finally, when Judge Youngren grabbed the mic, she asked immediately, who arranged this? Kim Raybin deliberately avoided looking. It's easier to blame whoever asks the question. But everyone else was staring at Raybin, so it didn't matter. We all discussed and did it together. Ryu Changhua swiftly seized the moment, turned it into collective responsibility, and as leader said he'd misled the team to neutralize it. A sound decision. But trolls exist everywhere. Yes. And Rabin did the arrangement. She's going to try to pin it on him now? Is she crazy? Doing something this stupid on camera? I saw her face go blank, and it looked like she reflexively named someone else out of fear of harsh criticism. Fuck. If this goes to mass shunning and editing, we're screwed. Not sure if it'll get that bad, but I started to speak. 29 chapter. The judges looked as if they were about to say, "So you're telling us Rabin did everything wrong at any moment?" I had to choose my words carefully. This needs to sound like just stating facts, not damage control. Yes, since Rabin was the only one capable of arranging, she consulted with the arranger, and then we all discussed and decided on the arrangement direction together. Kim Rabin flinched. You're not supposed to speak up. Fortunately, Ryu Chongwood jumped in immediately. That's correct. We'll revisit the issues you mentioned together and resolve them. We'll make sure to give you our best performance on the day of the team round. We were saved. Ryu Chongwo and I wisely didn't add anything more. The judges looked thoughtful for a moment, then nodded. They must have decided that it's too late for reprimands. Thank goodness. All right. You'll need to redo the arrangement now, which will put you far behind the other teams in terms of time. Can you manage it? We can do it. Right, everyone? Yes. We can. Unless someone was totally clueless, they wouldn't waver this far in front of the judges. Fortunately, even the troll in our team snapped out of it and answered firmly. Judge Youngren nodded. I understand. But you must know that, given the time constraints, this could be a reckless challenge, and you will be responsible for the results. That's right. There's no guarantee that changing it will make it better than now. But if we didn't change it, and the stage flopped, they'd say, why didn't you take the feedback and make changes? And we'd get labeled as lacking a spirit of challenge. So it was pointless to object. In the end, whatever we did, the process would be edited and judged according to the outcome. All the contestants tacitly understood this, and a sense of discipline and tension settled over our team. Yes, we'll keep that in mind and take on the challenge. Just as Ryu Chongwa's response seemed to close the matter, a voice cut in. May I say something? It was the original composer, holding the mic. Oh yes. Please, go ahead. The judges looked a bit displeased at being interrupted by the composer, but she raised the mic with a calm gaze and spoke. In your performance, I didn't feel the power that burning like the sun is supposed to have. What is she talking about, after everything's been settled? The composer continued, unruffled. This song is supposed to inspire courage and passion in people, you know? But just looking good and dancing well isn't enough to convey that. Yes. When we performed it ourselves, we really tried to give that feeling. Now that you're a bit famous, don't forget to honor the song properly. Doesn't she feel any shame telling that to contestants who haven't even debuted yet? She seemed to mistake her scolding for advice, and her ego seemed huge. But the fact that her remarks would be edited in meant we had to pay attention. On top of squeezing out an arrangement alternative, we had to endure this nonsense. I was annoyed, but if I tried to push back, I'd just look like I was stealing the song from the poor unknown idol composer. So everyone gave polite responses. Yes, we'll remember. Such is professional life. After all the other teams received their midterm feedback, it was finally time to redo our arrangement discussion. The troll hesitantly spoke to Kim Rabin. I'm sorry. Should we let him apologize on camera? Well, the team cover was already set, so dealing with his own mistake was his problem. Kim Rabin was silent for a moment, then nodded. No, it's fine. It's true that I took on most of the arrangement. Honestly, it wouldn't have been strange if she'd snapped. No, you're the one who suggested that in the first place. Ryu Chongwo patted both of them on the back and wrapped up. Good work, everyone. Once we're ready, let's dive back into the arrangement. By ready, he meant the production crew setting up the cameras. Yes. In that brief break, the contestants scattered, pumped with energy. Their expressions weren't great after the shaky midterm, but since we'd recovered at the end, there was still hope. But that hope means nothing without an actual alternative. No one seemed to have a decisive arrangement direction. They were just hoping something would come up if they talked it out. They're running on wishful thinking. The future doesn't look bright. Hey, Park Monday. Yeah. While I was sitting off to the side thinking, Kim Rabin came over to me. That's unexpected. We hardly spoke at all over the past 3 days. Actually, I barely spoke to anyone those 3 days. We were so busy practicing that there was no time for small talk. Anyway, Kim Rabin knelt beside me and spoke solemnly. Thank you. No problem. She must have been thanking me for cutting off the troll earlier. It's the first time someone else stepped in to help in a situation like that. I understood the situation. From her perspective, she'd worried that if she again received criticism for lacking teamwork, her public image would be irreparably damaged. No wonder she was so submissive. As I expected, she continued in a flowing monologue. I was worried I'd be criticized again after the first round for lacking teamwork, but thanks to you, I got through it. Choosing someone who values teamwork first was a wise decision. Huh. She actually picked me first because of my teamwork. I asked, and she nodded. Yes, I saw how you treated your teammates rationally. And of course, your singing ability is excellent. Oh, thank you. She was a unique one, believing the editing of my disastrous social skills on broadcast as proof of my teamwork ability. If only she'd picked Senior Sejan, at least that would make sense. Oh, but then the leader and Senior Sejan roles would overlap, so she didn't pick her. So she has her own criteria. While I was processing this, Kim Rabin spoke again. Oh, Hyung, feel free to speak casually with me. Sure. There was nothing wrong with speaking informally with someone who ranked higher. As I answered, I realized there was something I needed to ask. By the way, about the arrangement, do you have any ideas? Actually, I'm in a bit of a tough spot. Kim Rabin's confident, bratty vibe softened into a gloomy expression. Even if we redo the arrangement, it's hard to know where and how much to change. Because we'd already practiced with the current version, she didn't know how much to touch without missing the deadline. If we change too much, we won't finish. But the revisions so far are all over the place and lack unity, so I don't know what to fix. That's true. So she had no special ideas and couldn't even decide what to revise. Just like me. Once she started venting, she couldn't stop. We have to reflect the composer's advice, but honestly, I don't really know what they meant by infuse courage and passion. Right? Yeah, exactly. That advice isn't even helpful. It's not like we're superheroes from an 80s American cartoon. How do we infuse courage and passion? Hold on. I think I just realized something. I retraced my thoughts and realized I had a strange idea that fit this situation perfectly. An arrangement concept that would let us keep the original key so we could all handle it, while still needing minimal changes to the cheer squad choreography, and even capturing that courage and passion vibe. It seemed like a brilliant solution. But the problem was, it's over the top. Not just over the top, potentially cheesy to the extreme. That would be worse than not changing it at all. If even one person messed it up on stage, the whole thing would fall flat. No, wait. Hyung. I ignored Kim Rabin's question for the moment. Instead, I silently called up the status screen as my teammates began filtering back in from the break, and quickly scanned their stats. Regardless of other stats, everyone's charm, key, stat was at least B. For reference, B means a stat at a level you can use in a main position, as expected of a team of high-ranking contestants. This could work. No wonder the judges didn't criticize the outdated cheer squad concept too harshly. Rabin, about the arrangement. Yes. I blurted out my idea to the startled Kim Rabin. At first, she seemed more surprised, but as I added my explanation, she gradually calmed down, and her eyes began to glow with that blank stare intensity. Her reaction was better than I'd expected. Wait, hold on. Kim Rabin dashed over to the keyboard in the practice room corner and started tinkering. And I recalled her status screen. Trait, Maestro A. Requires only a small Q. Upon inspiration, creation speed plus 120%. Seeing a high end too, status screens really are a goldmine. I wish there were a function to copy other people's traits. I see that a lot in web novels. But lamenting wouldn't help. I had work to do, so I quickly summoned the status screen for myself and invested my remaining points into the charm stat. That bumped me into B as well. Good. The numbers match now. Monday. Why did Rabin suddenly go to the keyboard? Ryu Chongwo, returning, couldn't figure out how to ask the keyboard clacking Rabin, so he asked me instead. I shrugged. I suggested a concept, and she seems to like it. What concept? Transforming hero story. Behind the confused Ryu Chongwo, Chai Yujin whispered to the person beside her. Transforming hero what? 5 days remained until our next performance. And 5 days later, on the day of the performance, the set building where the second team round of Idol Corporation was to be held was packed. It wasn't that the audience size had grown enormously, just that, thanks to soaring ratings and buzz, more people were loitering outside, hoping to catch some sounds of the show. Even though it wasn't the finale, it was unusual to see people handing out slogans and photo cards already. Whoa, this is serious. A woman clumsily weaved through the crowd and joined the entry line. She'd applied for audience tickets with a friend's request and been the only one selected. She'd almost decided not to go, but ultimately took the day off and came. It's so popular these days. Of course, part of her decision was her friend's tearful plea. Please just tell me what Mundy does. Still, a voice inside her wondered, is he really that great? She'd seen photos of Park Mundy's golden brown hair on social media. He was attractive enough, but not so striking that she'd be such a fanatic. Still, she'd been fed by him, so she figured she'd keep an eye on him. And so, without imagining she'd later be begging her friend for Park Mundy's pics after the show, she finally entered the building. 30 chapter. The woman, attending as a favor to her friend, managed to sit in a middle row with a decent view. This feels a bit awkward, as she, experiencing this kind of live audience for the first time, shifted uncomfortably. The person next to her spoke up. Who are you here to see? Pardon? Park Mundy. Oh, right. The seatmate, holding a Make Kim Rabin debut slogan, glanced her up and down, then swiftly looked back at their smartphone. Oddly, it left her feeling sour. Feeling like she'd wasted her time and mood for nothing. She sulkily began watching the first stage. The first stage is Rolling Couples. With the MC's booming introduction, the screen briefly showed the performance of the co-ed idol group Rolling Couple, who had flopped after just 2 promotions. It was framed as a hidden gem for viewers unfamiliar with it, and a courtesy to the original artist. But in reality, it served to contrast the outdated stage of a failed old idol act with the current contestants' performances. And the contestants who have reinterpreted this stage are Ha Iljin, Ji Taewoo, Lee Sejin, Sienna Hyun, Choi Na-hun, Suk Hee-gang, and Choi Won-gil. Team Gigantic. Please enter. The original performance footage cut out, and the contestants' profile photos filled the screen one by one as the MC called their names. Then the screen dimmed, and lights came up on stage. When our palms meet, you feel the feel. A beaming Lee Sejin's face filled the screen. Ta-den-ta. Then, to a fast electro house beat, a dazzling group choreography unfolded on stage. Wow! Unlike on the screen, in person the choreography's spatial impact felt even more powerful. For the woman, witnessing an idol stage live for the first time, it was almost a shock. I should have gone to a dance concert, not just ballad singers. She mentally kicked herself, then happily immersed herself in the performance. Thank you. By the time the performers exited and she applauded, she was completely exhilarated. This is kind of fun. Waiting for setup between stages was a bit dull, but watching celebrities perform live during the broadcast equipment checks had its own thrill. Her only disappointment was the inconsistency in team quality depending on the contestants. This team was not great. The second team was disappointing. The third and fourth teams were quite entertaining. Having never been a fangirl, she only retained a vague impression of each performance and quickly forgot the details. So far, her main takeaway was that the first team was the best. They said we'd vote for our top 2 as we left, right? With the first team firmly in her top slot, she continued watching. The following teams each had their own concepts and were fun, but none matched the first team's impact. I'm getting a bit tired. Actually, the later teams weren't worse in skill. It was just that seeing unfamiliar songs back-to-back wore away the initial freshness, and she began to feel bored. Moreover, the contestant her friend asked her to watch still hadn't appeared. Isn't this the last team? Suppressing the urge to check her phone, she strained to catch the next team's introduction. This next stage is the band Solar Isles. A video that looked like a music show from about 10 years ago appeared on the screen. Oh, this song. It was the Cheers song she'd, Novel'ight, heard at the baseball stadium with her baseball-loving friend. So this is how it was originally performed. It wasn't as exciting as at the stadium. It just struck her as very high-pitched and difficult. She watched the vocalist belting out with little reaction until the MC's booming voice surprised her. And the contestants who have reinterpreted this stage are Ryu Changwo, Lee Sejin, Kim Yoojun, Park Mundi, Yoo Ji-ho, Kim Rae-bin, and Cha Yoojin. Did they just say Park Mundi? She hurriedly fixed her gaze on the screen, where the current contestants' profile photos were displayed. Oh, they're all familiar faces. It made sense this was the final team. They were full of well-known contestants. She resituated herself in anticipation as the cheers around her grew several times louder than before. Wow, they're really popular. Now, Team Hero GA is entering. Please welcome them. Before she even could think the name was cheesy, the stage went dark. The screen's glow vanished, leaving a black stage. Then a single blue spotlight pierced the darkness. A contestant's silhouette emerged, index finger raised skyward like a gun's barrel. Their sleek black jumpsuit, patterned like racing gear, absorbed the intense blue light. A red fingersuit gleamed on that outstretched hand. Then a low voice sounded. Yeah, hero time. Hero time. At once, the same words filled the screen. Hyuk. A fierce bass, laced with blatant glitch sounds, tore through the speakers. All the stage lights snapped back on, and the seven moved in perfect unison. Their long limbs struck the floor and twisted in razor-sharp choreography. They all wore black jumpsuits in different patterns. Cha Yoojin, position center, began to sing. My heart blazes, radiant like the sun. Another contestant stepped forward to continue, reaching high up into the sky, flying farther so I can seize it. Instead of a typical band backing, a heavy, intense dubstep groove with just a hint of rock remained. Wob 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 weeb dash. BRMM. Then back to the choreography. The outstretched hands moved like martial arts strikes. She watched with her mouth agape. The contestants' more intense moves in their part held her gaze. The choreography consisted solely of big, decisive gestures, no tiny motions. What could have looked monotonous or overdone became simply powerful, thanks to the lightning-quick changes in formation. There is only one to save the world. Burning with ecstatic passion, Ryu Changwo, wearing a navy headband, sang the pre-chorus. At the moment a shot-like, cool move seemed to slip in, the chorus burst forth. Fly away. I'll go to the end. Until the day I shine like that sun. The contestant who leaped forward with a kick into a clear high note had glittering blonde hair. A bright yellow glossy choker fit, as if made from their own hair. As they hit that high pitch, they flashed a grin. Insane. That's Mundi. The woman reflexively covered her mouth. Photos never look like this. The pictures her friend took didn't capture anything like this. A performer this talented and cute deserved to be photographed properly. Smashing her low expectations had an immense impact. Plus, there's no business like one that wins by personal taste. So I have similar taste to this guy. While she absorbed this new realization, the stage entered a new phase. Park Mundi withdrew to his seat, and Kim Rae-bin took his spot. Purple lens goggles swung near his collarbone, rising like a star, shining like the sun. Where the original would launch into another high chorus, instead a rap began. The remaining chorus melody wasn't lost. It was processed like a sampler, layered over the hip dubstep backing with bright synthesizer tones. The rap atop it didn't diminish the prior high-note momentum. If anything, it made it easier to listen to. And because the original lyrics felt old-fashioned, the literal English rap made the song feel far more modern. Flying away. This moment. Here in the burning time like the sun. Take your wings. And fly up. Let's catch up. To the moon. Wow. Though unfamiliar. With the original, the woman felt only that this is better. But it was clear this arrangement far outshone the other teams. Above all, the stage looked simply awesome. By the final chorus, she was practically leaning forward over her seat, spellbound. Fly away. To the very end. This time, Park Mundi and Kim Rae-bin sang the chorus from opposite ends of the formation, trading lines. The choreography moved as one, like a ripple. Under the cyan laser lights, their black jumpsuits evoked sci-fi comic characters. Then came the ultra-high final chorus line. I will save your world. She swallowed the moan that escaped her throat. Under the white pinpoint light, Park Mundy lifted his head, as if he truly could save the world any moment. No, he was already doing it. On stage, Chai Yujin emerged in a back-tumbling dance break, landing on the floor like an action movie sequence. Thud. A quintessential superhero landing. Over the remaining top-line backing, a glitch-tinged announcement played like an in-flight message. Thank you for flying Hero Air today. The boys on stage slowly turned around, then raised a thumbs up in unison as the song ended. Only then did she realize the roar of the crowd around her. Ah! Wah! All the cheers and screams she'd subconsciously ignored while focused on the stage reverberated in her ears. Even more surprising, she herself was shouting, "This is insane. It's insane." The person next to her, who had spoken to her earlier, was practically bouncing in their seat, yelling too. Their slogan had been crumpled and was now being wildly shaken, utterly failing at its intended purpose. Her mind replayed Park Mundy's grin, his stretched high notes, his backward flip on repeat. And to avoid missing a single shot of him exiting, she widened her eyes and thought, vote. I have to vote. And most of all, she was certain of one thing. I've got to pick them first. They have to be first. This team was the winner. After the stage concluded, the audience cleared out, and the empty seats became the setting for the rankings announcement. The teams lined up, and the MC began calling the results. Third place goes to Team Hero GA for their reinterpretation of Whoa, no way. The moment the MC finished, murmurs of surprise filled the hall. She stared at the screen with a bitter smile. I knew it. 31 chapter. Whoa, that's third place. No, we did so well, though. From the start, our ranks were the highest. And the reaction was insane. When we landed in third place, the other team contestants around us ended up whispering among themselves. I appreciated it, but honestly, this situation was predicted ever since they said each audience member could cast 2 votes. They all used their second vote to hold us back. Anyone who came to watch in person was likely a heavy viewer, with a favorite contestant. First, those audience members vote for the team that has their favorite contestant. Then they'd cast the other vote for a team that's low-ranked but talented. They wouldn't give a vote to a team that might become a rival to their main pick. Thinking about it that way, getting third place was actually a decent outcome. It means that besides the audience members who favor our team, we swept up the votes of the random spectators who came just to watch. Still, our team members seemed pretty shocked. Thank you. Ryu Chong-woo, responding a beat late, energetically bowed at the waist in thanks. The team followed suit with earnest gratitude, though their attempts to look composed were painfully obvious. Thank you. I nodded in return. The announcements for first and second place were postponed until the formal ranking ceremony. One of the teams up there was similar to the first-round team that Choi Won-gil had assembled. Well then, shareholders, we'll be back with the team battle's first-place news on relisting Idol Corporation at the ranking ceremony. After the MC's closing remark, Choi Won-gil glanced our way with an oddly triumphant expression. What an idiot. He always does that. Maybe he hasn't experienced the editor's harsh cuts yet. In any case, our team was in no state of mind to notice that. Ryu Chong-woo patted each team member on the shoulder, trying to cheer them up as they applauded with drooped heads. You all worked hard. We did our best and looked awesome. Don't worry. Why yes, that's right. We did great. As Cha Eugene said, the performance was solid. So unless this earns us pity votes, we definitely won't get flack. Anyway, there's no one on this team who looks close to being eliminated at the next ranking ceremony. It was the best possible outcome. The only wrinkle could be the editing, unless they decide to highlight only Ryu Chong-woo and bury the rest of us. We should come out looking average. The stage went well, after all. Everyone already has a fandom, so any malicious edits will probably be smoothed over by public opinion. Kim Rae-bin is the perfect example. Fans fought back fiercely after her first-round team's broadcast flopped, pushing her back into the rankings through relentless online campaigns. Oh, she's talking to me now. Park Mundy Hyung. Yeah, what is it? Kim Rae-bin nodded. Thank you so much for everything. Could we exchange contact info? Sure. I willingly gave her my number. She wasn't a bad contestant to have on friendly terms with. Her insanely overpowered composition trait had helped us with arrangements on the fly. And judging by her personality, unlike Lee Se-jin who texts at all hours, she'd probably call only when necessary. Kim Rabin bowed again after getting my number. I'll reach out sometimes to check in. That'd be great. I wasn't sure if I was talking to an aspiring idol or a junior at work. Oh, right. This could be an opportunity to switch from the so-called bundled contestant group. Since this team battle went off smoothly, if some friendship rumors leak around the next episode's airing, fan bases might automatically reshuffle. Those lumped in with Park Monday early on have plenty of risks ahead, everything from drug scandals to final rankings. Besides, wouldn't it be safer to be linked with someone who'll place higher in the end? If I got bundled with Kim Rabin, Cha Eugene's faction might be less hostile toward me. Christ. Running these calculations gave me a serious case of existential dread, but with sudden death looming, who cares about pride? Great job, everyone. You all did amazing. As I packed up to head out, my mind was still racing when someone tapped me on the back. Excuse me. I turned to see Cian Ah-hyun wearing a determined expression. We'd been too busy the past week to talk, so it was surprising he approached me with such resolve. Is there bad news? He glanced around, ensured nobody was watching, then opened his eyes wide and whispered, Choi Won-gil, you know. Yeah, what about him? Why was he bringing up Choi Won-gil all of a sudden? Here to complain about him hogging parts again? Surprisingly, that half-formed thought was spot on. That guy is so mean. Cian Ah-hyun was practically panting with anger. I mean, what kind of jerk behavior could rile him up this much? What happened? He nodded vigorously, then cautiously began explaining what happened during the last team battle. At first, he kept asking for your parts. Oh, my prediction was completely right. Then kept bringing you up and mocking you. Summing up his account of Choi Won-gil's actions went something like this. I didn't get enough camera time in the first round, so I deserve more this time. I formed the team, so you should thank me. Why does Mundy Hyung get all the parts when I'm now the main vocal? It feels like favoritism. Apparently, the latter was even said tearfully in a producer interview. He must have learned that the first strike wins in the last battle. While the team members stunned by the unexpected betrayal froze up, Lee Se-jin cleverly pacified Choi Won-gil and smoothed things over. Smart choice for the broadcast, at least. But the real frustration of the team members who couldn't voice their grievances had nowhere to go. By the end of Cian Ah-hyun's cautious report, his timid demeanor had completely transformed into furious outrage. He stuttered so much it looked like anger was making him stutter. Why you have to be careful? I'm worried he'll spin your story weirdly. That's why I'm telling you. Cian Ah-hyun's cheeks were bright red, but he still showed concern for Park Monday. That must have been his real point. The situation was absurd, and yet thoughtful in its own way. I kind of appreciate it. In this cutthroat survival edition where everyone's looking out for themselves, here was someone treating me like a real friend, not just a network. I almost felt foolish for sorting everyone into group hierarchies. This isn't middle school class assignments, after all. My future knowledge was already being erased by the first-round team's success, so maybe I'd been overly paranoid. I chuckled and replied, yeah, thanks. Oh no. Cian Ah-hyun flinched, then hastily waved his hands, reverting to his usual timid self. At that moment, Lee Se-jin appeared and threw an arm around his shoulders. She really did have the uncanny ability to join any conversation. Yo, what are you two up to, friends? We were telling him. Oh, about that guy. Lee Se-jin shrugged casually. Apparently, Choi Won-gil was so notorious he'd become a pronoun of sorts. If you don't want to deal with him next time, don't team up. Stress is for losers. Hey, check this out. There's so much cool stuff to see. Okay. Lee Se-jin smoothly changed the topic, pulled out her smartphone, and showed it to Cian Ah-hyun and me. It was an SNS post with photos of subway station ad boards. It was already that time. Putting up ads in public spaces is one of the most iconic fan supports for idols. I've had my photos up a few times, so I remember it well. Of course, they bought the data under a fan account's name. I figured she was showing that her own ad had gone up, but there was more. Tada, that's the three of us. Looking again, I saw 3 ad boards facing each other, each captured in its own photo. Below the photos was the post text. Equals. At Hongdae entrance station, the October twins got ads up together. I'm dying of cuteness. I put up post-its too. Lee Se-jin grinned. Aren't you guys amazed? How did fans manage to line up ads like this? Did they coordinate? No, they probably fought over the spots. Thinking of the money and time spent grabbing Prime ad boards at a busy transfer station made me feel guilty. Thank you for investing in Park Mundi's survival potential. A new worry formed. Even if I debut and avoid sudden death, I'll have to fulfill my contract properly or face hell. While I was lost in uneasy thoughts, Lee Se-jin got to the point. Want to go see them? Fans even left messages. It's only right we go check them out. Do we really continue reading? Have to observe that obligation? But Seon Ah-hyun's eyes lit up, and he immediately said okay. Sure. Great. Monday's coming, right? When should we go? She assumed we were going together, just like when we got tricked into the third episode group viewing. But still, as Lee Se-jin said, we did owe it to the fans to see the ad boards. It'd be easier to handle recognition together than alone. I glanced between the two of them for a moment and just nodded. If we're going, better do it this week. The sooner, the better. Sure. Listening to the two cheerfully set a date, I finished packing my things. I didn't feel bad about it, really. And 2 days later, I pulled out the black cotton mask I'd bought at the convenience store last time. My destination was Hongdae Entrance Station. Since I'd been holed up at home whenever we weren't filming, this was my first outing in a while. Seon Ah-hyun, let's look at the ad boards then grab lunch. I found a few places that look good, if you guys are okay with it. See more? A message popped up from Seon Ah-hyun. Still long-winded as ever. I checked Lee Se-jin's emoji-filled response, then headed out and caught a bus. The cheap room I'd contracted had no subway within a 20-minute walk. I'll get off at the stop near Hongdae Entrance Station and head over quietly. That turned out to be wishful thinking. Gasp. Isn't that Park Mundi? No way. Hey, over there. As soon as I got off the bus and crossed the street, this happened. I hadn't even reached the meeting spot yet, but people were already gathering. A few people recognized me immediately, and their yelling drew a crowd in the busy area. Who is it? Is she a celebrity? An idol? This won't work. I hesitated, then bowed and ran. I wanted to play along more if possible, but the atmosphere was tense. The impact of the top-rated audition program was astonishing. After all, if you check entertainment news, there's at least one Idol Corporation-related story in the rankings. I'd been complacent because I hadn't gone out. At this point, I just need to see the ad boards quickly and disappear. While sprinting down into the subway station, my phone vibrated, but I planned to lose the crowd before checking it. When I reached the 3 ad boards, I immediately sized up the situation. Seon Ah-hyun and Lee Se-jin were already there, surrounded by smartphones pointed at them. So they got here first and sent the update. These idiots came out without masks. Meanwhile, fans who recognized Park Mundi cheered. Mundi's here too. It was awkward, but I was grateful. 32 chapter. First, let's get this done quickly. I grabbed Seon Ah-hyun, who was stammering at the ad boards, answering everyone's questions and requests. Give me your phone. Oh, what? We need a photo proof. Only then did Seon Ah-hyun snap out of it and shuffle over to his own ad board. I turned on the camera on the smartphone he handed me. The crowd reacted immediately. A photo. Let's give them some space. Take the picture, guys. Amazingly, the throng that had been surging forward backed off of their own accord. Maybe I was just too tense from seeing so many people risk their lives for a single photo. Chest out. Okay. Ah-hyun, you look so handsome. That last shout came not from me, but from someone who looked like a fan of Seon Ah-hyun. His face turned tomato red as if he'd short-circuited. And no. Mumbling a few times, he straightened up with a creak. Mechanically, I framed the shot and pressed the shutter. Just as I lowered the phone, Lee Se-jin piped up from the side. Mundi, me next. Still holding Seon Ah-hyun's phone, I turned and took a proof photo of Lee Se-jin too. It was a pain. She kept changing poses, but the crowd eagerly filmed the scene on their smartphones. So cute. Give us another pose. Did I even need to take these photos myself? I could have just grabbed any screenshot that pops up online later. Mundi, your turn. It'd be weird if I didn't get a photo, so I moved over to my own ad board. With the crowd fully cleared, I saw it up close and felt its sheer intimidation. The photo used for Park Mundi's ad had been taken at the press conference. Thankfully, it wasn't a close-up cheek poke or finger heart shot, but my enormous face plastered on that board was still embarrassing. Don't make eye contact. I averted my gaze and saw the tagline in the background. Park Monday, the blue chip idol, who appeared like a comet. In small letters at the bottom, please buy lots of shares. Undeniably a striking slogan. They must have worked hard on this. I quietly took my proof photo. It was the least I could do. No sooner had I stepped away than the questions flooded back in. Are you here to see the ads? What should we do? How was the shoot? I'm voting right now. People were growing enough to block the walkway. Definitely worse than when I got off the bus alone. That's the downside of coming as a trio. If this goes wrong, we'll be called nuisances. I need to use the advantage of being three. I signaled to the other two. Fortunately, they understood. We all bobbed our heads. Thank you. We'll work hard. Then we sprinted for the nearest exit. Three tall guys dashing at once naturally cleared a path. We're heading in now, thanks. Lee Se-jin called back, waving. Several voices replied. Oh, guys, have fun. You've got this. Luckily, no one sounded offended, just cheerful. I'd never run while hearing so much encouragement. It felt decidedly strange. Outside the entrance, we caught a taxi. That was awesome. No sooner had it started moving than Lee Se-jin grinned. Sean Ah-hyun nodded enthusiastically too. He was genuinely excited. Were they that thrilled? I was grateful, sure, but recognized faces didn't exactly pump me up. Maybe it's my temperament? Or maybe it's an age thing. They were all 21, after all. Just then, Lee Se-jin exclaimed, and pulled out her phone. Moments later, my own phone vibrated. Photo. It was the picture she'd taken of me in front of my ad board. The exposure was off, everything was washed out white, and my face was a blurry smear across the board. This jerk can't take a decent photo to save his life. Hey, the blur gives it authenticity, right? It's so vivid you can't see anything else. I glared at him wordlessly. He laughed and turned to Sean Ah-hyun. Haha, right, Ah-hyun. My proof shots are on your phone too, right? Jay, just a sec. Sean Ah-hyun fumbled for his own phone and uploaded the group photos to our chat. They were the ones I'd taken of Lee Se-jin and Sean Ah-hyun. Why post my photos too? He must have panicked and hit send on everything at once. The ones Monday took. Lee Se-jin peered at the screen with a grin, then suddenly froze. Her grin slipped into genuine surprise as she gushed. Wow, you really are good at photography. She'd lived off that skill for years, so of course she would say that. I glanced at the screen myself. Perfect horizontal framing, no odd body proportions, and well-captured expressions and poses, 4 or 5 shots apiece. My skills hadn't rusted. A bit proud, I shrugged. Lee Se-jin cleared her throat. Next. Tom, I'll try harder for you. Sorry about that. She sounded sincere. Lee Se-jin, the one who usually lacks any sense of business, today was full of surprises. I just shrugged. Well, authentic shots are fine too. Lee Se-jin blinked, then quickly burst into laughter and shifted topics. Night? Oh, by the way, is that restaurant Ah-hyun recommended off the table? That's too bad. It's fine. And next time we'll go together. Right. We talked about that. There was no way we could go to those places right now. They were the trendy SNS spots. If we showed up as a group this size, the meal would end up live-streamed on someone's feed. And Ah-hyun's pics smelled strongly of viral marketing, so they weren't great value. I thought for a moment, then checked the GPS app coming up beside Yua Women's University station. Driver, could you head toward Yeonwi-dong instead? Sure thing. All right then. I looked back at the two in the rear seat. There's a quiet place I know. Want to go there? Oh, absolutely yes. Sounds good. Done. I asked the driver for permission and set the restaurant destination. Only after the meal ended did I realize I'd volunteered for something unnecessary. Good grief. We were actually bonding. The woman staring at her phone groaned softly and frowned in deep torment. On her screen was the choice that had plunged her into this mire of indecision. Idol Corporation stock package super sale. Up to 80% off. Under the huge banner, packages bundling every service sold by TNET, the channel airing Idol Corporation, were listed. For example, if you bought TNET's music site package, you'd get a 3-month streaming pass at half price plus the right to purchase 20 shares of Idol Corporation stock. In short, you could give Monday 20 extra votes. Besides the monthly pass that adds 1 vote per day, This network only sold shares in package deals like this. What was scary was that the discounts were so steep that existing service users bought the packages just for the deals, then wound up deep in Idol Corporation stock. Their marketing is brutal. The woman sighed, scrolled, and then saw a new message pop up. It was from the friend who'd gotten her into audition attendance and made her fall for Monday. Yeonju, crazy. There's a sighting of Monday. Link. Gasp. She tapped the link in a panic. It led to an SNS post. Oh, I ran into an Idol Corporation contestant while out eating with family. Looks like the ones who sang that soft and sweet song. Photo. The attached photo showed Park Monday, Seon Ah-hyun, and Lee Se-jin sharing a table with Samji Tang in front of them at a partitioned restaurant booth. Below it, reactions scrolled on. Look at how they're eyeing the Samji Tang. About to pounce LOL. K Samji Tang over basic chicken any day. These guys know what's up. Stop discriminating against chicken PLS. I'm all for these three sticking together forever. They must have seen the ad boards and then came here to eat love these cuties. Ad boards. She quickly searched Park Monday ad board. At once, a post from hours ago with tens of thousands of shares topped the results. Got my proof shot in front of Monday's ad board. So many people flocked it I couldn't stay long, but he was cute and friendly, heart utterly destroyed. Even with a mask on, his handsomeness pierced through. Actual god tier, short video. She played the video. Park Monday in jeans, black hoodie, and black baseball cap, posing for photos in front of his ad board. So handsome. I'll buy tons of shares Monday. Thank you. He answered shyly to the cheers, then bolted off with the other two in a cheerful sprint. So cute. Monday's more sociable than I thought. Monday Engdang is official fact, not just headcanon. PD who edited him with zoom effects. Please die. Our guy was chill. Even blonde hair with a cap looks fire. So cute. Too cute. She stamped her foot, then realized the photo of Monday's ad board looked familiar. It was the one her friend had shown her. She hurried to write back. Minso. Hey, wasn't that your work? Congrats, Monday saw it. Link. Yeonju. I was freaking out when I saw it. I didn't put it up, it was the fan union, but still, so exciting. When she asked why she hadn't told her sooner, Yeonju replied, my heart was racing so I couldn't type. The woman giggled and sent a celebratory emoji. Then she thought, I want to do something too. She wanted Monday to succeed and see many amazing performances. Finally, she returned to the purchase page and bought the music package. After happily acquiring stock in Monday, she checked for more restaurant sighting posts and found a flame war had broken out. Please take down the photo. Stalking is a crime. It was an accidental encounter, not stalking, just a sighting. Is secretly filming someone eating a sighting? Use your head. Blocked you by? After that exchange, the furious comments fizzled out awkwardly. People were excited at the rare sighting, then realized it might be invading privacy. She closed the window sheepishly. She'd forgotten Monday hadn't even debuted yet. But he did so well. She recalled the exhilarating audience experience before the days returned, and suddenly remembered something. Oh, Idol Corporation live broadcast. Of course. She'd been browsing the stock purchase page during the break, waiting for the show. She frantically switched channels and slash caught the logo for the just starting broadcast. Phew. She sighed in relief, but moments later the MC's ominous face appeared. Everyone, do you remember the promise we made on relisting Idol Corporation? As if sitting at a conference desk, the MC rapped on the table solemnly. We promised to let you decide everything. Even now, on our homepage you're voting on final debut numbers, song choices, and more. By the way, people were already whining they'd voted for too few debut spots early on. And today, we're fulfilling one more promise. Viewers, is there any contestant you've grown tired of seeing? What? Just after the broadcast began, the production team dropped a massive turd on the audience. Then sell that contestant's shares. With the newly introduced sell stock feature, shareholders can cut the shares of any contestant they no longer wish to see. The buy stock vouchers you purchase can now be used as sell stock vouchers. In other words, instead of buying shares of a contestant, you can sell them to drive their price negative. Thus began the arrival of Hell. 33 Chapter. After the new system allowing contestants' vote counts to be reduced was introduced on Idol Corporation. Are you kidding? LOL, have the producers lost their minds? The internet erupted into chaos. They're completely insane. What if someone with bad intentions opens a hate vote? This isn't just spicy anymore. It's literal hellfire. I don't think I can stomach the next ranking ceremony. You trash bastards. What are you doing to these kids? At this point, shouldn't we boycott? Criticism of the producers and the program flooded every community. Naturally, but once that criticism became the default sentiment, posts like these began to appear. A breakdown of which contestants will benefit or suffer from these negative votes. JPG. It was a contestant appraisal. From there, defamatory posts about contestants nobody supported would soon run rampant. I scanned the best board post that had gone up within 7 minutes. Scrolling down, I found the name I was looking for. Park Mundy, risk of rank drop. Whenever his name comes up, there's a massive fight over whether it's a villain edit or hero edit. Some people tear him apart as if they're mentally ill. His numbers will probably be cut considerably. 2 stars isn't bad. Honestly, I expected as much. On the broadcast, I'm an extreme character who's bound to split opinions. The PR live and the first team battle editing must have been good enough to salvage it. Moreover, the participants who rose in the first team battle, October 31st, are latecomers now. They'll inevitably get beaten up by the toxic fans of the established strong contestants. Scrolling further, everyone except Lee Se-jin was marked at risk of dropping. Of course, I can't trust just one post. But the fact that it hadn't been ignored and had become a popular post meant it at least reflected mainstream opinion to some degree. Though the comments were a total brawl. You wrote a whole headcanon as if you know everything about Idol Corporation to dominate internet opinion. LOL. I'm already tired of this. Please stop. LOL, whose Stan squad is biting their tongues for this negative vote crusade. It's transparent whose they are. Why back someone getting hated? LOL. Not wrong, though. Face reality, haha. Between these comments, people were razzying about contestants they thought would fall. LOL, Lee Se-jin is guaranteed to tank. What about Ray-bin? She'll drop more? Fans need to stay strong. Of course, there were attempts to rally opinion against those labeled safe for unclear reasons. Claiming Ryu Chong-woo's former national team status inflates him too much. He gets coddled by fans and the broadcast, so more will probably sell his stock in annoyance. They're already baiting the trap. Naturally, there was plenty about me too. If you're going to hate on Mundy, pick a line and stick to it. You don't trust his skills because of editing, but you believe his bad edit personality from clips you cherry-pick? Yeah, stans believe his skills from the show, but dismiss his edited personality bad edit. Makes no sense. Insane. Listen to his a cappella on the PR live. He's better live than on broadcast. And why trust the edited interview, but ignore the videos of him treating others well? You're rambling to yourself. Stop risking your life for idols, lady. Reported by. This feels a bit unfair. Watching people suffer after buying my stock was gutting. No matter how good I was, I couldn't change the broadcast's direction. Actually, I already knew. I knew this negative vote system was coming. It was so controversial that even I, studying for civil service exams, heard about it. Idol Corporation had performed a high-wire act between insane buzz and utter disaster 2 or 3 times. This was the first. At this trend, even if my votes got slashed, I probably wouldn't be eliminated, so I hadn't worried. Until now, when it hit home. I just hope the people supporting Park Mundy don't get too stressed. I hesitated, then closed the window. I'd actually wanted to check reactions to episode 6, but they'd been drowned out here. My own airtime was minimal in episode 6 anyway. Our team's performance was pushed to the next episode. Even the team formation and song selection scenes barely showed, so there wasn't much reaction. Ugh, why is Park Mundy on the same team as Ray-bin? So annoying. Kim Ray-bin, please stop your charity work. Last team was garbage. No brain behind the pretty face. Mundy, don't cling to Eugene, just die. Mostly venomous fan responses remained. I wasn't sure if those could even be called fans. They're trashing Ray-bin too. I'd seen that type back when selling data. I don't know why they claimed to be fans while hating. What mattered was they hated sharing a team with me more than anything else. Even viewers who liked Park Mundy said they regretted not being on his first team. I folded my arms and smiled. I was curious how opinion would shift once episode 7 aired. The stage had been solid, and there's only so much editing can do. Until then, I'll review my status window pop-ups and practice achievements. Dring. My smartphone buzzed mid-thought. Probably that same age group chat. I opened it without much thought. 2 messages arrived almost simultaneously, as if copy-pasted. Kim Rae-bin. Hyung, how have you been? This is contestant Kim Rae-bin. I'm reaching out because I have something to ask. Kim Rae-bin. Eugene and I plan to check the ads at Gangnam Station tomorrow. They were put up by fans. Would you like to come with us to see them? More. Did they put my ad up at Gangnam Station too? A quick search showed SNS posts saying it started today. Impressive. Kim Rae-bin really does her research. But the timing was bad. With this negative vote system just introduced, I shouldn't stick out. If a happy sighting story came out now, people would say Mundy's overconfident, and trash me again. Plus going with Rae-bin and Eugene, I could already hear the hate comment. Must be freaked out by the negative votes if he's hanging with the top dogs lol. I ing via LGT. Only on ing via LGT. Didn't need that noise. I had to protect the feelings of those supporting Park Mundy as much as possible. Better to sit tight until episode 7 aired. I typed a reply immediately. Park Mundy. I'm busy, so it'll be tough. Let's go another time. Kim. Rae-bin, understood. I'll be in touch then. I'd see her at filming, I guessed. With that decided, I began stretching before my workout. Might as well build up stamina. Back then, I never imagined Kim Rae-bin would send a good morning greeting every day until the next shoot. And not just a greeting, but a gaudy, multicolored image file like an elder. Kim Rae-bin. Smile happy face brings blessings. Let's make today happy with a joyful morning. Maybe because they're in the arts, every teenager I meet lately has such unique sensibilities. And finally, Friday evening returned. Kim Rae-bin. Have a happy Friday ad. A rose with heartfelt wishes happy face, sharing happiness and health. Her elder-style greeting images were upgrading, now with sparkles. Park Mundy. You too, take care. Kim Rae-bin. Thank you. Anyway, for a Friday as happy and healthy as Kim Rae-bin's image promised, episode 7 had to turn out well. I started watching episode 7 with a beer. My airtime would likely come near the end. The producers would surely save the team with the highest average rank for last. As expected, other teams went by one after another. I watched closely to see if anyone might surge upward. No standouts. No particularly favorable or hostile edits. Just the usual part conflicts and struggles, followed by an overcoming storyline. Then, in the mid-late segment, Choi Won-gil's chosen team appeared. It was packed with participants. From my first-round team, including Seon Ah-hyun and Lee Se-jin. The editing potential exploded here. Choi Won-gil. I don't know why you're only doing this to me. Hi El-jun, what? Cuts of the crying Choi Won-gil and his bewildered teammates intercut. Choi Won-gil. Staring. Hyung Mundy. Aren't you going too far? Choi Won-gil completely tanked. Wow, they really let that through. The producers unleashed first-round resentments against Choi Won-gil all at once. Honestly, he'd been annoying enough in round 1, but I didn't expect it to stack explosively like this. But I wasn't the only one stacked with backlash. Kwon Hee-sung, because he wouldn't listen to me. From round 1, Gold 2 took some hits. He wouldn't even listen off camera. Kwon Hee-sung. I'm the youngest and the lowest rank, so maybe that's why. Of course, the producers who caught it on fixed camera and aired it were disgusting. They'll stage any participant for a ratings spike. Lee Se-jin. Hey, Won-gil. I get how you feel. Come sit here. Just as Seon Ah-hyun told me, Lee Se-jin stepped in to mend the conflict on air. Choi Won-gil. I admit I was emotional, though. With that interview, the team who'd practiced hard delivered a heartfelt performance, and it ended on a warm note, though no one was fooled. Already the comment pages were plastered with hate. Choi Won-gil's personality is unreal. He claims he was emotional. LOL, you have anger management issues. But he only does that to easy targets, so it feels worse. Did you see how he ignored Hee-sung? Gave me PTSD from school. We need to re-evaluate Mundy. Giving him parts after seeing that made him a saint. Having my name mentioned here is problematic. If viewers suddenly praise my personality, then any new suspicion doubles the hate under betrayal charges. Luckily, this team's stage was solid, so praise for the performance overshadowed talk about Choi Won-gil. When the topic resurfaces, it'll focus solely on bashing him. His mental looks weak. He'll have a rough time. I clicked off the comment page with a tut. 2 teams remained. My segment was next, assuming no one else hogged it. There have to be plenty of high-ranked contestants first. I lowered my expectations and continued watching. Then I was surprised. Duong. The screen reformatted Kim Rae-bin's interview with epic background music, with a golden, homage-style caption. Kim Rae-bin's journey to gather teammates. Kim Rae-bin. First, I plan to recruit contestant Park Mundy. Choke. 34 chapter. On screen, Kim Rae-bin calmly explained her reasoning. Kim Rae-bin. Contestant Park Mundy possesses vocal ability that isn't tied to any particular song, so there's no burden from song selection. Kim Rae-bin. I also witnessed him flexibly supporting other teammates in group activities many times. He's my first choice. Teammate. Immediately afterward, cuts showed Kim Rae-bin effortlessly winning a minigame and pointing at Park Mundy. Then came a shot of Park Mundy's blank expression in an interview. Park Mundy. Park Mundy. I appreciate it, but why? Thanks to the BGM and extra captions, my bowing greeting as I joined her looked utterly flustered. Then another cut showed Kim Rae-bin clenching her fists in quiet triumph. It felt like some YouTube skit. They've created reactions before, but this was the first time they'd captured my inner thoughts so precisely. Kim Rae-bin. Next is contestant Cha Eugene. Kim Rae-bin and contestant Ryu Chong-woo. Kim Rae-bin selected teammates according to her own logic without a moment's hesitation, and the puzzled looks on their faces were shown in quick succession. It was charming in its own way. I guess Kim Rae-bin intends to protect me. They were neutralizing her ruthless round 1 image on purpose. But the mood didn't last. A bright red but caption flashed on screen. Then a suffocating scene filled with white noise was broadcast. A few days later, midterm evaluation. Youngren, who did the arrangement? Cuts alternated between Kim Rae-bin bowing her head and several teammates looking back at her. A large caption then appeared. What on earth happened? And commercial break. I downed the rest of my beer. Their desperate ratings grab. I have to admire it. These Idol Corporation producers are incredible. A quick online check during the break showed endless speculation. The consensus was, did Kim Rae-bin mess up another team battle? From the moment she picked Mundy, I thought she has no eye for talent, lol. No way. Even here, I'm the first target. The beer loosened me up, and I got more annoyed than usual. I switched off the screen and tuned back to Tnet just as the commercial ended. As expected, the discussion after the song was decided played first. Ryu Chong-woo. First, let's hear Seijin's opinion. They highlighted Ryu Chong-woo's care for even the socially awkward teammates, especially his calm responses to Lee Seijin's irritability. Lee Seijin got her share of screen time too. At this rate, Ryu Chong-woo will hog it all again. They did show a few attractive shots of Cha Eugene's genius choreography ideas and Kim Rae-bin spending time on the arrangement, but it was still clearly Ryu Chong-woo's victory. Everything changed at the midterm evaluation. They messed with the original a lot, but it feels worse than the original. The judges' comments were edited to sound far harsher than they really were. A judge's offhand remark was spliced into the critique for effect. Your stage didn't convey the power of burn like the sun. I never expected that line to land so devastatingly on air. In that tense atmosphere, one teammate openly pointed at Kim Rae-bin as the arranger. Directly, Rae-bin handled it. The broadcast emphasized teammates shooting glances at Kim Rae-bin in a spine-chilling edit. Damn it. They'd staged that whole bit to cover for her, but now it looked like the whole team might go under. At that moment, the screen suddenly began to close up on Park Mundy. No way. On screen, my expression looked thoughtful, then flashed to a memory cut. I think it'd be better if we lower the key. How about adding some rap? Make the arrangement fit the cheerleader concept. Okay. It showed some teammates suggesting various arrangement elements that might not fit. The camera framed me as if I'd been observing them closely. Back to the midterm evaluation. I spoke as if it were nothing. Yes, because Rae-bin could handle the arrangement. I consulted with her, and we all gave input and decided the direction together. Kim Rae-bin's astonished face was close up. Then they cut to my interview. Question: why did you back Kim Rae-bin? Park Mundy. Puzzled. I was just stating the facts. That was a snippet from my arrangement-related interview in the first team battle. Huh. I deliberately spoke flatly to deflect, but after the magic of editing, it aired as if I bluntly said the truth without caring what anyone thinks. No matter how many times I live through this, it's absurd. Regardless of my misgivings, the broadcast continued, conveying true feelings. Kim Yoo-jun, I'm sorry. After a teammate apologized to Kim Rae-bin, the mood shifted rapidly to hopeful and heartwarming. Kim Rae-bin's touching interview capped it off. Kim Rae-bin, I think I gathered my teammates well. She smiled faintly. Her personality didn't seem bad after all. The new arrangement, absurdly, it played out as if Kim Rae-bin and I had whipped it up spontaneously during casual chat. Ryu Chong-woo, I saw you two talking during break. Ryu Chong-woo, but when I looked back, Rae-bin was already at the keyboard, and Novlighd Mundi was excitedly saying, "We're gonna bleep it up." Ryu Chong-woo's voiceover of the arrangement discussion, sped up, made it look even more ridiculous. Ryu Chong-woo, are geniuses just like that? Haha. After that, short clips showed Ryu Chong-woo endearingly guiding two socially awkward geniuses, as if the whole team had fused perfectly. That ended the pre-stage preparation segment. I could never have imagined they'd string it together like that. At least it wasn't a villain edit, so I had to be satisfied. And I'd always thought our stage was the best. Thanks to the producer's obvious care in editing, I was very pleased. The ending was good too. Third place. An outcome no one saw coming. They framed our third-place finish, complete with a mid-commercial break, as shockingly unexpected. They'd truly pulled every lever. It was a clean win. Not bad. I immediately made my bed. With the tension gone, fatigue hit me. I can monitor the internet tomorrow. Because I didn't check reactions right away, I only realized around lunchtime the next day how huge Episode 7's impact had been. We're keeping Mundi. Compared to those terrible round 1 guys, he was an angel. Looking at Mundi again, his face isn't bad. He teams well with Rae-bin. Keep them together. Rabbit and Puppy are a dream duo, but Medieval Rabbit and Segajabjong too? Perfection. Hey, I knew this combo would blow up. Pump's fist. Surprising. They didn't fight and became friends. Wow. Amazingly, as soon as Episode 7 aired, Kim Rae-bin's fans flipped into supporting Park Mundi. Most were normal fan accounts who hadn't defamed others, but some had mocked me mercilessly just yesterday. That turnaround was incredible. Park Mundi's fan accounts seemed relieved about the negative vote threat, though a few were still angry. Where were these people when they were trashing him? Now they wiped their mouths. I'm speechless. I even feel guilty for feeling relieved. If they both debut, I'll have to fangirl alongside those jerks. I'll only stay on Mundi's page. Mundi showed grace, came up with great ideas, and delivered an awesome stage. Why should I worry about anything else? LOL. I just hope they don't get too stressed. People should have fun spending money, but many couldn't. If I debut through this show, even on the same team with them, we're still rivals. Maybe it can't be helped. Still, most were happy that our stage turned out great. Thanks to the show airing 1 slot after midnight from yesterday through this morning and lunch, we saw a huge influx of viewers. The stage video instantly hit the YouTube real-time trending charts. These guys nailed a crazy concept. They're insane geniuses. Heroes who came to wreck my GPA, but I love them. Turning a baseball stadium cheer into a superhero theme. Both concept and arrangement are off the charts. They even matched props by color. Details like this make this Fujoshi's heart race. This stage got 3rd place. Aren't you ashamed of your blocking votes? LOL. Here's a breakdown. 006 Cha Eugene, red. 016 Min Jong-hun, green. 024 Ryu Chong-woo, blue. More. Individual cam videos released at dawn were racking up views too. The scale was bigger than the first team battle, and even accounting for that, my main vocal cam count soared at lightning speed. Comments were friendlier than before, with fewer dislikes. You can't deny the genius. Mundi, thanks for going blonde. You kept me from quitting. I'll buy lots of your stock. Please debut and go silver and pink too. From horror to hero concept, this guy's amazing. Cheering for you. Please debut. Haha. Why do you look better and perform better each time? If you debut, will you ascend? I felt shy but proud. Though this is a job I don't have much choice in, I can't deny the sense of accomplishment. Then the final best comment caught my eye. He's young, cute, decent dancer, main vocal, like a left-handed fireballer. They should have dragged him out of hell, but he walked onto the stage himself. Thanks, Mundy. You can't lose now, happy face. Honestly, it was a bit frightening. Please don't give me a status abnormality like can't retire when I debut. I quickly shook off that ominous thought and set my mind. At this point, I shouldn't worry even at the next ranking ceremony. Only 2 stages left. 2 more team battles, and this program ends. Realizing I'm already in the late midterm made me feel strange. I thought losing this cursed status abnormality would be relieving, but it wasn't so simple. Maybe my results were even better than I'd expected. After years cooped up studying for exams with no sense of achievement, this taste of success was extremely intoxicating, though it does drain me more than anything. If I avoid sudden death and look back in a few years, I might see it as a meaningful experience. But that's only if I survive, so first, I focus on staying alive. Easy. Just as I vowed this, a message arrived. Lee Se-jin, Monday, how are you? Coming together on filming day? Including Ahyan Haha. So on filming day, everyone I met wore utterly grim faces. Even Choi Won-gil, who'd been trolling nonstop. Looked like someone had punched him. Who could have pissed him off? 35 chapter. Sean Ah-hyun and Lee Se-jin begged to grab a bite before going into the studio, so we met at a restaurant. Hey Mundy, hi. Hello. Even with food in front of them, both looked so grim. One had turned into a social life reaction bot. The other looked on the verge of tears. This must be because of the negative votes. The most sensible guess. I almost left it alone, but figured I should at least ask since we were eating together. Are you both worried about the votes? You both look terrible. They glanced at each other reflexively. Apparently neither realized how bad their own expressions were making the other feel. Flash Mundy. You're a mind reader well. It's hard not to worry. We've been online too much, haha. Lee Se-jin forced a laugh. Sean Ah-hyun nodded glumly. I am just afraid people hate us that much. Oh dear. They'd clearly scoured every needless post online. Judging by their looks, they'd spent all night on social media searching their own names. Once we went into the studio, they'd see exactly how much people disliked them in hard numbers. No wonder they couldn't swallow a bite. Still, we should eat before going in. I sighed and said, it's an audition show. More people vote strategically than out of actual dislike, right? If your votes got slashed, it might mean you look promising. Even in the last team battle, the team of high-ranked contestants finished 3rd in live votes. I mean, unless the drop is massive, you don't need to worry. Of course, saying that doesn't make it completely painless. But if there's a corner for mental victory, it helps. As expected, Lee Se-jin recovered first. He picked up his spoon with a wry smile and muttered, I really have to make something of this round. My trainee period's been way too long. Anyway, let's eat well and go kick ass. He swallowed his stray words and resumed eating energetically. Sean Ah-hyun still looked anxious, but at least attacked his meal in a battle-ready stance when I said they should eat first. It's hard to get them to eat. I forced myself to continue eating too. As latecomers, we'd taken some hits, but our recognition was decent, and even contestants who'd never been butchered by editing looked like this. So the others must be in even worse shape. Today's shoot mood is going to be insane. And that prediction hit perfectly. From contestants at risk of elimination to the top-ranked, everyone looked like a wake was in progress. After the vote to eliminate anyone you dislike system was introduced, online defamation and rumors about contestants had only intensified. The only one happy was Cha Eugene. Not because he was confident of first place, just his personality, I guess. Why didn't you come with me? He even came over to me and eagerly recounted the day we went to see the ads alone. What a personality. Soon filming began. Welcome to the second ranking ceremony of relisting. Idol Corporation. On air, who knew how it'd look, but the ceremony was held in the most depressed atmosphere yet. With the newly introduced sell stock system, today we announced the first rankings including negative votes. Your place is determined by how many buy and sell votes each contestant received. Gulp, someone swallowed hard. I couldn't help thinking, grown adults putting kids through this. But first, we must announce the winner of the last team battle. I promised a tremendous prize. The MC brightened the mood as best he could. It is, sell stock votes will be invalid for the first place team. What? Whoa. The room filled with stunned silence. A small mutter drifted up. This is so mean. If they respected the contestants, they wouldn't toy with benefits like this on a whim. But these producers yanked the negative votes in and out without notice in episode 6. What did anyone expect? The first place team will be ranked without including any negative votes. No cheers erupted. The sound barely managed to limp out. Congratulations. The gigantic team with their reinterpretation of Fingerprint. The team Choi Won-gil had formed took first place. That twist was as good as a lifeline for him, given the negative votes that almost sank him. He cried in relief, but it wasn't. All good. He's in for a world of hurt. If he'd fallen due to negative voting, sympathy votes would have rallied for him next round. But now, only an extraordinary performance in the next team battle would stave off a tidal wave of backlash. With an appropriate speech, the first place announcement concluded. Now, let's begin the ranking announcements. This time, 30 contestants would pass. As before, they'd announce from 28th up, saving the top 2 for last. 28th place, contestant Park Jun-kyung. Up through 20th place, there were no surprises. No one lost or gained shocks. The expected names filled the slots without fanfare. The twist began within the top 20. 20th place, contestant Choi Won-gil. Wow. No way. He ranked higher than gold too. It seemed fans had rallied to protect him from negative votes. He ended with a long speech, concluding with an apology. I deeply regret my immature behavior. I'll show you my best from now on, sniff. He sobbed as he took his seat. He might have been better off just apologizing to gold too. But that was none of my business. I focused on my own ranking. As they summarized, Lee Se-jin plunged, Kim Rae-bin recovered and landed in 6th, and the rest of Choi Won-gil's teammates rose. With negative votes removed, their ranks jumped. Judging by the flow, I expected my rank to drop a bit, so I readied myself to react quickly. But no need. My rank rose. 4th place, contestant Park. Monday. In this madhouse, a surprisingly strong result. I hadn't expected to hear my name until at least 5th, or feared I'd dropped below 28th. I jumped up in astonishment, only to be more startled by what followed. Congratulations. Ryu Chong-woo stood and approached, patting my back with a satisfied grin. Cha Eugene followed suit and offered congratulations. Congratulations. I thought I'd just nod and blend into the back. Apparently our stage response had warmed hearts, so they felt free to close the emotional distance. Especially Ryu Chong-woo. After round 1, he'd lost all his close connections, so he needed camaraderie too. I accepted their greetings, gave Seon Ah-hyun a high five, and clambered onto the dais. I felt like the biggest extrovert on earth. It was completely unfamiliar. First, I'd like to thank the shareholders who bought my stock. I know this ranking exceeds my abilities, but I'll work hard to deliver results equal to your investment. No sooner were my formal thanks done than the MC jumped in. Contestant Park Monday, you delight shareholders with fresh ideas every stage. Do you have an idea you'd like to try next? A brutally difficult question. It'd be easier to just do something cute. I answered vaguely. Next, I'm thinking I'd like to try something more lighthearted. Haha. Are you missing Pyopision already? Contestant Park Monday, we look forward to your next stage. The MC even punned. Lighthearted with popcorn. I couldn't glare at him, so I nodded and took my seat. The lavish sofa for 4th place was a bit embarrassing, but my posture was honest, so I settled back comfortably to await the rest of the rankings. 3rd place, contestant Cha Eugene. No way. He was first last time. Cha Eugene, last ceremony's winner, fell 2 spots. He didn't seem bothered. He bounded up with a bright, I'm happy with this rank, and perched on the sofa. Then, the moment of truth, 1st and 2nd place. It was between Ryu Chong-woo and Seon Ah-hyun. He's going to collapse, isn't he? Seon Ah-hyun staggered to the dais. He looked like he'd faint if he won. The honor of 1st place in relisting. Idol Corporation goes to congratulations. Contestant Ryu Chong-woo. Thank you. As expected, I'd known there'd be no upset. Former national team status and a likable image meant he barely felt the negative votes. After their speeches, they announced the 29th and 30th contestants, and time dragged so long even the sofa felt uncomfortable. But the true highlight was yet to come. If the sell stock system didn't exist, here's where you would have ranked. The producers displayed every contestant's buy and sell vote totals, then resorted the rankings on screen. Sighs filled the room. I can't watch this. I quickly found my name. Buy 893,452/sell 12,257. Final rank 4th/buy only rank 3rd. 3rd place. Checking the original. 4th place slot. Cian Ahian occupied it. Their buy totals must have been very similar, making the negative votes tip the scales. But rather than regret, I felt something else. This is unexpectedly unsettling. Seeing a 12,000 plus number of votes wanting me gone, despite my strong result, it felt off. That sting is stronger than I thought. Wait, enough with the nonsense. My goal is to debut and avoid sudden death. In the grand scheme, what does one vote out of 90 matter? I'll be grateful for the 893,452 votes that kept me alive. I set the situation straight and ended that line of thought. Yet around me, most still wore, I can't believe how much this weighs on me expressions. Next team battle is going to be brutal. I could already picture the tears and sobbing. Please stand by. The producers themselves looked stunned by the wake-like atmosphere. They briefly halted the next team battle shoot, which should have started immediately after the ranking ceremony, and instead unveiled a strange mini-project. Idol Talent Show. It was as tacky as you'd expect from a slapped-together plan. 36 chapter. The production team's explanation was simple. Just relax, have fun, and win some prizes. In other words, the real meaning was, show off a little, enjoy a school trip vibe, and take home the PPL gifts you got from T1. I'm sure everyone caught the nuance, but at least the mood was better than right after. The ranking announcement. The prizes were decent, and the rules were loose. No ranks, and it's all based on volunteering. Oh, if you come up, you'll definitely win one of the prizes by drawing lots. Okay, everyone sounded more at ease. There was nothing to lose. Having no MC probably made it feel more like a break, too. Honestly, even I was tempted by the dryer. Though in my one room there was nowhere to put it, I didn't expect such a big appliance for a hastily thrown-together segment. This show must be doing really well. As I thought that, staring at the picture of the kimchi fridge among the prizes, the screen cleared and large letters appeared. Talent show, random dance. Last person standing wins. They didn't even change the font. The ham korong badong looked dazzling. Whatever my thoughts, a 5-second countdown appeared on the screen. Then a few of the more confident contestants dashed forward and began to wait. Start. Famous K-pop choruses blasted out one after another. Ugh. You're off beat. You need to go in. Ah, what the... At first, participants seemed mechanical, probably because of screen time, but by the end they were improvising skits to decide the winner. After about a dozen songs, someone won. Ah, thank you. It was Big Seijin. No one asked, but I'll say how I feel. I think all that practice during the PR live paid off. Ha ha ha. Woohoo. Big Seijin grinned shamelessly, reached into the draw box, and pulled a slip. All right, my prize is Jean, fire-grilled boneless chicken feet, 1 box. I'll give it to Monday. Everyone burst out laughing at Big Seijin's quick pivot. Even the staff covered their mouths to laugh, so there was no scowling at Seijin's wink in my direction. How long will that chicken feet image stick around? I had a feeling it would follow me until I retired. Anyway, thanks to Big Seijin's big laugh, the mood relaxed even more. Next one, please. I'm taking this one for real. After 4 or 5 more rounds like that, most contestants were taking the talent show seriously, and there were still some expensive appliances left as prizes. The 6th talent show then appeared on screen. Talent show, random karaoke. Finish the first verse to win. This one's made for me. Wow. I really want to go, but I already won. What do? I ignored Big Seijin's teasing, hesitated, then stepped forward. Oh, Monday, you confident? Honestly, I wasn't confident, or even keen. I was just defending against looking cocky by being passive now that my rank had gone up. Might as well win the dryer, though. With 7 prizes left, that's a 14% chance. Hopeful odds. I joined 4 participants I barely knew and waited for the countdown. The production team quietly left a mic on the floor. Start. As soon as the screen changed, the intro started. Thump thump, thump jabba thump thump. A catchy trot melody filled the auditorium. Huh. Contestants expecting K-pop looked stunned. The music was a K-trot karaoke track. Wait. They listened to the intro in confusion but couldn't identify the song. There are plenty of trot songs that start with an upbeat rhythm. I hesitated, then casually stepped forward and picked up the mic. Mundy's singing trot. I heard Gold One mutter. Maybe he just grabbed it randomly? Bro, do you actually know this song? I didn't answer the chatter. When the intro ended, I began to sing. Rain falls on Namdi Street in Seoul, the one I'm looking for isn't here. They whispered. No way. How did he know that? Because I'd seen it many times. After shooting events, I often watched trot singers perform, especially those scheduled right before Idols. Popular older generation songs come up a lot, and I'd seen this one's original artist stage several times in a day. Eventually, the singer recognized me and winked at the camera. I even uploaded a fancam to YouTube. Shameless, but it paid off. The one I was seeking, the one I was hoping. It's a well-known song, so when I hit the chorus, contestants sang along. I wondered if that's how the audience at those events felt. He's left Seoul behind. Caught up in the moment, I belted out the entire first verse. They responded with applause, more like the reaction you'd get at a magic show. It was a bit embarrassing, but since it worked, I focused on the draw. I waved to the contestants, set the mic down, and grabbed the draw box. When I unfolded the slip, I could just make out a silver body in the photo. No way, the dryer. Kimchi refrigerator. Insane. Hey, kimchi fridge. Mundy, what kind of luck is this? The one you were looking for was a fridge. Contestants rushed out, crowding around me, chattering excitedly. I stared at the slip in disbelief before reality hit. Prizes aren't taxed, are they? I had no money to pay taxes. I'd probably sell it secondhand right away to cover the tax and fill my bank account. Still, it was nice to win something expensive. Big Novelight T. Sejin, who'd been congratulating me, leaned close and whispered, Mundy, want to swap prizes? No. Okay. Eat chicken feet then. After the final chicken fight, the talent show ended on a high note, and the loosened atmosphere carried into team battle filming. The MC must have been busy with the adjusted schedule, because surprisingly, Youngren took over hosting and announced the new team battle. Relisting. Idol Corporation is already at the third team battle. Please give yourselves a round of applause for making it from 77 down to 30 contestants. Youngren's calm, earnest delivery wasn't the MC's usual energy, but since she was already a successful idol, contestants seemed to take it more to heart. Right next to me, Gold 2 was grinning and patting his own head. Quite a sight. This third team battle will use a slightly unusual method to form teams. So far, teams were formed by contestant choice. Time for another factor. And it was a strange one. Big data algorithms. Yes, big data. Contestants looked baffled at the sudden IT term. Youngren smiled and continued. Idol Corporation has analyzed shareholders' buying patterns. Teams are formed based on stocks that many shareholders bought together. In short, contestants favored by viewers who spent money are grouped together. You can check the detailed analysis on the relisting Idol Corporation website. Are you ready to meet the teammates chosen by our shareholders' big data? Whoa, so cool. Contestants murmured, looking around to see who they'd end up with. I did the same. Probably Sian Ah-hyun and Big Sejin. Their social feeds made it obvious. Sure enough, Sian Ah-hyun, eyes sparkling, gave me a small wave. Big Sejin patted my back and said, Hey, looking forward to working with you. Yeah, same here. He chuckled at my flat response, clearly pulling my leg. It seems you're ready. Please come up in order to receive your box. Behind Youngren, a table was lined with black boxes. Each box contains a badge. After you take your box, move down the hall and enter the room matching your badge's symbol. Youngren then called contestants in alphabetical order to hand out boxes. Of course, Park Mundy was called early. Contestant Park Mundy, please take your box. I picked up the box labeled Park Mundy and went through the door. Staff with cameras waited in the hallway. I opened the box in view of the camera to reveal a rabbit head badge. Rabbit? I muttered, a bit embarrassed, then shut my mouth and looked up at the doors lining the hall. Each door had a nameplate. Chick, cat, deer, puppy, bear, and the very last door bore the name I was looking for. Rabbit. Overall, the naming felt like kindergarten, but it was just for splitting teams. I assumed it was meant as a joke and opened the door. Since all potential teammates would be called after me, I wasn't too tense. I must be first. But the moment I stepped inside, the person sitting on the floor snapped their head up and stared at me. It was Kim Rae-bin. Why are you here? Hyung Park Mundi. Kim Rae-bin jumped up with a happy face, scooted over, and motioned me to sit in the middle. With only two of us, it was odd. I never expected we'd be on the same team again. I'm really glad. Me too. Looking forward to working with you. We had a calm exchange, but in my head I was puzzling. Why is Kim Rae-bin on my team? My only on-screen interaction with Rae-bin was in Episode 7. Does that mean the vote shares after Episode 7 were enough to influence the big data algorithm? It would be possible if only the most recent ranking ceremony stocks were considered. I weighed possibilities, then realized one simple fact. Rae-bin has few connections here. Whatever weighting they used, the only contestants linked to Rae-bin were me and Cha Eugene, so it made sense I'd be grouped with him. Well, it's good to have a high-ranked teammate. I neatly settled that thought and sat on the floor. Kim Rae-bin immediately spoke again. Hyung, I also like the song you sang in the talent show. Really? I wondered why I needed to know Rae-bin like Trot, but we chatted until the next teammate arrived. After a while, the next person opened the door and entered. 37 chapter. The next contestant to enter the rabbit room after me was Seon Ah-hyun. Seon Ah-hyun peeked into the room with a nervous face, and the moment our eyes met, her expression brightened and she dashed inside. Then she beamed. This time we're together, so it's nice. Yeah, looking forward to working with you. Why yeah, I'll do my best. Just as Seon Ah-hyun was excitedly opening her mouth to speak, her eyes landed on Kim Rae-bin, who was staring blankly at us. Startled, Seon Ah-hyun suddenly froze, as if only now noticing Kim Rae-bin's presence. Come to think of it, these two have no connection. They're different ranks and have never teamed up before. Seon Ah-hyun quickly glanced between me and Kim Rae-bin, swallowed, and mustered a greeting for him. PPLE, please take care of me. She sounded utterly solemn. Yes, I look forward to working with you too. Oh no. I should be the one saying that. Kim Rae-bin bowed seriously. Seon Ah-hyun then hurriedly bent her head down toward the floor. It was a strangely comical scene, like something you'd only see in an internet meme. If it's just these two, the conversation will never progress. As I watched Kim Rae-bin and Seon Ah-hyun's endless greeting duel, the fourth teammate burst through the door. Who's in rabbit? It was Big Se-jin. He waved his rabbit badge in one hand, completely embracing the room's theme for reasons unknown. Big Se-jin quickly checked Seon Ah-hyun and Kim Rae-bin, then saw me and burst out laughing. Again, why? What are you doing here, Mundi? When I looked at him as if to say, what nonsense is this? Big Se-jin drawled on. I thought you'd be in puppy room, obviously. Didn't you get teamed with us this time? Not enough with the Tibetan Fox interview? Sure, the puppy image would have fit, but that was separate. Sometimes I just wanted to smack him. Big Se-jin, ever perceptive, sidled up to us and changed the subject. Anyway, isn't it great we're together, our team's awesome again. Let's do our best. Is there one spot left? There, NOVELIGHT, were 6 nameplates on doors in total. With 30 contestants remaining, it was very likely 5 people per room. So 4 and so far means 1 more to come. But who? I've already covered rank and position with these 4. No overlap in images, high ranks, decent skills. Kim Rae-bin would handle arrangement. Big Se-jin would snatch the leader role. Seon Ah-hyun, as an all-rounder, made stage composition easy. In fact, 4 of us could handle this, as long as a troll doesn't show up. I thought of a few I'd skip, like Choi Won-gil. Anyone else would do. The problem was our teams had never formed smoothly until now. I gauged the situation. Up to Lee Se-jin would be okay. She's uncooperative, but not the sort to dump bombs on others. Just smooth talk her. Still, her mental might have cracked at the last rankings, so better not team with her if possible. That left 1 hopeful by alphabetical order. Aside from the taken ones, only 1 remained. Gold 1 is the easiest. As I considered the most likely contestant, Big Se-jin grinned and proposed. How about we all hide behind the door? It's the last one, so let's give them the warmest welcome ever. A predictable idea, but if the last teammate's reaction was good, it'd make great TV. What worried me was if Choi Won-gil walked in and ruined the vibe, but the other three scampered behind the door, so I gave up preventing it. At this point, I'd be the only odd one out on camera. As I half listened to my teammates whispering behind the door, Big Seijin suddenly whispered, "They're here." He raised his index finger to his lips, making a fuss. I stayed silent. Footsteps sounded, and the door swung open. "Excuse me, huh?" Tada. After a pause, a head popped out from behind the door. Eek! The contestant who opened the door leaped skyward, doing a pratfall. They were more of a chicken than I expected. Congrats on the airtime. The last teammate rolling around with a strange scream was a familiar face. Oh, sorry. Hyung. Surprise. Gold 1 had joined us. Not bad. For the first time, I felt good about our team lineup. Please take care of Rabbit class. Wah. Applause. No one looked sour. Everyone responded appropriately, and our discussion began. Even including college group projects, this was the friendliest team I'd ever experienced. With cameras rolling, no one cursed or goofed off. It really does feel like kindergarten. Of course, not every team was as enthusiastic as Rabbit class. 2 or 3 lower-ranked teams, bunched by ranking, already seemed half resigned. Let's do our best. Here we are. But surprisingly, the Despair team was the one with the top trainees. Choi Won-gil and Lee Se-jin had joined Ryu Chong-woo and Cha Eugene team. And the troll who grabbed Kim Rae-bin by the collar was on that team too. Hey, few contestants murmured. Could they really be grouped like that? That is some weird combo. I could practically hear Ryu Chong-woo's ego melting over there. Tough luck for them, but it works in my favor. If they attract all the editing drama, I'll be fine. As I drew that quick conclusion, Big Seijin kicked off our discussion. Okay, let's talk about songs right away. Any song ideas? Most of us lit up and raised our hands. Even Seon Ah-hyun timidly raised hers. Everyone seemed genuinely excited. No wonder. It was finally a free song choice team battle. I recalled the MC announcement. You may choose any song, choreography, and concept to suit your team. We call this the self-produced stage. The production team was trying to phone it in again. Last season, at least we got to win something via mini-games. They probably had 10 preset concept patterns, costumes, and set pieces to choose from. But this season, they expected us to build it from scratch. Maybe they lacked budget during planning. At least, since the show is doing well, maybe they got extra funds, so this content had almost no budget constraints. One upside. That's why everyone's so hyped. I listened to each teammate's suggestion. Clockwise, Seon Ah-hyun spoke first. What about Waiting is Good? Waiting is good. Characterized by high notes and musical-style choreography. Its refreshing, polished high-teen vibe hit our target perfectly. Released 5 years ago by a 9-member boy group, it delivered their first #1. Given Seon Ah-hyun's history, it was a song she'd obviously love. Oh, great pick to start. Yeah, we've never done that youthful, refreshing concept before. I chimed in. Sounds solid. Why yeah. Seon Ah-hyun beamed and nodded fiercely, looking like she'd die happy even if we didn't pick it. How do people live with such faces? I found it strangely endearing. Next, Rae-bin. Considering our member lineup, VDIC senior duo's Hone is the most effective choice. As if prepared, his talk poured out. It uses many Eastern-style sound samples, so it's conceptually distinctive, and the vocal range is suitable. The choreography is challenging, showcasing performance elements, and it's easy to insert a dance break interlude. I can draft the arrangement within a day. He really wants it. Noticing his enthusiasm, the others tentatively echoed their approval a beat behind. Kim Rae-bin, realizing he'd spoken too strongly, glanced around and added hesitantly. I mean, if there are other good ideas, that's fine too. Okay, Rae-bin's pick is good, but let's hear other ideas too. Big Seijin waved him off. But we should still note the arranger's ideas. It seemed Big Seijin had his own pick, unwilling to entertain more from Rae-bin. Maybe I should step in. I spoke up. What element of that suggestion did you like most? Well, rather than one specific element, I considered what suited the assignment overall. He meant focusing on overall stage completion. I nodded. That's a perspective we should keep in mind. Right? You surprised me. Rae-bin's really thought this through. Thank you. As the others praised him, Kim Rae-bin bowed deeply, mumbling, A warm atmosphere briefly formed around awkward Ray-Bin, and then Big Seijin gave the last opinion. It's time. After all we've been through, we should do a sexy concept. SS sexy. Eek. Oh dear. They cringed at the idea. Big Seijin laughed out loud. Ha ha. Honestly, you can't deny it. You can't, right? Blatantly shameless, but he has a point. I couldn't deny it was a solid idea. If executed well at a polished level, nothing was more powerful than sexy. A sexy concept, kept tasteful, was a proven path to success. I crossed my arms and asked Big Seijin, "What song do you have in mind?" "Huh? You have an eye, Monday." "Actually, I don't have one single song in mind. I want to compare a few and decide which best delivers the sexy concept together. What do you think?" There was nothing wrong with that. The other two suggestions were solid too. I turned to the silent Gold One. Gold One looked like a burned-out ghost. "I don't know. I was just going to try to make Rabbit shine. But you all have such clear visions." They looked drained by everyone's certainty. Understandable. I shrugged. "And Monday, what would you like to do?" "Me? I don't have anything specific." As soon as I answered Cian Ahyun's question, Big Seijin's eyes lit up. "Oh, then I want to hear your choice. Which of our ideas do you like best?" All eyes turned to me. It felt like immense pressure, but I couldn't ignore it. Which do I like best? I fell into thought. 38 chapter. First, I'd like to go with Waiting is Good. Cian Ah-hyun visibly trembled. She clearly hadn't expected me to support her song choice at all. Oh, really? Yes. Waiting is Good was indeed a great song, and its 5-year-old release added bonus points. The hone that Kim Ray-Bin suggested was from 2 years ago. I thought so in the first team battle too. Tick's latest track is a bit risky. Ray-Bin himself looked confident, but there was no need to take that gamble. Still, I couldn't completely ignore Ray-Bin's arrangement input. To use his maestro trait, I needed to throw him some keyword he liked. Contrary to Cian Ah-hyun's ecstatic expression, Kim Ray-Bin looked slightly dejected. He must have expected his idea to be rejected. But since this is a self-produced stage, we can't just stick to the original. So it'd be great to have a bold rearrangement. Personally, among Ray-Bin's suggestions, I liked the Eastern-style idea. That? Kim Ray-Bin stared blankly for a moment as if deep in thought. Then his face brightened. Certainly, the lyrics aren't awkward. As long as we choose the right instruments, we can make a really fun arrangement. And if we tweak the choreography to match, we can create some very striking stage moments. That's a relief. With that, Ray-Bin was on board. That left Big Seijin and Gold One. I glanced at the two of them. Big Seijin met my gaze and gave a casual grin. Then how about a sexy Eastern-style arrangement? Even if we go Eastern-style, we still have to decide on the vibe inside that. So let's make it impactful. Go sexy. He wasn't wrong. I knew this was his plan all along. None of the suggestions so far ruled out a sexy concept, so he must have intended to tie everything back to that no matter my answer. He really knows how to sell it, so I can't easily refuse. Sure enough, Gold One sighed playfully. "You're really something else, Monday." He was basically on board too. The other two's expressions confirmed it. "Me." Big Seijin shrugged. With that, all 4 teammates' opinions were reflected in the song choice. Since it's come to this, let's bring the last guy on board too. Few viewers would dislike a warm, democratic team atmosphere. I spoke again, calmly. "Then shall we include the rabbit too?" Gold One waved his hands. "Oh, my suggestion? It's fine. I just said it." "No, I think it fits." "Well, rabbit." "Yes. You know the rabbit from our old folktale." The others seemed to recall their own stories. The tale of the rabbit and the turtle? That's Aesop's. No, the other one. Moon Rabbit. Moon Rabbit, that's it. The old story about the rabbit pounding rice cakes on the moon. Also known as the Jade Rabbit. Famous from the nursery rhyme about it sitting under the quince tree. How could we make that sexy? Gold One muttered, horrified at the thought of destroying childhood innocence. He must have imagined some Playboy-style rabbit. But Kim Ray-Bin liked the keyword. His eyes lit up, and he corrected me without needing prompting. If we don't use it outright, but take just the motif and reimagine it, it could work. If we highlight its image as a mythical creature, it could be a very alluring concept. Maybe? Of course, I'd like my idea, but... Gold One nodded reluctantly. Big Seijin immediately summarized. I like it too. Shall we decide by show of hands? A few teams around us had already chosen their songs and were reporting to production. It was about time for our team to conclude and move on to details. For our stage, who supports the idea of reinterpreting Waiting is Good with a sexy Eastern-style concept featuring the moon rabbit? Hands up. Immediately, all hands went up. Big Seijin laughed. He had raised his own hand as soon as I finished speaking. That was truly democratic. All our ideas are included. Let's work hard. Yep. Yay. Our discussion ended with warm applause, just as it had begun. Then, I said I hate it. Someone from the next team shouted and stood up. I happened Inc VLGHD, exclusive on Inc VLGHD, to catch the face. It was Lee Seijin. What's up? Are they fighting? Contestants nearby whispered softly, but everyone held back from speaking. Saying anything unnecessary was tantamount to labeling yourself a sacrificial lamb for editing. Meanwhile, Lee Seijin glared at the contestants opposite her. Choi Won-gil looked stone-faced, and Cha Eugene hung her head. But the standoff didn't last long. Lee Seijin grit her teeth and ran off the set. Whoa, those two. Fortunately, Ryu Chong-woo quickly regained his composure and followed her. Wait for us a moment. Seijin? Lee Seijin. A camera hurriedly followed Ryu Chong-woo. Wow, that really erupted over there. Even level-headed Cha Eugene got dragged in, so you could feel the tension. Gold One sighed quietly. Kim Raebin's face darkened, haunted by last team battle's trauma. But no one was clueless enough to approach that team to comfort or question them. After weeks of filming, there wasn't a single contestant who didn't grasp the situation. Meddling is TV bait. So Rabbit Class quickly filed our song choice report with production and moved to the practice room. A wise decision. Rabbit Class didn't return to the dorm until well past midnight. Everyone looked like withered bean sprouts. This bed is nice. Big Seijin flopped onto the mattress, practically dying. After 10 days of arranging, reworking choreography, and devising a concept on our own, an insane schedule, he'd been knocked out. I'll go wash up. Sian Ah-hyun said that, and couldn't get off the bed. She'd been on edge throughout the rearrangement and choreography, and her mental strength finally gave out. Gold One wandered off to another room, mumbling about needing food. He looked like he was going to scavenge a cup of ramen from Gold 2. I figured he'd manage. May I use the shower first? Yes. Kim Raebin called out to Sian Ah-hyun a few times, then, getting no answer, asked my permission and headed to the bathroom. That left only me awake in this room. Oh, you ask why I'm still relatively sane? Obviously, it's thanks to the status screen. I imagined a new trait appearing at its bottom. Trait, Bacchus 500B. Clear mind and healthy body. All fatigue accumulation, speed minus 50%. I'd picked this trait as the next reward after the Fame achievement aired last team battle. Fame's ripening. 500,000 people remember your existence. Click to draw a hero trait. Honestly, it was hard to believe. 500,000 people? How popular must this show be that over 500,000 people remember one contestant? Even for a top-ranking trainee, that number was astonishing. At this rate, 1 million would be reached soon. It was a bit chilling. 1 million people remembering me. Well, Park Monday. At times like this, being in someone else's body was almost a relief. Anyway, the Fame achievement draws at the 500,000 mark were a jackpot. The most useful thing I'd gained so far in this survival environment. My lung capacity or strength hadn't literally increased, but hectic, draining days felt noticeably easier. Even after running this hard, I still have the clarity to think. I stood up and stretched. I was still tired and drowsy, though. I'll shower as soon as Raebin's back. Just then, there was a sound at the door. Knock, knock. Gold One. But he wouldn't knock politely. If it were staff, they'd identify themselves already. I had no clue who it could be. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking continued. Inside, my teammates were all out cold. This is annoying. I sighed, got up, and opened the door. Standing there was Cha Eugene. That was unexpected, but I could understand. She must have come seeking Raebin, since they were from the same agency. The problem was, she was sobbing. Tears and snuffles everywhere. Why is she crying here? There were fixed cameras in the hallway and the room. Her crying visit would be caught too. Who knew how it'd be? Edited? More importantly, why crawl into this room? Talking with Ryu Chongwoo would have made sense. Chongwoo's the type to soothe her already. Why stir up trouble by coming to another team? Then again, she's not the sharpest. I ran through all sorts of thoughts during the brief silence, then finally spoke. Here to see Raybin? Think I wanted to see you, and Raybin. Cha Eugene answered in slurred speech. Why me? We hadn't been that close, but I guess she'd really enjoyed the last team battle. The results were good, and the process, from her perspective, must have been fun. After tasting the hell of this team battle, she probably misses it. In any case, sending her back now wouldn't guarantee a positive edit. I sighed and replied, Come in. Raybin's in the shower. Okay. Cha Eugene sniffled and entered the room. My teammates lay in deep sleep on the beds. I was sure they wouldn't wake even at this noise, so I didn't quiet down. I seated her at the table nearby. Should I give her something? I looked at her disheveled state, then took a few chocolate bars from my bag and handed them to her. Sugary food might help. Thank you. Cha Eugene, still sniffling, took a bar and bit into it. Only the sound of her chewing echoed in the room. I felt uneasy. What do I ask now? The last thing I wanted was to meddle in her team issues and make things worse. But staying silent and letting her talk to Raybin alone was also problematic. Raybin isn't exactly a social butterfly either. I had no idea how this situation might escalate. If I got dragged in, it'd be a disaster. In the end, I opened my mouth again, feeling like I was defusing a landmine. 39 chapter. Are you going through something tough? I asked vaguely on purpose, hoping she'd give at least some kind of answer. But Cha Eugene, still chewing her chocolate bar, began to sob even harder. This is driving me crazy. Maybe because we're in an arts and physical ability field everyone's hypersensitive, or because survival shows are grueling. Lately I've been seeing too many people crying. Everyone's fighting. When I try to speak up, it's as scary, hick. Cha Eugene seemed completely deflated. The cheerful bombardment machine from just a while ago had vanished without a trace. Clearly that other team must have fallen apart in a single day. They call it puppy room, seems fitting. Those guys, once this airs, they'll be ridiculed for the room name. But it was absurd for Park Mundi to give Cha Eugene any advice. No matter what I said, one wrong word and I'd be showered with, is it just me? Or is Mundi cold? Posts, and my reputation would plummet. After all, she's on another team. Better calm her down and send her off. I tried a different approach, more earnestly. Want some more chocolate bars? Cha. Eugene nodded. I pulled out a handful more from my bag and handed them over. Good thing I brought plenty. I still had a large pack left. It'd ruin everything if she seemed stingy. So, with the sound of running water from the bathroom behind me, I spent a few moments in silence while Cha Eugene munched her chocolate bars. Before long, Cha Eugene, clutching 2 bars in her hands, dipped her head and stood up. Thank you. She seemed calm enough now to leave. I was grateful she didn't launch into details. Even though I didn't really mean it, I offered the phrase fitting the situation. Are you okay going without seeing Raybin? Yes. I'll be okay. All right. Cha Eugene had stopped crying and looked a bit more composed than before. That must be the sugar high. I worried she might drift off again in tears, but sending her off was my priority. I watched her shuffle down the hallway for a moment, then closed the door. I let out a breath of relief. I'm so busy, and there are landmines everywhere. Now that we're in the back half, I had to be extra careful not to give the show any reason to twist things. Once ratings fall, there might be no recovery. The problem is, no matter how careful I am, I can't control everything. Just don't stand out. If I keep going like this, I'll make it to the finals. I reminded myself once more, flopped onto the bed, and fell asleep instantly. I didn't realize I'd slept. Without showering until the next morning. By the time contestants were hunched over, suffering through planning and rehearsing their self-produced stages, Episode 8 of Relisting. Idol Corporation aired outside the studio. Why is that person up there? Crazy LOL. The higher ranks saw shocking placements, and live viewer reactions ranged from astonishment to outrage. But the fiercest reaction was to the last team battle's victory reward. Negative votes invalidated. The brutal voting method, intended to reflect how much contestants are disliked, could be circumvented only by the winning team. People were furious. LOL, my mind is blown. I wasted money on this trash show. There's clearly a favored contestant on the winning team, LOL, they dodge negative votes. Ironically, viewers directed more of their anger at the contestants than at the producers who devised the system and reward. Choi Won-gil, who had originally been eliminated and survived only by winning, took the brunt of the public's wrath. But viewers' anger didn't stop there. Among the winning team, contestants whose rankings rose sharply also faced a wave of criticism. Oh no, Seon Ah-hyun pushed Cha Eugene to second place. She's crying again. I'm sick of it. Lucky her that her votes weren't cut. My fave got cut and still thanked everyone. But this stutterer's face is dead. I hate it. Ugh. Seon Ah-hyun can't even speak properly, yet people give pity votes? Get a grip, LOL. Are comments crazy? At least keep it civil. LOL stutter fangirls, invite yourselves. You guys are beyond disgusting. You're not actually defending second place, are you? LOL. Even the harshest insults, previously restrained by basic decency, appeared in comments. Some viewers were appalled and tried to calm things, but when numbers are similar, aggressive sentiment quickly gains momentum. However, as a counterreaction, contestants who maintained composure despite their rankings dropping and rewards being unfairly blocked earned favorable public opinion. You did great, guys, loudly crying face. If there's light, there's shadow. Don't mind the weird losers cutting votes. We support you, happy face. Must have been disappointed, but thanks for staying strong. Thanks to this, Park Mundy, whose pre-adjustment rank had been higher, escaped the massive backlash despite moving up in rank. Instead, his fan base shifted somewhat. Fans who first supported Mundy's team in the first battle, intimidated by the criticism, retreated. Meanwhile, fans who preferred Mundy's performance in the second battle became dominant. Congrats on fourth place, Mundy, you worked hard, loudly crying face. Video of second battle teammates celebrating him. Hyung, what are you doing? 3 times. Mundy's face, lol, why is Cat doing this to Puppy? Screen capture from extra footage, Cat and Puppy meme. Mundy couldn't resist everyone's teasing, so he was forced to become the in-crowd. It's hilarious, lol. Look in the corner, Mundy's giving out snacks, pleading face, Angel Puppy. Short clip. Even fans of the two contestants who hadn't had strong relationships before quietly joined in. Fans of Cha Eugene and Kim Rae-bin. Puppy Mundy and Rabbit Rae-bin, plus Cat Chi. What a heart-fluttering trio. Try it once, you'll love it, photo. They look like they'd ignore a loser on the street, but they're sweet cuties faced with tears of joy. Edited clip. Animal heroes, assemble. Fan art. By now some people were even mixing in Ryu Chong-woo in their mashups across social media. With the second team battle airing, newcomers mixing with those unleashing anger, the online atmosphere became even more overheated. Between virtual hell and heated rooms, the internet was a battlefield. The show was dominating ratings, so the frenzy was even worse. Beyond entertainment forums, any online community you visited had idol corporation posts. Followers and fighters crowded every thread. Popular survival show contestant these days. Photo, this contestant named Cha Eugene. Do women really like these kind of parasites? Sigh, what a world. He looks like a wildcat, unfortunate expression. Dude, embarrassing, lol. He's a handsome young man, happy face, my NOVELIGHT daughter loves him. This show's trending among young people, he sings well. I'll vote for him if he makes finals. You mean Park Mundy? He's a bit rude looking, but singers should sing well, lol. Snap out of it, lady. If you're old and lost your taste, what do you do? Cha Eugene is smart. Also, that Archer guy is cool. I support both. You're the one out of touch, lady. What's with the speech? When comments flared up, someone would screenshot and repost them elsewhere, igniting another fight dozens of times a day. Late era fans community reaction.jpg. Screenshot. LOL, the veteran getting slammed and the old fogey scolding. Epic collab, lol. LOL, Cha Eugene is a surface level beauty. All my peers saved her 180 centimeters giant baby Chi photos. And yet no one mentions Seon Ah-hyun for second place? Unbelievable. This isn't representative. Why do you think that way? LOL, don't mention Seon Ah-hyun. Fangirls turn critics into the worst kind of scum. What you're doing is not criticism, it's hate. What did Seon Ah-hyun do wrong? Here we go. Instant backlash, lol. Then, by sheer coincidence, contestants could access this whirlwind of online opinions in real time. My honest first thought was this: I survived. I'd luckily avoided the worst backlash, and I wasn't being hailed so enthusiastically to trigger another swing. Just the perfect balance. Some top contestants I'd worried about were now grouped with me quietly. But beyond relief, I didn't feel much gratification. I scrolled through the comments with my thumb. A scroll bar appeared, sweeping away nastiness. Somehow it tastes bitter. Frankly, except for Choi Won-gil, none of the contestants under fire were worse people. Most were just hardworking kids. Did they deserve this beating? It was none of my business, and honestly, if others fell, I'd benefit from the reflected advantage, but it still felt bad. And at this timing, we will distribute devices for research. Because this battle was self-produced, we were briefly allowed smartphones to research concept materials. Smartphones were normally banned during filming. That ban had kept contestants isolated from outside opinions. But in this battle, the rule was broken. And because the show was so popular, there was no escaping online posts once you connected to the internet. So everyone had already seen every mention of themselves. The dorm bedroom was silent except for teammates silently staring at their phones. I imagine the other rooms were similar. And in this team, one contestant was taking concentrated fire online. Sian Ah-hyun. Is she crying again? I needed to check on her in the bottom bunk. My nerves were shot. If she loses her composure, her trait might deactivate. If Sian Ah-hyun's grit trait deactivated, her low self-esteem status would return, cutting all her stats by 2 levels. Could she still perform properly? The stage quality and team edit could both collapse. I sighed quietly. My team luck really stinks. Not once has a team battle gone smoothly. I need to check her status. Sian Ah-hyun. I leaned out from the bed and called softly. Sian Ah-hyun, who had perched on the edge, turned her head. Why yes? Why was she perfectly fine? 40 chapter. I was a bit taken aback. Given Sian Ah-hyun's personality, I expected to find her sobbing and curled up in a corner, but her face was surprisingly composed. It almost looked like she'd hardened herself. She didn't even have a smartphone in her hand. When I called her and she didn't answer, she looked startled and asked in a small voice, "Double what?" No need to poke at a wound. I let my words trail off and instead pulled another chocolate bar from my bag, something I'd learned to do after the Cha Eugene incident. Want one? Why yeah. Thanks. Sian Ah-hyun accepted it carefully with both hands and stowed it safely in her bag. She wasn't going to eat it? Noticing my confusion, she mumbled, I have to watch my weight. If I get heavier, my dancing looks weird. Can't get used to late-night snacks. Really, a dance major's concerns were on another level. I was about to accept it when I suddenly noticed a contradiction. Didn't you sneak me a chocolate bar past midnight during rank evaluations? Why, you're fine, Monday. Back then I was too thin. So that was why? Before I could process it, I heard laughter from the next bed. Right. Back then Park Mundy was so skinny, I thought you were on a starvation diet. But it's her metabolism. Look at how much she eats and doesn't gain weight. If it were me, I'd have been a pig ages ago. Big Seijin and Gold One chimed in. Fantastic. I was deliberately eating to keep my strength up, and they thought I was malnourished. Annoying as their nonsense was, it did lighten the room's atmosphere. Sian Ah-hyun let out a small laugh, then froze when our eyes met and coughed to cover it. She really was a unique one. I wordlessly tossed her a bottle of water from the bedside table. After a few fumbling moments, she caught it and drank, then murmured, I really want to do well. This time, even more. Yeah. From that comment, I realized Sian Ah-hyun had checked the online backlash. But she mustn't have looked too closely, since she'd stayed calm. I hesitated, then gently suggested, You know, let's not dig around online anymore. Just focus on researching our stage. Sian Ah-hyun let out a curious, then straightened up and, with sudden resolve, replied, I already knew about them, so I'm fine. I was prepared. What was that? She murmured awkwardly. I saw all those posts before filming started. I kept coming across them. So that's why she'd been so grim at our first meeting. The backlash hadn't been that bad back then, but the internet always hides all sorts of posts beneath the surface. Since Sian Ah-hyun wasn't very internet savvy, she must have read everything without filtering. How deep did she go? I had a feeling she'd spent the whole day scrolling through nasty idol-bashing communities. She continued, like offering an excuse. I figured it'd happen someday. I was mentally prepared. I'm used to it now. Is that so? Why yeah. Sian Ah-hyun nodded vigorously, but I felt a pang of concern. By used to it, she means getting insulted for stuttering. I'd thought it before. She'd been through hell with her peers. Kids these days were terrifying. I clicked my tongue. Don't worry, it won't last long. If our stage is good, the hate just fades away. All right, yeah, it's a survival show after all. Nobody but truly hate-worthy people stays popular. Once the next scandal hits, everyone rushes over. I shrugged. Starting tomorrow, it might be me getting flamed. Huh? And no, you didn't do anything wrong. You didn't do anything wrong either. Sian Ah-hyun fell silent, confused, and Big Sejin answered for me. So you mean they shouldn't see insults as normal? Man, Mundy, you're so cool. If I were a viewer, I'd already have bought your stock. Yeah. Wow. That doesn't fly here. Big Sejin laughed and tumbled on the bed. Below, Gold One yelped but still offered encouragement. Quit it. Man, you'll break the bed. Okay, let's just work hard. This stage, we'll nail it. Let's do it. Their determined mood lifted the dorm's atmosphere. A cheerful buzz spread. Then Kim Rae-bin, who'd been silent, whispered, I've collected costume reference images and props patterns. Can I upload them to the group chat now? Of course. That was why he'd been on his phone. He must have found them earlier, but hadn't spoken up. Given that he'd taken all sorts of heat after the first team battle, the current online mood probably felt mild to him. No problem researching it all. Sure. Of course. As Gold One cleared his throat, phones buzzed across the room. I checked Rae-bin's files. Color_material_pattern_list_costume_base.xlsx. Prop_pattern_detail_list_base.xlsx. I clicked them, meticulously organized by category. Impressive. Production certainly hadn't expected this level of detail. He's talented. Everyone seemed to think the same. Tiny compliments flew around, and Big Sejin even whistled. Thanks. After Rae-bin's sheepish thanks, the team discussed costumes and props until 3 a.m. Their "we'll sleep when we're dead" motto was in full effect. Even with my status screen, I admired their dedication. After 2 more days of all-nighters spent on work and rehearsals, the dreaded midterm evaluation arrived again. This time the stage director, music director, and costumers sat in with the trainers to assess us. Objectively, I thought our direction was solid, but I had low expectations. We'd never gotten good midterm feedback before. This time, the results were overtly positive. I loved it. Let's keep going like this. That's how the feedback began. Seeing trainers beaming and guest judges impressed, the team felt the shift. First, choreography. Who did the choreography? You all did it together? No way, someone must have led it. Did you really all collaborate? Wow. They'll credit whoever did it on air. Anyway, you did great. No complaints here. Next, vocal coach Moody. I'm so proud you kept pitch while moving like that. And your reinterpretations that differ from the original are really charming. Keep that vibe through the whole song. Even Youngren praised us, rare as it was. I know how much thought and practice went into this, yet it doesn't feel amateurish. That's wonderful. For a midterm, it already feels complete. I can't wait to see it on stage. By then the team was just a chorus of thank you. Trainers and costumers chimed in too. Your detailed sketches show real care, we can tell. I think they'll look great on stage. You made the arrangement process easy. You had someone who knew a lot, and you came organized, so we enjoyed picking the sound. Today's show matched our expectations. This team even got into costume production quickly. Your concept is clear, no fuzzy parts. We can't wait to see you perform in our designs. When the whirlwind of praise ended, our faces were priceless, thrilled but stunned. Even Big Sejin fumbled his closing line. Thank you. We'll work harder. Just don't work yourself sick. Applause rang out, and we returned to our seats. Enraptured, we reacted reflexively to every other team's performance. There was no live audience, just us. I was in a daze. Was it always this good? I'd been too sleep-deprived to imagine how good it could look. At most I thought, it might be okay. Now I felt elated. I stared at other teams' performances, savoring that feeling. The midterm wrapped up close to midnight. It was amazing. Same here. Me too. The team murmured from their beds. Only now did it sink in, joy pouring from their voices. I think we can really do this. Why, yeah. They echoed each other several times. Will we sleep now? Finally, I thought. I might get more than 4 hours for once. I closed my eyes, but then talk turned back to work. We haven't decided the sleeve color. Oh, right. They were relentless. I forced my eyes open. Damn. I've got a few ideas, hang on. Big Seijin tapped at his phone softly. I saw this on. But he didn't continue. He just froze, phone in hand. What is it? Why do you look like that? Big slash Seijin's face was ghostly white, staring at his screen. In the dark room, the phone's glow, though some distance away, was unmistakably bright. That's a gossip board. A notorious forum linked to portals, breeding conflict, rumors, and controversy. I didn't need to ask. I opened it on my own phone. There, despite appearing just 30 minutes ago, one post had already climbed into the ranking. Equals. Third place. Idol Corp's Big Seijin accused of school violence. 425. Equals. A massive, beautiful landmine. Damn it. No wonder I'd felt lucky today. 41 chapter. In the idol industry, school violence is a scandal with no real solution. The data accumulated from all the incidents that have broken out over time proves it. As soon as bullying or physical violence enters the picture, it's over. I've never seen any solution work except quitting and going to the military. But of all people, it happened to a teammate? First, let's verify. I clicked on the post that had been uploaded. More comments had appeared in the meantime. Equals. Third place. I'm reporting Big Seijin for school violence. 491. I've held it in so long I feel like I'm going to die, so I'm writing this. Lee Seijin, who goes by the nickname Big Seijin, and is a contestant on Relisting. Idol Corporation, tormented people throughout her entire time at Changsel High School. When I saw posts online describing her as a model student, saying she ran for student council president, I felt so wronged and cried myself to sleep. Since middle school, Seijin drank, smoked, and hung out with those pretending to be kind, teaming up to bully me. Equals. The lengthy post that followed detailed Big Seijin's cunning acts of school violence, giving precise one-on-one examples of harassment with vivid descriptions. Even I, reading it casually, found it convincing. This isn't just bait or a rumor thrown out for clicks. Whether true or not, it was posted with malicious intent. There was even a photo attached at the bottom. It was the poster's own high school graduation album, and a photo of Big Seijin with a cigarette between her fingers. Below the photo was this message. Equals. I have plenty more photos. If you have any grasp of the situation, resign now. I can't stand someone like you being an idol. Equals. Even if it isn't real, once that label sticks, it's hard to remove. And they even posted photos. On an audition program, that was practically a death sentence. It was a massive setback continue reading, for the team. If Seijin stubbornly stayed, the editors would cut her out anyway. If she quit, it'd be hell. They'd have to reassign parts and redo all the blocking in practice. I suppressed a sigh and lifted my head. Let's verify first. I'm looking at the post right now. A heavy silence fell. No one even asked what was happening. It looks like the others are watching too. Seijin silently lowered her head over her smartphone screen. Are you sure that photo is you? I don't know. Seijin muttered in a daze. I've never taken a photo like that. But she wasn't able to deny it outright. I asked again, did you ever smoke? Wait, back in first year of high school. Something happened. But I quit immediately. And I never did anything like that. Really, why would I? Seijin's voice grew louder, then choked off as if she'd run out of breath. She dropped her gaze back to her phone. She's reading the comments. It was sure to be horrific. Gold One noticed the situation and quickly intervened. Hey, don't look at that. Turn it off. Turn it off. I need to see it to respond. But, yeah, it's already too late. Seijin set her phone down. Her hand was trembling. Honestly, even I wouldn't believe me if I said it was a lie. I smoked, but I never took that photo. Everything else is false isn't convincing. As she spoke, Seijin seemed to grow calmer. Or rather, resigned. People won't believe me, will they? With photos attached, it did look almost impossible to overturn. Still, Sejin looked truly anguished. And the acts described in the expos sharply contradicted Sejin's usual character. Knowing her personality, if she bullied someone, she wouldn't leave evidence. She'd isolate them subtly, let them suffer on their own. But that was just conjecture. We hadn't known each other long enough to judge. People have many sides, after all. A jerk boss to me might be a doting father to his own son. I hesitated, then turned my phone back on. I began reading Sejin's expos post from the top. Meanwhile, Sejin and the other team members sank into despair and sorrow. Sejin muttered in a low voice, I'll quit tomorrow. Hey, wait. CC, calm down, think. I've already made up my mind. I did smoke. And if I keep going, the controversy will only grow. Sejin tried to steady her voice. If I wait until it calms down and explain well, maybe I can debut a year or two later. And I really don't remember taking that photo, so it's scary seeing it. Sejin, who was always composed, spoke like that, and the others didn't dare say anything further. I still stared at my phone as I replied, I don't think that's a good idea. Why not? The poster wrote, resign now if you understand the situation. If you quit now, that statement becomes fact. Sejin grew agitated as I kept pushing, though it wasn't even my issue. Stop it. It just makes me feel worse. If I rebut now, it's the same outcome. You need to pinpoint your rebuttal. I tilted my phone towards Sejin. On the screen was the last photo from the expos, zoomed in. This is photoshopped. Her eyes nearly popped out. Enough with the theatrics. If she'd calmed down, she might have guessed it herself, but she'd been too frightened to think. I handed Sejin my phone and pointed out the giveaway with my finger. First, the hand holding the cigarette. If you zoom in with an editing program, the pixels are slightly off. They must have lowered the resolution deliberately, but there are still artifacts. And the cigarette itself. The lighting on the cigarette doesn't match. At that exposure, it should be brighter, but it's too white. Someone dimmed it when layering it in. It was a common beginner's mistake when inserting a white object into a photo. White stands out, so they blurred it. My phone's performance was poor, so it lagged, but it was enough for this check. I never thought my data correction skills would come in handy here. I briefly recalled when I'd been paid extra to erase that awful pattern from my clothes. How did you notice this? Are you sure? Yes. Sejin silently stared at my phone. I thought I saw a glimmer of hope in her eyes when Gold One suddenly shouted, Hey, then post your explanation now. Claim it's photoshopped. Yes. I should post it. No, wait. Sejin seemed unfamiliar with internet culture, maybe because she'd always been successful in real life. I calmly explained. I looked around, and I'm sure at least some of your fans spotted the editing. Oh, then if you just wait, the fans will. No, what I mean is, even if there are signs of editing, people enjoy hating. They'd say you only think it's photoshopped because you're a fan. We needed to add an explanation before the mood collapsed. So find the original. With the original, you can post it together and leave no room for its photoshopped claims. In the photo, Sejin was looking directly at the lens, so she'd known someone was taking her picture. That meant one of her acquaintances had likely taken it. But contacting everyone I know for photos is risky. An acquaintance might have uploaded the photo. But the Expo's poster was confident enough to include that photo. They must think few people have the original. Still, that would make it easy to identify the source, so maybe that wasn't the case after all. If not. I pondered, then asked Sejin. When you take pictures with others, do you save them all? For photos I'm in, yes. Then maybe start by checking days you had lots of event or group shots in your album. If someone cropped you from a group photo and changed the background, they wouldn't find the original. Dongdae, what exactly did you do before? Were you actually an NIS agent? No way. I brushed off Gold One's nonsense. The other team members huddled around Sejin, scanning photos with narrowed eyes. Check the group pics, not just solo shots. It might be a zoomed crop. Okay. Sejin switched her phone back to her gallery and began the painful search. She had so many photos from high school, it was endless. Before the end of her first year, half an hour had passed. Sejin, you really have a lot of friends. Ha. Even Sean Ah-hyun murmured in awe. Sejin gave an embarrassed laugh as she scrolled. When we reached photos from the first semester of sophomore year. Here, this one. Kim Raybin snapped a picture of one as it scrolled by. Sejin quickly checked it. It showed 6 or 7 people standing together smiling at the camera. There were several similar shots taken in the same spot with different poses. Sejin was standing slightly off to the side. Zooming in on her upper body, it was unmistakably the photo from the expos. Huh. Sejin bowed her head deeply and let out a long, relieved sigh. Then, in a strangely hollow voice, she muttered, "It's from the campaign period." I recalled the expo's mention of her running for student council president. Someone really held a grudge. I should have told you to start there from the beginning. But at least we found it. Phew. Sejin relaxed so much she nearly hit her head on the wall behind the bed. But right now, she probably couldn't care less. It's good. It was in my own album. Exactly. I nodded. Gold One spoke up energetically. Great. You've got an agency, right? Send it to them. Have them draft an official rebuttal. Sensible advice. Since it had already blown up, it'd be cleaner to respond officially with evidence. But Sejin's reaction was hesitant. To my agency? Sejin touched the back of her neck with a strange expression. That's a bit. Why would she hesitate when that's exactly what agencies exist for? 42 chapter. Lee Sejin gave a wry smile. I'm with Happy Friend. Oh. In that moment, the idle hopefuls grasped the situation. Even I, the former data peddler, noticed. Happy Friend, they're infamous for poor early crisis management. Sure enough, despite the uproar, an hour had passed since the expos went up with no word from her agency, and social media was already ablaze. A larger, more responsive agency would have discreetly reached out to Lee Sejin by now. Well, I heard they at least release albums well, so I joined them. Lee Sejin forced a few laughs, then sat up on the bed. Then what if I ask a friend to post it? I have plenty of friends. By our rules, you can't do official online activity during filming, but asking acquaintances could work. If you send them the photo and ask them to post it, there'll be some eager to help. Maybe I should stop interfering. I almost regretted offering so much advice. But since I'd started, I decided to see it through. If you recruit friends directly, there'll be a record. Better to tell the production team you'll post it yourself. I meant it as a polite way to say, be careful, your culprit might be among your contacts. Lee Sejin nodded as if she'd caught on immediately. That's better. Let's see. She opened her notes app, then glanced at the remaining teammates huddled together and smiled. You all must be tired. Thanks for your help. I'll quietly draft it alone. You should all get some sleep. Hey, it feels weird leaving you here in this situation and all of us sleeping. At Gold One's concern, Lee Sejin answered seriously. If we all stay up, tomorrow will be pure hell. There was indeed a horrifying amount to do tomorrow. Her words were incredibly persuasive. In the end, the other teammates returned to their beds looking pale. I lay down on my own bed and fell asleep. Unfortunately, I woke again in the early hours, thirsty. I talked too much before bed. I got up quietly and headed to the sink. Lee Sejin, sitting at the table staring at her phone, reacted. Oh, Mundy, you're not asleep? I'm thirsty. I see. Seeing she wasn't asleep yet, it seemed she hadn't finished drafting her statement, or was still scouring online opinion. Neither was a good sign. Did you finish writing it? I wrote something. She looked conflicted, staring at her phone, then after a moment added, I feel if I post it myself, there'll be new backlash. What kind of backlash? Well, people will say communicating via SNS during filming is a special privilege, and if my statement is firm, they'll say, I didn't know she had that personality. If it's conciliatory, they'll mock, she's only apologizing because she's guilty. A plausible scenario. So I tried drafting it as if from an anonymous friend. Wanna see? She handed me her phone. Equals. From a friend of Lee Sejin. The photo in today's expos is photoshopped. I had the original among my pictures. Original photo. Photoshopped photo. The second photo, though VELIHT, was made by cutting out the first. Equals. Well, what am I supposed to do with this? In a normal school context, this explanation would be fine, concise, front-loaded, with everything needed. But it wasn't suitable for an anonymous internet forum. I glanced back at my bed. It was waiting. But if I told her to post this, all my midnight efforts would likely be wasted. Sigh. Sleep will have to wait until tomorrow. This won't work. What? No, this won't do. I grudgingly took my phone back. So I'm the one doing it, damn it. 3:30 a.m. Most people would have been in bed. Only hardcore netizens stayed up for trivial drama. By then, Lee Se-jin's school violence controversy had already surged and was fading into occasional chatter. At that moment, a post appeared on an idol-related anonymous site. Equals. I think I found Lee Se-jin's photo. Photoshopped photo. Isn't this the original? Original photo. Equals. The post attached a group photo of Lee Se-jin and others whose faces were roughly blacked out. It was a casual post from a common ISP/IP, but overnight users' comments exploded instantly. Whoa, what is this? Where'd you get it? This looks legit. Time for a pilgrimage? They cropped that photo? How'd you know? Found it on a friend's profile while digging. Isn't this some stalker shit? You'd do the same if you had it. LOL, hitting with facts. While they blacked out all the faces, scared of lawsuits? LOL. The feedback stoked the flames, and someone even posted a precise comparison shot. Cropped it, exact match, photo. Eek. OMG. Crazy. LOL, so it really was photoshopped? How pathetic must you be to fake it like this? Thought Lee Se-jin would be delisted. Turns out it was an operation. LOL, crazy. Full buyback now. Comments multiplied rapidly. Soon someone discovered the original was taken during her student council campaign. Found a similar promo photo on Chongsel High's site. Looks like campaign period. Link. Wow, talk about envy. Knew it stank when they mentioned the election. LOL. They really went all out on this fabrication. Must be gnashing their teeth now. LOL. By then, captures of this post were circulating on social media and forums. Equals. Justice served. JPG. Feat Lee Se-jin, not a bully. Equals. Photo fraud on Lee Se-jin school violence claim. Someone found her original photo. Comments flooded in, just like with the first expose post. The tone of accidental discovery made it feel even more authentic. Public opinion quickly turned to mocking the bully allegations. Sleepless fans of Lee Se-jin jumped on board, posting captures. They furiously commented, chasing away any nonsense like, the content might still be true even if the photo's fake. Thus, the truth that the expose was fabricated dominated online opinion in no time. Well before work hours began, she deleted it. Lee Se-jin murmured. Once the photo fraud was exposed and opinion fully flipped, the original posters silently deleted their post and vanished. Had they kept digging, it would have gotten messy, but public opinion had swung too far, so they gave up. Thank goodness. She let out a deep sigh of relief and buried her head on the table, fatigue overwhelming her. Thank you. I'm really sorry for the trouble. She had every reason to be thankful. If she'd posted that draft as is, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Data peddler victory, 1-0. I never imagined my random data curation skills would pay off again. Let's call this penance paid. If you'd never touched a cigarette, none of this would have happened. Lee Se-jin muttered with self-reproach. She knew it was foolish. Why did you smoke? Back then, I was cut from a debut lineup. We recorded a demo, but they debuted someone else. They did well, and the album sold. With Happy Friend, they hadn't debuted any successful male idols there in nearly 5 years. No, at a different place. They said they wouldn't debut another group for a while, so they connected me here. I see. By that point, only 1 or 2 male idol groups who debuted 3 to 4 years ago had strong first albums, and both with major agencies. Maybe it would have been better to tough it out, even if it took longer. From 17 to 22, it's still a good age to debut as an older member. It made more sense to stick with a major agency than wait at Happy Friend. They promised a rookie release within the year when I signed, but it's been 4 years. I see. Verbal contracts are unreliable, but as a high school freshman, her mental state probably couldn't handle much else. You can see for yourself. None of the Happy Friend trainees here are close to debut ready. That's why I have to debut on this show. So, thanks again for stopping me from quitting, Park Mundy. It was the first time she'd so bluntly opened her heart while critiquing someone. A heartfelt gesture, perhaps. Yeah, you should feel really grateful. Huh. She laughed, then buried her head on the table again, too tired to keep laughing. I pondered gloomily. Have I become too familiar? I'd planned to keep my distance from this risky pill popper, but somehow we'd gotten overly close. Judging by her history, the odds were low anyway. Had she quit over the scandal, she'd never have debuted. Even if she'd stayed, it wouldn't have been easy to reverse public opinion and debut. That child actor Lee Sejin also doesn't have a clear debut path now. Still, Sejin's screen time and image might have been influenced by me, so she had a better chance. Anyway, that's not the immediate concern. Schrodinger's pill popper can stay sealed in the box. The urgent matter is the team battle in 2 days. Bobby A Bambi A Bam Bam. Gah. Ugh. At the morning wake-up alarm, the teammates stirred in bed. Another day with no rest begins. Standing with bleary eyes, Lee Sejin spoke again, as though continuing the previous conversation. Seriously, when this is over, I'll buy you a meal. What do you want? Beef. It doesn't have to be domestic, as long as it's tasty. 50 hours remained until the team battle rehearsal. The third team battle took place on one of the large stages of Music Bomb, T-Net's flagship music show. They wanted us to perform on the same set used by senior idols. In truth, it was probably for good reaction shots. 3 days ago on this very stage, VTIC did a pre-recording. Woo-wah. The participants cheered at the MC's words. Actually, the set was completely different. Other than sharing the same space, there was no real connection. But performers seemed thrilled just to use a space senior idols had. I didn't mind either. VTIC not bad at all. Their rates were high, but it was worth it. Like the senior idols, show us your skills to the fullest. Once the MC finished the scripted line and left, rehearsal prep kicked into high gear. Everyone, we're keeping the order the same as the live show. Yes. Instantly, instructions and music filled the stage area. By order, the participants still had a little time. So Team Moonrabbit gathered in a corner. Shall we do a quick cheer? We've worked so hard. Let's give them an amazing performance to match. Oh yeah. Why yes, let's do it. The teammates nodded anxiously. But it was not anxiety. They were eager, anticipation shining in their eyes. Team Moonrabbit. They all put one hand in. Fighting. Their shout was almost combative. My goodness. Even without a camera on me, joining this felt surreal. Still, it wasn't unpleasant. Let's go. The stage was right in front of us. 43 chapter. Outside the Music Bomb stage where the third team battle was held, it was a sea of people. Most of the crowd weren't ticket holders, but people who had come to see if they could at least hear something from outside. A college student slipping through the crowd to join the admission line was irritated. She thought, everyone's packed in here and none of them will even get inside. Last time at the second team battle, it was like this too, and now the crowds. Even bigger. She grimaced and took her place in line. Judging by its length, it would be ages before she got in. This is so annoying. Those around her held free slogan boards and snacks, and the name on every slogan was the same. Park Monday debut. He really has gotten popular. She remembered the second team battle, pouting. Someone next to her was a Park Monday fan, which annoyed her. And of all people, her favorite Kim Rae-bin had been on his team. Why does she like that concept junkie? She muttered, but the fact that she'd gone crazy cheering the moment the performance ended was something she still denied. At least now nobody dared mock Park Monday online. Well, the stage was good, so I'll let it slide. She forced herself to look away from Park Monday's slogan, annoyed by how pretty it was, and wondering who had picked it. Please keep the line orderly. Don't push. They entered according to their pre-assigned numbers, but halfway through people started running. Since it was standing room only, the earlier you got there, the better the spot. She gripped the fence right in front of the stage. Yes. She had to praise herself for successfully applying for audience tickets in 18th place. When applications surged, the producers had switched to first come, first served, allowing her to get in. I'll see it up close. Her heart pounded. But it was only when the MC finally appeared, just before her excitement turned to impatience, that she could relax. Welcome, everyone, to the third team battle stage of relisting. Idol Corporation here at Music Bomb. Relief, joy, and irritation mixed into an explosive cheer. Hurry up and start, she shouted inwardly, gripping the fence. The theme for this team battle is self-production. From song choice to stage design, every element is chosen and created by the participants themselves. Kim Rae-bin must have crushed it for sure. Remembering her own worthless stock only rising on palace intrigue, she cheered along with the other audience members. In addition, our big data algorithm analyzed the past buying trends of shareholders, so participants whom you all like are now on the same team. Murmurs rose. What nonsense is this? Why bother with that instead of just voting separately? But the MC carried on casually. I know you're excited. Now for the opening performance, right now. Wah! The song chosen by the participants is I Love Waiting by Sensitivity Idol Maximate. The audience immediately focused on the stage, wondering if their favorite contestant would appear. It'd be nice if they came out later. Ah, never mind. Come out right now. As if answering her thought, light burst from the stage. Pieing. But it didn't brighten fully. Thick yellow beams shot up from below the stage, scattering across the dark platform. All you could see was a huge tree stump and a woodwind instrument playing. Wung, wung, woo, woo, woo. The opening DGM notes of traditional elegy. The graceful, mournful tone drifted alone across the stage. Then 5 silhouettes leaped out from the left corner. They flipped through the air with startling precision. Tall figures wearing wooden rabbit masks sprinted in, backflipping and soaring through the air. The DGM stopped. On one leg, Inyong landed. The robe on his body fluttered, revealing a suit underneath. At that moment, the beams cut out completely. In the pitch-black stage, instead of the DGM, a voice rang out. My waiting is long, yet always joyful. Even without accompaniment, every pitch was perfect, as if pre-recorded. And now the audience recognized the voice. Park Mundy. With a deep drumbeat, light returned to the stage. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. 5 rabbit-masked figures formed a circle around the stump. Behind them, against a black backdrop, a dazzling galaxy spilled across. And the group dance began. SHHRRK. Slow and sensual at first, the choreography split the beat into ever more complex, faster moves, like a natural phenomenon. Even as the tempo changed continuously, not a single person was off-beat or off-step. As they danced, the drum's heavy outline sharpened, balanced by a modern bass line. And the DGM and processed piano began to play above it. Uwi wee wee. Uwi uwi. Why? The moment the drums hushed into the composition, all 5 lifted their rabbit masks beside their heads in perfect unison. At the same moment, the rightmost singer began the song. Park Mundy. At every path where I await you, my heart trembles with delight. On the far left, Lee Sejin swiveled fully toward the audience, smiling gently. There's no room for fear to approach, because I already know you'll come. The formation split like a martial arts kata, and Kim Raebin sprang from behind. That you'll appear here. That we'll meet. My certainty overflows my heart like this. Ah. Raebin. The college student gripping the fence screamed in her head, but managed to hold back. And by the rap verse, not only she but most of the audience had noticed something important. They'd changed all the English in the lyrics to Korean to fit the stage's mood. Our genius. She sobbed with admiration inside, unable to imagine any other teammate making such a perfect adaptation. But she was so drawn into the performance that even that thought slipped away. Such an obvious truth. I know you, and you will come to know me. Gold One's Ha-Il Jun handed off the line, and Lee Sejin completed the pre-chorus. The answer's already decided. Fate you cannot escape approaches. Sian Ah-hyun stepped into center. The rabbit mask tilted awkwardly, covering his temple, yet his face gleamed. He really is handsome. From up close, the student couldn't deny it, though she resented admitting it. Sian Ah-hyun began to sing, standing tall and elegant. I love waiting. My waiting is long, yet always joyful. Huh. At that very chorus, the familiar signature hand moves appeared. But they added new footwork and counterpoint, giving it an intense feel. Swish. The grander movements, paired with the fluttering robes, created an incredibly striking image. Oh. Compared to the original's emotional simplicity, this stage felt like a romantic, stirring historical drama. When this waiting ends, I know I will meet you. My heart already glows. Park Mundy sang the high notes in the latter part of the chorus. Perhaps from all the dancing his hair had lightened toward blonde. It swept across his mask as he turned. His loose hair actually suits him. She tried to suppress her excitement, telling herself it was because of the stylist's masterpiece makeup. At the end of the note, Park Mundy pivoted fully backward. What? The audience, focusing on each contestant's movement and expression, reflexively turned to look behind. Above the starry backdrop behind the stage, a vast, dark blue trajectory was drawn. Only strings and woodwinds remained. Against that sound, the dark blue streak formed a giant circle. Like ink painting on silk, the circle glowed blue. A round blue light among the stars. Earth as seen from the moon. Ew. The performers fell gently to the floor and rose to the rhythm, naturally shedding their robes and letting them drift away. A daydream light as air, as if dreaming. On my path to meet you. They now stood in full Western suits. Their bodies formed a short, powerful ensemble of movement. Almost like dance, they curved their bodies with fierce, fluid lines, an uncanny sensation. Without drums, the accompaniment felt strangely sensual. Kim Ray-bin insane. Ugh. The college student, baffled by the sound, realized it wasn't just hers. It echoed from all around. You say you've waited for me too. A vivid déjà vu. They'd changed déjà vu to vivid déjà vu, making the sound even more haunting. To face our fated moment. So you never hesitate. Bang. At that moment, percussion returned to the accompaniment. The overt sensuality vanished in an instant. I love waiting. My waiting is long, yet always joyful. The chorus returned, and Lee Se-jin took center, anchoring the complex choreography. The dance became flashier. When this waiting ends, I know I will meet you. My heart already glows. And a soft humming followed. Hum hoo hoo hum, hoo hoo. Doo-roo doo-roo doo-doo. It was the chorus melody. Together with the footwork, it felt like calling out in fluttering anticipation. The drumbeat sounded like a heartbeat. Slowly, the student realized Park Mundi was layering a one-octave higher harmony. Over the humming. She got chills. I thought that was just humming. She swallowed hard. On stage, the opening choreography was already transitioning again. As formations shifted ceaselessly, the five naturally gathered around the single prop on stage. The giant tree stump. It was clearly a cinnamon tree stump. They sat around it and immediately shrugged off their blazers, letting them fall. Revealed in a shirt-styled male vest, Lee Se-jin faced forward, smiling. He turned the rabbit mask back to his face and sang the final line. Wait for me. As the moon rabbits sat on the tree stump, leaning on one another and drifting to sleep, the earth's blue glow descended, concluding the stage. Then a roar erupted so loud it felt like it would shatter the studio roof. Wah! Hya! Ugh! Below the stage, screams and hand-over-mouth reactions flooded in. An unbelievable lineup of high-ranking contestants, an exquisitely polished stage. Everyone was thrilled. And the wildly conceptual performance stirred the hearts of fans. There was too much content to decode in one viewing. It made people want to watch again and discover hidden elements. Many in the audience were surely already counting down the days until broadcast. It's over. The student, letting go of the fence, murmured triumphantly. She only sobered when the stage lights went out after the opening. With such an opening, the next teams had essentially already been blown away. She hesitated, then finally admitted her excitement. While the actors and choreographers did do well, after all, and if they debuted Ryu Chong-woo or Cha Eugene there, it'd be fine too. 44 Chapter. The Moon Rabbit team returned to the group waiting room for reaction cuts after finishing their stage on Music Bomb. It was a room equipped with large monitors so they could watch the other teams perform. By the way, as soon as they got off stage, everyone bawled their eyes out so hard their faces were swollen like goldfish. Honestly, who could blame them? After 10 days of hardly any rest, they'd ground their teeth and made it through. If I were 20, I'd have cried too. Hey, Mundi, how do you not shed a single tear? Were you really in the NIS? I was not. I stopped Gold One's attempt to joke about the same old rumors. The teammates around us chuckled. The atmosphere was relaxed. They know they did well. Being with the other contestants, it went without saying. After mid-evaluations and rehearsals, the result was clear. Barring someone from another team suddenly unleashing supernatural powers or teleporting on stage, this was our win. Because of that, we reacted especially energetically to every other team's performance. With our minds at ease, we could honestly enjoy the show. This is fun. I, too, slipped back into spectator mode and watched the stages, making sure to clap and react. Appropriately, we clearly outshone the second and third teams. The second team's arrangement was jarring, and they hadn't finished their choreography on time, so over half the group botched the moves in the dance break. The third team seemed to aim for a sexy concept like Lee Se-jin, but overdid it without any sense. People were thrown off. Women would probably hate that even more. The question was how much editing would salvage them on broadcast. The fourth team at least held their own. With Gold 2 on their team, they picked a cute, upbeat song and didn't stray far from the original arrangement. It suited them well. Heesung's killing it, Gold 1 shouted when Gold 2 took center. I joined in the applause. Only one team remained. The Ryu Changwoo squad, a hellfire combination. Poor bastards. If you feel no pity for Ryu Changwoo in this mess, you've never done group work. I could see at a glance that things between Lee Sejin and Choi Won-gil were completely fractured, yet they dragged along one troll and Cha Eugene and still put on a complete stage? That was an achievement deserving of payment right there. By the way, Cha Eugene was still intimidated, showing up every 2 or 3 days to snag snacks. I wasn't sure if he'd have enough energy left in him to perform, but it didn't matter. He wasn't on my team. Fighting. Lee Sejin, who had cheered for every team as they left the waiting room, shouted encouragement at Ryu Changwoo's. Team 2. After a moment, their group appeared on the monitor. Let's begin. Even a rotting fish is still a ribbon fish. This was a team of high-ranked, high-grade contestants, so anticipation lingered in the waiting room. Of course, it might have been the hope they'd fail rather than do well. But Ryu Changwoo's team did not fail. Why the hell are they flying around? Because Cha Eugene grabbed him by the collar and dragged him. Every time he surged to center for the chorus, the stage-level illusion made the performance look smoother. So that's how they got first place. I thought he'd lost his mind, but on stage he was a different person. Maybe it's his trait. I remembered Cha Eugene's trait from the last team battle. Trait, black hole, absorbs everything. Stage immersion plus 150%. With a buff like that, he's bound to debut. Oh, as soon as Ryu Changwoo's team finished, the waiting room erupted in applause. Cha Eugene's really good. No kidding. I heard the Moon Rabbit team whisper. But it wasn't the voice of anxiety. They knew Cha Eugene's hashtag #InkViaLight, hashtag overall stage impact still fell short. The problem is we were the opening act. Over time, impressions fade. If only Gold 1 hadn't blown the minigame that determined performance order. I didn't expect him to be so thoroughly outplayed. I remembered Gold 1's confident claim as our team rep in the minigame. Just trust me. But those words never came true. He poured all his strength into rock, paper, scissors, and then was miraculously crushed in the rep battle. If, because of that order, we lose first place by a hair, only Gold 1 would have reason to regret it. The rest of us were sure to make it to the finals, even with a lower rank. Gold 1's survival hinged on winning this team battle. Given past patterns, the producers would surely reward the winners with something that helps them survive. They'll announce soon. With the last team done, there was about an hour until the team battle rankings were released. They'd probably again announce only first and second and push the rest to the next ceremony, but the outline would be clear. An hour and a half later, the results were exactly as predicted. 2 teams remain in contention for first place. Team Moon Rabbit and Team Husky, which will take the ultimate glory. Husky was Ryu Changwoo's team name. Up to this point, it was formulaic. You'll find out the result at the ranking ceremony. Oh, we expected that too. But if we do that every time, you'll get too tired, right? So we'll announce the winning benefit now. Whoa, that I didn't expect. The winning benefit is guaranteed survival at the next ranking ceremony. That was ridiculously generous. Only 30 contestants remained. Why give such a reward? As expected, the MC undercut it. However, only one person can receive this benefit. By the next ranking ceremony, each first-place candidate team must select one member to receive the benefit through internal discussion. The producers' ideas grew wilder as the show progressed. This was a punishment for the losers, wasn't it? And whoever received it would be roasted by their teammates' fans. The producers never gave up trolling up to the finale. They were diabolical. Anyway, for Team Moon Rabbit, there was no real problem. We already knew who would get it. Giving it to Gold 1 is the utilitarian choice. The rest of us probably won't be eliminated. Better to grant it cleanly and maintain our image than stir up controversy. If there was a potential problem, it was that Seon Ah-hyun, who'd been roasted online until just before this, might chicken out and ask for it himself. But given his personality, that seemed unlikely. Lee Se-jin, with her rumor reversal boost, would gauge her ranking well. I glanced at my teammates. They all shot Gold One looks. I could tell we shared the same idea. Gold One looked embarrassed, but didn't seem to refuse. He'd probably demur politely a few times. No issues on our side. The real question was the other team. I could picture the producers, hearts pounding, wondering which chaos Husky would cause. Then we conclude the third team battle of relisting. Idol Corporation. Shareholders, we'll see you at the ranking ceremony. With applause and bows to camera, filming ended. Great work, everyone. We'll see you at the next shoot. As polite farewells rang out, the Moon Rabbit team changed outfits and regrouped. In no time, we bestowed the winning benefit on Gold One. We all worked hard. Shall we let our eldest member take it? Yep. I agree. Sure. Hey. Thanks, but let's discuss it a bit more. Lee Se-jin laughed and wrapped it up. Honey, don't you know? The more you discuss, the later you go to bed. Oh. Once filming ended and the tension drained away, all the pent-up sleep from the past 10 days rushed back in. Everyone spoke with half-open eyes. Right, thanks guys. I'll buy dinner. Haha. Thanks bro. We won't pick anything shameless like beef. He must be calling me out, but I'll ignore it. I'm too tired. And so, in that heartwarming mood, Team Moon Rabbit dispersed. I stifled a yawn and set my phone's navigation for the bus stop. Monday. Sean Ah-hyun stood with his fist raised. He wasn't going to punch me, was he? What's up? Want to go home together? My parents are picking me up. Oh sure. Thanks. Given the show's profile, I doubted I could ride the bus home. I'd already planned to call a taxi. Guess this saves me some fare. Meeting other contestants' parents was a bit daunting, but a free ride wasn't a big deal. And no thanks. I appreciate it. Seon Ah-hyun cheerfully led the way and stopped in front of a black sedan by the road. A foreign car. So his family really was well off. I'd guessed from where he lived. I got in after him and greeted as politely as possible. Hello. You're Monday. Nice to meet you. Please get in. Did our Ah-hyun do well again? D-dat. Their family vibe was even warmer than I'd imagined. Seon Ah-hyun turned bright red and fumbled, and I could see his parents glowing with pride. Yes, he did great. You'll be surprised when you see the broadcast. That's my boy. Seon Ah-hyun buried his face in the seat back in the front. He looked mortified, but around family he relaxed. So the root of all evil really was peer relationships. I politely gave them my one-room apartment address, leaned back, and enjoyed the ride. It was amazing to only have to answer the occasional question. I'd long since gotten over feeling weird about friendly families, so I could fully enjoy the comfy seat. Have a good night. Thanks a lot. We'll be in touch. Okay. Only after several farewells with Seon Ah-hyun's family could I get off at my stop. I'd heard more TMI than I'd bargained for. Did I really need to know he studied in Europe and learned ballet? Oh well, that was the price of a free ride. I walked up the creaky stairs and down the hallway to my rented one-room. Once I go inside, I'll sleep no matter what. Oh, fuck. The door was open. 45 chapter. I carefully removed my hand from the doorknob of my one-room flat's entrance so as to make no sound. I was certain I'd double-locked it before filming, but now, all the locks were undone. Here it comes. The downside of fame, privacy violations. I'd worried about this already. I had no financial way to prevent it, so I'd done nothing. At least there's nothing valuable inside. I hadn't bought much, and all my clothes were already here for filming. There was nothing precious left in the room. Then I'll just slip out quietly in. At that moment, my phone buzzed. Bzzz. Seon Ah-hyun. Seeing her name on the screen, I realized my mistake. The walls of this one room were paper-thin, so no soundproofing. I'm screwed. I jumped back from the door and sprinted toward the emergency exit. Rounding the corner into its blind spot, I heard the front door creak open. I peeked through the crack and saw the back of a woman's head entering. She looked perfectly normal, except she was trespassing in my home. Cold sweat ran down my back. I'm losing it. I slipped out onto the stairs by the exit and answered the call. On the line, as the screen showed, was Seon Ah-hyun. Have you eaten yet? No, but I don't think now's the time for dinner. Oh, there's someone breaking into my flat. What? I heard Ah-hyun gulp behind the phone, and her parents asking what was wrong. Normally I'd brush it off, but this wasn't a time to dodge. I'll ask them to drive me to the police station. I didn't want to call 112 and have patrol cars block the neighborhood, stirring up rumors. Better to go explain in person. I thought calling a taxi would take forever. This is for the best. Listen, just a moment. We'll come right away. Go inside and I'll go myself. Sorry, but could you drive me to the station? Of course. I hurried down the stairs, marveling at the absurd twists of my life. Thankfully, everything happened quickly after that. Ah-hyun and her parents, more freaked out than I was, rushed to the station with me, so I could file the report immediately. A woman broke in. I don't know her. Oh, I see. The police seemed nonchalant but dispatched an officer. The story that emerged. I didn't expect there'd be more than one. For people had been in my flat. After rifling through my things, they were casually trying on dishes and clothes. They were known to have stalked other idols. They teamed up, trailed me here, and broke into my insecure one room. I'd never have guessed. I rubbed my shoulder in disbelief. Worse, the police seemed reluctant to make arrests. Just unlucky in the neighborhood lottery, I guess. The four, unperturbed, kept trying to talk to me, chuckling. Hey, Mundy, you hear me? You can hear me, just answer. Park Mundy. They'll probably just give them a warning or a fine. If they stayed in my flat, it'd be worse. Are you? Okay. Yeah, I'm fine. Ah-hyun set down her chopsticks nervously. I felt awkward being the one getting treats. Afterwards, I learned the rest. We planned to eat out nearby, and thought you could join us. Oh, so that's why you called. Yeah. So I ended up at their dinner table. They do nice ribs here. I ate in silence, determined to at least enjoy the meal after no sleep. My goodness, there are so many weird people these days. How could they do that? You probably should have called your parents first. Ah-hyun's parents repeated that kindly, still rattled. I hesitated, then decided honesty was best. I had some issues before. My parents aren't around. Ah-hyun's father gasped. Her mother quietly asked, Is there another adult we can contact? Not really, no one comes to mind. Since I'd inhabited Park Mundy's body only recently, I had no known guardians. And Park Mundy, it seemed, had no record of one either. Interesting how alike we are. I wondered if background similarity was part of why I'd ended up here. But the atmosphere was sinking, time to steer it back. It wasn't like this from childhood. Various circumstances led here, but I'm managing fine. I see. Mrs. Cian smiled instead of fussing. Right. Living alone must keep you busy. Thank you, Ah-hyun, for looking after him. No, I've received so much help. Silence fell. I expected Ah-hyun to protest, but she just quietly flipped meat on her grill. She didn't know I had no parents. I'd only told producers, it never aired. She must have been surprised but hid it. So maybe in early shooting, that's why she shadowed Park Mundy. She'd sympathized and reacted supportively after the first ranking. That theory fit. Not crucial, but an interesting guess. I shrugged and ate another piece of meat. With no alternative, I'd spend tonight at the one room and find a place tomorrow. But right after dinner, an unexpected lifeline appeared. You're going back there? He got hauled off. He won't come today. But still. At the mention of returning to the flat, Ah-hyun and her family, Inc. via LGHD panicked, then quickly decided I could stay with them until the next shoot. I didn't know why, but it was a huge win, so I stayed quiet and followed along. By the time I was enjoying my upgraded living situation, fans who'd attended the taping were furiously posting spoilers online. The show was so popular that secrecy rules barely held. Individually, Cha Eugene was mentioned most, but as a team, Moon Rabbit dominated discussion. They put that as the opening, poor next teams. There's a reason they're top-ranked, so handsome. I bet the internet went nuts when they hit the stage LOL. Why's Ah-hyun getting hate? He was amazing. Many tried to downplay it as fan propaganda, but with photo proof pouring in, critics quietly slinked away. And here was me, Park Mundy's named fan account manager, who'd snuck a camera in on the first team battle and never looked back. I realized my networking was so limited. This Survivor's fandom was still new, and in avoiding clique behavior, I'd lost the info war. With trembling fingers, I clicked the currently trending post. Equals. I went to the taping. Pick. 361. It was my first time. I was so thrilled. Just seeing Mundy's face was priceless. He came out in a rabbit mask and hanbok, like a fantasy historical drama character. Too cool to bear. I snapped a pic. And the broadcast hype is bullshit. He was incredible live, and my heart still races. He sang like a god and danced perfectly. No idea what the haters saw. I'll write detailed impressions below. Equals. I read every word, then couldn't help scrolling down when I saw mention of a photo. There was a mid-shot of Park Mundy in the rabbit mask and robes. Arg, Park Mundy, blonde hair, dark blue robe against a starry black background, was so disgustingly handsome it broke her heart. Should I buy data? She mumbled, unable to resist her sadness. But sellers hesitate to risk legal trouble, so they only sell after broadcast. Imagining that shot in the trailer for EP9, or worse, EP10, made her head spin. I'll just watch commercials. She tried calming herself by reviewing new ad drafts, but ended up crying as she logged back into SNS. Her routine of searching for viewer reports continued until the EP9 trailer dropped. Staying with Ah Hyun was qualitatively different from my one-room life. We did have trouble compensating the landlord for the damaged lock, but that was an annual headache even before I inhabited Park Mundy's body. The key benefits: no mold in the room, and good soundproofing so I could sleep without earplugs. But today wasn't the day for enjoying that peace. Why did you say you all were having fun without me? Lee Sejin had dropped by unannounced. She'd been chatting in our same age group chat about watching EP9 together, then, upon learning I was staying with Ah Hyun, promptly showed up this morning. Hey, welcome. Ah Hyun looked genuinely happy, meaning it wasn't my place to object. Sejin grinned, entered the living room, and pulled out a board game. She really intended to play in earnest. BZZZZ. Is that Mundy calling? Oh yeah. My phone buzzed on the table. Kim Rae-bin. Hi Hyung. EP9 airs today. If you're free, can we watch it together? I thought, we're on the same team. He can join. With Sejin here, a quiet viewing was impossible anyway. Rae-bin wants to watch EP9 together. Should I invite him? Huh? I'm in. Sure. Unanimous. I texted Rae-bin, explaining the situation. After a moment, he replied, Kim Rae-bin, Cha Eugene's here too, is that okay? Well, that's the bit. 46th chapter. In fact, having Cha Eugene on the team won't completely kill the viewing atmosphere. But if in episode 9 we see Cha Eugene's team morale plummet into the flames of hell, it'll get really solemn. Is it worth making things awkward for no reason? I held up my smartphone and thought for a moment, trying to choose an appropriate refusal phrase. That's when Big Sejin chimed in. What's up? Oh, Kim Rae-bin's asking if Cha Eugene can join. I think it'd be fine. Big Sejin smiled broadly. No way the producers would let that team loose in episode 9, right? They'll only show it in the episode 10 preview. Wow, I hadn't thought that far ahead. And to say it so outright. Since the school violence controversy, she's gained some strange sense of confidence. Now she just says things straight out. This could even help us bond more, right? The homeowner's opinion matters. Ah Hyun, what do you think? I am fine with it. Great. And Ah Hyun coolly yelled yes, and went back to reading the board game rules. Her personality's changed too. She'd never have invited someone she barely knows over before. Well, if that's the case, might as well say yes. I reluctantly texted Kim Rae-bin. Kim Rae-bin and Cha Eugene arrived after lunch. Oh, welcome. Big Sejin greeted them cheerfully. By the way, because of Big Sejin's, well, we should invite you to comment. The gold-ranked contestant also hurried in and sat in the living room. Leaving out the only gold-ranked member would have looked strange, but having Cha Eugene join made the picture equally odd. Hello. Nice to meet you. Cha Eugene bowed politely, then held out the trash bag she'd brought. Inside were all snacks. I already ordered chicken, but if you want anything else, let's order more. Yes. Kim Rae-bin nodded and sat quietly in the corner, so she didn't want anything. But Cha Eugene's eyes lit up. Can we order pizza then? Sure. Wow. Cha Eugene exclaimed, opened the delivery app, and started ordering. I thought she'd be intimidated, but she was still as cheerful as ever. Kim Rae-bin calmly exchanged pleasantries. Did you guys join us this morning? Oh, I did. And Mundy came even earlier. Yes. I didn't have to hide it, but explaining the chaotic events in my studio apartment was a hassle. Still, I couldn't ignore it, so I told them what happened, and Ah Hyun interrupted to fill in details. It went like this. So I walked through the front door, and there was someone else in there. Eek. No, not just one person, there were 3 more. Right. So it took the police a while to remove them. That's so negligent of the police. That's harsh. It was. Yeah. Repeating the story like that, It gradually grew more exaggerated, almost like an online fabrication. The other contestants who heard the full tale clicked their tongues. Wow, glad Ah-hyun came over. That's scary. Seriously, someone's come to my place before, too. Makes me worry. I've got a younger sibling at home. What? Someone showed up. Yeah. Later I found out they kept ringing the doorbell and sitting in front of the house, so my sibling couldn't go out. Ugh. Several people living alone or in company dorms shared similar experiences. A chilling topic to discuss before watching the shocking premiere of Ajusa. By the time we were eating chicken, conversation even turned to an idol who's a friend of one contestant. So I went in, and in the shower room the lens detector went beep beep. That's insane. When we bit into the arriving pizza, the TV finally started rebroadcasting episode 8 before the episode 9 premiere of Relisting. Idol Corporation. We watched episode 8 with casual commentary. By the end, even Cha Eugene fit right into the mood. Do you not at all regret placing third? I do, but I'm still happy. Wow, that's awesome. Hee. The gold-ranked contestant complimented her, and Cha Eugene grinned. I couldn't believe the Hiskia team had treated her so cruelly. Only when the pizza boxes were empty did episode 9 begin. Relisting. Idol Corporation. The familiar logo that I was sick of appeared, and the first segment was the talent showcase. Everyone got roughly equal screen time. Maybe they framed it as healing content, or perhaps it was a rushed attempt to cover sloppy production with warm vibes. Anyway, most contestants had some humorous moments that highlighted their characters, Big Sejin especially. My segment, though, started and ended as a joke. At this moment, the stage is dominated. Park Mundi, is he serious about Trot? They put those captions over my singing, plainly trying to make it cheese. And everyone laughed. Yukikikik, PFT. You come across as a really nice person. Congrats, Mundi. That was Big Sejin at the end. I quietly tapped her back. She was drinking soda. Ack. Should have just laughed. My coverage didn't stop there. After the other contestants vaulted over the kimchi fridge in a frenzy, they even inserted an interview, as if sealing the deal. Question: do you like Trot? Park Mundi: yes. Then they cut to me giving a thumbs up. That was the interview where they asked if I liked that team. What kind of manipulative nonsense do these lunatics do each episode? The captions hammered it home. Trot lover Park Mundi, be happy with your kimchi fridge. I haven't even gotten the fridge yet, you bastards. What annoyed me more was that this was my entire coverage for episode 9. They gave me the bare minimum. Early on, I would have been grateful for any positive coverage. But not now. Final team battle is looming, and this editing isn't helpful. Nothing's as damaging too. Survival show voting as an image of someone who doesn't seem desperate. And so far on the broadcast, Park Mundi hasn't looked desperate. If anything, there have been more funny moments than heartfelt ones. That's partly why I pushed harder in this team battle. But if this trend continues, my desperation won't shine through. Can't help it. I never came here determined to debut. I've never shown enough for them to craft such a clip, and they missed the right timing anyway. I don't have any tragic backstory for fans to latch onto and build a desperate image for me. Funny though. Actually, I'm the most desperate person here. If I fail to debut, I'll die, probably the only one in that situation. Maybe I should steel myself. If my ranking suddenly plummets in the final episode and I get eliminated, so be it. Someone else will pick me up and I can debut sooner or later. I rubbed my lips together. I felt a bit hollow. If I'm going to perform, I might as well do it with people who make things easier. Most of us here will debut anyway. Realizing I might not make the cut gave me a strange sense of defeat. I've changed a lot since the first day of filming, but there's no time to dwell on it. Surprisingly, the producers showed the Hiskia team's breakdown in full at the end of episode 9. Choi Won-gil. So you can at least do this much, right? Lee Se-jin. Being able to do something and wanting to do it are completely different things, aren't they? Choi Won-gil. Now's the moment you need to prove your skill. Think about it. Hee Jong-jaeun. They're asking. Why not give it a try? Don't regret it later. Lee Se-jin. Stop it. After that exchange, they held the camera on Lee Se-jin's pained expression for several seconds. And with both sides clearly on the verge of throwing punches, they showed a terse back and forth, each daring the other. You could tell they were holding back because of the cameras. By bad luck, Ryu Chong-woo was off submitting song choices to production when the disaster struck, so there was no one to intervene. Cha Eugene. Cha Eugene had tried to interject once, only to be completely ignored, as if she'd never spoken. She must have figured her comment didn't fit the mood. Cha Eugene stared at the screen with a downcast face, then buried her head in her cup and started drinking soda. I thought it actually helped us dodge some blame, but apparently she saw it differently. Ryu Chongwoo. What happened? Episode 9 ended with Ryu Chongwoo returning to a completely shattered team atmosphere and looking stunned. Atmosphere on the brink of collapse. Will they manage to complete the stage safely? They completed it, right? Yeah, they did well. Big Seijin jumped in and lightened the mood. I'm not sure why she dragged me into it, but I went along. Cha Eugene finally lifted her head from the soda and managed to smile. She's probably addicted to the sugar high by now. Could it be because of me? I quickly shook off the ominous thought. On screen, the in-break ads disguised as mid-show commercials were playing. Judging by the time, after this break, there'd be a short preview or behind-the-scenes cut, and then the broadcast would end. They're only showing the preparations today, right? We barely appeared. The Dow Rabbit team only showed briefly during the initial formation, then nothing else. The producers can shuffle the order at will, but I'd hoped our first stage might appear at the end of episode 9. Apparently, they didn't schedule any of it. Doesn't that hurt ratings? I wondered for a moment. Then the break ended and the Idol Corporation logo reappeared. The MC appeared on screen. This doesn't feel good. You feel it too? Yeah, me too. Whenever the MC appears solo, it's never good, so we all tensed up and swallowed. Relisting. Idol Corporation, did you enjoy today's NVLIGHT episode? No, we didn't. Weak denials rang out here and there. Small acts of rebellion we couldn't do during filming. This time, I'll announce the current stock status. What? They won't make it that easy. They'll probably only reveal a few specific ranks. But we'll only announce the sold-off stocks. Shareholders, which stocks did you sell the most? My goodness. Kim. Rabin sighed appropriately. It made sense. What kind of lunatic decided to only reveal the negative vote counts? Since I already knew the main controversies, it didn't shock me much. Still, I never expected this kind of surprise. Their audacity in skipping our performance was clearly connected to this. Then now, we'll reveal the sell-off rankings. As the MC spoke, negative-marked rankings scrolled onto the screen. The living room fell into silence. 47 chapter. First, the number one in negative votes was predictable. First Choi Won-gil. It's over. Judging by the episode 9 edit, unless there's an upset, that guy's appearance at the next ranking ceremony will be his last. The problem began at second place. Second Seon Ah-hyun. That was also foreseeable. The last voting period coincided exactly with the peak of criticism against Ah-hyun. In that sense, it worked out. Unlike Won-gil, Ah-hyun had been attacked excessively, and sympathy was already building. People were saying, Seon Ah-hyun doesn't deserve the second highest negative votes, right? And the atmosphere was primed for a complete reversal. And she performed well in this team battle too, so her position feels secure. The momentum will swing back in the final stretch. But telling that analysis to the person sitting there with the runner-up badge wouldn't have helped. For tens of seconds, only the TV's sound filled the room. If one more person suggests, watching it live together, I'm cutting ties, damn it. The mood was killer. And just below second place sat Lee Seijin B, Big Seijin. Because of the controversy that night, people had emptied their votes in betrayal, landing her in this spot. But since it was quickly smoothed over, even more viewers would cast votes to support her. Sure enough, Big Seijin was the first to grin and speak. If only our team battle airs, everything will flip over. NKVRLGRHT. Don't copy, read here, right? Yeah, for sure. I don't think it'll flip, though. Suddenly, Kim Rabin spoke up, quietly muttering something absurd. Is she crazy? Big Seijin shot her a look, but Rabin continued firmly. We completed this team battle successfully, so I don't think our vote percentage will drop significantly. Hey you Rabin. You know these are negative votes, right? Yes, Rabin's eyes went wide as she realized, then added an explanation. Negative votes also tend to increase proportionally to the total vote count. Statistically correct, aside from special cases like Choi Won-gil. It's a matter of vote volume. Oh, that makes sense. The tension broke. Contestants recalled the last ranking ceremony and recognized Ray Bin's reasoning as valid. Not a bad insight. Despite her poor communication, she's someone you can rely on. Sean Ah-hyun relaxed and responded with light-hearted banter to Gold once. Teasing. Huh, does that mean I'm out? I'm in 21st place. Hyung, you have no antis, that's why. Why yeah? Instead of watching the ad break on TV, I checked the rankings online again. 8th Park Monday 3. Cha Eugene was just ahead, and Ryu Chong-woo just behind. Compared to the last ceremony, I dropped 3 places. Should I be happy? Hard to say. Compared to Eugene or Chong-woo, Park Monday on broadcast had some controversies. So it was ambiguous. Was this a sign that negative sentiment toward Park Monday had finally subsided, or was his overall vote volume shrinking? I hoped it wasn't a downward trend. I thought my stage edits were decent each time. Fancam views and mentions had steadily increased. The problem lay with most people around me having strong metrics. If only they'd picked 13 more contestants, I'd be safe. Knowing how many would debut made it impossible to indulge that fantasy. I grimaced and looked up reactions to this episode. With so little coverage, there wasn't much backlash. Roughly like this. Park Monday. Can trot too? What can't he do? Heroic squeal about how cute he is. Doggy doubling in eye size riding the kimchi fridge, short clip. Everyone be grateful Park Monday didn't enter the trot survival contest. Nearly got snatched away. I couldn't help laughing. Ridiculous, but kind of cute. If I don't debut, I'll die, trot career or not. Then I scrolled to the next popular post and got chills. Is Park Monday living a second life? Reasonable suspicion anyway. They nailed it. Otherwise, fans just said they liked the Dow Rabbit team. And digging deeper, many were relieved Park Monday didn't join Cha Eugene's puppy team. Since he's already dog, they could have used that nickname, regretting it, deleting this post in 20 minutes. I thought the big data algorithm hype was nonsense, but glad our baby's safe from that. Saw the big data stuff on the homepage. Producers must hate someone on that team. Overall, fans of Park Monday expressed relief and anticipation for the next stage. Everyone seemed confident he'd debut, giving me a strange sense of defeat. I felt less certain than I did at the first team battle, maybe because the finals were so close. I doubt I'll get any coverage in this team battle. The stage looked solid, but over half the Dow Rabbit team had stories more suitable for airtime than mine. Should I be satisfied they maintain me? From mid-episode onward, getting too much screen time draws criticism. One standout in a team? Fans increase, but so does backlash. Limited airtime means if someone else shines, I lose out. Park Monday never got no coverage, but never monopolized it either. I should be glad there's no reason to pick on me. With some disappointment, I closed the browser. A week later, that disappointment proved premature. Why was there coverage? Park Monday's largest anonymous fan community buzzed with excitement even before episode 10 aired. The preview showed a brief clip of the Dow Rabbit team's stage with a close-up of Park Monday's upper body. After 10 days without a high-res teaser, everyone was ecstatic. Preview Park Monday's face is insane. LOL, just his face brings hype. Going straight to the fancam stream after broadcast. Let's hit 10 million. Hanbok? Rabbit costume? They're geniuses with concepts every team battle. This one must have been Park Monday's idea. Totally, his staging is unmatched. Hits the otaku heart. Born under the star of idols, clearly. That's spot on. They kept talking about Park Monday once episode 10 began. For 40 minutes, other teams only got sporadic headlines. Finally, the Dow Rabbit team's coverage began. Those producers really squeezed it at the end. I saw spoilers the opening. Why here? Hostage play one time. I'm pissed LOL. Park Monday-san, finally. Everyone's attention focused on the live broadcast. The Dow Rabbit team's song selection process aired unedited, like a group project planning session. Park Monday. Haha, your idea is good, and theirs is good. Let's use both. Park Monday's so wise LOL. Did you see Big Sejine's face when she did the sexy echo chant? Now I get the Tibetan fox reference. So cute LOL. No arguments, just calm discussion, like a dose of chemo. The Dow Rabbit team's airtime was heartwarming, because there was no real conflict to highlight. All members got along and knew when to hold back. If only they'd had footage from the night of Big Sejine's school violence controversy, it'd be different, but a technical glitch wiped those cameras. So producers had no choice but to broadcast the Dow Rabbit team's smooth success. It provided a contrast to the Huskita team's group project gone wrong narrative. Fans of the Dow Rabbit team enjoyed a pleasant viewing experience. Only they handled every production element step by step. But no good without bad. Warmth drained tension, replaced by vague cheerfulness. First time I've seen Park Monday so relaxed. They're all familiar, so comfortable, so wholesome. The team collapsing from exhaustion was shown as if they were just close friends. Their zombie-like scramble to meet deadlines with no sleep was entirely cut. Luckily, the final stage aired intact. Tore it up. Sexy traditional rabbit. What a combo, Park Monday. Your taste is unrivaled. Listened on earphones. Park Monday doubles every chorus from start to finish. Wild. How is that possible? His humming at the end is an octave higher. If you criticize his skill now, you're an idiot. Showing the production process instead of only team storylines let viewers intuitively grasp the stage's elements. An unexpected synergy. When Park Monday turned, the earth appeared, gave me chills. Hanbok's suit Hanbok flow was smooth. Dow Rabbit falls for a modern human, imagining that. Bay Laurel stump motif. In stage there, simple, feels like a lot of time passed. As a 2D otaku, I love this stage. If I'm not cursing cheesy fan posts, that means stage endorphins hit. Park Monday, thanks for legendary stages every time, makes fangirling easy. Given the stage's reception on site, fans flooded comments naturally. Only subtle regret remained that no one got a personal arc. They ended as straight-A students. The scene of every teammate except Park Monday sobbing after the stage was cut too. Park Monday was right, no coverage for me. Only instead of another teammate getting the spotlight, no one did. When the final Huskita team finally aired, Park Monday fans' comment blitz quickly died down. Ah, that was great. Let's debut like this. Want to see more of Park Monday's face. Is that it for coverage? Show more behind the scenes. This doc edit was so boring. No sense of touch from producers. Park Monday reappeared on screen at that moment. 48 chapter. The Huskita team, led by Ryu Chong-woo, practiced in a brutal atmosphere. Endless conflicts among the members made it impossible to proceed smoothly. Choi Won-gil. I didn't expect Sejin Hyung to react so sensitively. Hee Jong Jaeyoon. Does he have some kind of persecution complex? Ryu Chong-woo. Huff. Even the inserted interviews and background music amplified the discomfort. No one lacked ambition, so they never stopped rehearsing, but it wasn't proper practice either. Rather than focus on the conflicted pair, the producers funneled every growth story onto Cha Eugene, who'd been sidelined by the drama. That's where Park Monday appeared, technically the advisor helping the protagonist grow. Park Monday, everything okay? Anything stressing you out? Cut quickly to several shots of Park Monday giving Cha Eugene snacks in various locations. Like a mother feeding rice cakes to a tiger, he only distributed goodies to resolve the tension. But in Eugene's interview, Monday Hyung really helped me. Those clips looked pretty solid. What's this LOL? Are they close? Fans of Park Monday were equally puzzled. In the second team battle, he and Eugene happened to be on the same team, but there'd been no personal bond shown. And why was he hiding out with our girl instead of the proven leader, Chong-woo? But their doubts quickly vanished. Cute extra fodder is always welcome. He's amazing at providing food. Classic Monday, a man serious about eating. Park Monday, unexpected healer. Why do I see my grandma in a nearly 21-year-old idol? On screen, Cha Eugene shed her innocent image to focus fiercely on the stage and completed it successfully. Even if she drew criticism for hogging airtime, she left a solid impression, an inner growth, desperation narrative. Meanwhile, Park Monday felt quietly bitter watching Eugene take every bit of the coverage he'd hoped for, but his fans simply enjoyed seeing the endearing, dependable side of their favorite. Even general viewers reacted well. Park Monday's surprisingly mature. Must be why he gets along so well with teammates. Right? First impression was brash, but surprising. Because he appeared as Eugene's sidekick for all that coverage, the heat stayed aimed at Eugene, and only positive vibes lingered for Park Monday. As a result, the day after episode 10 aired, Park Monday, scrolling online, felt a complicated, subtle mix of emotions. Full up on good fortune. It's great to keep redeeming my early image. But still no desperation angle. He needed that desperation narrative Eugene grabbed. But only the finals remained. And in the final, there was no reason for the producers to give Park Mundy a storyline. They'd only ever spotlighted characters who made the show entertaining. Should I give up? Clicking his tongue, Park Mundy ran through the remaining shoot schedule in his mind. Suddenly, he caught sight of an upcoming event in the next filming block. Wait, could that work? Of course, the actual broadcast depended entirely on editing. But it was worth trying to generate usable footage. I might as well try. He resolved himself. Unbeknownst to him, Sian Ah-hyun had been about to suggest ordering Jimdak, but upon seeing his thoughtful expression, quietly lowered her phone without a word. Wow, it's getting warm. Entering the set, Big Sejin muttered. It was already late April. They'd begun filming in winter. Time had flown by. I've completely adapted, Park Mundy thought, changing into his uniform in his new body, no longer strange at all. Big Sejin glanced over and spoke. Oh, you seem taller. Huh. You must have been working out. You've bulked up. He realized abruptly. Over the past few months, his height had increased and he'd gained muscle. Now he barely differed from his original physique. I've heard people keep growing past 21, but I never believed it until now. I'm surprised too. Ego really. He shrugged. About 5 feet 10 inches. Recalling the measurement from a few days before, he sat in the waiting area. That no faces here felt unfamiliar now was almost strange. Hello, Mundy. Hyung, hello. If I ever return to my original body, I'll need to readapt. He answered greetings and pulled out his smartphone, planning to power it off early since it would be confiscated soon. But a new alert had appeared from his anonymous, opinion-tracking SNS account. He tapped it and saw a post nearing 10,000 shares. The Trot original artist that Mundy covered posted on SNS LOL. Link. Not unheard of. Famous people unrelated to the show were starting to mention contestants as the program heated up. He clicked the link. A smiling Trot singer throwing finger hearts filled the SNS page with a faint TV screen in the background showing Park Mundy singing Trot. To contestant Park Mundy of Ajusa, who beautifully sang my song. Cheering for you. Happy face. Please debut soon. Hashtag Ajusa, hashtag duet go, hashtag Trot fashionista. Well, if the original artist is pleased, that's good. Fans seem to enjoy it too. As he swiped to the next post, another caught his eye. Again, a large photo. Wait, that was a photo he'd taken. Checking it, it matched a candid shot he'd shared on a fan site years ago, and used but released out of conscience. The natural lighting had been good. The singer might have simply liked the quality and posted it. Still, it felt unsettling. Turning off his phone, he realized why. Shouldn't I be in that photo? He'd traced his original body's history the moment he awoke as Park Mundy. Yet his personal details were completely blank in official records. But his photos remained? Weird. He opened WowTube and tapped the search bar, entering the most famous fancam he'd ever shot. Youngrin Legend Fancam. A clip of Judge Youngrin performing passionately in a downpour early in her career, the very video that launched her rise. Sure enough, a familiar thumbnail appeared at the top. There it is. The video was there, though not on his own channel. He'd deleted that unprofitable data account when he began studying for civil service exams sometime last year. Oddly, the uploader's comment was pinned at the top. Original was deleted, so I'm re-uploading. I'll remove if the owner shows up. That nearly confirmed it. I'm gone, but data I created remains. It was a chilling thought, especially given that his life depended on debuting soon. Is this karma for selling my data? He'd half-joked about it, but it no longer seemed like a joke. What are you even? He opened his status window and asked, but there was no reply. He felt foolish. What are you doing? Wait, thinking. He snapped back to reality. Filming was about to start. I'll investigate later once this is over. He finished his thought and handed over his phone. Any distraction now would just make him a target for attitude criticism. He cleared his mind. Fortunately, the MC kicked things off quickly. Relisting. Idol Corporation. Welcome to the highly anticipated third ranking ceremony. The contestants, seasoned after months of filming, applauded effortlessly, and the MC jumped right in. But before we reveal your rankings, there's one thing to check first. Your true hearts. He was about to introduce that infamous segment. They'll test how serious we are, casting call. Indeed, Idol Corporation traditionally spices things up around now with Casting Call, a friendly, somewhat reputable agency visits to recruit contestants. If you sign, you must withdraw from the show. So no one likely leaves here, since a straight-to-debut offer is more tempting than staying. It's just an event to heighten tension, but tension can be leveraged. He planned to steer the conversation to showcase how sincere Park Mundy was, even if it got cut in editing. Huh. Someone next to him swallowed. Most had guessed Casting Call from the MC's words. For lower-ranked contestants, it'd be tempting. They'd want any lifeline. He could defuse it by saying, "I've always dreamed of joining that agency, but I'm committed here," and it'd be believable. Last season, several lower rankers quit on the spot. Wisely, given the show's early cancellation. The MC dragged it out dramatically. Coming right up. The giant screen ahead lit up. Maybe they'll show agency names. As whispers about Casting Call swelled, the MC spread his arms. Psychological test. We'll match you with the perfect K-pop concept using a prepared personality quiz. Contestants relaxed, murmuring wow. Park Mundy deflated. It's just for variety. Or they could use the data to decide the next team battle. In any case, he'd been toyed with. Damn, they were herded into small rooms in groups of 10. At least they didn't wait long, but the letdown left a sour taste. All that hype for nothing. Inside, a booth repurposed for solo practice. A two-person desk with a camera mounted in front. A typical setup for personal interview shots. He sighed, sat across from the tablet already displaying the questionnaire. The trendy SNS-style design undermined credibility. Looks like some template from the internet. Assuming it was hastily outsourced, he tapped through the multiple-choice personality questions. 49 chapter. The personality quiz on the tablet was mostly like this. Explain a scenario, choose an action. Of course, all idol-specific situations. 1. You've been selected as a performer for TACON, a global K-pop concert showcasing to fans in 21 countries. While training hard, you suddenly come up with a completely new idea. But there's only 1 week left until the show. What do you choose? First, ignore their blatant product placement for their own concert. Stripped down, the question was, with a looming deadline, do you scrap everything and start over? Of course not. Do they think this is a school assignment? With 1 week left, stage set and costumes are basically locked in. Are you really going to toss it all? It'd take at least 5 years to redo everything. No realistic chance. Even if I wanted to show passion, this would be reckless, not passionate. Too bad the deadline is tight. Let's finish preparations perfectly. I pretended to hesitate, then chose that. Looking directly at the camera so they couldn't cut it, I muttered, I'd love to try it if I were solo, but a stage is a comprehensive art form. We need to consider the whole picture. I'll organize the idea and use it next time. With that spice, they wouldn't twist my character too badly. I moved on. 2. You've won Best New Artist at the massive Tonia Music Awards. On the way there, one member is seriously injured in a car accident. You only have minor bruises. You could still make it to the ceremony if you leave right away. What do you choose? Hell no. I'm going to rest properly. There's a major injury in the car. Why risk it? But I bet the push-through with willpower choice would look good. How annoying. I pressed down my eyebrow twitch and picked the neutral option. Arrange to remotely deliver your acceptance speech from the hospital. Going in person would be better, but post-accident symptoms aren't always immediate. We need a checkup to ensure no issues will disrupt future activities. Even explaining it, it was absurd. Are all 10 questions like this? Yep. Every single one assumed a ridiculous scenario. What it had to do with K-pop concepts, only production knew. I sighed and finished the rest, skipping promotional questions all the way to 10. You're on relisting. Idol Corporation, vying to become a global K-pop idol. After endless effort, you stand at the final gate. An incredible casting call is calling you. What's your choice? They really put that here? Realizing I'd been baited twice, the screen suddenly changed. A countdown from 3 appeared. A 3-second countdown? Seriously. They were determined to capture my startled reaction. Seconds later, the numbers vanished. Replaced by, choose now. At that moment, the front door swung open without warning. Hello. A familiar face stood in the doorway. Wait, let me correct that. I was the only one who found it familiar. Because I'd filmed them a lot. Nice to meet you. A VTIC member entered with a smile. An unimaginable heavyweight had shown up. I reflexively bowed. If I'd hesitated, I'd be torn apart online. I've been enjoying the broadcast. Thank you. The VTIC member extended a hand. I shook it with both hands, like meeting a client. Cold sweat trickled down my back. How did they manage to book this appearance? Even if Ajusa did well, VTIC didn't hold any stake in it. Do they have an exclusive reality deal with TNET? A T1 affiliate sponsorship? Never mind all that. The important thing was to watch my words. One slip, and who knew what screenshot would spread? Once the VTIC member sat, I did too, calmly sizing them up. They were the leader, right? I remembered the name and popularity, but not much else, though I knew their dance skills made for popular fan cams. Their stage name was Chongrio. I'm Chongrio, serving as leader at VTIC. They didn't bother sharing their real name, and assumed I wouldn't know it. I gave a polite nod. I'm Park Mundy. Pleased to meet you. I wasn't sure what I was asking pleasantries for, but I stayed courteous. Should I have been more excited? Flustered-eyed. Missed my chance for a reaction. You were so calm on the broadcast. I was too stunned. Haha, really? That laugh said they didn't believe it. Chongrio chuckled just enough, then got to the point. I'm here because we'd like to deliver a casting call from Luti, Tick's label. I'd suspected this, but couldn't help thinking, have they gone mad? Letty's pull is huge. If they offer you a deal, even a single-digit rank contestant might bolt. No guarantee of debut, of course. VTC probably has dozens of trainees. But the label's prestige at 20-something's age is irresistible, especially with a VTIC member in person. Even signed idols with agencies would sign. Chongrio pressed on rehearsed lines. Not every contestant gets an offer. Remember the quiz just now? Yes. You had the highest response match rate with our VTIC members among all contestants. Chongrio tapped their palm lightly. That means you share our Luti artist image and potential. Thank you. So other rooms must be hosting different labels right now, making their offers. Easy previews. First, let me explain the benefits of joining Luti. They launched into the usual spiel, welfare, achievements, vision. Just PR fluff. They must have memorized it. As leader, they prepared this for external meetings. I nodded enthusiastically, as if hearing something inspiring. Chongrio wrapped it up with a joke. And as you may know, Luti is home to our senior group Molongdalcom. You might get a chance to perform Pyopisiwan together? Yes. That popcorn obsession wouldn't die. Chongrio smiled, thinking I was tempted. Now, they slid a contract and pen across the desk. A genuine-looking contract. For real. Why such elaborate staging? I frowned at the pages. Park Mundy, will you accept Tick's Luti casting call? Time to think. I was in the first group of 10, 30 left, 3 groups. So at least 2 more will get Luti offers. If more than one VTIC rep was here, that meant up to 6 of us could get the call. If even one other said yes. Luti wouldn't be stupid. They'd group debut 2 or more together, riding this show's near syndrome level hype. The label won't waste this fame. So if I didn't want to continue as an idol in Park Mundy's body, this might be the better choice. A year or 2 of activity, then fade, a high chance. Then I can find clues to return to my original body, or a new path. If I dropped out, I'd be forgotten quickly. Dozens of new idol groups debut yearly. I lifted the pen over the contract. Then, I quietly set it down and bowed deeply. I'm sorry, but I want to keep NAV right. Read more on our source. Challenging. Chongrio responded with a sympathetic sigh. Good stage manners extended off camera too. That's a shame. I thought you'd do great at Luti. You flatter me. I bowed again politely. May I? Ask what? Why did I refuse? Well, if I were the only one signing, it'd be a disaster. They don't let solo debuts. They only allow unit activities, fearing solo careers shorten group lifespans. And, even 3 years after I entered this body, Luti hasn't debuted a new male idol. In other words, guaranteed sudden death. Absolutely not. Better to withdraw from the show than wait indefinitely for Luti debut. Chills ran down my spine. But I couldn't say that, so I needed another reason. Because there's investment involved. People have bought shares to support my debut. I want to return that investment. Yes, if I'm going to be an idol, I'd rather do it properly. Debuting through Ajusa meant a 5-year contract with a T1 label. enough to satisfy those who invested time and money in Park Mundi. And it suited me too. I had no other dreams. I enjoyed people's support. Surprisingly, it suits me. Stages were fun. I intend to work harder so I can debut here. That should suffice. The VDIC surprise had cost me the desperation moment, but I wouldn't be criticized. Changryo listened, then nodded. 50 chapter. All right. Contestant Park Mundi, we'll be cheering for you. Thank you. Changryo accepted the refusal cleanly, without further comment. I'd hoped to draw out more dialogue to capture a desperate moment, but this wasn't the counterpart for that scenario. Their name value is just too big. Last year's grand prize winner. Any gap would look ridiculous. I'd likely seem pathetic. Then I'll discard this contract. Changryo picked up the contract, held it clearly for the camera, and tore it in half. A performance, huh? They must have signaled ahead of time. Thank you for making such a difficult decision. I wish you continued success. Thank you. I hope you finish your activities in good health, Senior Changryo. We shook hands and bowed in the parting atmosphere. Oh, did you listen to our latest album? Yes? Yes. Wasn't this over? But Changryo kept the conversation going. I replied politely. I've been really enjoying it. Wow, do you have a favorite track? Was this deliberate? Not a pity offering, I hope. Stargaze stands out to me. I named an album track I'd actually never heard. I'd only seen fan posts sharing its title. Oh, that one's my lyric. I wrote it. Changryo pointed at herself with a pleased look. Even the PPL is thorough. This idol has time for everything. I see. You mentioned it on purpose because I came. I smiled. Denying it would sound odd, and admitting it would too. Changryo laughed with me, then suddenly slipped out the door like she'd remembered something. What now? When she returned, she held an envelope. Nothing much, just some red ginseng. I thought you Inc. VRII'd, original source, could use the energy boost. Oh, thank you. The red envelope's gold logo was a clear PPL. Still, ginseng is always welcome. I took it, and Changryo offered one last cheer. Fighting. Yes, fighting. We ended filming with big smiles. Crew members immediately came in to assist Changryo. Some tweaked cameras and tablets, but most clustered around her, probably VTIC staff. Quite the dedication. Her value must be incredible. Once a staffer removed her mic, Changryo quietly spoke. Mr. Mundi. Yes. Her expression was neutral, not forced, just natural. I don't like to say it myself, but LT is a good agency. Their settlements are fair. If things work out after the program, contact me. She meant, if I'm eliminated, she'll reach out. Is she sincere? She wasn't an executive. Why recruit a trainee here? Does the company own stock? That would explain it. Still, why single out Park Mundi? Maybe they lack a main vocal in the debut lineup. I nodded without comment. Yes. Thank you. Don't mention it. That ended the conversation. I followed staff directions and exited to the waiting room, likely isolated to prevent spoilers for contestants yet to take the test. Hyung, Kim Rae-bin, already seated, spoke immediately. Did you get an offer? Lati. I got Lati too. So more VDIC reps came. Excited, Rae-bin shared the VTC encounter. As I nodded, Ryu Chongwoo entered, looking worn. Oh, you finished. Early. Chongwoo's expression betrayed inner conflict. Could they be VTIC too? A 30% chance felt generous. Another familiar face interjected. Hyung, which agency cast you? I, Wonderhall. A T-holic label known for producing idols. That's solid too. The questioner admired it, but Chongwoo sat with a weary smile. Odd. Even almost guaranteed debuters considered quitting? Must have their reasons. Soon, all 10 from our first group returned. So everyone in the first batch refused. I expected 1 or 2 lower ranked to jump, but the lineup was just too strong. The second group also came back, all refusing. Many seemed proud of that solidarity. Gosh, such a nice person. Sian Ah-hyun, returning late, said softly, as if a solo artist had kindly encouraged her. But you refused. Startled, Ah-hyun whispered. Of course I'll stick it out. If I go there, I can't debut with you guys. Ah-hyun was perhaps overly invested in this positive peer connection. With a slightly better deal, everyone else would have jumped ship. I shook my head sympathetically and nodded. Right. Why yeah. Ah-hyun agreed energetically. Rae-bin watched her curiously. As the third group trickled back, Big Seijin arrived first, grinning. Such a shame. I nearly switched. So she got a Luti offer too. Ray Bin, Big Seijin, and me. An interesting pattern in label preference. Big Seijin's shame remark was amusing. She seemed focused on debuting quickly. I doubt she'd really leave for Luti. But checking no cameras or mics were on, she whispered, maybe I should have switched. Kind of regret it. She'd clearly thought it over. Unsure about her original label, she'd let slip her true feeling. It's rare. Switching agencies mid-contract is nearly impossible. Taking trainees from a Juice's debut group felt like big company bullying. But since they'd failed debut, recycling them on broadcast softened the blow. It lubricates broadcaster relations. However, this season's success apparently added subtle pressure. Please stay rather than quit. I recalled overhearing Big Seijin during a break. Hey, you've probably heard this. Wouldn't it be better to debut with the friends you've practiced with? People are crazy. Not even dangling benefits. Just peer pressure. Hard to resist. Just kidding. Gotta debut here. Big Seijin laughed, but I'm sure she truly deliberated. Surprisingly, many top rankers wavered. I shrugged. Surely someone would drop out and ease the competition. But no one did. Only one lower rank did. Contestant Choi Won-gil has accepted a casting call from Agency Traveler and will leave Idol Corporation effective today. I couldn't help admiring him. Smart move. He'd cut losses after episode 9 feedback. Young, emotional, but still thoughtful. Our agency. Gold One mumbled behind me. He was. Traveler's trainee. He'd refused T-Holic earlier. He must cherish his original label. Brave to stick with it. That concluded the casting call event. Though bittersweet to fail the goal, I secured screen time. They won't cut the VTIC footage. They'd invested too much to waste it. Producers grabbed a few reactions to Won-gil's departure, then immediately set up for the ranking ceremony. Contestants sat in their original seats, enduring a dull wait, though the conversation this time kept everyone animated. Whoa, that agency. Insane. Wow, how's Chongryo in person? Even the pre-ceremony tension had eased. Phew, what a lineup. No wonder there was conflict. Big Seijin whistled through the agency's names, then glanced around and whispered with a sly smile. Hey, did you know? What? I heard the older actor Lee Seijin over there struggled a lot deciding. She must have meant Lee Seijin, the child actor turned idol, who joined late. He arrived almost exactly when Choi Won-gil left. I hadn't paid much attention then, and honestly still don't. Big Seijin never seemed fond of Lee Seijin, but now that Park Mundi was comfortable, she let the truth slip with a laugh. He was originally in an acting agency. Maybe he truly wanted idol life? That makes sense. If he expected to be eliminated but still wanted idol work, switching would be logical, though age might preclude another team battle. Let him handle it. Sensing my disinterest, Big Seijin shrugged. Fair enough. That ended our spare time. The actual ranking ceremony filming began in earnest. As contestants readied for the ceremony, the surprise celebrity casting call guests had already departed for other schedules. Tix 2 reps, busy down to the minute, also left. Seated in the van, each scrolling their phone, they finally spoke when lunchtime arrived. Hyung, how was it? Just business. Chongryo answered matter-of-factly. Did you see any standouts among the three? The ones I met were solid. Well, 51 chapter. An eye-catching contestant. Chongryo smiled, but regardless of wrapping up the shoot with the contestants of Ajusa, she remained skeptical about their long-term success. Sure, the current top ranks of that program were riding the wave of audition show fame. But real market competitiveness was a completely different story. They might just look good within the show's storyline. After all, most of them had been dropped by their agencies and relegated to audition programs. Chongryo had been about to return to talking lunch options when one contestant's name slipped out. Park Mundi. Chicken feet. Even as the younger member laughed, Chongryo didn't. All his survey answers matched mine exactly. No way. Seriously? So he's kinda like you? To some extent. No kidding. Chongryo ignored her astonished juniors' reaction and felt a small twinge of regret. A teammate like that would be nice. Park Mundi clearly thought the survey options were stupid. You could tell he'd tried to give neutral answers for the cameras. If he's like you, he must be pretty cold. You mean realistic? Why, yeah. Someone who doesn't immerse themselves in others' emotions and struggles with fantastical thinking. more suited to a regular company IncVL GT, only on IncVL GT, than the entertainment world. Most idol hopefuls, especially the talented young ones, showed both the strengths and weaknesses typical of arts and performance fields. In a good or bad way, they were less detached. But the adult world, driven by capitalist logic, awaited them. Well, it's good to have someone like you leading. Is that so? Thanks. Some might call that flattery, but Changryo agreed. A cool head is best for keeping things on track. Just like when VTIC led their own agency. In that sense, Park Mundi was a solid candidate for the next debut group. Give it a year or two, his dancing will be fine too. And with that personality, even as a junior, he'd naturally gain influence within any team. Changryo knew firsthand. That would make working together so much easier. Good for both the team and the company. But now that VTC had renegotiated with the agency and taken some equity, there was neither the need nor the leisure to fuss over the next boy idol group. After all, once they debuted, they'd all be competitors. A single recommendation was enough to satisfy her conscience. If he's interested, he'll reach out. With that brief conclusion, Changryo drew a mental line under the already completed schedule and moved on. It was a busy season. Not long after the ranking ceremony began, inside the Idol Corporation set, the format was the same, but the number of contestants had shrunk drastically. Only 20 could advance. That alone created tension in the room. And one more variable remained among that small group. Leaders of the two first-place teams from the third team battle, please stand. This was for the team battle victory advantage. One agreed-upon member from the first-place team automatically advances to the next round. Our side had already agreed on Gold 1 during the pre-shoot interview. Our Daltaki team has chosen Ha Il-jun. After Sejin finished speaking, Ryu Chong-woo, leader of the Huskia team, remained silent for a long moment. Something was clearly wrong. Huskia team, please announce your chosen member. The MC's urging sounded almost gleeful, probably just Changryo's paranoia. Chong-woo opened his mouth slowly. Our team had selected Choi Won-gil. Wow, he really followed through. I hadn't expected him to pick that. That meant Won-gil had boldly given up his 50% pass and switched. In any case, his pick threw things into ambiguity. They had already submitted their choice to production before the shoot. It seemed production hadn't approved a last-minute switch after Won-gil dropped out. Now, production scrambled, holding a hasty meeting before signaling the MC. The MC checked the notes and spoke slowly. An unexpected situation has occurred. By rule, if a contestant withdraws voluntarily, their benefit is void. However, considering the special casting call circumstance, we will grant the Huskia team an additional 3 minutes to confer. Understood. Chong-woo bowed and sat, gathering his team. I clicked my tongue inside. It's over. You didn't need to see it to know that team was winning. They wouldn't skip the benefit after setting up such screen time. In short, Gold 1 would have to earn their own survival. A walkover is off the table. Reading Gold 1's face, trying not to look tense, I sensed their unease too. And sure enough, the winner wasn't Daltaki. Congratulations. First place goes to the Huskia team. Thank you. But the absurdity didn't end there. Per the Huskia team's additional agreement, the guaranteed survivor is Cha Eugene. Those crazy bastards had given the benefit to Cha Eugene. Only 2 choices, huh? Either they couldn't agree, or Eugene had somehow rubbed them the wrong way. Either way, that was on them. The Daltaki team wore second-place vibes. What a shame. I know, right? Nah, it's fine. At least it's a fair ranking. Gold 1 tried to sound upbeat, but I wouldn't have blamed them for cursing Huskia under their breath. I would have too. Thus ended the team battle first-place announcement. Then the real ranking ceremony began. 17th place. Kwon Hee-sung. The air tightened as each name was called, undoing the earlier casting call levity. Thank you. The next called, Gold 2, climbed the stage visibly relieved. That guy's hanging on too. I didn't expect him to make it this far, just barely. Ranking continued up to 10th without surprise. The worthy ones advanced. The only notable shift was Lee Se-jin climbing slightly. 11th place. Lee Se-jin A. Considering her blatant brawl in the last team battle, not bad. Probably earned some sympathy votes against villain cast Won-gil. Big Sejin patted her chest and applauded. I'm jealous. She murmured wistfully, as if she'd feared elimination. That was almost cruel. Everyone assumed she'd make it. She was probably praying to be called late. Truly professional camera awareness. Congratulations. The MC paused appropriately between names as familiar contestants joined the stage. And my name came neither too late nor too early. Thank you. I took the 6th place seat. A slight drop from last time. My rank slipped. It wasn't that my votes fell, up a rank. Inflation simply outpaced me. Inflation came because vote buyers grew anxious of negative votes and spent more. And that trend only grows stronger when a contestant seems desperate. Fear makes them spend more. Anyway, producers nailed the method for squeezing wallets. Yet in terms of screen time, rank, or controversy, Park Mundy had no major scandals compared to other top contenders. Can't be helped. Creating drama would be insane. Producers, not me, controlled the edit's intensity. I still regret passing up the casting call. A bit disappointing, but water under the bridge. With Tick's breakout, any Park-centered edit was impossible. Congrats. Yeah, thanks. Big Sejin closed out at 7th, beaming, and offered a high five, a textbook teammate reaction. He'll debut too. Except for the minus votes from the school violence scandal, he had more votes than me. As expected, his fans rallied. Got played, huh? I'd had no choice back then. But the sting remained. I clicked my tongue and returned my gaze to the MC. First place was Cha Eugene. Wow. Eugene laughed as he received the first place badge, then sobered, offering sincere thanks. Being here, I've learned so much and thought deeply. I'll work harder, get stronger, and show you my best. Thank you so much for first place. His grammar was still odd, but his voice carried unprecedented gravity, a synergy with recent edits. No wonder he won. He didn't seem to be faking it. Very fitting for the highest charm stat. The #1 stock chosen by our shareholders, Cha Eugene. Congratulations again. Amid polite applause, Eugene took the top seat. Only 2 spots remained, and Gold 1 still hadn't been called. At least he was a candidate. When the board showed the 4 candidates for ranks 20 and 19, I held out hope, 50-50 odds. Yet Gold 1's name was never called. 20th place. The final finalist for the relisting. Idol Corporation is Co. Taemun. It didn't happen. Like in the team battle, 50-50 betrayed Gold 1 again. Damn that 50%. I'm proud to have come this far. Thank you to the shareholders who voted for me. Gold 1, Ha Il Jun, wrapped up in 21st and exited the audition. Hyung, hey, keep in touch. As soon as the MC finished, the eliminated shared a less formal farewell. After months together, everyone had a few close friends. I was next to greet Gold 2 with Seon Ah-hyun, awkwardly sandwiched between their tears and emotion on camera. I opted for a handshake. Mundy. But he'd been built up emotionally too, and started with a hug. Can't pull away now. Chong-woo spoke softly, as if suppressing disappointment. You'll debut, I think. Stay strong. Would the me who just possessed Park Mundy's body believe that months later an idol hopeful's encouragement would feel so complicated? Really? I returned the sentiment instead of a sigh. Same to you, Hyung. Pardon. I think you'll debut soon, too. Ha Il-jun released the hug and gave me a crooked smile. Night? I'm ready for it. Who knew if 21st would yield any success? But I just nodded. Oddly, it wasn't a camera-driven gesture. Thanks for everything. Thank you, too. 57 eliminated, 20 left. Now all that remained was the finale. 52 chapter. After all the eliminated contestants had cleared out, the remaining participants changed into their training uniforms in the dormitory and regrouped. Moments ago, they'd been sobbing as they said their goodbyes. Now everyone seemed charged with a strange sense of superiority. Can't blame them. They'd made it to the finals with the support of countless fans. Of course, their egos would swell. Unless you had a rock-solid mentality, it was easy to get drunk on this atmosphere, especially at their age. The MC had presumably clocked out. They were nowhere to be seen. Instead, Youngrin took over the shoot. Congratulations to the 20 finalists who will complete the final stage of relisting. Idol Corporation. Let's give them a round of applause. Yes. Applause echoed around. But that courtesy greeting wasn't what mattered now. Why is there nothing set up? This was supposed to be the moment for the last team division, but there was nothing on set. Not a single prop in sight. Only the giant screen remained. What were they planning? First, we'll reveal the song you'll perform on the final stage. Hello? We're Egler. Gasp. The composer team appeared on the screen and greeted everyone. They were a well-known group who'd worked on several hit Idol tracks. As familiar MV clips played, the contestants buzzed with excitement. We, Egler, will now reveal the song we've prepared for you. An original song. Only now, at the finals, did they receive a track worthy of the debut team's album. The show's budget scale was clear. Lala Lolly. In any case, the song was catchy. It wasn't one of those tracks that would spike on the charts for a week and vanish the next. The problem was, you couldn't make out what the guide vocalist was singing. They're just improvising lyrics, aren't they? Wait, could it be? The title of this song is Final, and there are no lyrics. What? No lyrics? At Youngren's announcement, the contestants erupted in reaction. One of the composer team members awkwardly struck a fighting pose and read from a script. We ask you to unleash your creativity. Complete the demo version of Final. Fighting. Youngren picked up the audio and explained. That's right. Final is an unfinished song. You must write your own lyrics, perfect the choreography, and give the song a fitting subtitle. You may also rearrange the track. Just as I suspected. Have they gone full DIY production? Even self-produced idols who did well didn't pull this at the finals. Didn't production see that apart from Daltaki, every other team did nothing but flounder in the third battle? Husky's win was all Cha Eugene's doing, and that track was mediocre at best. Especially since the finale is live. What do they think they're doing? I frowned as the final stage song played on the screen. One thing was clear. I had to team up with Kim Rae-bin. Lyrics and arrangement? No question. Grab her first. But how do we form teams? As if an answer, Youngren announced. And team formation for the final stage is completely free. The production staff will have no involvement in whichever team you form. Just create a group of up to 7 people and begin rehearsals. Oh dear, this is going to be a disaster. Anyone could misstep and become the rumor mill's next target. I heard rumors they'd set traps even for the live finale. I never imagined they'd litter the final preparation with landmines too. And the prize for winning the final stage is 10 million won. Whoa, gasps broke out. Everyone looked stunned by the sudden prize. For a fair competition, the production team has decided to leave your ultimate debut outcome entirely in the shareholders' hands. That was rich. 10 million won. After taxes, about 780,000 won, I reckon. I'll fight for that prize no matter what. My fridge from the talent show win still hasn't arrived. Surely they're not going to stiff us on this prize too. I calculated as Youngren finished speaking. Now, begin forming your teams for the final stage. No sooner had she spoken than everyone surged into action. Mundi, Hyung. Voices called immediately from either side. Seon Ah-hyun in second, Kim Rae-bin in fifth. Big Sejin glanced at Rae-bin and smiled. No position overlap. Perfect. Shall the 3 of us go together? Sounds good. Let's do it. Agreement was reached instantly. Meanwhile, Seon Ah-hyun, who had placed second, hesitated before approaching. Well, including Seon Ah-hyun wouldn't hurt. She's solid. Shall we team up? Why yeah. Seon Ah-hyun's face lit up. The others nodded without objection. That made 4. I frowned. 2nd, 5th, 6th, 7th. Isn't that a bit much? If a hotshot clique of top ranks formed, they'd be criticized as a self-serving cabal. We needed someone skilled but ranked lower who wasn't already friends with us. Hyung, Cha Eugene. Rae-bin broached the name. I saw Eugene chatting with Ryu Inc. VLGT. Official version, Chongwoo. 1st and 4th. No way. How about we stop at 4? Excuse me. If we reject him and push for an unfamiliar lower rank, it won't fly. I decided against adding more. Big Sejin immediately backed me up, clearly understanding the situation. In our performance, we need balanced roles. This is the finale, so showcasing everyone would be good. Our positions are perfect as is. True. If Eugene joined, we had no idea what editorial biases he'd bring. Rae-bin thought for a moment, then nodded calmly. Sound advice. Wise choice. It's just prize money, not votes on the line. I didn't know the voting method yet, but if it were individual votes and we were at a disadvantage, I didn't care. Final screen time mattered most. 4 was enough. Big Sejin pumped the air in victory. Then let's confirm this. Excuse me, sirs. At that moment, Gold 2 cut in on Sejin's celebration. Could we join you? To my surprise, Gold 2 approached with Lee Se-jin, who had placed 11th. How did they pull that off? Gold 2 tried to hide their nerves, but it was obvious. How to refuse without looking cruel. I glanced at Big Se-jin, who offered a sympathetic smile. He was clearly racking his brain for the right refusal. We'd just rejected Eugene under the guise of screen time strategy. It'd be awkward if we now said yes. See, could we join? Thankfully, the weakest member spoke first and surrendered. Si and Ah-hyun shuffled in and offered. Good. Now the key was persuading Ray-bin. It's fine with me. What? She agreed. Ray-bin nodded readily. Perhaps she'd learned from the spicy edits, or maybe she had another motive. How about you, Mundy? I'm good. Then shall we team up? Yay. Thank you. Gold 2 raised both hands in a victory pose. Behind them, Lee Se-jin bowed stiffly, then straightened her expression. Still stiff. Amazing. No need to thank me. Let's do our best. Big Se-jin swiftly organized things and spoke to Youngrin. A few words later, the screen updated. Team 1 confirmed. Si and Ah-hyun, 2. Kim Ray-bin, 5. Park Mundy, 6. Lee Se-jin B, 7. Lee Se-jin A, 11. Kwon Hee-sung, 18. It was official. It felt forced and awkward, especially including Lee Se-jin A potential wildcard. But it was better than being labeled the clique that refused everyone else. At that moment, Cha Eugene's regretful voice rang out. Oh, I missed it. They'd obviously been considering me as main vocal for Team 1, but the group formed too quickly for him to interject. Hyung, let's work together next time. That'd be nice. I waved back at Eugene through the crowd, thinking, next time? There is no next time. Eugene truly lived in an optimistic bubble. Great. Our team's set now, so we have plenty of rehearsal time. Big Se-jin beamed as he led the discussion. By the 4th round, it was nice to skip any getting-to-know-you time. First, let's elect a leader and get started. Oh, everyone gushed, assuming Se-jin would lead since he'd been leader every team. Battle. Se-jin shook his head with a grin. Oh, I won't be running for leader. Why not? His teammates, stunned, watched as he fluttered his eyelashes like a shy kid. I wanted to poke his eyes out. I want to be main dancer. Those aren't mutually exclusive roles. What nonsense was this? You filled both spots back in round 2. Was he planning to spin this into a I gave up the leader role gimmick? Unexpectedly, actor background Lee Se-jin blurted out. You can do both. Oh, right. But this time I want to give it my all and really challenge myself. Se-jin clasped his hands, smiling. And since there are more camera cuts this time, I've been thinking since round 3, why not have someone with creative talent as leader? He glanced at Ray-bin. She stared at Se-jin blankly, then caught my look and said with an ah, I'd like to nominate Hyung, Park Mundy. That's not it. 53 chapter. Hyung, your leader? Yes. At Gold 2's repeat question, Kim Ray-bin nodded earnestly. Her incredulous expression reminded me of the team's reaction during round 2. Enough already. I didn't want any more comedic material. But Ray-bin pressed on unfazed. First, you're calm, you have good insight, and you take care of those around you. Oh, Big Se-jin scratched his chin. Si and Ah-hyun next to him nodded vigorously. True. Catching the mood, Ray-bin launched into rapid-fire praise, seeming moved by her own logic. Above all, your ability to make instant judgments is your greatest leadership strength. In a situation requiring comprehensive creativity, I believe you'll perform exceptionally well. That's true. Swept up by the atmosphere, Gold 2 nodded in a daze. Lee Se-jin stayed remarkably quiet, too. Did that work? I scowled at the scene, then suddenly realized it was a good opportunity. Leader role gets you those desperate, screen-worthy moments. At this stage, go big or go home. A little hardship for some solid footage wouldn't hurt. I don't mind doing it. You all okay with that? Absolutely. Gold 2 blurted out, and the team laughed warmly. I let out a short laugh and wrapped it up. Then I'll do it. Please guide me. Oh, congratulations. I received applause and pinned on the leader badge. The cheap metal badge's little L gleamed. Not bad. Ray-bin would write lyrics. Ah-hyun choreograph. No heavy burden. Just have to watch out for Lee Se-jin. I'd used the that actually makes sense trait a few times in the last round. Hopefully it paid off again now. Oh, speaking of traits, I finally leveled up. thanks to earning my 1000th practice point during the last team battle rehearsals. Barely leveled up by doing both singing and dancing. I clicked my tongue and summoned the status window for the first time in a while. Name, Park. Monday, Ryu Jianwo. Level, 13. Title, None. Singing, A. Dance, C+. Appearance, B+. Charm, B. Traits, Infinite Potential. That actually makes sense, C. I want to be center, C. Back is 500, B. Status ailment, debut or die. Remaining points, 1. I nearly spent that point on dance. Struggling to keep up with Ah-hyun and Sejin's choreography at C+ skill felt like hell. I want to note that I almost blew my plan to keep 1 point in reserve, just barely avoided disaster. And I still had 1 more reserve. Fame ripeness. 1 million people remember your existence. Pull hero trait click. 1 million people. A chilling number. It felt real that an astronomical number of people knew Park Monday by name, face, and traits. I hadn't pulled this draw earlier simply because I hit the milestone during the ranking announcements and had no time to think about it. Anyway, I draw it now. With a practiced glance at the status window, the slot machine spun. It stopped on a silver slot. New trait. Unwavering mind. B. Acquired. Your mind is unmoved by external impulses. Mental shock minus 50%. Not bad. A trait useful for a leader. It'll help me stay calm. I felt reasonably satisfied. But another pop-up appeared. You can hold only 3 traits. That actually makes sense, C. Reverse button delete. I want to be center, C. Back is 500, B. Unwavering mind, B. New. What? Balancing it out like this, huh? I sighed and scanned my traits. First off, infinite potential wasn't listed. Cannot delete it, probably doesn't count in the limit. According to the pop-up, I could have 3 traits. Including the hidden infinite potential, I'd had 4, so this made sense. After a moment's thought, I chose 1 to delete. Trait, unwavering mind, B, has been deleted. It was a pity to lose it so soon, but there was no choice. The others have real uses. I want to be center, boosts my charm stat, too valuable to toss. It shows invisible numbers. And as leader, working with Ah-hyun again, that actually makes sense, was risky to discard. Plus, back is 500 was non-negotiable, a health potion in RPG terms. I'd keep it to the end. So all that's left to delete is unwavering mind. A shame, but oh well. I wasn't exactly an emotional type anyway. No huge loss. Let's go with this. I closed the status window, and at once heard excited voices. Commander Monday. What should we start with? Leader Park. Commander Monday. Wow, I already have a nickname. Deleting unwavering mind had been the right call, but I had a feeling I'd regret it throughout this practice. Ignoring my misgivings, I led the meeting. First, let's decide on a concept. And so, final stage practice began. A few days later, while Park Monday dedicated himself to leading the final stage rehearsals, episode 11, featuring the ranking ceremony, aired outside. Of course, Park Monday's fans were thrilled by his casting call moment with VTIC, especially when they saw Changryo's interview bluntly stating, "All my survey answers matched Park Monday's." Some VTIC fans joined in the excitement. Meeting Changryo made Doggo blush video. Did you see him jump when VTIC showed up? Our Monday got so startled. Every time they filmed Monday, Changryo was commenting exactly the same. So cute, lol. Even their comments were similar. Sigh, they've got chemistry. Maybe they'll do a variety show together later. No please, VTIC fans mingle at your own risk. I'm a Changryo stan, but go ahead and ignore us. Monday was super cute. THX. By the later episodes, season fans were unmoved by petty trolling. Who's the contestant whose idol personality test matched our leaders? Park Monday, 21, main vocal, nicknamed Mundang Dang, loves chicken feet. He's cute and always hardworking pics. Thanks. I'll buy stock hee. Thanks. 1 free share per person. Post proof for a chicken gift card. Link. The cozy sharing Ina via Elgar-HT. Don't copy. Read here. Atmosphere shattered the moment Park Monday's rank was announced. Did they just call Monday? 6th place. Insane. He dropped? Is this real? Fans, who'd assumed he'd rank 3rd or above, fell into disbelief then anger. At themselves. LOL, this is absurd. Monday in danger? Every stage is legendary and new fans flood in, yet he drops LOL. His stock only goes up with good news, so how did rank drop? Fans are slack, it's not his fault. Other contestants' shareholders drop wild rumors, but Monday has no controversies. His talent is obvious, this isn't right. And those pity voters spouting nonsense, infuriating. Long after the broadcast ended, the chatter continued into the early morning, this time more calmly. Can't sleep. Actually, Big Sejan overtook by rumors causing a brief sell-off. Remove that, and the ranking flips? So Monday was really 7th originally? I'm speechless. This final stage wasn't one to lose rank. Despite being main vocal, his fancam likes plus views were 4th. Ridiculous. Did you see how other contestants' shareholders vote? Only we believed in stock and played it safe. All opinions converged. At this rate, Monday might be eliminated. Wake up. Thus, just before dawn, Park Monday's fan sites blazed. They all shared one determination. I'll show them something. The outside air is so fresh. I stepped outside the set for the first time in a while. Beside me, Big Sejan muttered in a rare gloomy tone. Has it been a week? Due to unexpected renovations of the dorm and set, the contestants received an unplanned 2-day rest. 10 days until the finals. 3 days until the next broadcast. Instead of the main episode the pre-final week, Idol Corporation aired a live talk show style episode with the surviving contestants. And yes, it was live too. It was a relief to have even a short break. I worried about practice volume, but I'd kill myself in rehearsal in those 3 days. Monday, staying at Ahyun's again? Why yeah. During the break, I stayed briefly with Sian Ahyun again. I want to do nothing. Being leader, burned more calories than I'd expected. I followed Ahyun immediately. Apparently her parents were picking her up. Hyung, that voice I'd heard every day for the past few days called again. Yeah, what's up? If you have no special schedule these 2 days, would you like to go see the ads fans put up for you? I wanted to say I had none, but it felt wrong to refuse. It is our chance to acknowledge their effort. If I didn't confirm them after they spent money, they'd be discouraged. But I wanted to go alone. Refusing and going alone would offend Raybin. This isn't a dating sim. Absurd as it was, I had no choice. Sure, let's go. Okay, Raybin nodded excitedly. She pulled out her smartphone and began tapping. To see the most ads efficiently, how about this route? I peered at the screen she showed. It was a map with lines drawn over subway routes. It marked stations with my ads and a suggested travel path on top. As I thought, the caption read, Latest Park Monday subway ads, 27 stations. 27? All the circles pinpointed. Only high-traffic stations. Is this even possible? This wasn't a VTIC global fundraising birthday campaign. How could one person's ads cover 27 stations? Big Sejan, looking at his own phone, patted my back. Hey, you have one more station than Cha Eugene. Subway ads. You're number 1. Oh, congrats, Hyung. What on earth happened during that 1 week of practice? 54 chapter. While I was left speechless at the number 27 stations, our ad verification squad steadily grew in size. Are you going now? Then I'll come too. We overlap at a few of these. There's a team spoiler clause. What if someone from another team comes along? Cha Eugene. Yes. I'm fine with it. You, Monday. Do as you like. Okay, that quiet plan to just pop in and pop out ended right there. Surprisingly, Sian Ah-hyun looked heartbroken as she bowed out. My parents and I decided to go on a trip. Oh, if that was her excuse, it would be ridiculous to leave me alone at her house. Then should I stay elsewhere too? No, use mine. Ah-hyun gasped. I'll lend you my key. Thanks. I wondered what she trusted me enough to lend her key. As I accepted it awkwardly, Ah-hyun blurted out. Well, actually, I was going to ask you to come with me. I had no idea why she'd considered inviting Park Monday on a family trip. Had her parents even agreed? I appreciate the thought. At that point, I would have much preferred doing the ad tour with Kim Raybin. I almost ended up traveling with someone else's parents I hardly knew. See you on set. Big Sejan waved Ah-hyun off. No sooner had her car disappeared than Cha Eugene appeared. This is so exciting. Eugene's eyes sparkled as he shook his backpack. I already had a bad feeling. I just lost a whole day off. I silently mourned my vanished holiday. First off, I vetoed the insane proposal to travel by public transit. We already had a track record. We'd barely make it a station before we'd have to run. Right. Eugene looked disappointed, but quickly recovered. He seemed to enjoy taking taxis for some reason. Anyway, our first stop was Uedo Station, the closest to the set. Shall we take pictures? This one went smoothly. Only Ray-Bin and I had ads there, so we each snapped our photos and left without comment. A few commuters noticed when we removed our masks, but as it was a weekday morning at a busy office station, no fuss arose. Nice. We got back in the taxi with our giddy companions, and a thought struck me. Isn't this pointless? Without witnesses, it was no different from me going alone to inspect ad boards. We couldn't even share the photos online. Should I pretend there's a sighting leak? But that worry was wasted. At our next stop, Express Bus Terminal Station, it turned into chaos. Whoa, Cha Eugene. That's him. Is that them? Ajusa? They must be here to see the ads. Wow. We heard all this the moment we came within 3 meters of the terminal's ad board. No one had even removed their masks. We'd taken precautions, hats and hoods, but somehow they recognized us. Our hair was fully covered, and a massive crowd surged toward us, even from the underground arcade. This is a public nuisance. An accident was waiting to happen. Time to bail. We exchanged glances and slipped out of the station, unable to take any photos. Now nothing will help me hide. Back in the taxi, just as I let out a sigh of relief, I noticed another taxi tailing us. That one's following us, right? The person in the passenger seat is holding a camera. At Ray-Bin's confirmation, the taxi's mood turned somber. The driver, who'd been joking about having such fun, fell silent in the serious atmosphere. We're screwed. Thus, our ad tour spectacularly failed from the start. Once we'd shaken off the tail, everyone agreed on our next move. Let's split up. Okay. You okay with that? Let's wear mascot costumes. Eugene suddenly broke the quiet agreement. Mascot costumes. Yes. Cute, and people won't recognize us. Big Sejin was first to react. Wait, there's a rental shop in Gangnam. Oh, and the price is fine, about 50 to 60,000 won per person. 50,000 won per costume wasn't pocket change, but it was a decent idea. I sighed and added, let's rent costumes together, but then each of us go see our own ads. Why? When Eugene challenged me, Ray-Bin answered gloomily. If 4 mascots move together, it'll draw even more attention. Oh, we all instantly agreed. Then let's at least go rent them together. Sound good? Yes. Okay. Driver, we'd like to go here. Big Sejin immediately changed the taxi destination. Within 20 minutes we arrived at a party supplies rental shop hidden in a side alley of a shopping complex. I'll take this one. No sooner had we arrived than Eugene grabbed an animal head and darted to the counter. It looked like some kind of white tiger or fox. Quick, huh? Let's pick ours too. A shop assistant approached our group, eyes bright. Excuse me, could I get your autograph? Of course. We asked them kindly not to post it online today, then lined up to sign. It felt extremely awkward. I'll take this one. After signing, we each chose a mascot head. Big Sejin picked a giant bear, Ray-Bin chose a rabbit. Clearly, they were playing to fan sentiment. Guess I'm stuck with whatever's left. I reluctantly grabbed the last head. It was heavier than I remembered from my part-time mascot days 5 years ago. This will be brutal. Just thinking about wandering around in this made my head spin. First, I need a new route. Meanwhile, Park Mundi's fan sites, having rallied to boost voting, had also bought ads on public transit to drive SMS votes for the finale. They'd taken wrapping buses and even cinema screens, but due to time constraints, only subway station ads had gone live. One fan had secured the large screen near Gangnam Station's underground arcade. Looks great. At the press showcase, she'd captured Park Mundi's iconic cheek pinch pose, and now used that photo for her billboard. I'm glad I saved that one. At Jamsil Station, another fan ran a digital poster of Park Mundi in his round 2 hero suit. I plan to visit that next. I wish I could do one more. She looked across at Ah-hyun's billboard on the opposite screen with envy. Fans of Ah-hyun had practically rented the entire Ah-hyun station days earlier, plastering ads from the platform doors to the exits. If they did that there, they could have given up Gangnam for us. They'd raised ample funds, leaving leftover personal contributions on the table. What a shame. Anyway, the colors look great, so I'm happy. She snapped the billboard again with her camera. At that moment, her friend, who'd gone to get coffee, returned, beaming. Hey, look at this. Huh. Following the direction of her straw, they saw a yellow, perky-eared puppy mascot wobbling toward the screen. A Welsh corgi? As she stared dumbfounded, she noticed a sketchbook held in one paw. Park Monday debut. What on earth is that? She burst out laughing and cleared space for the corgi mascot. Nearby, a few onlookers also chuckled. He must have chosen the yellow puppy costume to match Monday's hair color and nickname. The tall figure inside the costume waddled adorably. Shall I take your picture? Her friend asked the corgi mascot, who nodded and offered the phone. People really have the best ideas. She grinned and spoke to the corgi. Mind if I post this photo? Such a great idea. The corgi nodded earnestly. She quickly snapped the picture and uploaded it to her fan account. Went to see the ads and met a Monday mascot fan, laughing face. Pick. Because it was such a shareable moment, likes and reposts exploded. Meanwhile, the corgi mascot had taken photos with everyone and returned the phone to her friend. Enjoy your ride home. The mascot bowed and waddled off. She and her friend giggled as they headed to line 2. They planned to eat near Jamsel Station and then check out that billboard too. At a nearby restaurant they had lunch, then moved to a CAF to wait for their drinks. Her friend laughed and showed her something. Look at this. That corgi fan even went to Jamsel. There are more photos. Wow, impressive. That costume must be tough to move in. Thinking Park Monday would love these, she scrolled through the SNS photos. The corgi mascot had diligently visited station after station, snapping certification photos all morning and lunchtime. Did they come to Seoul just for this? I'd seen fans go that far before. Odd, but not unheard of. The mascot idea was creative, at least. As she swiped, she saw the photos she'd taken earlier. Then she stopped at something. Her friend's shot of her taking a photo of the mascot. Huh, something wrong. In a trembling voice, she asked, when you took that corgi photo earlier? Yeah. Did you check their phone? Her friend tilted her head. It's just a smartphone. Kind of old, no case, wait. Her friend stopped mid-sentence, realization dawning. Without hearing more, she urgently pulled up Park Monday's PR video. That model. Then she checked the photo she'd taken. The phone in the mascot's paw was identical to the one in the PR video. A chill ran down her spine. Hey. Is this for real? For real. As she and her friend groped for words amid their unbelievable discovery, her phone pinged with a new notification. OMG, that yellow puppy is Monday himself. He just took the costume off. Blurry pic of Monday removing costume. Attached was a half-body shot of Park Monday, sweaty and smiling as he doffed the mascot head in front of the Shinshin Station billboard. It was the same photo the pair had seen that morning. They sat speechless until their Americanos arrived. Enjoy your coffee. Only then, as she forced iced coffee down her throat, did she internally wail. I should have shaken his hand. She was thrilled her idol was happy, but also nauseated by her regret. Let's go to the fan signing event. We definitely will. Vowing to attend the fan sign, the two sat, hearts blazing with excitement. 55 chapter. I returned the mascot costume before sundown and headed back to Sian Ah-hyun's place. My entire body felt steamed by the moisture inside that suit. So hot. I'd spent a lot, and I was exhausted. Yet, I didn't feel bad. Maybe because I only heard good things. The reaction when I removed the headpiece was amazing, but actually wandering around in the costume had been more interesting. People laughed and wanted to take photos with me, or handed me printed photos of myself and snacks. It was all so novel. Though I never expected photos like those. There were even images photoshopped with yellow animal ears. I tucked those pictures and the gifts I'd received into my bag to look over later, then jumped straight into the shower. I'm alive again. After drying off and changing, I felt completely refreshed. Sitting on the bed, drinking cold water, my new group chat started buzzing nonstop. Big Sejin. Wow, saw all the news. You all made it back safe except Eugene. LOL. Cha Eugene. Kim Raybin. Why did you talk while you were in a mascot costume? Cha Eugene. Slash, I didn't know. Scrolling up, I saw a video of Eugene yelling thanks, getting unmasked instantly, then bolting away. Not surprising at all. Big Sejin. Hey, Monday hit 15 stations? Amazing. You're the willpower of Korea. Applause everyone. Kim Rae-bin. Old school clapping emoji. Cha Eugene. Congrats. Big Sejin. Monday, I saw you skip station 1. Answer me, LOL. I chuckled and replied. Me yeah thanks. Kim Rae-bin. Waving emoji. Cha Eugene. Awesome. Big Sejin. LOL. Anytime. Heart emoji. I closed the emoji-laden chat and checked my social feeds. Let's see if anyone's complaining I went off gallivanting instead of rehearsing. Fortunately, no such complaints. Everyone seemed delighted. Scrolling further up, I found the moment fans realized 4 mascots had chased different contestants' ads. At first, people thought it was just fans playing a prank. I want to do this with my fellow stans. So wholesome and cute. Fans should be friends, not fight. Let's debut all of Cha, Rae Monday, and Sejin. But once Eugene was exposed and each mascot removed their head, the reaction turned to sheer astonishment. OMG crazy. What on earth happened? I was at Jamsil Station yesterday. On Monday if I'd known, I'd have camped there all night. What's with that glowing bear face, real? Guys, I gave the Corgi mascot a photo and came back AM Monday I love you. Pic of Monday with dog. Ears. Then, after a review post from the costume rental shop showed the signed feedback, everyone went wild with joy. Looks like they rented to match each other's images. Costume rental shop review up. Link. My goodness, how did these lunatics think of this? Imagining them digging through mascot suits to pick a corgi for our Monday makes me want to die of cuteness. Screen cap. Love to death. Fans calling him our puppy, picking a yellow dog costume. They must have been so proud heartache. Glad they enjoyed it. It was a bit embarrassing but bearable because they loved it so much. Though I'm not sure it warranted this much cuteness hype. Is it my emotional problem? I shrugged, tidied the bedding, and lay down, and realized. I didn't eat anything today. I'd been so caught up in mascot chaos, I'd forgotten. Yet strangely, I wasn't hungry. Should I grab something to eat before bed? The thought barely formed before I fell into a dreamless sleep. That early evening nap stretched until noon the next day. Well, productive rest. I spent half a day doing light exercise and fully recovering. Then, in the early morning, I headed to the set to prepare for the live talk segment. Sian Ah-hyun, back from her family trip with a bag of walnut cookies, came along too. Those cookies were delicious, made with white kidney bean paste, so smooth. Monday, you rested well? Yes. Entering the waiting area, Ryu Chong-woo greeted me first. Ah-hyun had been summoned by production and wasn't there. How about you, Hyung? Rested well. Yeah. Chong-woo gave a crooked smile. His expression looked off. Come to think of it, he didn't volunteer as leader this time. I'd heard he'd stepped back, but I didn't know why, and honestly didn't care. I saw you guys in those mascot suits. Looked fun. Ah, thanks. I saw you did some signings too. I figured I'd return the courtesy, just in case we debut. Chong-woo hesitated, then replied. Not lately. What was I supposed to do with that? He seemed to want me to ask his story, but I didn't feel the need. I shrugged and closed the topic. You can do it after the broadcast. If I don't debut, it'd be embarrassing. Chong-woo laughed nervously. Why does he keep picking on that? I cut in. I think you'll debut, Hyung. Thanks. But that's uncertain. My rank dropped too, remember? Was he talking about falling from first to fourth? I know he'll debut and be a leader. I gave Chong-woo a curt once-over, but acknowledged anyone at this stage might feel insecure. He also seemed burned out. Wait, if Chong-woo gets eliminated now, there'll be an opening. I briefly entertained a hopeful thought, then dismissed it. Mental breakdown or not, only the finale remained. I decided to answer casually. Even if you're eliminated, fans would rather have you doing ad verifications than nothing, right? I'm not sure they'll stay after I'm gone and the show ends. They spent money on ads. Doubt they'll vanish suddenly. Oh, if it's a transfer station, even the cheapest is 200. Prime locations go up to 10 million won, you know. Oh, really? Yes. I heard Chong-woo swallow. He didn't know? I'll do my best then. Of course. I stared at Chong-woo blankly. Monday. Just then, Big Sejin burst in, waving energetically. I'll use that as my excuse. I naturally bowed to Chong-woo, then approached Sejin, and realized anew. At minimum rates, I owe 5.4 million won in ad debts. An amount that'd shatter my conscience unless I worked like a beast. I never imagined I'd have this strong a motivation. Right behind, avoid sudden death. This week's episode subtitle was Relisting, Idol Corporation, Performance Report. I never expected such a corporate-sounding subtitle for a talk show, but it was certainly memorable naming. The content was a typical audition show special. Surviving contestants sat for questions and shared episodes. But because it was live, there was no magic of editing, and the questions stayed pretty tame. 14 Dipping group members. Dipping is still the trend. Thus, most of the airtime was devoted to random TMI reveals. They're phoning it in. I lowered my dipping panel, thinking to myself, instead of the usual MC, a celebrity often seen on talk shows hosted. Impressive he could manage 20 amateurs so smoothly. But I feel the ratings will be halved at this rate. Each time I thought that, the MC tossed in a fresh segment. This corner is Random Play Dance. A simple but famous format. Music plays, you jump out and dance. 20 people rushing on stage turned it into a gloriously chaotic spectacle. Come to me. Come to me. Dazzling paradise by your side. Whoa, I wanted to try this. Tamalong Dalcoms, Into a New World. Chai Eugene and several others dashed on stage to dance. Oh, they nailed the choreography from round one's team battle, prompting laughter and applause from the October 31st veterans seated nearby. Since the segment used only songs featured on the show, viewers enjoyed seeing contestants attempt other teams' dances. Not bad. Or so I thought, until a familiar melody struck my ears. Pop, pop, you're my popcorn. Huh, wow, this one. Haha. Contestants who'd been returning to their seats sprang back out and began dancing the popcorn routine. It was so simple and well-known that nearly all 20 of them joined. Everyone except me. Park Monday. Park Monday. The MC called me enthusiastically. I guess they'll keep inviting me until I retire. I trudged on stage and joined the dancers. Since I was up there anyway, I might as well go all out. Pop, pop, pop. POPCON. Thanks to production playing the full track through the ending, we struck our final poses. Those nearest me whispered as they left the stage. Yo, Monday, you've really improved. You're a genius, genius. Let's stop. Huh? That's praise. You shy. Hyung, you're too humble. Maybe it was a mistake teaming me with Big Sejin and Gold too. Anyway, the broadcast flowed nicely. All 20 contestants threw themselves into each segment energetically, following the MC's prompts. Now, let's take a viewer question. Oh, just a moment. When I pull a name, the MC reached into a box at the side of the set, drew out a ball, and read the name inside. Contestant Park Monday. Yes, I hadn't expected to be chosen, 1 in 20 odds. I raised my hand immediately. The MC fetched the show's PPL tablet PC and flipped through the incoming questions, seemingly weeding out anything inappropriate. Among the questions, here it is. The MC tapped the screen to enlarge the text, then turned it toward the camera and read. Is it true that Monday changed his name? What? 56 chapter. Did Park Monday change his name? A cold ache crept up the back of my neck. It felt bad. I shouldn't look awkward anyway. I grabbed the mic and spoke immediately. I've been Park Monday since I registered my birth. Oh haha. The MC's reaction was good. It was the truth. The moment I entered this body, I checked the resident registration, basic certificate, and family relation certificate. It was obvious, not stupidity. I had checked every possible issue. Park Monday had lived under that name with no other quirks. Apart from the high school withdrawal note I wrote myself, his record was clean. His withdrawal was due to bullying, as the suicide note said. Nothing here would block a debut. But that specific confirmation, whether he'd changed his name, still nagged at me. I'll have to look it up online as soon as this is over. Maybe they asked because your name is so unique. Monday. The MC wrapped up the question, as if there were no more topics. I watched another contestant get asked, waiting for the filming to end. I just found a deep dive SNS post online. No results on what Monday Inji did in life. Could he be an alien who changed his name? So that's the issue. I felt a bit empty. Because the original account owner was a famous illustrator, it had quickly become a meme, at least within the fan community. Impossible. But he eats so seriously, so it must be an alien dispatched to study Earth's food culture. Mundy's actual body has dog ears. Saw it myself. I didn't mind jokes like that, but it did make me wonder. I never expected 0 results. His birth date and name were on his profile. Frankly, I thought his high school would be revealed mid-broadcast. Even something like, I went to the same school. He was odd, walked alone, then withdrew seemed likely. That kind of comment wouldn't hurt him. Fans would be relieved he wasn't a bully, since he'd been weak at school. Maybe he just looks so different now. That theory made the most sense to me. When I entered this body, Park Mundy was scrawny, with unruly hair. And with someone me, inside, his speech, movements, and vibe all changed. Still, it would come out eventually. He wasn't using a pseudonym. I hope it waits until after the show ends. I wouldn't be able to check my phone once live broadcast began. After the talk show wrapped, we returned to the dorm and handed in our smartphones as always. Focus on practice. Only a week remained until the finals. There was no time for anything else. But even without time, if a problem arises, you can't help but think about it. I would feel that all too soon. The trouble started 2 nights later. Half dozing and stuffing dinner in my mouth, I got an urgent call from production. Based on past experience, I thought they'd set up another interview shot. But the staff room felt serious. Mundy, the writer who'd cast me at the karaoke room, began in a concerned tone. There's something on the internet. Yes. My stomach sank. The writer paused, as if not knowing how to say it. I felt a headache coming on and held out both hands. Mind if I see it myself? Sure. The writer eyed me from head to toe and handed over their phone. I looked at the screen. A familiar interface appeared. The same community where the big siege and bullying controversy broke. And in large font at the top was the title. Equals. Reason Park Mundy withdrew. Caught stealing sanitary pads, LOL. What the hell is this bullshit? I'd never heard such a title. My head spun. My mind went blank as I checked the content. Equals. Park Mundy is from Incheon Sejong High, so no need to explain that. I went to Sejong, and I'm his age. He was in class 3, total weirdo. I didn't even know his name until now. But don't relax yet. Fan's the girl in his class who withdrew got caught stealing sanitary pads. The poor girl was labeled a pad thief, so she withdrew soon after. And quite a few people know about this. They were asking if the school bullying committee would convene. Mundy withdrew and ran away. For skeptics, here's my graduation album and uniform proof. But more stories will come out. Photo. Below, self-proclaimed Sejong alumni posted testimony in the best comments. My spine went cold. There was no answer to this. It'd be better if he'd beaten someone or stolen money. Stealing sanitary pads? Even in reality, I'd think he was hopeless. And now an Idol audition participant got hit with this. Did you read it all? I read it, but had nothing to say. What the hell? Was Mundy thinking? Did he really do that and write in his note that he was bullied? Sure, if it weren't theft, the note would make sense. But how can he prove he didn't steal? Yes, I managed to answer. The writer didn't ask useless questions like, is it true? You'd better think fast about what to do. They meant, clean this up or quit. I swallowed and replied, please let me think a moment. I will. Yes. Quickly. I couldn't even speak properly. I went back to the dorm in a daze. The practice rooms were empty, so I sat on the bed. If I sat at the table, I felt I'd smash everything on it. I sat on the bed instead, and I tried to think as calmly as possible. Bullshit calm. I punched the bed. Thuds echoed, but my frustration didn't ease. They're telling me to debut in a year in this fucked up body? How am I supposed to handle this? This situation felt malicious. Who put me here, patched me up as if I'd level up, and told me to debut within a year? My head ached. I should have kept the stubborn trait. What now? After anger came a wave of helplessness. There was nothing I could do. I knew nothing. If I had my phone, I could search. No, that'd be insane. Right now, I hadn't been exposed to public opinion, so it felt manageable. I've lived not caring about others' opinions, but I can't guarantee I'd stay sane under mass online vitriol. And those people, what about the fans? Who supported Mundy? They spent money and time. They'd never imagined this betrayal. It's maddening that I didn't do it. It was the first time since I was orphaned that I felt so overwhelmed. Should I give up? As that thought flickered, someone creaked open the dorm door. Hey. I thought my restraint in not telling them to leave was superhuman. I remained on the bed, head bowed, brain boiling. Hey, Park Mundy. At that moment, Lee Sejin burst in. The rumor must have spread. No surprise he noticed first. Is that story true? I didn't know. I thought I didn't reply, but stress had taken over my mouth, and I did answer. How would I know? Did you really quit because of that? I don't know. Why was he bothering? With the finals so close, if I quit, it'd benefit him. You know that sounds ridiculous, right? I ground my teeth. I don't remember. What? Fuck. I woke up from a suicide attempt, so I don't remember anything. Happy now. Thud. Seeing Ah-hyun, standing awkwardly beside him, dropped her chocolate bar. I sighed. I'd told the truth for no reason. I should be glad I hadn't mentioned body swapping or stat screen. Otherwise, they'd think I was lying or mentally ill. But what good would any of that do? If I can't resolve this, there's no debut in a year. Oh, really? It's real. As if I could spare energy for pointless chat. If you understand, just leave. Me be. I'll handle it. You don't even remember, so how will you handle it? Get out. At least it's better to talk to someone than nothing, especially without an agency. He had a point. I find it hard to believe, but I don't think you'd lie about something like this. The pad stealing rumor is weirder. Why, yeah? You're too sharp to do such a foolish thing. No. I mean, that's not what I meant. So. Seeing Ah-hyun froze. Lee Sejin ignored her. All right. If the victim or her friend posted it, it'd be different. But that's not the case. I felt my head clear a bit. I looked up at Lee Sejin. He sat calmly on the floor across from me. I wondered why he was so concerned after I'd helped him before. But with the finals looming, this was an unexpected gesture. I couldn't afford to care about this. For now, let's say you don't remember. Do you recall anything from high school? High school? I don't remember anything. I just woke up with a suicide note. A moment of silence. The note didn't mention any specifics. It, Novel'ight, had no concrete incident details. It did say he felt wronged, but anyone could say that. You're so objective about yourself. Lee Sejin managed a hollow laugh. I wanted to scoff, but I had no heart for it. Excuse me. Seeing Ah-hyun struggled into the conversation. So, should we try to find and confirm the person involved? She meant the girl who withdrew. With filming ongoing, there's neither time nor opportunity unless you quit. The situation became clear as we spoke. Quitting to put out the fire, then investigating properly seemed the only way to survive. I won't quit. What? I said, wait, just hold on a little longer. 57 chapter. What are you waiting for? I sighed. Seeing Ah-hyun, who had boldly told me not to quit and just wait, now looked as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Anyone could think she was the one dropping out. Meanwhile, my mind was growing colder. This, frankly speaking, isn't something that'll be fixed by just holding on. If I were already a debuting idol, I might have the option to lay low and wait it out. But as an audition contestant with the finals looming, that approach was impossible. Seeing someone who, in the public's eyes, doesn't deserve to succeed, keep hanging on would only deepen their dislike. And this wasn't just any audition. On a cable network, with over 10% ratings and dominating real-time search trends, waiting it out was suicide. If I'm going to lose in the finals anyway, the next best option is to withdraw quickly and figure out the truth. I'd use vague talk of health issues to buy myself time. That minimized the damage. And if Park Mundy really is innocent, clearing his name later would be easier. Then, if investigation shows he really did do it, I'd track the victim down and apologize. Damn it, that poor girl even withdrew. I wouldn't let Park Mundy continue unchallenged. But there was no other choice. If there's no proof Park Mundy is innocent, waiting will only make things worse. But, say Sejin, you even found that composite photo right away. You had your phone then. That kind of luck doesn't happen often. Seeing Ah-hyun hung her head. A short silence fell over the dorm. Then, anyone there? Someone knocked on the door again. Yeah. At Lee Sejin's curt answer, the door opened. Kim Rabin stepped in, followed by Cha Eugene trailing behind. I didn't know why Eugene came into someone else's dorm, but if it was on purpose, that was seriously clueless. Rabin must have sensed the awful mood, because she immediately looked around with concern. We just finished our personal practice. They'd skipped their self-practice to come here. It wasn't much help, but honestly, I was grateful. I summoned my last shred of patience. Go practice. And no, only a few days left. Don't regret it later. What about you? I replied calmly. I'm going to arrange my withdrawal. And no, once more, I'd check public reaction. If it looked the same, I'd craft a withdrawal statement. Huh? Hyung, why all of a sudden? Raybin was horrified. That socially oblivious kid still hadn't heard the rumors. I'm exhausted. I didn't want to discuss anymore. They'd hear it tomorrow anyway. I brushed past Raybin toward the door. I intended to meet the producer immediately, but hands grabbed my shoulders from both sides. Come on, Monday. Rest a bit, then think it over. Why, yeah, right. First, rest. Give your head a rest. When both of them held on, I was briefly overwhelmed. Like a subdued animal, they dragged me back to the bed. Had they gone mad? You insane? Snap out of it. It's been less than 30 minutes since this blew up. You'd throw away months of hard work in half an hour. But delaying only makes it worse. Even if you withdraw now, the article won't break until tomorrow morning. Morning or now, it's the same. Lee Se-jin and Seon Ah-hyun shoved me back onto the bed. You have to decide with a clear head so you won't regret it. You're panicked. You're not thinking straight. What? I tried to sit up, then froze. What nonsense was this? I'm thinking straight. No, you're not. You're rattled and scared. Lee Se-jin added quietly. I told you before. Whether you quit now or tomorrow morning makes no difference. You'd still get the article either way. That was damn it. He was right. I couldn't argue. I'm in panic mode. I exhaled. I couldn't stop thinking about how I should have kept the stubborn trait. For now, I lay back as they wanted. I heard Seon Ah-hyun breathe a sigh of relief. What on earth is going on? All right, let's go. Lee Se-jin herded Raybin and Cha Eugene out the door. Ah-hyun followed, then swallowed hard and said, rest up. Creak. The door closed very gently. Even if I go out, their bed's still here. Well, in a few hours they'd either sheepishly come back or I'd fall asleep at the practice room. I had no energy to care. I closed my eyes and folded my arms. I tried to look at Park Mundy's case objectively, as if that'd be possible. Facing social death and risking sudden demise hardly made calm analysis easy. Stat screen. Even if I brought it up, nothing had changed. Only one thing caught my eye. Status ailment. Debut or die. Why the hell are you doing this to me? Why me of all people? Why Park Mundy? Not knowing anything about my predicament, and having no way to find out, was infuriating. I certainly wouldn't think of a brilliant solution by morning. No miracle was coming. Hoping for luck is idiotic. Terrible things can strike without warning, but the reverse is unbelievably rare. Compare the odds of winning the lottery to getting hit by a car. The latter is overwhelmingly more likely. Look at me. A supernatural miracle happened, completely upended my life, and it was already doomed. Damn. I only felt more anxious. I wanted to just quit right then. Still, I'll make it through tonight. Nothing to look forward to. Thinking of their care, I sighed and unclasped my arms. My thoughts spun. The more I tried to calculate a rational move. There's no answer anywhere. Somehow, I must have dozed off. Boom. A loud noise jolted me awake. Wood breaking? Half asleep, I turned my head and saw Seon Ah-hyun burst through the door. Monday. Her face was beet red. What now? If someone else had a crisis instead of me, I wouldn't mind hiding behind it. Seon Ah-hyun thrust something right under my nose. It was a smartphone, screen lit up. Look at this. The glare stung my eyes. I squinted and took the phone. Where did she get this? Holding a banned item from set, I read the screen with unease. A miracle had occurred. Number 2. Park Mundy, on Idol Corporation, is the subject of the recent controversy. 632. I'm still afraid to write this publicly, but I can't stand seeing an innocent person suffer, so I'm writing. It's true the withdrawal followed the sanitary pad theft incident, but Park Mundy did not steal the pads. The post then detailed the exact circumstances. The writer had been bullied by a few nasty classmates over trivial things since the start of term. What began as gossip escalated until it became unbearable. But due to family issues, they Inc. VLGHD, exclusive on Inc. VLGHD, had no choice but to endure. Then the pad theft rumor broke. Apparently the bullies framed Park Mundy, who walked alone, had no close friends, for the theft, doubling their amusement. I didn't want to live anymore. Though not explicitly stated, the harassment was apparently as severe as sexual assault. The writer's mental health shattered under extreme stress, causing 10 days of unexcused absences. During that time, Park Mundy simply withdrew. The writer, feeling guilty their victim was blamed, tried contacting Park Mundy after withdrawal. But Mundy's reply to their apology and concerned text was allegedly, "You did nothing wrong, so there's nothing for me to apologize for. I was going to withdraw anyway, so it's fine. But if you want to press charges against your harassers because you're suffering, I'll help." The writer was on antidepressants and couldn't even go near the school without panic attacks, so they couldn't pursue legal action. They drifted apart from Mundy, but even after some distance, they still worried and tried contacting him again, only to get number unavailable. Mundy must have canceled his phone service. When I saw Mundy on the audition show, his style and look had changed so much I didn't recognize him. Only after the controversy did I realize he was that person. He was always quiet, but never troubled anyone. After withdrawal, I realized he was thoughtful and kind. I hope Mundy wasn't hurt by all this. The post concluded that the writer would proceed with legal action against the bullies based on recorded evidence. A few verification photos were attached. In the latest comments, deniers were getting roasted, deleting, or fleeing their posts. And supportive voices had reclaimed the best comment slots. No wonder something felt off. Mundy seemed so straightforward. He couldn't have done that. To the self-proclaimed classmates who spread that rumor without knowing him, get ready to pay up. Thank you so much, writer really. Mundy, you've been through so much. My stomach churned. They proved Mundy was innocent, and the victim herself came forward to verify it, all within a day of the incident. Okay, that's enough. Hyun began babbling, but I hardly heard her. My head was pounding. Is this even possible? With no action on my part, the situation just resolved itself? No relief or joy, only a strange sense. It felt surreal that life-changing events could turn positive so suddenly. I'd learned that if a life shift happens without my doing, it's almost always for the worse. But here I was, in someone else's body, witnessing a total reversal. Hey, suddenly the door burst open and the team poured in, led by Lee Se-jin. Right? I'm the leader. We weren't that close, so it felt odd. But a leader in Schrodinger's resignation state would be awkward for practice anyway. They must have been thinking all night too. Hey, what did I say? I told you to wait. Seeing Hyun, Lee Se-jin assessed the situation and shouted. He already knew. Yeah. I nodded obediently. Thanks. If not for them, I'd have quit and packed up last night, then regretted it this morning. Thanks to you, the show goes on. I smiled. Hyun kept repeating, no, it's okay, and thank goodness. Lee Se-jin grinned. Buy me some beef if you're thankful. Let's pretend none of this happened. Hey, I had no money. Listening to Lee Se-jin grumble and the others congratulate me, I finally felt relief. Now I can practice quietly until the finals. Thanks for bringing this. How did you get it? I asked her to send it. Hyun grinned and pocketed her phone. I hoped there'd be no more drama before the finals. But I had no idea things were about to get even stranger. The first post came from Gold 158 chapter. Rumors about Park Mundy were being quickly corrected online. Thanks to the subject's own clarification, almost no one was nitpicking anymore. Only the trolls, unable to vent at the now-blameless Mundy, left behind their persistent sneers. He changed his look, so whatever, but plastic surgery is obvious. Ugh, paralyzing paranoia. That loser got surgery and now acts like he's something special, haha, dreams shattered, lol. On the show he acted tough and like he did things his way. But he was just a loser. Both the surgery and the pad theft were just deception, right? Yeah, Mundy's. Still that dropout loser with no diploma. Adults with no high school are trash, right? With the finals so close, fans endured watching those trying desperately to tarnish his image. This crushes all faith in humanity. Mundy did nothing wrong. Why do these psychos keep harassing him? He absolutely must debut. If Mundy doesn't debut, I'll die of injustice. I've read all the PDFs, just waiting for Mundy to get a company. At that moment, Gold 1 Jun's post went up. He'd opened his SNS account immediately after elimination, posting reflections and practice logs. Finals are coming soon. I'll be watching the live broadcast too. Plus, October 31st, brothers and sisters, cheer up. Especially hashtag Monday. During the rating evaluation, he practiced without sleeping for a week. It was legendary among US fighting. Hashtag Ajusa, hashtag live broadcast, hashtag Heil June, hashtag traveler. Heil June meant his mention partly out of sympathy, partly for buzz, but the content was problematic. Nobody knew Monday had pulled all-nighters during the rating evaluation. With online mentions of Monday skyrocketing, this post became perfect clickbait. True all-nighter. Is he crazy? A whole week without sleep. Must be exaggeration. Night? He said he barely slept and worked hard. Wasn't that the gist? They said he was legendary among trainees, haha. No need to exaggerate that much, right? Eventually, Il June answered many SNS questions. We always support you, Il June. About that Monday you mentioned, did he really not sleep for a week? Il June, yes. We shared a room. Monday would come in at night, grab a snack, then leave. He only started sleeping just before the rating evaluation. He said it was for conditioning, lol. Then Monday's fans were thrown into shock. Our boy's so genuine, right? What do? I thought he was a genius, improving by leaps. Not that he never slept. Why didn't that show on broadcast? Whenever Monday had screen time, they gave him the "I'm here for fun, so why am I good" character, Come to think, someone without passion couldn't always come up with ideas and show growth. He must have pushed himself so hard. I'm so glad we know now, Il June. Thank you. After the shock, every community burned with the mission to get Monday debuted. Fans posted promotion threads and pushed stock vote campaigns. Some even began exploring third-party legal action against the trolls via private lawyers. I can't stand this anymore. Let's at least post that we're suing, to set the tone. They planned to wait for his company deal before filing formally, but the most fervent fans couldn't endure the slander. In seeking to warn the trolls, they discovered something unexpected. What is this? They found the trolls' group chat and learned some had trespassed at Monday's home. Arrested with no real evidence, they were soon let off. But there, one trophy was Monday's resident registration extract. Monday had cut that up and recycled it long ago. He never imagined someone would break in, dig through his trash, piece it back together, and leak it. They used that extract to uncover and post his school withdrawal and alma mater. They didn't expose his orphan status, out of pity, but in their chat they mocked him mercilessly. These idiots are insane. How can anyone live like this? Fans preparing the lawsuit, enraged, kept this detail secret. Until, as always when many handle something, it leaked. Number 1. Park Monday is an orphan, 1373. Fans broke into his studio apartment and found his resident registration extract. Both parents deceased. No siblings. Group chat screenshot, photo of taped-up extract. Many demanded the post be taken down, but view counts didn't lie, and articles soon appeared. Idol Corporation, contestant Park Monday, challenges audition despite parents' deaths. Facing huge criticism, the article was pulled hours later, but the info was out there. Yet this had an unexpected positive effect. It turned toxic to trash talk him. And for those moved by emotion, his tragic past became a selling point. So moving that someone so young lost both parents and still challenges himself. Stay strong, Monday, and win. How he stayed so composed on broadcast is truly touching. His parents in heaven must be proud. Stay strong, Monday. You sing so well, fighting. Of course, any info can be weaponized later, but not now. Thanks to this, Monday faced the finals under a wave of support and sympathy. He'd inadvertently gained the desperate hero narrative he wanted. What on earth was happening? The internet, which I hadn't visited in ages, was now a non-stop whirlwind of craziness. They've exposed everything. Those 4 trespassers seemed utterly deranged, but I never expected them to sift through trash to reassemble shredded papers. And that leak made the whole nation learn I'm an orphan. Why did it all unfold this way? A grim sense of relief came over me. Well, nobody cares if I don't have family. I'd already disclosed it upon casting. It only got public now because production never mentioned it, and too late. The problem was the timing. Momentum was surging. They want me to debut. No, not just debut. Maybe even win first place? This isn't good. Debuting is fine, but first place isn't. There's a landmine there. I broke away from the computer, sweating. I'd borrowed it under the pretext of rehearsing lyric changes. Never thought I'd learn so much. Hyung, you okay? Kim Rae-bin, who'd been searching beside me, realized the orphan reveal and asked if I was okay with it. Yeah, I mentioned it in interviews, but it didn't air. I nodded. Rae-bin relaxed, then suddenly lit up with an idea. Hyung, why not clear up the amnesia now writing? This way. What? He'd heard about the memory loss by morning. But why that idea? If you reveal it now, all malicious comments will be shut down, and votes will surely rise. No. What? If I gained more votes and got first place, I'd get that landmine prize. I couldn't say that, so I made an excuse. No proof. It'll just feel weird. Oh, if you post a doctor's note. I don't have one. You lost memory, but didn't go to a hospital? My body's fine, and I have no money. Thud. Rae-bin looked struck and mumbled. Right. That was enough. Rae-bin and I left the room with the computers. Cameras immediately followed. You found the words all right? Yeah. It matched. A smattering of applause came from the practice room at my no edits report. Everyone knew I'd sneak online, but still played it for the cameras. Tomorrow's the finals. Leader, say a few words. Ooh, let's go around. I hurriedly cut in. Teammates chuckled, coughed, then each offered a quick thought. They looked happy. Even Gold, too, almost certainly out, didn't seem resigned. Maybe we still didn't know the debut number. Only one looked miserable. Lee Se-jin. That former child actor. He'd struggled in practice, and his reactions and broadcast charisma were still weak. But he didn't rebel this team's practice. He simply lacked social skills and enthusiasm. I wish it were someone else instead of him. Now that I'm likely debuting, I'm evaluating my future co-debuters. I sighed and dismissed such thoughts. I'll focus on me. All right. Finally, our leader Park Mundy. One last word, please. Let's show everything we've prepared, with no regrets. Oh, they cheered at my klitsch remark, so I shrugged and sat cross-legged on the practice floor. Unexpectedly, I felt a surge of tension. Tomorrow is the end. Almost certainly the chance to remove the status ailment. Let's practice again. The finals were upon us. The last filming of Relisting Idol Corporation took place in a famous university's auditorium. As a live broadcast, the hall, seating nearly 3,000 audience members, was already thick with anticipation. Thousands held signs and slogans for their favorite contestants, waiting for the show to start. MCs and judges took their seats to cheers. Some judges returned the greetings with light waves. And exactly on air time, without delay, it began. Relisting Idol Corporation. Thank you for joining us through the long journey of episode 12. In the darkened auditorium, Youngrin's voice echoed everywhere. Now, only one decision remains, to form the final group. Shareholders, have you made up your minds? Shouts of yes rose like screams, or anguished no's mixed in. Then let us introduce the contestants. Do you own shares in any of them? Kaya. Ah. Amid overflowing cheers and screams, the stage. Lights came up. Under lights, shooting in all directions, the contestants ascended onto the stage via platforms. Invest in us now. 59 chapter. The first stage the contestants took was a brand new theme song. Since the season had been endlessly successful, the producers hastily added a second theme track just to round out the lineup. This sounds familiar. I prayed it was simply because I'd heard it in the future and not because it was stolen. In any case, though none of us knew the song, the live audience's reaction was tremendous. Just seeing the contestants alive and moving on stage was thrilling. Of course, viewers at home reacted differently. What song is this? Why didn't they just sing right here? Why bring in some random track instead of the banger? Guys, let's debut Loudly Crying Face. No matter what song, Sian Ah-hyun nails it. Undeniable fact. Yoojin should be center forever. I'm so nervous my heart's gonna burst. Loudly Crying Face. Mundy, let's debut and be happier. Comments cheering for their favorites flooded past page after page, renewing so fast they were unreadable. Phew, I'm sweating. Coming down from performing in front of thousands for the first time, we breathed hard but smiled. No idea what we just did. Because I'd crammed the routine at the last minute, I focused fiercely on not messing up, but my brow still twitched. The audience had seemed huge, yet distant, like a hologram. It didn't feel real. Before we could fully register, we were already changing outfits and dashing about to keep the broadcast on schedule. Meanwhile, on stage the MC had appeared to carry the show forward. Ah, what an amazing opening performance. For a live broadcast over 3 hours long, different hosts handled each segment to reduce fatigue. We still have many prepared stages to show you. Please stay tuned. An MC experienced from multiple audition shows ad-libbed skillfully to fill time until the next VCR. What order will the contestants' final team battle stages be performed in? A light-hearted clip then showed us determining order via a minigame. I shot that at midnight and couldn't sleep. I recalled how, of all childish methods, we'd played Chicken Fight Underground. The always-winning Ryu Changyu dominated. Predictable result, I suppose. What surprised me was seeing Ah-hyun holding her own. Thanks to her making it all the way to just before Changyu, our team secured second pick. Of course, picking from open slots at leisure wasn't allowed. The producers forced us to pick from last place upward, pushing the others down. That cruel survival show trope. Yet, jaded as we were, the contestants evaded the trap deftly, laughing and reacting exaggeratedly to keep spirits light. Park Chanju W. What? Lee Se-jin, older, oh dear. I heard older Lee Se-jin chuckle as he shoved the order forward, while the team bumped back. Voiced bewilderment. Whoa, that's scary. Se-jin, transferring my mic to the new costume beside me, clicked his tongue at the shift. Even riding this wave, none of us was safe until debut was guaranteed, so we were all the more tense before the team stage. Unusually, Se-jin's hands trembled. I clicked my tongue. I heard Kim Rae-bin has a calming pill. I'm fine, never tried one. Behind Se-jin, our other newly costumed teammates sprinted up. Team Park, you're on next. A staffer called as they ran off. With crew needed both above and below stage, gaps opened everywhere. Aren't we going to? Just as we were about to follow on our own, Seon Ah-hyun raised her hand. Wait, can't we do a quick fighting first? Sure. I offered my hand without hesitation. Our teammates piled theirs on, and even Lee Se-jin reluctantly joined. Fighting. A quick battle cry, safe for broadcast. I'd love to say something profound, but there's no time. Let's go. At Se-jin's joke, we all chuckled and ran down the corridor together. Meanwhile, at the theater, after the VCR ended without revealing the running order, the MC finally took the stage again. After an intense battle for order, let us introduce the first performance team. Instead of the VCR, contestants' profiles appeared on screen. Seon Ah-hyun, 2. Kim Rae-bin, 5. Park Mundi, 6. Lee Se-jin B, 7. Lee Se-jin A, 11. Kwon Hee-sung, 18. Team. Challenger will be the first to take the stage. The profiles vanished, and we high-fived when we saw our team name atop slot 1. What? Why are you up already? Guys, why do they get the opening spot? Loudly crying face. Fans blinked, expecting a normal contest, then realized the strategy. You idiots, going first is always best. Since votes were already being cast, going early guaranteed an edge, if you could perform well. Instantly, the viewers' comments shifted. True. Early is the answer. Haha, knew it, didn't you guys know? Smart move. They're so clever. I'll trust them all the way, happy face. I believed in them from the start. Besides, boldly kicking things off showed real confidence. Viewers excitedly watched our prep. Team all together. Let's eat well. We sat in a PPL franchise CAF, sipping drinks and chatting. Mundi's strawberry shake. Want to squeeze it and kiss the straw. So cute. Reported. Reason, pervert. Too harsh. Mundi did nothing wrong. PDF earned. Give us a presentation. Crazy people LOL. The tension in comments eased for that laid-back scene. On screen, we discussed calmly. Park Mundi, any concepts you want? Kwon Hee-sung, me? I want to try something we haven't yet. Lee Se-jin, older, me too. Seon Ah-hyun, me too. Park Mundi, okay. A caption read Teacher Park in the rabbit class. LOL. They're all so gentle, nice to watch. What about Lee Se-jin? LOL. Stop bashing Yeol-sa, send him away. Don't you bash him either, you hypocrite LOL. They're gentle, but the viewers aren't. That's the issue. Of course, we looked calm because we'd already locked in a concept and were shot for PPL. Kim Rae-bin. I'd like a concept that fits the working title final. Lee Se-jin. Older, wow, that sounds great. Lee Se-jin. Actor, so what concept do you think fits? Silence followed. A caption read, team in deep thought. I broke the silence. Park Monday. Among images of last. What about emphasizing final push? Lee Se-jin. Older, only one left. That kind of vibe. Park Monday. Yes, but without too much weight. It'd be better if viewers don't get too serious and can enjoy it. Then Seon Ah-hyun raised her hand. Her stutter, long criticized by producers, was finally left out of subtitles this episode. Seon Ah-hyun. Then, how about something like? Exclamation marks popped over contestants' heads on screen. Kim Rae-bin. I want to do it. Lee Se-jin. Older, oh, me too. Sounds fun. Kwon Hee-sung. That's perfect. Even Lee Se-jin be nodded into the broadcast. Park Monday. Then our theme is. Cheers and applause followed as we laughed on screen. The theme keyword was never mentioned again. Only a few clips showed contestants practicing and receiving praise while recording. Composer Igler. Your voice is amazing. Seon Ah-hyun. Thank you. Seon Ah-hyun's ears turned red as she bowed and returned to her seat. Then my own part, sung once, was approved. The composers exchanged amused looks before asking me. Composer Igler. Could you sing it from start to finish again? Park Monday. Sure. I'll do it. Of course, they didn't show the full redo. Cut to interviews. Composer Igler. I love it. This team is so good. The arrangement feels like, oh, so good. Composer Igler. Hardly any tweaks needed. Just do it as is, and you'll nail it. Warm recording shots of the hashtag #InkViaLight hashtag other members intercut. Because it was the finals, no odd filler was added. The edit felt sincere. But they culled every bland lyric line for the recording segment, leaving us guessing the song's theme. As a result, viewers were dying to know the muted word. What's that? Tell me too. Show us what you showed them. Dang, gotta watch the stage loudly crying face. What brilliant idea got censored? They cut it to hide the prep footage, pissing me off. If it's nothing special, that'll be hilarious, lol. While viewers speculated, the challenger team, having smoothly chosen a main dancer, practiced endlessly, looking like fast forward on VCR. Then it abruptly ended. Please now confirm with the live stage. Is that it? Just go straight to the performance? The stage is coming up. As fans blinked at the flat ending, the screen cut back to the theater. Behind the stage, the screen flickered black, then blue-red glitches formed white text. Challenger. Challenger. One who seeks to defeat a previous champion in competition. Moments later, the screen snapped off with a sharp mechanical sound. Then the theme melody filled the auditorium, transformed into 8-bit. Beep, 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 ding. The stark electronic tone began with a simple melody, building in harmony. Like a classic game evolving into a modern console title, the melody instantly became multidimensional. At the moment the theme looped once, the backstage screen slid open. Whoosh. In the darkness, blue and red lasers cut through as the contestants emerged. Once they took their positions, the 8-bit melody shifted into a subtle accompaniment and faded. Even the live audience's cheers stopped reflexively, silence falling. On stage, the silhouettes slowly formed their formation. 60 chapter. The audience caught glimpses of our silhouettes through the lights. Our costumes looked like modern combat gear, outlines of bulletproof vests and harnesses. Gasp. Just as the excited crowd let out internal screams, a sudden electronic voice filled the auditorium. An androgynous, modulated tone. Locating match. Search successful. Position confirmed. Entering round 13. Classic video game button sounds join the melody. BBI BBI ding dong. BBBBBBI BBI. BBI. We moved in perfect sync. The robotic, puppet-like gestures froze in an instant. Thud. As we struck that pose, lights cut through us, and a pristine voice sliced through the track. You hold victory in your hands. I'm the one who makes it real. Under the spotlight, Seon Ah-hyun held a textbook shot pose and grinned at the line's end. Ah! The roar of the crowd exploded. We answered with dazzling movement. Complex choreography replaced the stiff, 8-bit motions. The stage always thrills. My heart feels like it'll burst. After Lee Se-jin's sweeping entrance line, Kwon Hee-sung took over. My weapon clenched in hand. I'll never let go, you know. Every time the vocals hit center stage, more intricate moves wove in, until the video game character stiffness vanished entirely. Costumes and choreography harmonized, as if viewers had selected playable avatars in a modern game's character screen. Adrenaline overflowing. Power surging. Take the final shot. Savor your excitement. Feel the shiver round your senses. Last round. Rarely did Kim Rabin's voice soar over the mic on verse 2. We formed a tight triangle and fired off a signature shoot move made for fan imitation. Then came the chorus. Park Mundy hit the high notes riding an ascending scale. Shoot and steal the last match. I'm the one smiling at the highlight. The victory you clutch. I gave it and you'll love it. After that, the beat that had soared plummeted in a savage drop. Boom. A heavy bass brought back the theme melody. We stamped out a fierce stomp dance in triangular formation. You hold victory in your hands. I'm the one who makes it real. You chose your challenger. Right here, it's me. Every bounce and lunge matched the weight of the beat. With each sharp head whip, the audience's mouths gaped. Viewers at home felt it too. The comment feed froze for a moment, then flooded with short exclamations like insane, wow, OMG. Even with unsteady camera work, the stage's quality shone through. Into verse 2's bridge, we switched formations. Your expectations always mesmerize. My heart could stop. Our silhouettes on stage moved in solo accents, almost leading the others as if marshalling a squad. It was brutally difficult live, yet utterly compelling to watch. During the bridge, Kim Rabin dropped a brief, precise rap exchange with Lee Se-jin. Then the chorus hit again. Bang! The iconic shoot move returned, a built-in respite from fatigue. Then the drop revived the demo version melody, an earworm viewers recognized. You hold victory in your hands. I'm the one who makes it real. You chose your challenger. Right here, it's me. This time, Seon Ah-hyun stepped forward, her feet flying over the heavy beat. Every detail of this meticulously crafted stage elevated both sight and sound, hooking viewer attention. When we finished, comments chewed up the end. Take this crown. You're welcome. The final moment. Behind us, the screen glitched blue and red, echoing those opening 8-bit tones as we shattered our poses and walked off stage, waving. BBI, BBI, BBBBBBBI, BBI. Lights burst from backstage. Our silhouettes faded into the glow. It was an unconventional ending, more like video game characters logging off after a thrilling match, but it fit. Wah! The audience erupted. After a frenzy of gibberish comments, the mid-show sponsor break ran, and only then did connected comments reappear. LOL. These cruel bastards saved that first hit for the opening. Smack that on as the opener? Reminds me of the rabbit costume, but at least they delayed that one LOL. No joke, this is gonna be hard to beat. Damn, that was sick. Almost lost my jaw. My gums cracked from yelling. It was a concept game. LOL. Mundy and Ah-hyun are geniuses. Honestly, the best Ajusa stage so far, right? Tears streaming. Ah-hyun is already an idol, no denials. Buy stocks now. Go to the fan site. It's the finals, give them a break. Ah-hyun's debuts, sure, LOL. Looks like 4 from this team will debut. What about the next team? As predicted, the next team's stage felt flat. Ranked lower, they'd been shown friendly rivalry for main positions and teamwork, then tried to riff on final, but the earnest lyrics and moves lacked polish, feeling heavy after our humor and fantasy mix. They tried hard. I like that one. Buy them a drink. Boring. They're all cute and kind. The second team rapped with mild reactions, and then the last team took the stage. Their prep clip was unremarkable, though Ryu Chong-Yu's slump conquest got extra airtime. He'd suddenly embraced the captain role in broadcast. Whether he really overcame it, nobody knew, but it made for good TV. So you want Chong-Yu, huh? Can't miss that military exemption, LOL. He's okay, but I'm kinda annoyed. He'll mop up votes from non-fans anyway. Hardcore viewers were lukewarm. Chong-Yu's good airtime was old news, and thankfully he stayed just below the line. Then his stage. Cha Eugene is tearing it up. He's unstoppable. Stage's dominator, avatar incarnate. LOL, I can't think of anything else to say. He kills it. Is he gonna win? Cha Eugene absolutely ripped the house down. His solo prowess lit up the stage, though it didn't elevate his teammates. He simply shone brightest. Perfect for solo or competition formats. Viewers chatted happily. Ah, that was fun. Solid opener and closer, so it was fun. What's left now? One major announcement remained from Youngren. How did you enjoy the contestants' final team battle stages? Yes, looks like you had a good time. Now, the crucial announcement approaches. Youngren pointed to the screen. Now, the debut headcount announcement. After finishing their stages, the contestants waited understage for the final news. Pop-ups praised successful performances, but I couldn't watch. My face could be live at any moment. Cameras followed each team, eager to catch reactions. Above, the announcement continued. How many do you think it will be? You? Me 10. Lee Se-jin shrugged, a hopeful guess. Ray Bin, having just finished touch-ups, chimed in seriously. I think it will be an odd number. They usually prefer odd sizes for idol group formations. Makes sense. Except, that wasn't how they'd do it. I clicked my tongue and glanced at Sian Ah-hyun, just finishing her prayer. How many do you think? I guess 7. 7. Isn't that too few? Others overheard and barked teasing interruptions. Everyone was on edge. Ah-hyun shivered but didn't retract her answer. I guess she's really changed. I shrugged. I also think most guessed 7. I'd prefer more, but... All right. She nodded. Nearby, Cha Eugene muttered. I like evens, as the audience's screams thundered down to us. What the heck? The roar vibrated like a quake. We looked bewildered as Youngren's voice boomed. The average debut hopes selected by shareholders of relisting. Idol Corporation is 6.47 members. We froze. Rounding to the nearest whole number, the final debut headcount is 6. The uproar above rose in screams and curses. What did she just say? 6.4 what? Amid our stunned whispers, I sighed. Classic finale clickbait. They'd literally averaged everyone's one-time, unchangeable vote for ideal group size. Early, fans had voted their fantasy number, and, thanks to the show's runaway success and producers' tearful gimmick, the sample, including a prank vote for 1, yielded barely a bump above 5. If you were going to do it stupidly, you should have said up front. You jerks lol. 6.47 means 6? Are they insane? I shook my head, anticipating the online uproar. Best to brace ourselves. Once the last stage ends, it's time for the final ranking ceremony. 61 chapter. Just as Park Mundy expected, everyone, from the viewers to the audience, was thrown into a boiling pot of confusion by the new concept result of average 6.47 people. Some audience members even took out their smartphones and posted on their social media. People jeered, so the atmosphere got awkward. Seriously impressive till the very end, Ajusa. Where did they get the crazy idea to average it out? They might as well have cleanly made it 5 or 6 people, lol. Why ditch 0.47 of a person production team? Let's accept the 7th as a guest member. That's it. But after the initial chaos, reactions weren't entirely negative. You could feel the producers' hard work, and things got a bit solemn. Well, at least they didn't rig it. The production team probably wanted 9 people, too. Somehow they've got principles. They'll stir up drama, but won't manipulate results. If you have to pick between 5 or 6, you pick 6. People more or less accepted the situation. Of course, cries about the group being too small still flooded in. They should have just blocked 1 vote from the start. Ajusa, you idiots. Around that time, perfectly timed, a new VCR began to play. Hello. Yay. It showed contestants in pastel linen outfits they'd never worn before, waving and smiling at the camera. They walked among dark structures, light glinting between them. Instantly, the mood both on-site and online calmed down. What's this? When did they film this? What kind of footage is this? Each contestant grabbed the camera in turn and gave a one-line impression about the final broadcast. Then they ran off somewhere. Thank you always for your support. We love you. It looked like a typical emotional VCR, so viewers reacted as expected. Audience members watching the VCR also cheered whenever their favorite contestant appeared. And by chance, the last contestant left on screen was Park Mundy. He looked awkwardly at the camera and gave a small smile. Thank you. I'll definitely debut. It was uncharacteristically confident. After those brief words, Park Mundy ran off camera and disappeared. Naturally, his fans flooded every community with comments. Agu Mundy. Mundy must debut. Invest in Mundi, who's got both mental strength and skill. Call today, and 101 will be an investment lasting 5 years. If he makes a padlip joke, is it all true? Yeah, it's him. Eek. Judge, I didn't write anything bad. Even without family background, he's perfect in every way. Just take one bite. Actually, I already voted. He's insanely good. Oh, thanks. To collect every possible vote, fans swallowed their annoyance at every mention of family background and kept promoting him. Meanwhile, on the empty black screen where all contestants had disappeared, the acoustic version of Baro Na softly rose in the background. Viewers were swept by a strange afterglow. It really feels like the end. This finale vibe is something else. The BGM makes it even more so. Guys, can't they just debut all 20 of them? 20 would be doable, right? Production team, revote the debut number right now. Then the camera angle shifted to the direction the contestants had run. Following the rotating camera, we saw them climbing a ramp on the left. Whoa, no way. Before they knew it, the broadcast feed cut to the concert hall. The contestants were ascending onto the stage. What had looked like pre-recorded video was actually live. The contestants picked up microphones and began to sing Baro Na acoustic arrangement. No, don't go. Guys, please support them as a Jusa forever. Are you cursing them? LOL, but seriously, do that. Every week, just do lovey-dovey stages. No eliminations, please. No, I've gotten attached. How can they leave? The contestants smiled. Novelight, gently, and sang each of their parts with care. But by the first verse's end, long before the bridge, many were already sniffling. Of course, Park Mundi calmly delivered his part. His second verse ad-libs were neat, pleasing to the ear. He's really good at singing. No wonder the fans were going crazy. It's not too late to stand him now, right? Not just not too late, he's a shoo-in. No emotional toll. Just catch him at the final, and he debuts. LOL. I've decided to stand Park Mundi now. Love his face, too. With a few exceptions, the stage's mournful arrangement and the contestants' emotional performances had even the live audience dabbing their eyes. The ending cut to a close-up of Lee Se-jin's pale face streaked with tears. He is handsome. Episode 13, today's peak, I think. A certain Best Actor performance. They all worked so hard. I hope they all do well. Offstage, the contestants themselves were still reeling. Stylists, irritated as they tried to blot tear-streaked makeup, heard the MC introduce a new VCR from above. That must be it. Park Mundi guessed without excitement. The family segment, inevitable in the final episode. Of course, he had no family, so he shrugged it off. They'll just cram in nothing but sobbing footage. He briefly recalled Kim Rae-bin's grandmother's video letter. Rae-bin had cried so hard her swollen eyes looked shot. Since most contestants had cried, it must have been easy to pick the shots. By the way, Park Mundi only had a few scenes of him quietly patting contestants on the back. He had no idea that those moments made viewers' hearts ache even more. It's all over now. A random person spoke to Park Mundi out of nowhere. It was former child actor Lee Se-jin. What? The program's ending soon, though. Since you're debuting, it's not over for you, get it? Why is this jerk picking a fight now? With his mind full already, Park Mundi ignored him. Lucky you. Lee Se-jin muttered and slumped off into a corner, looking gloomy. Park Mundi decided not to react. Just before the final ranking announcement, anyone worrying about others would be a sucker. Earlier in the live broadcast, contestants had encouraged each other, but after the emotional final stage, they'd stiffened with tension. At that moment, staff called them again. Move to Zone B, move. With hardened expressions, the contestants crowded up. The long final ranking ceremony awaited them. His shoulders ached with fatigue. If I didn't have that fatigue reduction trait, I'd be dead. He could barely turn his head or shift his posture. Thousands of people staring. Up at him from below was intense pressure. They're even closer than during the stage. Closer than any team performance had ever been. A slight glance could meet an audience member's eyes. Slogans waved right below him. Mundingdang will debut today. The Gungseo-style lettering felt solemn. I should at least wave back. But in this tense atmosphere, he couldn't. Who will claim the glorious sixth spot? The MC was recycling a few lines, including that one, for the 15th minute straight. It was remarkable that 20 minutes had passed without a single announcement. No wonder, judging by the vote counts. They said text votes had exceeded 1 million, so it wasn't odd that they were still tallying. 3 minutes later, the MC finally got the production signal. Relisting. Idol Corporation final stock ranking, combining online and live text investments, 6th place. Announcing now, Park Mundy felt the other contestants stiffen. With overflowing leadership and outstanding talent, please welcome. The screen flickered the contestant's face. But why is it me? He understood Ryu Chong-woo and Big Se-jin, but him? He tried not to look astonished. Perhaps because he looked the least hopeful, a few audience members laughed when his face appeared. Congratulations, Lee Se-jin. Big Se-jin's eyes went wide, and when the B appeared, he burst out laughing and crouched over. Massive congratulations. And handshake requests poured in on him. Park Mundy gave a quick high five before Big Se-jin ascended the stage. Thank you so much. I tried not to expect this. Blushing, Big Se-jin spoke about making the debut lineup, then showed some ego to his fans before stepping up. He really debuted. It made sense in his rising trend. Better him than someone I don't know. He calmly awaited the next ranking. After over 15 minutes of agonizing wait, the next spot was announced. 5th places, Ryu Chong-woo. Exactly as expected. He seemed surprised. Tears at last on the show's first. Good for a level-headed guy. Park Mundy truly applauded. Then 4th place. Congratulations to contestant Kim Rae-bin. Kim Rae-bin, nervous, stumbled onto the platform and let out her remarks. But honestly, they sounded like a presentation. She rattled off her strengths and what she was improving. So recently, I've been developing my vocals. To be a fully realized member of any group in any situation, I'll also work on my communication skills. Only the last 2 sentences felt genuine. Thank you again to the shareholders who invested in me. And to my grandmother and grandfather, I love you. Boldly, she let go of the microphone. Shouldn't she have said she loves the fans, too? Then she realized only after handing back the mic. Glanced at the MC in embarrassment, but the moment had passed. She's still very useful. He was willing to accept it. Next, 3rd place. He hoped it might be him, but 3rd places. Seon Ah-hyun. Congratulations. Between Cha Eugene and Seon Ah-hyun, the screen lingered before finally showing Ah-hyun's pale face, which immediately flushed with color. Thank you. She surprisingly didn't cry and accepted congratulations. Ended up hugging some of them on impulse. I'm really lacking. To the shareholders and friends who believed and supported me, thank you. I'll become someone you can be proud of. Thank you. She cried her heart out as she returned backstage. Seeing someone who was sure not to debut from the future make it felt strangely uplifting. More good than bad, I guess. Ah-hyun's a good person. That left only the final ranking ceremony for relisting. Idol Corporation heats up. Now, just before the grand announcement of 1st place. So it's come to this. He stifled a sigh. 62 chapter. Only the announcements for 1st and 2nd place remain. I didn't worry that Park Mundy might be eliminated. There's no one left. None of the remaining faces looked like they could take 1st or 2nd. The one who ranked 3rd last time got spotted with his girlfriend, and his popularity plummeted. A shame, but meeting your girlfriend every time you were offset during an idol audition was a disaster you brought on yourself. Now revealing the 2 contestants vying for 1st place. The MC's voice boomed through the mic as he rattled off a few hints. His throat was a bit hoarse from all the talking. After drawing it out like the earlier announcements, the candidates were revealed. Cha Eugene. Cha Eugene stepped forward with a bright smile. The crowd cheered, as if it were obvious. And the other candidate is, get ready to go up. Contestant Park Mundy. Of course. I stepped forward, receiving the obligatory congratulations from a few contestants I wasn't close to. Congrats, Hyung. Gold 2 actually seemed sincere, though he was forcing a brave face. He must have realized elimination was imminent. I just patted him on the back a few times and climbed the stage. Cha Eugene, already up there, stuck out his hand. Let's shake on it. He looked thrilled. I hoped he'd ride that momentum to 1st place. I said nothing and shook his hand. For a moment, the atmosphere in the hall turned warm. So, do you feel like your debut is secure now? I glanced at my status window. No change besides the earlier successful stage pop-up. How do you feel facing off against your opponent for first place? Cha Eugene immediately grabbed the mic. He's really amazing. Haha. A perfectly clear answer. The MC laughed, then tossed out a tension-building question. Do you think you'll take first place today? I don't know, but first place sounds good. Cha Eugene gave a thumbs up. He wasn't playing around enough to turn people against him, just confident enough to make viewers smile. Understood, then let's hear from contestant Park Mundy. What do you think when you see your competitor? I took the mic. He's so talented. I still can't believe I'm even in the running with him. That was a humble remark, but do you think you have a chance at first place? I'd known they'd ask me that too. I paused, as if thinking, then shook my head. It seems unlikely. Honestly, even second place is much higher than I aimed for, so I'm just grateful. For some reason, a small laugh rippled through the audience when I said, unlikely. Did I sound too sincere? Oh, so you wouldn't be disappointed with second? Really not disappointed? No. Of course. I'd be very grateful if it happened. Oh, got it. Ladies and gentlemen, contestant Park Mundy's mindset. What a stubborn guy. The MC finally stopped questioning and began to build suspense again. They recapped the buzz around relisting Idol Corporation, its ratings, the reactions across the industry, and the self-proclaimed top-tier treatment waiting for the debuting contestant. After dragging on for what felt like forever, just before the announcement. And now, first place will be revealed after the commercial break. I knew it. Usually candidates tense up then slump in disappointment for drama, but with Cha Eugene and me, all we got were polite applause and laughter. Below the stage, however, resentful groans and a few curses escaped. I'm pretty sure I heard some swearing behind the Mundingdang banner. Hyung, we debut together. Let's have lots of fun. Sure. As soon as the mid-roll indicator appeared, Cha Eugene chatted happily. So excited you'd think he already moved into the dorm. He really doesn't care about first place. Well, they'd only vaguely promised huge perks for first. No wonder he didn't care. But anyone who knew the actual perk was shaking in their boots. As I said before, that perk was effectively a punishment. Actually, Cha Eugene had been first from the previous ceremony onward, so I knew he was more likely to win. Still, you get a gut feeling. Yesterday's online chatter kept nagging that Park Mundy would take first. Who cares? Let them hate me. I decided to stop worrying. As long as I didn't drop dead, it was fine. After humoring Cha Eugene a bit more, the live broadcast resumed. Relisting Idol Corporation on the brink of first place revelation. The MC repeated his earlier lines for what felt like the 100th time. I almost memorized them. Please just say it already. Honestly, with both of us guaranteed spots, why the dramatic delay? They must have lost half the viewers by now. Finally, the MC spoke the name. First places. Park Mundy. Not the name I expected, but there it was. So that's how it turned out. I'd taken first place. To hide my reaction, I bowed my head, then realized something unexpected. I felt great. First place punishment or not, I'd won. A rush of adrenaline shot to my head. The thrill of achievement was electric. I almost laughed out loud. This beats getting into college. Thanks to that, I didn't bother hiding my face and immediately gave my speech. Congratulations. Cha Eugene gave me a hearty hug. Very American. I returned the hug briefly and took the mic. Looking out at the hall from the same angle as the MC, I saw a few producers below staring as if to say, aren't you going to cry? Nope. I just smiled. Well, half was luck and the status windows help, but I deserved some of it too. Contestant Park Mundy, your thoughts? Please. Yes. I paused momentarily, then spoke plainly. Maybe the adrenaline got to me. I didn't calculate my words. Felt like they came from my spine. Honestly, I came aiming to debut. I wanted and needed to debut. So I never even considered first place. I didn't expect it. I thought debuting alone would be more than enough. I caught my breath. But this feels amazing. Cheers and light laughter broke out. My follow-up, I really didn't expect this, was barely heard before the MC, prompted by production to buy more time, asked again. Is there anyone you'd like to thank? I'd been planning to say something. No one in particular comes to mind. I just want to thank everyone who invested in Park Mundy. A scream erupted from below, cutting me off. I paused, then continued slowly. I hope I can repay you somehow. No matter what you spent, I'll work to make sure it delivers the best possible return. Thank you. I finished and bowed. Amid applause and cheers, I heard soft sobbing. Even the person holding the Mundingdang banner must have squeezed it too hard in tears. Now it looked like Ndenge. At those words, I was a bit stunned, but if they took it well, all the better. Seeing people rejoice for me, even though it wasn't their own win, warmed my heart. Not bad at all. If it keeps going like this, I can handle the first place penalty. As I gathered my thoughts, the MC moved to interview second place Cha Eugene. Cha Eugene smiled brightly, arranged his thank you to his mother in English, and waved energetically to the crowd. A born entertainer. No wonder he won people over without stress or emotional drain. Thank you. He wrapped up and production signaled him to join the debut lineup stage. Once Cha Eugene dashed off happily, the MC turned back to me. A tension-building soundtrack started. Now, the moment of choice has arrived. It had come. I stood straight, hands clasped. It's time to reveal the incredible perk for first place to contestant Park Mundy. Yes. What perk would you hope for? I don't know. 100 million won, maybe. I'm not sure. Speedy debut. Well, that's important. The MC spread his arms. Now, reveal the perk. Then, on the big screen and side panels, an opening effect played, and text appeared. Prize money, 50 million Korean wons. Where did prize money come from? That's right. Contestant Park Mundy. As first place perk, you will receive 50 million won immediately after this live broadcast ends. No way. Even as I was startled, my brain calculated the net. 39 million won. Of course. I'd take it. But of course it couldn't end with 39 million won in my pocket. Or, there's another option. At the MC's words, new text appeared. New member recruitment. As first placer, Park Mundy may choose one person from the 14 contestants who made it to this final ranking ceremony to join the debut team. There it is. That damn choice had to appear. Make the winner pick one final loser to join the debut lineup. A punishment disguised as a perk. And they made it even more sinister. They want me to choose between the prize money and this. How could I pick money now? Choosing the money would turn all 14 voters against me. So of course I had to choose the recruitment option. I could already imagine the complaints. 50 million is a lot, but not as much as someone's life. You'll make so much after debut, lol. Love your money. Can see your future couples fight over it. You watch them struggle and then chose money. That image is wrecked. Anyone in my shoes couldn't pick the money. The producers must have known and pulled this stunt. Classic Idol Corporation, torturing the winner in the final episode. I'm pissed. Maybe I'll eat the prize and take the heat. Contestant Park Mundy? Yes. I managed to answer without hesitation. The audience below shrieked so loud my ears rang. Everyone on stage screamed their names, but my head was spinning. Have you made your decision? Yes. There was no benefit in drawing it out. I opened my mouth. 63 chapter. I will recruit a new team member. Contestant Park Mundy's choice has been made. At the MC's shout, the prize money display vanished, and the words, new member recruitment, expanded to fill the screen. The audience roared, and the judges slapped their palms in delight on the other monitors. I almost ground my teeth. 39 million won. Just vanished into thin air. Still, in the long run, it was an inevitable choice. Adding one more debuting contestant meant more fans for the group, and fandom growth is multiplicative rather than additive. The scale of potential earnings would grow. Long term, it was an investment that could earn more than 5 million won. The problem came next. Then, which final member did contestant Park Mundy choose? The remaining contestants tensed again as their faces flashed on the screen. The contestant chosen by me is... This was prime time to alienate the fans of whichever contestant I picked. So I passed the responsibility. The contestant ranked 7th, chosen by the shareholders. Oh, murmurs swelled. Most people seem to understand or feel relieved. The producers are enjoying this too. That stung a bit. Contestant Park Mundy, who entrusted the choice to the shareholders. The MC glanced at his teleprompter and continued building suspense. Soon the screen showed the 7th place candidate, and the chosen one was, congratulations, contestant Lee Se-jin. I nearly choked. How did she skyrocket like that? Maybe her recognition from her child actor days and last-minute text votes gave her the boost. No choice. The water spilled. I staggered aside to make room as Lee Se-jin climbed the stage. Thank you. She managed a few halting words, then bowed deeply. Fans could justify it as genuine surprise. The MC guided her to the winner's seats. As she passed me, Lee Se-jin murmured softly, "Thank you." I simply nodded. She must have wanted to be included too. I wish I could have been chosen. My legs felt like they'd cramp any moment. How long would they keep me standing here? But the MC kept me beside him as he moved on. Only one thing remains. The name of the group debuting on relisting. Idol Corporation. He gave the usual line about collecting shareholders' suggestions online. Then a dazzling logo appeared on the screen. A capital T, artfully merged with an unclosed triangle. Glittering effects bursting from the sides and top before settling into a small diamond symbol. Verified returns on your investment. Your idol, your star. Test plus star. Taystar. The group name selected by our shareholders is Taystar. The name had changed. As far as I knew, the boy idol group from this program was originally going to be called Steer. On the website, it was clearly explained as a star plus tier, so I assumed that name would win again. Maybe the member lineup, now including me, shifted just enough that a different name prevailed. Steer would have been better, right? I hadn't expected half the name to be Star, but oh well. As long as it wasn't completely bizarre. A trophy bearing the group logo will be awarded to the 7 members of Taystar. Youngren stepped forward and handed me the trophy, shaped like a soaring graph line, unique and singular. So that's why they kept me here. Once delivered to the members, this would be over. Congratulations. Thank you. I shook Youngren's hand lightly and accepted the trophy along with the cushion. She smiled softly at me. I hope you all have great activities ahead. Yes, thank you. I murmured thanks repeatedly, then headed toward where the successful contestants stood. Caught up in the moment, they were already on their feet. Wow, they even give a trophy? I passed the trophy without hesitation to the person at the very front. Immediately, they all linked arms around it. Engvia LG, continue reading, making a fuss together. My shoulder hurts. My back, alternately patted by Cha Eugene and Big Se-jin, ached. Every inch from shoulders to feet tingled with fatigue, but adrenaline kept my mind sharp. From a little distance, I heard the MC's voice. Let's congratulate Taystar on their debut. Stage effect fireworks exploded brilliantly. Holding my trophy among the winners, I heard the crowd's cheers. And at that moment, a status window pop-up appeared. Successful debut. You have successfully debuted through a renowned audition program. Time limit. Met. Great success. Status ailment. Debut or die removed. Verify truth click. Really? I opened the status window. The debuff was gone. It was over. I felt strangely unreal. Not knowing the window's true purpose, I'd feared they'd find some way to extend the debuff. To think it would vanish so cleanly. I blankly closed the window. Then one line at the bottom caught my eye, where the reward should have been listed. Wait a minute. What was this? Verify truth click. Verify the truth? I reflexively clicked that line. Monday. Suddenly, my vision warped. And everything went black. A gaunt high school boy lay on a threadbare mattress, clutching a battered smartphone. Every movement creaked the mattress springs. On the cracked screen played a WTube video. Using public Wi-Fi made the quality poor, but the cameraman's skill still made the singer's charisma leap out. That was fun. High schooler Park Mundy gazed regretfully at the paused video. The latest uploads on this account ended with the 2x0412 relaunch Hangang Festival fancam. The account Gun1234 primarily uploaded fancams of singers and idols. They focused on lesser-known performers, whose videos still looked cool. It feels like they noticed me. Cheering for someone otherwise overlooked made him feel good. I wish they'd upload often. Visiting WTube, watchable with ads, was one of the few inexpensive joys left. Even with choppy Wi-Fi and low resolution, few videos made his heart race. He'd heard fancam ad revenue went entirely to the perform, or leaving little profit for the uploader, yet they still posted regularly. After pondering, Park Mundy scrolled down to leave a comment. Big Dow, Gun1234, I always enjoy your fancams. Thank you for posting them. He knew the account had never replied to viewers. Not even when Youngren's fancam went viral. But maybe they were watching, so he double-checked his spelling and hit post. Fisky Salwashir LOL. Must be a real fan. A few replies appeared, making him slightly embarrassed. He considered responding, but then lost the urge. There's nothing to say anyway. He couldn't bring himself to talk about himself. His room, if you could call it that, fell silent. There was no semblance of a normal life. When did he last feel motivated? He only recalls when everything was fine, when his parents were still around. It felt like yesterday, but it had been years. He'd been stuck somewhere for years. Or maybe it was all a dream. So perhaps that account's videos offered solace, vicarious satisfaction, from watching people sing and dance passionately despite bleak odds. All right. Tomorrow would probably be Monday. Park Mundy closed his eyes on the mattress. Time flowed, and somehow he didn't change. Something terrible happened at school. He quit, but nothing changed. Well, if quitting life made no difference. Indeed. Yet he didn't particularly want to die. He found a part-time job, but the gigs dried up. Then uploads on Gun 1234 stopped too. Why? After agonizing, he sent a message to the account. He'd failed to find new work. Of course, no reply came. Soon after, all the videos vanished. On the empty page remained only a short note. Equals. Quitting because I'm busy gaming. Bye. Equals. Gaming. Park Mundy installed a mobile game. He couldn't afford a PC or console, but his old smartphone overheated and broke under the game's strain. He felt inexplicably exhausted, though he'd done nothing to tire himself. I'm tired. Tired of living. He canceled his broken phone plan and didn't renew his cramped room's lease. He treated himself to a proper meal, just enough to exhaust his money. Booking a motel room and buying sleeping pills would be enough. I heard many people die in motels. It was too cold to drown himself or climb a mountain. He'd surely give up halfway. If he died in his room, he'd rot undiscovered for over a month. I'm sorry. As he checked in, he silently apologized to the curt motel owner. Back in the room, he lay on the bed and swallowed sleeping pills. Sleep came like death. Moments later, on the shabby motel bed, I gasped awake, drawing in breath. Gasp. Someone patted my back worriedly. Are you all right? I turned to see Sian Hyun's concerned face. Just tired, that's all. I mumbled as I regained my posture. Almost no time had passed. No wonder I'd seemed to stagger. Surrounded by the successful contestants, nobody else noticed. The atmosphere remained unchanged. I wiped cold sweat. My mind raced. The fancam uploader Park Mundy used to love. Gun 1234. It was me. It was the account I'd deleted when I entered study for civil service life. 64 chapter. The videos Park Mundy was watching really were ones I'd filmed, and even the message he attached when deleting. The would-be fancam account was exactly the same. Quitting to play games. Thanks for your hard work. He didn't want to bother posting personal info about preparing for the civil service exam or whatever. Then a flash of realization struck me. Could it be that's why the stat screen appeared? Was karma from the game system punishing me for using gaming as an excuse? I don't think I did anything so wrong that I'd suddenly die. Honestly, it was ridiculous to think someone would assign that much meaning to my little fancam videos. Still, it left a bad taste. If that strange memory just now was truly the truth, then I actually died, my breath stopped, and then I woke up. Which means the original Park Mundy who inhabited this body really did die. And he wasn't exactly a villain who deserved to die like that. I wish someone had helped him, but that would have been tough. People rarely care about others, except when they want to trash them. Anyway, the way I ended up in this body is, frankly, impossible in reality, but I understood there had to be some reason behind it. At least Park Mundy felt an emotional bond with me. And since he deleted his account and ran away, that sudden death-style status effect must have been included. I didn't care whether whoever created this stat screen did it out of pity for Park Mundy or as part of some post-death mechanism. This'll satisfy him, at least. Thanks to this, the guy who used to film fan cams would now debut as an idol in his own body and be filmed to his heart's content. I felt both pity and relief at once. Now that even half the situation was clear, I felt alive. Members of Taystar, the 7 you've all invested in, please continue your support and investments. At the MC shout from afar, petals rained down from above. Fighting. Great job, everyone. Let's do our best. As the successful contestants shook hands and hugged, The broadcast cameras went dark. It was the ending. Legs gave out, and people slumped to the floor. Some of the successful contestants approached the eliminated ones to offer congratulations and comfort, while tearful participants crowded the stage in a variety of scenes. Then came the endless cheers and waves of slogans. I drew in a breath. All that's left is the activities. Ding. Unexpected event. Status ailment. Debut or die activated. Debut or die. If you fail to achieve the weekly #1 spot on a terrestrial music show within the designated period, you die. Time remaining. D. 365. Motherfucker. If I ever meet the bastard who made this system, I won't let him off. No matter what. At the moment when Park Mundy was angriest in his life, every internet community and SNS was flooded with the announcement of the debut lineup for Ajusa. Ajusa debut members confirmed, 7. In order of rank: Park Mundy, Cha Eugene, Seon Ah-hyun, Kim Rae-bin, Ryu Chong-woo, Lee Se-jin, main, Lee Se-jin, actor. Debut group name: Taestar. Ajusa had stalled over 3 hours, but then shattered its own ratings record in the finale, sending Buzz into overdrive. As a result, both viewers who caught the broadcast and those who didn't flooded the comments. Of course, there was plenty of talk about Park Mundy's sudden rise and #1 spot. Park Mundy won. Whoa. Tears at the end, wow. He really came through at the last minute. Congrats. Congratulations, Mundy. I hope it works out for you. Emotion cells, huh? Night? But didn't Park Mundy leak his own resident registration transcript? LOL. What? Are you crazy? Most were congratulatory, but a few mocked him, saying he won by peddling family drama. Some even posted analyses of the situation. Why Park Mundy came in first? By dropping the family bomb, he corfied his fans and rallied the general public. It was like the universe helped him. Cha Eugene pulls in fans with his stage presence, but without a sentimental story, fewer casual viewers sided with him than with Park Mundy. And from the start, Eugene was seen as a guaranteed top pick. People underestimated him, and that's how this happened. Of course, once his fans sobered up from their victory high, they sharpened their knives and cut down any stirring troublemakers. Both debuted, and the vote gap wasn't even that big. Why trash talk both sides so evenly? Park Mundy's audition framing and Cha Eugene fans' complacency framing are both tired. Fans are just happy both got in. So no more comments. Please, the kids performed well together and are friendly anyway. Meanwhile, casual viewers who just enjoyed the show without rooting for any particular contestant chuckled as they posted their finale impressions. I saw the producers' tear-jerking efforts to bump up the numbers. LOL, averaging it out and then giving the #1 bonus to add one more person. Does that even make sense? Also, just give the prize money. Mundy looked like he needed it. He'll make tons of money later, so it's fine, LOL. There was a lot of talk about Park Mundy's decision-making in that moment. Park Mundy is smart. He nailed 7th place exactly. I was clapping in my living room, LOL. He left it to the viewers without rambling about other contestants. It was clean and cool. Exactly. This guy trusts our judgment, smirks. That vibe. Honestly, that was the logical move, but it must have been hard not to call someone he's close to. I thought he'd call Hee-sung, LOL. He was looking out for him when he got called, too. Park Mundy knows the difference between personal and professional. Most were positive. His split-second judgment was the winning moment. Meanwhile, malicious fans of eliminated contestants and antis of the successful ones were subtly trying to sow discord among the debut members. Park Mundy's expression slipped when Lee Se-jin got in. Looks like they're not that close. It's not about closeness. It's about Lee Se-jin's skill or attitude, right? This bastard, Mundy probably thinks a dating rumor guy would have been better. Or he regrets not choosing Kwon Hee-sung, LOL. Stop speculating. Mundy's expression was just normal. Don't use our Mundy for your hate. Even with fans defending him, the negative posts kept coming, especially attacks on Lee Se-jin, who barely got in thanks to the #1 bonus. Let's be honest, Lee Se-jin sticks out like a sore thumb in the debut lineup, LOL. He's the only one who rose by the sour soda meme. Honestly, Lee Se-jin is just riding on the edgy crowd, right? Right? He had no talent at first, but fans pushed him with memes, so he improved out of sheer grit. God, What are these crazy people? Thanks to countless reports and blocks, a few days later the attacks on the successful contestants mostly died down. Instead, excitement overflowed everywhere from fans awaiting the debut members' activities. Taystar debut single countdown. Nation's boy group in the making? Article. Here's the article. They're slated to start promotions within a month. Link. OMG, I'm so excited. I want to see them. Go leave Inavia LGT. Official version. Some nice comments. They're going under a T1 affiliate, right? Can't wait. To taste Big Corp Capital. Seriously. Hope the MV and song feels super high budget. They say T1's expecting big things since the show's ratings and buzz peaked. They're launching a new dedicated agency. While hope they fund the kids' dreams fully. New idols from a mega-hit audition show brought fresh fandom energy and reasonable hopes for the debut album. But as always, reason is just a dream in this world. Among veteran fangirls and boys, tension ran high. Debut single in a month. Is that for real? Let's assume they already have a banger ready. That's better for mental health. LOL, they still don't have an agency announced. Seems like the big guys are already fighting internally. I heard T1's launching a new agency just for Taystar. Are they crazy? Our kids are gonna hit the ground running. T1's huge, but has zero idol agency experience. LOL. Sigh. They named the group Taystar and are actually gonna use them as testers. Feels like they're stuffing execs in to give them credits. Ugh, this stinks. Overall, there was a wary atmosphere that a big, inexperienced conglomerate would blow millions for nothing. Any other news, at least post a group photo. It's been 10 days with no updates. We need a face reveal. I'm tired of a juica behind the scenes. Bring on TSDR's formation story, LOL. Just as people were getting bored, a spark of new content dropped. This is TSDR's account. Hello, everyone. We're the rookie group Taystar, debuting soon. Please support us _photo. TSDR's official SNS account was launched. The first post photo showed them sitting together in what looked like a living room, smiling. Their casual clothes and relaxed poses made it clear this was their new dorm. They must have moved into the dorm. They've signed with an agency. I'm so relieved. Hope the debut album succeeds. If those faces flop, there's corruption somewhere. Even a single SNS post calmed fans enormously. TSDR's follower count and shares jumped by thousands every minute. Fans dissected the photo in nanoseconds. Mundy in that yellow hoodie is so cute. Where'd he find that? Mundy always wears ragged tees. I was worried. But he got new clothes. This grandma is relieved. Raybin got her ears pierced. No way. That suits her so well. Please let her wear super fancy earrings when they promote. Eugene is sprawling on the sofa like he owns the place. LOL. He was chilling and then freaked out by his own long legs. Since they formed through team battles, most people still only mentioned their favorite members. Contest mates who teamed up often got mutual goodwill. But naturally, that divided the initial fan groups a bit. Guys, post more uploads. Excited and hopeful, yet carrying a few worries, Taystar seemed ready to start full activities. And the members themselves were already facing those anxieties. Phew. So we made it into the dorm. I stifled a sigh as I stepped through the front door. Thinking about how corporate infighting dragged out the dorm contract for a week made me want to groan. But I had to keep it together. From the entrance to the bedrooms, it was a sea of cameras. Hey, this is amazing. So cool. Wow. We signed a reality show contract first, after all. 65 chapter. It was commonplace for a group debuting through a survival show to film a reality program afterward. After all, you could carry over the characters and buzz earned on the audition show. I still didn't expect we'd jump straight into filming after just one meeting. Even at the meeting, we hadn't heard much. They only conducted interviews to find out what the members wanted to do. At least the dorm's nice, I thought. Maybe they'd spruced it up knowing we'd be on camera. I'd never stayed in a spacious, brand new apartment with such tight security before. Of course, cameras hung on every corner. Cameras. Hello. The ones running from the entrance to the living room pretended to notice the cameras, a prompt we'd been given in advance. They said it'd look unnatural if we acted like we weren't aware of the cameras at all. Honestly, with this many around, it felt impossible not to notice. When we entered the living room, a few cameramen and staff waited in a blind spot. I heard they'd only stick around today for the early reality show footage, then clear out, leaving only the unmanned cameras. First of all, congratulations to everyone who passed. Wow, let's take a verification shot. The successful contestants gathered in a circle in the living room, clapped, took a photo together, and then the reality show proceedings began. Wow, sitting here makes it feel like a new team battle has started. If only that battle lasted 5 years, you'd be right. Oh, Ray Bin is really getting it. Fortunately, everyone looked natural. Thank goodness for living with cameras every day on Ajusa, I mused. Plus, the joy of passing made the atmosphere warm. They were 3 times less tense and more relaxed than during the audition, trading compliments and jokes with laughs. You all worked so hard, right? I feel like we can enjoy almost anything now. Well, let's have fun. At just the right moment, a robot vacuum popped out from the off-camera crew. It was this reality program's mascot and main PPL. Huh, what's that holding? A glittery card dangled from the vacuum's head. Quick-handed Cha Eugene lifted the robot, pulled out the card, and read it excitedly, still holding the vacuum to his side. Let's see what it says. From now on, you will receive missions via cards. Clear the missions to become a true group. Oh, me mission. The mood turned solemn. A trauma reaction, no less. Ryu Chongwu laughed like he'd reached enlightenment. Haha, we passed the audition, but the missions never end, huh? I frowned. If we're going to become a true group, the agency needs to get its act together first. Just 3 days ago, TNET had been notifying us that our affiliation would change 3 times a day, then canceling it, over and over. My gut sank. I think someone's gotten carried away. Since the program was such a hit, T1 apparently wanted to set up a new in-house agency and run Taystar directly. But with existing contracts tying us to a TNET subsidiary, they couldn't easily poach us. They'd been so busy fighting among themselves that they'd neglected the group entirely. I only learned this morning from an article that we were supposed to release our debut single within a month. Yet we hadn't even met our manager. I'm going crazy. I stifled a sigh. At that moment, Cha Eugene shot his hand up. Oh, there's more. Today's mission, free time. Ooh, the tension broke instantly. I, too, high-fived those around me to react with, I'm really enjoying the break time we've earned today. Don't think about it. Our entry into T1's new agency was almost certain now. A rookie has no power. We had to accept it. I just hope they don't stick relatives into planning. Please, let the higher-ups handle marketing, accounting, and operations, and leave planning to the professionals. Hire experienced staff. Let's tour the rooms. Let's pick rooms. Holding their free time cards, the successful contestants stood and began touring the house. 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a generous layout. Each bedroom door had a numbered sign. TSDAR's first mini-game. Topic, choosing rooms. They're all the same. Really. Kim Ray Bin, voluntarily doing an Ajusa MC impression, was so spot on it triggered PTSD rather than laughter. Still, the game proceeded without issue. Through some random board game elements, we drew notes in order. I drew second, after Cha Eugene. Number 1. I avoided room 3. It was the master bedroom designed for 3 people. 2 was definitely better than 3. I hope I get someone quiet. At least I avoided Eugene. I just need to avoid Big Seijin. As soon as I thought that, Lee Seijin drew the number 1 note. Just before I could curse my luck, Big Seijin and Ryu Chongwu swooped in. Umundi and Seijin Hyung in the same room. Both are decisive NVRIite, original source, types, so I think you'll get along well. Right? I was glad someone read the room. Nice to meet you. I quickly extended my hand. Lee Seijin slowly extended his, and we shook. I'm worried about filming. He seemed quiet enough, which I liked. But with cameras rolling for 2 or 3 weeks, the real question was whether he'd keep up the warm act. I guess the producers will handle it. This was reality, not an audition, so I trusted the editing. Controversy would only hurt the producers. Let's pick ours quickly. The remaining room assignments fell at opposite extremes. Kim Raybin and Siana Hyun got 1 room. Well, nice to meet you. Please take care of me too. Watching the 2 who hardly knew each other do a greeting battle, I felt awkward for them. At least their situation was far better than mine. Neither was like Lee Seijin in personality. Ooh, our room's gonna be fun, right? I love the big room. Great. Let's live well together. And the three-person room, number 3, went to Big Seijin, Cha Eugene, and Ryu Chongwu. It was already noisy, but Ryu Chongwu looked fairly content. Come to think of it, Ryu Chongwu's position makes sense. Aside from Cha Eugene, he didn't socialize privately with anyone. Better to join a busier room and find his footing quickly. With affable and respectful Big Seijin around, it'd be perfect. At the producer's signal, we moved to the bedrooms for shots of unpacking and relaxing. Which side of the bed do you want? Whatever, I don't mind. Really, as you wish. I went straight to the left bed and unpacked. It was on the opposite side of the living room, so noise seemed minimal. Lee Seijin eyed the same bed, so words again failed us. This isn't an audition, so I'm not playing nice with you. I'd choose whatever felt comfortable without getting called out. Lee Seijin said nothing, unpacked across from me, and I calmly began organizing my few belongings. Oh, I did buy some clothes. They were too few. I used the prize money I won with my simplified car in the finals. I heard people complained online that they only announced the debut single schedule after the program ended due to time allocation issues. But hey, I got paid. By the way, the kimchi refrigerator. I still haven't received it. Real scammers. That pisses me off. Just as I sighed and put away my last shirt, the quiet room filled with conversation. Tada, room 1 is the best. Is it because the first place got it? They were from room 3. Ryu Chongwu showed off his national team packing skills, so it was unpacked in no time, and Cha Eugene and Big Seijin were gleefully roaming the room. What do you want for dinner? Galbi. Jockball. Even discounting Cha Eugene, I suspected Big Seijin was just trying to snag camera time. I had a foreboding feeling I'd never escape this chaos while the reality show ran. We had to cook and eat dinner together. It had been a while since I'd cooked for more than 2 people. Better cooking than going grocery shopping. Going out meant more talking and fewer people. Plus, entering a huge mart with 3 cameras takes courage. Anyway, the cooking went surprisingly well thanks to the helpers, except Sian Ahyan. SOSO sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. She only needed to apologize to her own hands, I thought, as I chased Sian Ahyan out of the kitchen after she nearly sliced herself for the 3rd time. Anxious, she relaxed only when I gave her the task of setting the table. Like when your housekeeper shows up at your one room. I'd wondered why they'd assigned help to someone good at housework. It was because she was disastrously bad at cooking. In any case, the braised chicken was a success. Ryu Chongwu's pick from our rock, paper, scissors. I tried this on my birthday the first year I made money selling data. Good to see it put to use. I shrugged recalling that birthday. That looks delicious. Indeed. Lee Seijin gave no special reply to Kim Rae-bin, but was surprisingly cooperative with the cooking. Maybe because I was holding the knife. I put away the kitchen knife, and the braised chicken moved to the table in the hands of the shopping team. Ooh, this braised chicken is really tasty. The soy sauce marinade is well absorbed and the meat's tender. The meal was a success. I should learn cooking too. I'm good at cooking. Oh, then cook. But I like shopping more. With Cha Eugene's innocent remark, the reality show intro wrapped up. Thank you for your hard work. The crew packed up and installed a claw machine in the living room before leaving. All the plush toys inside lay face down. That'll be creepy at night. Anyway, tomorrow they'd have us react. In the living room when we saw it, and then pick one of those toys. Content gotcha. Tomorrow we'd finally meet our manager and start album meetings with the agency. So much for quick sleep. Determined to sleep a lot today, I headed straight to the bedroom. Lee Seijin was already in bed, on his smartphone. Good night. You too. Maybe because we ate well, he seemed calmer than this morning. I immediately put in earplugs and began to sleep. The last thing I saw was a lone camera spinning in the corner. I hope tomorrow's staff don't spout bullshit. And that wish was only half fulfilled. The manager was a decent person. If you need anything, just let me know. He looked gentle and patient. You could tell he'd never lay a hand on us. Well, we're already too famous for a rookie to be mistreated. When album activities really kick off, another manager will join, so don't worry. Yes, the vibe was set by the first person on site, so I decided not to worry about that. Then came the agency meeting. So the plan is for us, the talented T-Star, to handle the music ourselves? Yes. In a word, we're fucked. 66 chapter. I had a bad feeling from the moment I first met the agency executive and started talking with him. T1 was someone who'd been working in the planning and marketing team at another label, but this time he'd been appointed as the head of the division. In short, this guy was the agency's head of business operations, but he had zero experience in the entertainment industry. Fuck. Fortunately, the content production team under him seemed to be staffed with experienced people, but this bastard, for some reason, kept spouting nonsense. World building, you say? Hey, these days almost every idol aiming for global fandom has a world-building concept. Huh. Kids these days love cartoon-style stuff. He was completely delusional. World building? Fine. But we were supposed to release a new song within a month. Wouldn't you start by talking about the song itself? Even for a single, you have to discuss the track first. And Testa didn't urgently need a world-building backstory. We've already built characters and a storyline through the audition. What the hell are you talking about? As far as I knew, world building was for giving fans immersive content to play with, and Azusa itself was already providing that sort of content. Besides, the members had already gone through the debut process, secured public recognition, and finalized their individual positioning. All the agency needed to bring was a commercially appealing song, polished choreography, and costumes. The world-building framework could be sketched out roughly and fleshed out slowly while preparing the next album. Did he just come back from some lecture? Lately, agencies, worried about stock issues, kept touting their unique competencies, invoking world building as if it were some grand century-long plan. So this guy must have caught the same bug. Because it's his own career boost, of course. What was maddening was how hard he worked on something he knew nothing about. So for us. Exactly. I've watched all your broadcasts in a marathon, and you're doing great. He said he binge-watched Azusa and praised each member before dropping the bomb. Listen up, our promotional activities will use 2 songs. But the company will only officially back one of them. The other song will have Testa, the talented Testa, produce and manage yourselves. Naturally, he'd be in charge of approvals and revisions. We could tie it into our world building, make it all slick, right? Self-producing. Self-produced idols are all the rage, yada yada. He wanted to do everything everyone else was calling trendy. He seemed envious of the autonomous and hip image of a fresh, rising agency. Of course, the members were taken aback, but having weathered all the scheming at Azusa, they didn't show it much. We really appreciate it. But might that be too much for our capabilities? Of course the staff will all pitch in. You guys just have freedom. I mean, let the artists express their creativity and inspiration. Why yes, when someone so high-ranking and decades older than us spoke so firmly, even Ryu Chong-woo, who tried to smooth things over, swallowed his words. With a wry smile, Kim Rae-bin was already staring blankly. She's checked out. She must have gone numb at the sheer impossibility of the workload in such a short time. All right, we've got a lot to do, so let's wrap this up. Yes. The division head said his piece and left, visibly pleased that he'd made time to personally support Testa. Wasn't the CEO also the nephew of the T1 owner? I could already see how things would go. If we don't hit #1 on opening, we're screwed. In retrospect, I should have guessed back when T1 hurriedly created this new agency, supposedly to poach Azusa's debut group. Since they stole us away by force, they obviously couldn't inherit the debut album preparations the original agency had been working on. As a result, we now had to make a brand new album immediately. And with someone clueless about the industry sitting above the team, nonsense abounded and the deadline was absurdly tight. I seriously want to quit. Once again, I vowed not to expect anything from this company. The same story played out in the follow-up meetings with a few people from the content production and our teams. None of them had any deliverables yet. Well, no wonder. The agency had been launched less than 2 weeks ago. For our world building, we're going with a school motif. Oh, okay. Just center your concept around that. Beyond saying the world building would be school-related, there was no substance. Of course, I'm not asking you to compose an entire song yourselves. Once we finalize our approval, we'll send over candidate tracks to review. Great. What's our time frame? We'll get them to you within 2 days. The one saving grace was that these people genuinely liked Testa's members. We're still benefiting from the nationwide success of the audition. A group that was already guaranteed to break even and personally appealing earned more respectful treatment. They really ask our opinions a lot. Big Sejin said that as we left the meeting. Huh, they normally? Yes. Absolutely. Unexpectedly, Cha Eugene and Kim Rae Bin reacted passionately. Si and Ah-hyun jumped in surprise. They don't listen. They don't give us any say. The atmosphere is too firmly set that it's our virtue to just follow orders. Cha Eugene and Kim Rae Bin, who'd had a debut song recorded at their previous agency only to have it scrapped, clearly still harbored grudges. That agency was booming at the time. Then their flagship idol sued over an unfair contract and left, and the company collapsed. They've been caught up in that mess, left the agency, and ended up on the audition show. Though it's worrisome, it's actually a good environment to work hard. Let's do our best. Yes, absolutely. Ryu Chong-woo smiled, counted the members, and got us into a car. There was no debate. Chong-woo was clearly the leader. Sejin, who was the same age as Chong-woo, wasn't the type to lead, and agencies tend to prefer older members as leaders. The show would go through a realistic-looking selection process, but it was almost certain. I had no complaints. Love the house, oh. Why? Claw machine. As soon as Cha Eugene entered the living room, she rushed over to the claw machine. The division head had called us at dawn, so he'd presumably forgotten it was here. At least her reaction's genuine. I went over to check. Cameras were installed inside and out, and the machine was running. A robot vacuum cleaner reappeared and handed us cards, basically saying, claw out a plush and complete the mission inside. Each plush has an anonymous mission for a Testa member. Oh, I'm curious. Let's pick one. Excited, the members clustered around the machine. Cha Eugene, who grabbed the joystick first, took control. Here we go. She failed miserably. The machine's broken. Let me try. Big Sejin took the joystick from the dejected Eugene and gamely pushed the controls, but also failed. See? The machine's faulty. Failure after failure ensued. While everyone offered pathetic excuses, I politely declined to be the next one. I can't be bothered. Eventually someone would win. Then Sejin took the joystick. Which one should I pick? Rabbit. D-Dog? With one smooth move, Sejin succeeded. The moment a fluffy brown rabbit tumbled out of the chute, everyone accepted the result. Wow, amazing. Your skills are incredible, Hyung. So you can win in one try? Can we go again? But the machine had already stopped working, designed to shut off once it dispenses a toy. Tomorrow, someone whispered they'd definitely win, and the members swarmed around the rabbit plush. Flipping it over, they found a card taped to its belly. All right, whose mission does this say? Watch a horror movie together, happy face. That's you. No way. Big Sejin waved his hand. He'd written something better, he was sure of it. And Ryu Chong-woo gently answered. Ah, that was me. Wow, that sounds fun. Horror movie. I am looking forward to it. The reluctant confession from an older member created an unexpectedly warm vibe. That evening, we spent our time watching a horror movie. I focused on the popcorn and half-watched the film. Screams echoed through the theater. It was a waste of time, but at least I was comfortable. The next morning, demos for our debut title track candidates arrived at dawn. It was going to be brutal. My ears hurt. After playing all the demos at full volume about 20 times, Cha Eugene finally spoke up. Almost everyone but Kim Rae Bin nodded weakly in agreement. Just a slight nod, but still. Agreement. The members who'd eagerly clung to their prospective songs had worn themselves out listening obsessively for hours. Since listening more won't change much, let's do a first-round vote by show of hands. Okay, then, starting with track 1. We went all the way to 11. The trends were obvious and matched what we'd seen during Azusa's run. Si and Ah-hyun and Ryu Chong-woo preferred medium-tempo songs. Ah-hyun especially liked lyrical tracks. Kim Rae Bin and Cha Eugene favored heavy bass and rhythmic tunes. Big Sejin voted for whatever genre was trending and anything with a kitschy melody. Sejin, the other one, only raised his hand once, so he was inconclusive. That left me. I just picked whatever sounded good to me. And that was fine. In the live finale of Azusa, the successful stage pop-up had highlighted this trait. Catching ear A. This song seems destined to be a hit. Hit song detection ability plus 200%. It was an A-rank trait, popping up in one of the platinum slots among 10. Even without considering the rank, I had to keep this. If I was going into the music business, nothing would be more useful. I'd sacrificed the wannabe center buff that boosted my charisma, but it was worth it. I'd almost given up, turns out they're right too, but kept it because it seemed broadly useful. My charisma stat drop was replenished by final stage practice and performance achievements, so it's fine. So here's my current stat screen. Name, Park Mundi, Ryu Jianwo. Level, 13. Title, None. Singing, A. Dance, C+. Appearance, B+. Charisma, B. Traits, Infinite Potential, turns out they're right, C. Bacchus 500, B. Catching Ear, A. Debuff, Debut or Die. Remaining points, 1. The problem was that the song detection trait adds percentage, not a flat value. Meaning if my ears were actually garbage, the boost would be negligible. I'm no expert, but a 300% multiplier should still make a difference. So the song I picked was, Then, Mundi, you're just choosing track 7, right? Yes, just track 7. It was somewhat dreamy, with a trendy beat and a catchy melody. It sounded uniquely pleasant. The others were weak. Their progressions were sluggish or got old quickly. I'm no music theorist. I just trusted my ear. Apparently, it was convincing. Kim Rabin's eyes lit up. You really do have a great ear, Hyung. Track 7 has the highest quality. Hey Rabin, come on, what about me? Oh, no, I didn't mean it like that. As Big Sejin teased and Kim Rabin broke into a sweat, Ryu Chongwoo smiled and summarized. So that leaves a tie between tracks 2 and 7. Let's focus our research on those. Got it. Track 2 was an R&B style, easy listening song. I didn't vote for it because it bored me too quickly. Anyway, everyone was exhausted and agreed without complaint. Next time, I'll push track 7 more seriously. By the time we'd used up the morning, we were called back in. A meeting with the content production team. I'd heard the company-produced title track had been selected. Usually, A&R would handle song selection, right? My bad feeling returned, but there was no avoiding it. And the song they brought was, how is it? Not bad, right? Yes. The song was good. The problem was it was a disco track with a baseball team concept. This was driving me crazy. 67 chapter. The reason the baseball team concept suddenly popped up was because of the division head. He'd rejected the original concept the staff had brought in just last night. The division head decided we should go with a cartoon-like world building. Since it's a school-setting cartoon, he said sports, and, so it ended up baseball. For reference, the original concept had been retro-themed. Isn't that also a stretch for a school-based world building? At least the retro concept fit a disco track. But disco plus baseball is neither fish nor fowl. Maybe sensing this, the staff stuck to talking only about the song. They must have felt it was unfair themselves. That's why they brought up the division head. But you could tell they were already regretting it. It was a tight schedule, but honestly, we think the track turned out great. Yes. Come to think of it, I had heard this song before. It was